Introduction. The Targaryen dynasty, which has endured for nearly 3 centuries, met its demise before the resurgence of magic due to a fateful spring. How will Rhaegar navigate the ancient vessel of the dragon lineage to greet a new dawn? Accompanied by the Doe of Summerhall and the Rose of Winterfell, he shall embody the glory of kingship and the grace of knighthood. The false Silver Prince clings to prophecies, while the true Silver Prince must conquer destiny. The slumbering Dragon King will inevitably awaken. Chapter 1. The Tragedy of Summerhall. In the year 259 AC, on the continent of Westeros, at Summerhall, nestled within the borders of Dorne, Summerhall stands in serene contrast to the bustling King's Landing, celebrated for its tranquility and comfort. Summerhall symbolizes the hard-won peace between the dynasty and the Dornish people, representing the unity of Westeros. The age of dragons, flames, magic, and scorpions has receded into the annals of history, leaving behind a fragile peace devoid of legends. This evening, Summerhall buzzes with anticipation as everyone awaits the arrival of Prince Rhaegar, yearning for the dragon lineage to welcome a healthy, vibrant heir. The palace is filled predominantly with those of the dragon bloodline, having answered the call of the old king, along with knights, servants, and scholars. In a chamber on the left of the first floor, the silver-haired, blue-eyed princess has yet to give birth. The prince remains unborn. King Aegon V gazes upon the anxious crowd, spotting his youthful grandson, Prince Aerys, and resolves within himself. The prophesied prince shall be born of Aerys and Rhaegar's lineage. Come, my old friend. King Aegon V beckons to his tall companion, Ser Duncan, the tall knight whose stature exceeds 2 meters, his hair flecked with white, yet his physique remains robust. The flicker of hesitation in Ser Duncan's eyes vanishes, replaced by unwavering resolve as he follows the king. Although he has privately urged the king numerous times to relinquish his obsession with dragons and fire, the passage of time has eroded the king's rationality and vigor. He harbors little faith in the future and is consumed by a desire to hatch the dragons now his days are numbered, and his infatuation with the dragons eclipses all else. Aegon V and Ser Duncan arrive at a secluded chamber on the right, which leads to a hidden cellar. In the flickering candlelight, several fire sorcerers have prepared the wildfire required for the ritual, some with the dark skin of Aes-High and others with the pale complexion from King's Landing. Prince Duncan oversees their efforts, as 7 dragon eggs are arranged in order, corresponding to the 7 gods above. These dragon eggs are invaluable treasures, demanding utmost care. Scholar Gildan noted that the 7 eggs, honoring the 7 gods above, were warned against by the king's own mages. The dragon eggs vary in color. Some are deep green, others black, while others are milky white and golden. They resemble exquisite porcelain or enamel, yet within these diminutive eggs lies the potential to hatch colossal power the dragons that will soar through the skies with boundless might. Shall we commence the ritual? King Aegon V commands the lead fire sorcerer, his impatience palpable in O Dragon King. A king with the taste of mud, he despised the whispers of certain nobles behind his back, the fragile peace among the 7 kingdoms, and the appeasement shown to the great aristocrats. A king without dragons felt a certain lack of confidence in the presence of the powerful nobles. My great-grandson, I shall hatch a dragon, and the mighty beast will bring enduring peace and dignity. You will achieve greater deeds than your ancestors, murmured Aegon V to himself. Your Majesty, you must not heed the rumors spread by these fire sorcerers. Once wildfire spread, no one can halt their destructive force. Just as the king issued his command, an elderly sage hurriedly approached, having realized the king's growing obsession with dragons, unaware that such a perilous approach would be taken. The old sage was breathless, his face flushed. Master Beast, perhaps you should remain in your rightful place, praying outside the birthing chamber for my great-grandson, rather than pointing fingers at your king. Aegon V bellowed in anger, while Prince Duncan stepped forward to escort Bas away. Bas pointed angrily at several fire sorcerers, even at the king. These wildfires will never hatch a dragon. Instead, you shall be buried by them. Prince Duncan advanced and removed Master Bas from the scene. The frail old sage was no match for the knight. Duncan knew he could not contest the king's command. He understood that the king's father had borne too much weight, a burden that had driven him to madness. The noble king was also a bitter king. I have relinquished my expectations of the crown. I can only be a loyal knight, thought Prince Duncan. He even harbored a vague hope, anticipating the birth of a dragon. I once believed you to be a merciful and wise ruler, yet you remain a mad Targaryen. Master Rhaegar lamented, tears mingling with laughter, as he angrily removed the seven-colored crystal from around his neck. "Pay no mind, the ceremony shall proceed." Aegon V waved his hand, signaling the fire sorcerers to commence their work. "At your command, your majesty," the sorcerers of King's Landing summoned their assistants, carefully opening the clay pot. Green flames enveloped the dragon egg, yet the egg remained unresponsive. Sweat began to bead on the faces of the sorcerers as the unbearable heat intensified and wildfires spread further. "Great fire, please hatch the dragon," they implored. The wildfires failed to hatch the egg, but ignited the ground, raising the temperature to unbearable levels. The roaring flames surged within the cellar, igniting clothing and racing towards the exit. Sir Duncan attempted to pull the king away, but was a moment too late. "Sand," the sorcerers shouted to one another, but their efforts bore little fruit. Flames had caught upon the king, his ornate garments now transforming into a deadly shackle. "Friend, please save my great-grandson. I cannot live any longer," Aegon V uttered with his last vestiges of strength, his age weighing heavily upon him. Sir Duncan obeyed the final command of the king and burst forth from the cellar. The wildfire had surged uncontrollably, causing the castle to collapse, with furniture, animal hides, and velvet serving as kindling. The flames roared and towered, their heat even melting stone. The sounds of human wails, cries, and the crackling of fire drowned out all else. Sir Duncan ran towards the princess's chamber, where the cries of women echoed. "Run, princess," he urged with all his strength, pulling open the door. Princess Layla moved slowly, yet managed to escape the inferno. With a resounding crash, a massive burning timber fell, crushing Sir Duncan beneath its weight. He saw the princess reach a place of safety and slowly closed his eyes. "I have fulfilled my duty as a knight, and I am honored enough." In his haze, he seemed to return to his youth, wandering alongside Prince Aegon. After fleeing the flames, Princess Layla's child was finally born Rhaegar Targaryen. As Princess Layla gazed upon the infant's small head, the charred remains of the Great Hall of Summer lay not far away. In this moment of survival, there was a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. Rhaegar Targaryen, the baby's eyes fluttered, inadvertently overwhelmed, awakening to a drastically changed world. A mechanical voice echoed. "Rhaegar Targaryen. Identity, the last of the dragon kind." Chapter 2. The First Cry of the Young Dragon. 260 AC, King's Landing, the Red Keep. Armored guards, neatly dressed yet unadorned servants, and the occasional noble flitted in and out. The birth of a newborn did not diminish the sorrow in people's hearts, rather, it deepened the pain. The tragedy of the Great Hall of Summer lingered like a fog, entwined in every heart. The Targaryens suffered particularly grievously, with the old king, Prince Duncan, and many loyal vassals, Sir Duncan, Brother Balthasar, Scholar Gildan, and others lost. Both too few and too many dragons posed great peril. An excess of dragons incited the dance of dragons, while a scarcity deepened the Targaryen extinction crisis. Concern for the little infant Rhaegar was paramount among all. Beyond the sorrow, there was also anxiety about the future. The King of 9 Copper Coins ignited the flames of war, from Tyrosh to Westeros. The Blackfyre family continued to eye the Iron Throne with avarice. In the arms of a nurse, Rhaegar watched the warriors sparring in the training yard, his gaze intense. Sweat dripped, lances swung, and the shouts of warriors rang vividly. Rhaegar possessed bright silver hair and large, expressive indigo eyes. The beauty of the dragon blood was strikingly embodied in Rhaegar. The nearby servants marveled in hushed tones. Prince Rhaegar neither cried nor fussed, rarely causing concern for the adults. He was the kind of adorable infant everyone wished to hold. Yet this young Prince Rhaegar seems to possess a profound affinity for combat. His greatest delight lies in observing warriors engage in fierce duels, surpassing even the comfort of being cradled in a wet nurse's embrace. This child appears to have matured prematurely. It is uncertain whether the shadows of Summerhall continue to haunt him. Little is known about the prince's possession of a tree-like panel, which Rhaegar refers to as the Tree of Life. Rhaegar Targaryen. Identity, the last of the dragons. Qualities, knightly prowess and natural warrior, a heart of both strength and beauty, a harmonious blend of knowledge, combat, and art. The dormant dragon regrettably, yet to awaken the mighty dragon. Charm, an endearing dragonling. Achievements, warrior a budding fighter, having observed numerous duels, slightly enhancing his warrior attributes. Collection, none. Time is of the essence, he shall strive with all his might to grow stronger. seeking ways to hatch the dragon egg. If all else fails, he shall endure until the return of the magical tides and the hatching of the dragon. This simple panel shall serve as Rhaegar's greatest trump card. Rhaegar has already discerned that as his attributes rise, his tree of life flourishes ever more vibrantly, a testament to vitality. Your focused gaze upon the duels enhances your warrior attributes. The swaddled Rhaegar delights in watching others fight, his concentration on their battles elevating his own qualities. It can only be described as a pleasurable enhancement. The wind is strong outside. The king wishes to meet the prince. A white knight approached, addressing the servant. At present, the king is not Aerys, but rather Aerys' father, Rhaegar's grandfather, King Jaehaerys II, a king worn by the burdens of statecraft at a young age. Cradled in his wet nurse's arms, Rhaegar was brought into the king's council chamber. The small, confidential chamber featured an oak table upon which lay a map of Westeros. The location of the Stepstones was marked with an abundance of red lines. Aside from the king's main seat, 7 chairs were arranged, 7 being a fortuitous number, yet presently occupied only by the king and the prime minister, leaving the room rather desolate. Though King Jaehaerys II may not be old, he appears frail and ailing. Pale and weak, with shoulder-length hair and a pair of violet eyes, he is not the vigorous, muscular warrior one might expect. He resembles more a patient than a conqueror. Jaehaerys II has yet to awaken from the sorrow of Summerhall. The war, ignited by the Ninepenny Kings, has left him in disarray. Cursed be the Blackfires, cursed be the libertines. Only in the presence of his grandson does he find a glimmer of long-awaited solace. Rhaegar was lifted into the king's embrace. The king gazed upon his grandson, healthy and handsome, destined to be the true dragon of Westeros, hoping he might rekindle the people's affection for the dragonkind. What intrigues Rhaegar even more is the prime minister, Duke Mern, the brother-in-law of Jaehaerys II. Prime Minister Mondes's thick black hair and sturdy physique formed a striking contrast to the king. He was tall and robust, exuding the valor, spirit, and fearlessness of a warrior. The Duke of Mond gazed at Rhaegar, feeling a ripple of distinct emotion within. His grandchildren had yet to be born, and he might perish on the battlefield, hoping that one day they would take pride in his naming a valiant warrior, a roaring stag. I long to grasp my sword and lead the charge we must strike before the usurpers of Blackfyre arrive. I cannot place this burden upon my son. You know, Aerys is not a courageous fighter, remarked Jaehaerys II, his youth belied by the many lines etched upon his face. You are the king, yet not a born warrior. In terms of martial prowess, you are no match for the towering Duncan, nor even for your brother, Prince Duncan. On the battlefield, swords speak without words, and we have already lost too many of our dragonkind, Duke Mond declared with a resounding voice. Moreover, the tragedy of Summerhall still looms, and the realm cannot endure the loss of another king that would plunge us into unprecedented turmoil. Allow me to take your place. I am willing to lead the forces to the Stepstones and extinguish the remnants of Blackfyre. Rhaegar observed the scene before him, witnessing the tears of Jaehaerys II cascade down his cheeks. He extended his chubby little hand to wipe away the king's tears. Embrace the child, he is the future of the realm, Jaehaerys said, handing the infant to Mond. Duke Mond cradled Rhaegar, a tiny bundle in his arms. The 2 elder men spoke with considerable emotion, while Rhaegar gazed at them. However, in terms of chronology, both men were nearing their end, with time swiftly drawing near. To have forced a loyal and blood-related noble like a Baratheon to such a point speaks volumes of the unparalleled rarity that Aerys and Rhaegar represented in another realm. There is no need for tears as a warrior. The best return is to perish in battle. Like my forebears, Duke Mond expressed with a sense of relief. Only for my son, I hope the king will care for him well. A loving father is not a weakling. I shall, and if Steve has a daughter in the future, I will see to it that Rhaegar marries her, Jaehaerys II replied with resolute nodding. Rhaegar, at this point, his nemesis, Robert, was soon to be born. However, having already begun to accumulate strength from the womb, Robert would not be his match. Furthermore, considering the old man's unwavering loyalty, such a confrontation would never come to pass. Chapter 3. The Lords of King's Landing. Once the commander for the expedition to the Stone Steps Islands was determined, the tempo of war quickened. The clashing sounds of long spears, sharp swords, and iron armor drowned out all other wills. With no choice left, the only path was war. The lecherous, overly passionate, and prolific king, Aegon IV, akin to a breeding stallion, left a flicker of war's flame for the realm before his demise. The ominous shadow of House Blackfyre lingered over Westeros, their insatiable thirst for the Iron Throne proclaimed as their birthright. Time and again, House Blackfyre instigated rebellions, tormenting 5 generations of the Targaryens. Even in failure, the frequency of their insurrections and the ensuing battles left the kingdom ravaged. Fortunately, in this age, dragons had long perished. Otherwise, a conflict among the dragon-blooded would spell a calamity more dreadful than a blood dragon's frenzied dance. Mund, the Duke, issued commands from the Prime Minister's tower, while ravens flitted in and out of the Red Keep. The vast expanse of Westeros was mobilized, from the Iron Islands, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, to the Crownlands and Stormlands. Troops from various nations converged for a decisive confrontation. The populace had endured enough blood, fire, and tears, weary of the relentless rebellions instigated by House Blackfyre. With the diminishing numbers of the Blackfyres, eliminating the savage Maerys would signify the end of this tumult. The reception room of the Prime Minister's tower, though considerably smaller than that of the king, was nonetheless elegant. It exuded tranquility and beauty, adorned with a mill carpet, golden garden windows, and even a painting depicting the harmonious coexistence of stag and dragon. The Baratheon family had long been a steadfast ally of the Targaryens. Yet who could have foreseen the rift that would arise during the era of Robert? However, the occupants of the reception room were now preoccupied with thoughts of the battlefield, their minds drifting thousands of miles away. Duke Mund, clad in black leather and adorned with a stag insignia, surveyed the young men before him. Among them were Aerys of House Targaryen, Stephen of House Baratheon, and Tywin of House Lannister. Behold, the most outstanding youths of our generation, the future of the kingdom. The Duke perceived in these young men reflections of his own youth, unrestrained and ambitious. In those days, his smile had shone as brightly as a blade. With golden hair and light green eyes, Tywin stood alongside Stephen, whose dark hair and blue eyes marked his lineage, and Aerys, with silver hair and indigo eyes, embodying the resilience of their houses. They feigned maturity, yet traces of youthful innocence lingered on their faces. Strong and tall, each resembled a newly forged sword, gleaming with promise. When their names were called by Duke Mund, each responded with a proud yet modest bow. They represented the golden generation of King's Landing, the future lords of Westeros. The brilliance of their ancestors illuminated their path, igniting a fervent desire for greater honor on the battlefield. In this historic moment, a swaddled infant, Prince Rhaegar, nestled in the arms of Aerys, was not to be overlooked. Indeed, he represented the future of our next generation. Duke of Mound gazed upon Rhaegar, discovering within the child's eyes a glimmer of hope and a vision of a peaceful tomorrow. Rhaegar held immense respect for the elderly duke, yet lamented that no clever stratagem could extend the old man's days. A subtle glance at Tywin revealed a young man of striking beauty, though his visage bore an unmistakable shadow of disquiet. The illustrious deeds of the Laughing Lion resonated throughout the Seven Kingdoms, while Tywin weathered a storm of rumors and rising contempt from other families towards House Lannister, which only fueled his ire. In those moments, Tywin was likely brewing with vigor, steadfast in his duty to safeguard the Lion's legacy. Conversely, Aerys and Stephen displayed a more candid demeanor. Aerys, not entirely depraved, appeared as a charming young prince, especially with the birth of Rhaegar bestowing upon him considerable joy, creating a genuine father-son bond. The elders endeavored tirelessly to unite the dragon, lion, and stag, nurturing a friendship among the three that would forge an unbreakable alliance. The grand coalition of dragon, lion, and stag was a masterstroke. The lions provided wealth. The stags offered warriors, complemented by the formidable support of the Dornish, the Tyrells, the Greyjoys, and the Targaryens, overpowering any noble house. Alas, this clever maneuver proved futile as Aerys, in a fit of madness, overturned the table. Rhaegar found himself vexed by Aerys, lacking the strength to evade his embrace. Moreover, Aerys' descent into insanity was laced with the sin of conspiracy. Was it the three-eyed raven or the maester? Rhaegar yearned to unveil the essence of the matter. Reversing the future, time was Rhaegar's trump card. The power of Rhaegar Blackfyre was formidable, yet we are even stronger. The Iron Islands and the Westerlands stand in support of us, and as a kinslayer, Rhaegar would be scorned by the seven gods, destined for a wretched demise, declared the Duke of Mound. The curse of the kinslayer is indeed terrifying, not only due to personal psychological burdens, but also because of the customs of Westeros, where all shun the kinslayer. I shall wield my long sword to sever the two heads of Rhaegar and reclaim Blackfyre, Aerys proclaimed with ambition. Rhaegar was tempted to roll his eyes. Aerys was the type who, despite knowing his limitations, fancied himself remarkably capable. In terms of personal prowess and valor, he possessed no significant advantages, yet he believed himself to surpass the masses. Regardless, war is a perilous domain. You must prioritize your safety, advised the Duke of Mound. In the chaos of war, politicians deliver speeches, nobles seek glory, while parents sacrifice their children. The dangers of conflict are blind to the sword, unquantifiable and fraught with uncertainty. The three young men nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. As a member of the second-tier elite, they are bound to strike selectively, accompanied by formidable protective forces. Yet, the Duke of Mond is still somewhat apprehensive. After all, the elite youth within the kingdom are an invaluable treasure, irreplaceable. Rhaegar's unease primarily stems from the Duke of Mond himself. The War of the 9 copper coins will inevitably end in failure. But the Duke may also perish in this conflict. Iris, a young man of early success, revels in the flattery of others. What he lacks is a seasoned strategist like the Duke of Mond by his side. Regardless of blood relations or governance experience, Iris dares not disregard the Duke's teachings. According to tradition, the Duke is expected to act as regent, thereby prolonging the time before Iris and Tywin grow to disdain one another. A solution is needed to ensure the Duke's survival. Chapter 4. The infighting among lions. Rhaegar had not lingered long in the Duke of Mond's embrace when his mother, accompanied by a maid, knocked to take him away. A delightful child, the future of the dragon lineage, adored by all. The men must wield swords to determine the fate of the realm, and they must deliberate the intricacies of war. A child's presence here is rather inappropriate. Princess Rhaegar, with her silver hair and blue eyes, is further adorned by a cerulean gown that enhances her beauty. Tall and graceful, she embodies the successful genetic enhancement of the nobility, producing strikingly handsome figures, yet the beauty of the dragon lineage surpasses that of other aristocrats. However, a faint sorrow lingers in the princess's brow, a testament to her esteemed motherhood and her resigned position as a wife. It is said that in her youth, Princess Rhaegar fell in love with a lowly knight, who won her the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. Yet in Westeros, the societal hierarchy is as vast as the chasm between the heavens and the earth, and marriages among the nobility are seldom left to personal choice. The princess resigned herself to fate, marrying Iris, whom she does not particularly favor. Rhaegar can only lament the wickedness of the feudal system, which has rigidly enforced the notion of matching status. His great-uncle, Prince Duncan, forfeited his claim to inheritance for the sake of marrying a commoner, Jenny of Oldstones, choosing love over power. To challenge this hierarchical society is to stand against nearly all the nobility of Westeros. The aristocracy has garnered immense benefits through titles and land grants, adamantly resisting any alteration to this system. While Rhaegar pondered these matters, he suddenly noticed a shift in his status panel. In the achievement section, a new entry had appeared, a game of power. Rhaegar Targaryen identity, the last dragon qualification, knightly potential, a natural warrior, sword and lyric, a synthesis of strength and beauty. Achieving balance in knowledge, combat, and artistry, sleeping dragon. Regrettably, you have yet to awaken the great dragon, charisma. Endearing dragon achievements, a game of power, a minor player. You have observed the grand stage of power, slightly enhancing your player qualifications. Warrior, a budding warrior. You have witnessed numerous combat encounters, slightly elevating your warrior qualifications. Collection, none. It appears that participating in such gatherings and engaging in decision-making can indeed enhance one's power and accomplishments. The projection of power enables even the most insignificant individuals to radiate a remarkable brilliance. As members of the dragon lineage, it is only fitting to partake in this game of power. Princess Layla, accompanied by Rhaegar, stepped out from the Prime Minister's tower, where two exquisite ladies awaited them nearby. One was the fair-haired and blue-eyed Joanna Lannister, slender and with alabaster skin, a veritable lioness of beauty. The other was the enchanting Princess Elia of Dorne. Adorned in a yellow gown, with raven hair and dark eyes, she was also the mother of the Red Viper and Prince Doran. Although Princess Elia was older than the two, she had once been a companion to Princess Layla in her youth and would occasionally return to King's Landing to visit her friends even after marriage and motherhood. Surrounded by her companions, Princess Layla and Rhaegar exchanged laughter and conversation. Men are tasked with conquering the world, while women endeavor to conquer men. May the seven gods bless them with splendid victories over those bastards of Blackfire, remarked Princess Elia. The discussions within the Prime Minister's tower were beyond their reach, and they could only hope for the men to achieve triumph in battle. The following day, at the mouth of the Blackwater, various banners fluttered in the breeze. A black flag bore the image of a three-headed red dragon, while a crimson banner showcased a golden lion, and a golden flag displayed a galloping stag. In the red and blue waves, a black fish swam, and a silver banner featured a red lion. On the distant river, several longships were moored. The Lord of the Iron Islands was a rare warrior who did not adhere to ancient ways and had contributed 100 longships to the kingdom's campaign. The Lannisters had invested even more resources for this war, 1,000 knights and 10,000 infantry. Several offspring of Duke Tytos had also enlisted, Ravens flew over King's Landing as the soldiers stood in tight formation. The knights, clad in fine attire and riding spirited steeds, stood at the forefront, most of them scions of affluent families, some even knights themselves. They donned capes and their armor bore the insignia of their houses. The Lannister forces, by far the most numerous, roared with the ferocity of their crimson cloaks. These warriors possessed the spirit of lions. Upon closer inspection, the ranks of the lion army were distinctly divided between the red and gold lions. The knights and soldiers of House Reyes bore the emblem of the red lion and cast unfriendly glances towards the Lannister troops. At the front of the army, Jaehaerys too presented the standard depicting the three-headed blood dragon and the regal stag to Duke Mondo. Closest to the king stood Queen Shaera, followed by Prince Aegon, the heir to the Stormlands, Stephen, and Tywin, the heir to the west. In the arms of his mother, Prince Rhaegar was accompanied by Princess Layla's two ladies-in-waiting, Lady Joanna and Princess Elia. The mobilization of the army was a momentous occasion, essential for the soldiers to behold the future heir. It was also crucial to exhibit the unity of House Targaryen and the loyalty of House Baratheon and House Lannister to the Iron Throne. The shadows of the Summerhall had not extinguished the Targaryens, they would continue to soar. Rhaegar observed that the Targaryen lineage had indeed dwindled to a sparse existence. Even with the addition of the princess who married into House Stark, the direct lineage now consists of only 6 or 7 individuals. King Aegon II and Queen Helena's health has deteriorated, and their remaining years are limited. Rhaegar observed the scene below. It was indeed a grand spectacle, and he made a mental note to familiarize himself with the faces of the noblemen present. Below Duke Manderly sat Ser Jason Lannister, the commander of the Western forces. Alongside the towering and imposing Ser Gerald Hightower, clad in a white cloak and wielding a longsword, the captain of the King's Guard, known as the Loyal White Knight. Duke Hoster Tully, an unremarkable lord from House Tully, was distinguished only by his striking red hair. Duke Tully's mediocrity and sharp tongue made it challenging for him to earn the affection of others. This campaign against the Stepstones was a war that would determine the fate of the dynasty, and Aegon had dispatched Ser Gerald to bolster their chances of victory. The 4 men would form the highest decision-making body for this conflict. Below this quartet stood Blackfish Brynden Tully and the fearless Ser Balon Swan. Ser Balon, tall and possessing keen, intelligent eyes, was already renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms despite his youth. His exceptional martial prowess and indomitable courage earned him widespread admiration. It remained uncertain whether this knight would inherit the family estate at Harvest Hall or join the ranks of the White Knights. Ser Jason stood at the forefront of the Lannister forces, with his striking blonde hair and blue eyes, tall and slender, embodying the qualities of a warrior. His brother, the Laughing Lion, remained in Casterly Rock with his mistress, pushing his younger brother and several children to the forefront instead. May the 7 bless you with victory. Aegon too declared, "Long live the king! Long live the king!" Cheered the soldiers fervently, bringing a faint flush to Aegon II's pale visage. However, an awkward scene unfolded as Count Roger Rayne stepped forward to bow to the king, inadvertently placing himself beside Ser Jason, forcing his way into the decision-making circle of 4. Even though the Red Lion's influence in the Westerlands was formidable, overshadowing his lord and dimming his lord's brilliance was an audacious act. Count Roger had clearly chosen a path toward his own demise, Rhaegar mused. Indeed, Tywin's expression shifted as he regarded Count Roger, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. The Red Lion had dispatched a woman of ill repute to extract considerable gain from the true lion, and now his greed sought to eclipse House Lannister's glory. Yet Tywin remained silent, while Ser Jason's countenance grew even more grim, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to an enraged lion. "Count Roger, perhaps you should comprehend your position," he seemed to convey. "Withdraw, Count Roger," Aegon II commanded. He was already aware of the turmoil in the Westerlands. The alliance of Reynes and Tarbecks was eyeing the Lannisters under the leadership of the Laughing Lion, steadily encroaching upon their power. Aegon V had intervened thrice to mediate the chaos in the region, yet once his forces withdrew, disorder reigned once more. Now, with the kingdom embroiled in conflict against the Iron Bank, he found himself lacking the strength to mediate the strife between the 2 lions. "As you command, my liege. Pardon my old and clouded mind." Roger chuckled awkwardly and retreated to his ranks. Before the assembly, having diminished the lion's fierce spirit, he felt quite satisfied. "Lord Roger, you ought to be aware that a Lannister always pays his debts." Tywin's voice was as unyielding as iron as he regarded Lord Roger. "That may be true. Yet my father, Lord Tydos, once remarked that words are like the wind, and one must possess magnanimity." Lord Roger laughed heartily, dismissing Tywin's warning with a wave. Chapter 5. Rhaegar salutes you. Though the farce between the Red Lion and the Golden Lion soon came to a close, it once again laid bare the bloody rift between the 2 factions for all to see. On one side stood the self-satisfied red-bearded Earl Roger Reyes, and on the other, the fair-haired and blue-eyed Sir Jason Lannister, alongside Lord Tywin Lannister. This conflict had spanned decades, with the Red Lion family's disdain and avarice towards their lord reaching its zenith under the laughter of Lord Tytos. They borrowed money from the Lannisters, only to double back and ridicule their sovereign. Such actions by the Red Lion were indeed playing with fire. The discord between the highborn and the lesser nobility was particularly intense. The Riverlands and the Reach were rife with such hotheads. The Fry family in the Riverlands, having grown wealthy from the twins, began to covet the status of House Tully. Meanwhile, in the Reach, the formidable Hightower and Redwyne families were no easy adversaries. However, the extent of this discord was rare. The possibility of peace between the Red and Yellow Lions had all but evaporated. Tywin glanced at the Red Lion Earl, nonchalantly dispelling the chill in the air. He caught sight of his brother Kevin and signaled for him to remain in place. Kevin served as Lord Roger's attendant, but was also a distinguished Lannister. Power is a flickering flame, a noble crown, and a perilous blade. It is not merely a game. It demands the flow of blood and fire. Those who wield power without capability are often consumed by the flames. Tywin had resolved to eradicate the Red Lion family entirely. With the Lannisters' profound depth, after the laughter of the lion, Roger and his kin would confront the true lion. Tywin then beheld Joanna, a sweet and lovely lady. His moonlight and rose. The king cast a helpless glance at the brawling Red and Yellow Lions as they mobilized for a great expedition to the west. The kingdom lacked the courage to engage on two fronts. Moreover, for King's Landing, a fractious noble class might not be a detriment. It could allow them to profit from the ensuing chaos. Rhaegar observed the unfolding scene, sensing that the gears of Tywin's fate were soon to turn, that the Red Lion family would be utterly obliterated. He witnessed the brutality and ferocity of power, recognizing that the Red and Yellow Lions were, in essence, kin. Historically intertwined through marriage, yet now locked in a mortal struggle. The continent of Westeros was, after all, a realm where man devours man. Many noble families have been obliterated in the vast expanse of history. The Durandons, the Halls, the Strongs, so long as the ruthless game of predator and prey persists. Bloodshed and war remain inevitable. The lesser nobles gaze hungrily at the great houses, and under suitable circumstances, these great houses may also pose a threat to the Targaryens. With the loss of the dragons, the Targaryens have forfeited their once absolute authority. What was already a limited royal power has become even more constrained. Without the dragons, the Targaryens will continue on the path of decline, until a fortuitous alliance among certain houses arises, toppling the Targaryen dynasty. Achievement: A Game of Thrones as a minor player. You have witnessed the internal strife between the Red Lion and the Yellow Lion, enhancing your qualifications as a player. A notification chimed. Rhaegar felt a warm sensation, a testament to the vitality of life. The greater his achievements, the more robust his tree of life would grow. The Blackfyre family and the Targaryens have become irrevocably adversarial, their conflict irreconcilable. Rhaegar wished to pay homage to these warriors, hoping for their swift victory in the war. This is a battle of righteousness against malevolence. In this kingdom, one might even say it is a gathering of heroes. The 9 Copper Kings truly shine like stars among men. Most of them are pirates, exiles, ambitious merchants, infamous knights, and brutal kinslayers of the Blackfyre lineage. Old Mother, a pirate queen, Samuro Zen, known as the Last Valyrian, is the most notorious of the infamous pirate family from Lys. Jahabak Kaka, dubbed the Ebony Prince, is an exiled prince from the Summer Islands. Leon Montdales, called the God of War, is a renowned mercenary leader. Spotted Tom, known as the Butcher, is a controversial mercenary captain celebrated by the people of Westeros. Sir Derek Forsway, referred to as Rotten Apple, is a notorious knight banished from Westeros. Nine Eyes, the leader of the Merry Companions. Aquito Adris, known as Silvertongue, is a wealthy and ambitious merchant prince from Tyrosh. Malice Blackfyre, called the Brutal Malice, is the captain of the Golden Company, the last of the Blackfyres. Even though Rhaegar is aware of the historical script, he still wishes to offer a modicum of encouragement to all. Rhaegar twists in his mother's embrace, and Princess Rhaella, somewhat taken aback, wonders what the child intends. Rhaegar, what do you wish to do? King Aegon takes note of the writhing child. Do you wish to fist bump the warriors? Princess Rhaella seems to grasp the situation, while Queen Rhaella is filled with incredulity. Perhaps the 7 gods, in choosing this child, cast down coins of greatness. Rhaegar is indeed a natural warrior, precocious, beautiful, and healthy. At the old king's behest, she cradles Rhaegar and approaches the warriors ahead. Tywin looks at Rhaegar, lost in thought. He once dreamt many splendid dreams of marrying Joanna and begetting children as radiant as gold. The son becomes a great knight, and the daughter transforms into a noble queen. If their ages align and they are matched as a pair, then Rhaegar would be the most fitting son-in-law. Rhaegar extended his fist and gently bumped it against those of the warriors. Duke Manderley, Ser Jane, Captain of the White Bull, Duke Horst, and several others, including the surly Lord of the Red Lion, Ser Blackfish, and the astonished Lord Ballystan, all participated. This child may be young, yet he is destined to forge achievements unprecedented by his predecessors, exclaimed Duke Manderley. The acerbic Duke Horst regarded Rhaegar with a flicker of jealousy, pondering why none from his own lineage possessed such wisdom. Long live the king. The warriors' voices soared to the heavens, akin to a raging river, imbued with overwhelming might. Blessed by the gods is Rhaegar. The warriors murmured among themselves. Achievements, a Game of Thrones, little player, your homage has inspired all. Slightly elevating player qualifications. Fortunate one, lucky Targaryen, your fortune shall also be bestowed upon those you honor. Prince, will you pay your respects to Ballystan? Ballistan's voice quivered with excitement. Towering in stature, Ballystan had long been prophesied to be the finest knight of the coming decades. Presently, he stood youthful, fearless, and radiant, like a newly forged blade. Following the demise of the two Duncans, everyone had turned their attention to him. Yet, Ballistan's youth rendered him somewhat intoxicated by his position among the most esteemed and powerful of his time, as if he had partaken of the finest wine in existence. This knight, personally validated by Prince Rhaegar, would undoubtedly make his name known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. I shall not fail your expectations, and I will protect everyone, Ballystan declared. Rhaegar felt elated, hoping that Ballystan would indeed safeguard them, especially Duke Manderley. Moreover, he had already begun to feel a binding connection to Ballystan. Such a valiant hero is indeed a rarity. In terms of training, Ballystan is undoubtedly the best candidate, strong and of noble character. Currently, the reputation of the Kingsguard has yet to be tarnished, unlike the later notorious figures. While Ballystan is still young, Rhaegar intends to bind him to the chariot of war. Rote learning embodies the essence of education. Only through rigorous study can one become stronger. Chapter 6. The place of extinction for Black Fire from King's Landing to the Stepstones. The horizon stretches endlessly. King's Landing is warm and comfortable, yet the people cannot savor this tranquility. After all, who can truly ignore the suffering of their loved ones and pretend to be oblivious? Forever, one must not. The warriors sweat on the front lines while women, children, and the elderly weep for them in the rear. During the days of the army's expedition to the Stepstones, the sanctuaries throughout King's Landing buzzed with activity. For religion serves as a tangible solace for the people. In times of desperation, the allure of faith becomes even more compelling. The dragons, naturally, did not mingle with the common folk at the Great Hall of Baelor. They possessed a serene chamber within the Red Keep for their prayers. The ancient Valyrian dragon lords harbored no faith in anything but their own dragons and power. Even if deities existed, they were mere facades, intended to placate the lower classes and enslaved. They wreaked havoc across Essos, annihilating countless theocratic tribes and nations, leaving devastation in their wake. When they wielded dragons, they placed their trust in them, scorned all beliefs, and looked down upon priests and temples. In the absence of their dragons, their faith dwindled to the seven. In the Great Hall, the seven had their own names, their seven facets shimmering with radiant crystal light, warriors, maidens, and others. The fragrant smoke wafted gently, and the collective prayers of the congregation flowed like a river, tranquil yet devout. Colorful stained glass windows cast a halo of light, imparting a sacrificial essence to all present. Rhaegar beheld his grandparents and mother, fervently praying to the seven for the swift arrival of peaceful days and the safe return of the soldiers sent forth to battle. Yet, the Targaryen house now faced a decline, their devotion to the seven unwavering. The Blackfire insurrection led by Maelys Blackfire, although not as formidable as previous rebellions, had yet to reach the heights of the first uprising that had engulfed much of the Seven Kingdoms. Maelys remained confined to the Stepstones. However, following the tragic events at Summerhall, the Dragon Lords found themselves dwindling in numbers, bereft of capable warriors. This is the stark reality of Westeros. War has never ceased, and harmony between Westeros and Essos remains elusive. In contrast to schemers and scholars, the populace placed greater trust in natural-born warriors, admiring those of exceptional martial prowess. King Aegon II was frail, never groomed for kingship, ascending the throne by sheer happenstance. Yet, the wildfire of Summerhall swiftly claimed Aegon V, Prince Duncan, and Ser Duncan, propelling Aegon II onto the stage of history prematurely. Duncan and others were valiant and legendary warriors, seasoned in combat, with one still standing. Why should the king burden himself so? Amid the prayers, Aegon II's thoughts drifted to the distant Stepstones, the powder keg of the continent of Westeros. The Stepstones had witnessed numerous conflicts. The stronghold between the two continents had never truly extinguished the flames of war. Perhaps my presence will bring fortune to Duke Mondo and his companions, Rhaegar mused. The skies over the Stepstones had just begun to clear, the sea breeze carrying a hint of moisture and chill. On the waters, the longships of the Ironborn stood in formation, their black flags emblazoned with golden krakens billowing in the wind. The Ironborn's longships navigated the outermost waters, escorting the transport vessel carrying Duke Mondo and his entourage. The forces of the Ninepenny King had seized the advantageous terrain, constructing fortifications along the beaches of the various islands. Deer traps and snares were omnipresent. The longships fanned out, the valiant Ironborn deftly maneuvering their vessels, ushering the armies of the Iron Throne ashore. Most crucial of all was Bloodstone Island. Bloodstone Island, the largest isle of the Staircase Archipelago, has fallen under the dominion of the Gold Company, led by Mary's Blackfire. The forces of Mary's Blackfire are formidable, and the Gold Company stands as the most disciplined mercenary band, renowned for its fierce combat prowess. The great nobles have taken on the challenge of conquering the formidable Bloodstone Island, while the second and third-tier nobles are tasked with securing the other islands. The Ironborn cast resentful glances at King Quellan Greyjoy's ship, lamenting the abandonment of the ancient traditions of the Iron Islands. In his youth, this king was celebrated as a warrior, yet in his later years, he has embraced a penchant for peace. Logically, amidst the chaos of war in the Staircase Archipelago, the kingdom's suppression of rebellion would render it impossible to engage on multiple fronts, presenting a prime opportunity for plunder in the Westlands and the Riverlands. However, they dare not oppose this king, whose dominion is unyielding. He is a warrior of decisive action, capable of taking lives with a mere jest. King Quellan, a towering figure at 6.5 feet, possesses the strength of an ox and the agility of a cat. He is also the most cautious, wise, and assertive lord since the conquest of Aegon. Although reluctantly drawn into this conflict, the Ironborn's eyes remain cold, shadowed by the brutality of the sea. They are slender, most with long gray hair, skilled in the waters and favoring swift, decisive raids. The Ironborn will not engage in land battles. Their tolerance has reached its limit as they fight for naval supremacy against the dragons. The blood of the Ironborn is best shed in pursuit of plunder. On the flagship of Duke Mound, the banners of the Black Dragon on red, the Crown Stag, the Roaring Lion, and the Leaping Silver Fish converge, creating a stunning tableau. The rebellious old sea monster's absence from the military council is deemed normal. After all, the Iron Islands Agreement to sail represents their greatest contribution, and making further demands would be excessive. With the formidable Iron Fleet commanded by King Quellan Greyjoy, the Iron Throne has temporarily secured naval supremacy, without which this war would be even more arduous. Flags fluttered proudly as all gathered around Duke Mound. At the innermost circle stood Ser Jorah Mormont, the Golden Lion Jason Lannister, Duke Horst, and the impetuous Red Lion, Count Roger. Surrounding them in a slightly outer ring were Prince Aegon, Lord Tywin, Sir Stephen, Ser Brynden Blackfish, the fearless Ser Bolly Stan, who, despite having no rightful place at such a meeting, was considered worthy due to the respect shown to him by Prince Rhaegar. Duke Mound specifically requested that Ser Jorah bring Bolly Stan along. The small oak military table, surrounded by the knights, felt somewhat crowded. Most attendees lacked chairs. Yet the warriors felt an indescribable pride in being near Duke Mound, surpassing the flattery of beautiful maidens. Are we not the most illustrious and powerful knights of the time? The most exhilarated was Count Roger, whose face flushed with excitement. After all, in his social standing, he had seldom encountered such a high-caliber assembly. The Baratheon family of Storm's End, the Tully family of Riverrun, and the formidable Hightower family of Old Town. Should fortune favor me in this endeavor, I might ascend to their ranks. A dream long cherished may yet bear fruit, if I can sever the head of the Black Dragon. Victory in this war shall be ours. The Ninepenny Kings represent merely a loose coalition. Once we vanquish the avaricious Rhaegar Blackfire, the rest shall scatter without a fight, remarked Duke Mound. A consensus formed among the assembly, solidifying this as their strategy. The crux lies in the deployment of our forces, particularly in the initial assault, which is the pivotal moment. The terrain of Bloodstone Isle is constricted, rendering the deployment of excessive troops impractical. Sir Jaelor and I shall lead the Baratheons and other forces at the forefront, while Sir Jason, you will command the armies of the Westerlands in the rear. Should my banner fall, authority of command shall transfer to Sir Jaelor Hightower. Beyond that, may the seven gods grant us favor, and may Duke Horst take up our banner. Hoping he can withstand the strain, Duke Mound noted the pallor of Duke Horst's face. Though a member of the four-man command, he was indeed quite transparent. Sir Jason breathed a sigh of relief. Duke Mound was a man of integrity, personally leading the most arduous battles. Duke Horst, too, had little to say. Riverrun was a battleground, and the Tullys were indeed weaker than the other houses. Horst could be deemed unremarkable, and no one considered him an exceptional warrior. In terms of popularity, he even paled in comparison to Sir Jaeler. "At your command, my lord," declared Jason Lannister, "should my banner fall, I will bestow command upon Count Roger." Sir Jason echoed Duke Mount's proposal, his voice as resolute as steel. Count Roger hesitated for a moment before accepting the proposal. The youth of the Westerlands, whether Lannister or otherwise, ought to be safeguarded under his watch. A successful leader must first earn the loyalty of his men. These young warriors are invaluable, and I must protect them. Bloodstone Isle is the ancestral ground of the Blackfyre family as extinction. Duke Mount drew his sword. Raising it to the heavens, his voice resonant and powerful. He bore the blood of the stag, and he would burn with fervor. "The extinction of the Blackfyre family," Sir Jaeler echoed, drawing his own blade. The chorus of voices soared into the sky, the points of their swords converging into a singular purpose. Chapter 7. Blood and Fire of the Stone Steps Archipelago. The banners were vibrant, and the infantry was dense as a forest. The coalition of Targaryens, Baratheons, and the forces of Maegor Blackfyre were fated to meet upon the low-lying beaches. Thanks to the effective support of the Iron Islands, they could land from the sea. The biting wind howled, stirring the banners. The horns sounded, a lamentation echoing across the expanse. "Archers, prepare." Duke Mount raised his hand, and the archers, positioned at the prow of the ships, unsheathed their longbows, drawing back the strings and aiming at the enemy upon the beach. The archers unleashed their first volley of arrows to cover the advance of the infantry. Archers are an essential component of any force, yet none surpass the legendary Bloodraven Duke. A masterful marksman, well-trained and formidable. His Raven's Tooth Guard was composed of several hundred elite archers, unmatched across the Seven Kingdoms. It was through this formidable force that the Bloodraven Duke managed to slay the first generation of the Blackfyre lineage, quelling multiple Blackfyre rebellions. However, after the Bloodraven Duke moved northward, the ordinary longbow regiments could no longer match the splendor of the Raven's Tooth Guard. A significant reason for this was that the lords regarded crossbows as instruments of demons, and longbows were scarcely held in higher esteem. The nobles preferred authentic weapons, long spears and great swords, and long spears were particularly favored. Furthermore, equipping a longbow regiment was an exorbitant endeavor, and achieving the caliber of the Bloodraven Duke's forces was an unattainable aspiration. Arrows fell like rain, and the soldiers of the Golden Company, sheltered behind earthen mounds, found the deluge of arrows to be largely ineffective, yet it was sufficient to suppress their exposure. "Soldiers, be brave." As the moment of opportunity approached, the transport ships drew near to the shore, and the soldiers leapt courageously from the vessels. Amidst the battle cries, the war on the Stone Steps Archipelago surged to its first crescendo. On Bloodstone Island, the shadows of soldiers could be seen leaping in every direction. Duke Mond made his rounds on horseback at the forefront, his black war hammer hanging at his side, while warriors prepared for the final confrontation. Duke Mond observed the faces of many young soldiers, some already marked by fear. Their beards were still youthful, their features sharp, soon to be thrust into the embrace of the unknown. "Seven gods, forgive me for taking these children from their parents' arms, from their lovers' embrace. I have no choice. I shall fight for your victory," he silently mused. Duke Mond cast his gaze into the distance, noting that Illyris, Stephen, Tywin, and others had been well positioned, serving as a meticulously guarded reserve. It was his paternal mercy to allow these youths a glimpse of the battlefield's brutality without exposing them to overwhelming peril. Though Maris Blackfyre was infamous, he could still be considered one of the finest warriors of the age. The Golden Company, after years of relentless combat, was a force to be reckoned with. Duke Mond then thought of Rhaegar, the young prince. Perhaps this child would indeed bring me fortune. 3 men to a group. "Keep an eye on your comrades, lad." An old veteran, noticing the timid new recruit glancing about nervously, delivered a swift kick. "Shields up. Raise your shields." Experienced veterans had already lifted their shields to protect their vital areas. "Beware of crossbows. Be cautious of arrows." Orders were disseminated one after another. Yet the battlefield's chaos left many new soldiers bewildered. Damn it, they procured a substantial number of crossbows from Mill. The crossbows from Mill were the most notorious in Westeros, wielded as instruments of demons, having even claimed the life of a prince from House Targaryen. A red-haired soldier bearing the sigil of House Greyjoy waded through the water to reach the shore, only to be struck in the throat by a flying bolt. The arrow, like a gray specter, slowly harvested his life. "Mother, forgive me." The soldier gasped, clutching his neck as blood seeped through his fingers, releasing his final lament. The Landing War unfolds with a brutal ferocity, marked by severed fingers, slashed throats, and an unceasing flow of blood. The swords, battered from relentless strikes, bear the scars of combat. Even the mightiest warriors grow weary from the incessant fighting. The soldiers of the Blackfyre, fortified by rudimentary fortifications, about to stand their ground at all costs. Some soldiers of the Golden Company wield makeshift crossbows, unleashing 3 bolts at a time, unwittingly delivering a devilish smile to the allied forces. Blood and fire rage on. Kingdom soldiers fall in waves, only to be replaced by yet more soldiers. Akin to wheat in a field, yet these brave souls relinquish their precious, singular lives, never to rise again from the earth. The shores of Bloodstone Island slowly turn crimson, the sanguine tide even mingling with the sea. "My duke, you are a noble commander. Allow me the audacity to strike as the vanguard," Sir Balliston implored. "The world lacks warriors of Balliston's caliber, and even more so, skilled leaders. Moreover, Balliston harbors deep concerns regarding the Duke's martial prowess. For while the Blackfire fights for survival, Duke Mond has long been absorbed in administrative duties, a stark contrast to the savagery of the Blackfire. Sir, your valor is well known to me. Yet, as the commander, I must lead by example. Please forgive this old man's slight stubbornness." Duke Mond laughed heartily, dismissing Sir Balliston's suggestion. His dark hair billowed in the wind, and in that moment, Balliston beheld a fearless stag charging forth. Duke Mond urged his soldiers onward, and the allied forces had no time to mourn their fallen comrades. "Warriors, I, the King's Hand, commander of the allied forces, Duke Mond of the Bylasian family, cannot offer you much in rewards, but I can stand alongside you until death," he proclaimed, gazing upon the fierce melee where soldiers suffered devastating losses. "Rise, rise." Duke Mond's resonant voice rang out, as if he could hear his father's laughter echoing from the depths of time, merging with his own spirit. "Onward, until death, until death, onward." Duke Mond charged forth, followed closely by Sir Jerahadel, Sir Ballistan, and Duke Horst, all pressing ahead. The banner of the Black Dragon on a red field flowed like a crimson river, staining and overwhelming all in its path. Soldiers clashed in a chaotic frenzy. The deceased and the fallen went unnoticed, each merely wishing for their own survival. Forward, until the head of the Black Dragon is severed. On the slopes of Bloodstone Island, beneath a banner adorned with a gilded skull, the robust Maris Blackfire, distinguished by a prominent growth upon his neck, observed the advancing Targaryen forces. Flanked by members of the Golden Company, he beheld the red tide surging towards him, murmuring, "Warrior Demon Blackfire, Cold Iron Agarwin, may you grant me your blessing. I shall slay these Targaryen elites and reclaim the long-lost honor for the Blackfire family." To struggle to the bitter end is the fate of every generation of the Blackfire family. Gold reigns above, while cold iron lies below. That wretched Targaryen. "The throne rightfully belongs to my lineage." Maris Blackfire brandished his longsword and charged valiantly towards the Targaryen forces on horseback. "Though my years have advanced, my blade remains sharp. Gold reigns above, while cold iron lies below." The warriors of the Golden Company shouted their battle cries and surged forth. The clattering of armor, the clash of steel, the lamentations of soldiers, and the splatter of blood merged into a symphony that heralded death. Perhaps the Grim Reaper has opened his eyes, numbly observing the self-destructive nature of humanity. Chapter 8. The Emissary of the Iron Bank and King's Landing. A palpable sense of disarray enveloped the populace. Each individual's mood fluctuated with the tides of war. Within the brothels of King's Landing, conversations revolved around the progression of the conflict, the valor of knights, and the sacrifices of ordinary soldiers. The War of the Ninepenny Kings marked an unprecedented coalition in Westeros, garnering significant attention. From the frigid north to the scorching Dornish lands, from the Iron Islands to Storm's End, valiant warriors answered the Iron Throne's call to arms. The mobilization from Dorne was facilitated by the alliance of the Dragon Lords and the Dornish, while the Iron Islands were fortunate to have a king who favored peace. The most significant contributions, aside from House Baratheon, came from House Lannister. Particularly, House Lannister's wealth from the mines allowed them to maintain a sizable and well-compensated army, a feat that perhaps only the Tyrells of the Reach could rival. Many perceive war as a tumultuous dance of blood and fire, yet it ultimately transforms into the burning need for bread, beef, butter, and gold. Golden dragons and silver stags ignited fiercely amidst the conflict on the Stepstones. Within the Red Keep, King Aegon II fretted over the costs of war. In the Red Keep's private chamber, Rhaegar stood beside King Aegon, observing the emissary from the Iron Bank across the table. The king had dismissed all others. After all, borrowing vast sums of money was hardly a dignified affair, and he wished to preserve his waning reputation. Young Rhaegar had already claimed a small share of his own, his reputation as a prodigy well established. Over time, King Aegon and others had grown accustomed to their grandson's precociousness and quiet demeanor. In truth, as Rhaegar sat, his thoughts wandered to the game of power, seeking advantage. This was also why he relished accompanying his grandfather to various meetings. The flickering flames cast dark shadows on the faces of the king and the Iron Bank emissary. The chamber was adorned with a long table crafted from golden heartwood, emanating a subtle fragrance. The table was quite costly. King Aegon too seldom employed it. Yet its presence conveyed the king's earnestness. The emissary from the Iron Bank was courteous, yet his demeanor betrayed the shrewdness and aloofness characteristic of bankers. Tall and lean, his face bore an expression of inscrutability, akin to a fixed playing card. His meticulously styled short red hair suggested the application of some product to maintain its form. A purple fur robe adorned his exterior, complemented by a meticulously crafted stiff collar. Great King, allow me to first introduce myself. I am Taylor Midas, a humble servant of the Iron Bank of Bravos, an experienced lender, he declared. His accent flowed smoothly. Although not entirely native to King's Landing, it was clear, tinged with a hint of Bravosian foreignness. I presume this delightful child before me is Prince Rhaegar? Blessed by the gods, the prodigious Rhaegar. Here is a small token from us in Bravos. I hope you find joy in it. Taylor Midas greeted Rhaegar, then deftly produced a small toy, a golden tricephalous dragon. Its eyes embellished with rubies. It appeared remarkably lifelike and utterly charming. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with interest, yet he refrained from reaching for the golden dragon. Gifts from Bravos often concealed sweet traps. He resolved to melt it down once he returned home. Your information is quite astute, envoy. Even you are aware of my little grandson's name, King Jaehaerys remarked, his demeanor brightening slightly. Complimenting children in the presence of elders is an infallible tactic. As a lender, I possess my own sources of information. A businessman must be prudent and possess many ears, Taylor Midas replied. The Iron Bank has eyes and ears aplenty, as you might acknowledge. Information serves as a form of deterrence. Your pronunciation is commendable, envoy. I had not anticipated such fluency from afar. Thus, we need not seek a translator. Remarked King Jaehaerys too, taking another sip of tea. Great King, I express my gratitude for your hospitality towards Taylor Midas, a servant of the Iron Bank. Though we are separated by great distances, the trade between Westeros and the Iron Bank is boundless. Distant relatives often surpass closer neighbors. The memories of our prosperous collaborations linger vividly. The Wolf Kings have borrowed from us, as have the Dragon Kings, Taylor Midas responded. Moreover, esteemed King, you are aware that as humble servants of the Iron Bank of Bravos, our skills are manifold. The life and death trials we face in service to the Iron Bank may be beyond your understanding. Taylor Midas smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. His goat-like beard did not enhance the charm of his smile. The work of a lender is fraught with challenges, and those who survive to this day are often masters of their craft. While I can comprehend much, might I question whether this interest rate is somewhat excessive? King Jaehaerys too inquired. A 30 interest rate is not exorbitant, especially considering your impeccable reputation. We have confidence in your fundraising capabilities. Furthermore, in this current era, with the collapse of the Lannisters' Royal Bank, who else possesses the financial strength of the Iron Bank? Taylor Midas promptly began to negotiate. In truth, the lender's words carried an implicit threat and a boastful undertone. The Lannister banking family, once powerful across 2 continents, had withered swiftly after the demise of the Lannister brothers. While the Iron Bank continued to shine brightly, it is said that behind the death of the esteemed banker, Governor Lys of Sandro, lurked the shadows of titans and the faceless men, notorious for their malevolence. However, repaying the substantial debts incurred through taxes and fees over the years proves to be quite a formidable challenge. King Jaehaerys too furrowed his brow at this moment. Every stroke of his pen felt akin to carving scars upon his own heart. A suit of fine armor demands 4 golden dragons, and the expenditures of war are indeed exorbitant. The kingdom's call to arms for so many soldiers necessitates that even without discussing compensation, the logistics of war must not neglect the needs of the troops. The assault from the old sea beast of the Iron Islands also requires the generous offerings of golden dragons. Jaehaerys too hesitated, contemplating a 3-year term with a 30 interest rate on a loan amounting to millions of golden dragons. Your Majesty, you need not suffer so, one advisor interjected. It is known to me that the Targaryen family possesses the most precious treasures in the world. In dire circumstances, you could certainly use dragon eggs to settle our debts. Observing the indecisive king, Taylor Midas bore a cunning smile. The extinction of dragons has lingered for over a century, yet the fervor for them has not waned considerably. However, the Targaryen zeal far surpasses that of other families. If it is gold you seek, the Iron Bank of Bravos is not lacking in funds. Beyond mere currency, they have a penchant for acquiring valuable artifacts, and dragon eggs are among them. A single dragon egg can be worth a small city in Essos. Moreover, remnants of the ancient Valyrian bloodline still exist in scattered pockets across Essos, with half the populace of Lys being silver-haired, and the remnants of Blackfire still endure. The descendants of Demon Blackfire also carry the blood of dragons. With sufficient expenditure, one could seek out those of dragon stock. and perhaps one of those eggs might yet hatch. Everything is a matter of commerce, Your Majesty. There is no need for sorrow. When you possess dragons, the golden dragons of the lords flow readily. In their absence, however, those same golden dragons become elusive. Only we, the Iron Bank, remain steadfast. Business is business. Chapter 9. The Shadow of Bravo's 15%. This is indeed a transaction involving millions of golden dragons. Even for the Iron Bank, accepting such a contract is no small feat. Furthermore, I could procure loans from the Eyrie. Jaehaerys too endeavored to summon the gravitas of a king. Though he understood well that persuading the Iron Bank to lower interest rates and extend repayment terms would be a Herculean task, yet, for the sake of the realm, negotiation was imperative. Upon concluding his discourse, Jaehaerys too adjusted the crown atop his head, a regal circlet crafted from black iron and red gold, adorned with golden horns. It belonged to Rhaegar, an ancestor of the king, a valiant warrior. Alas, the descendants of warriors have lost their strength. The great king. No one can escape the gaze and ears of the Iron Bank, Talamidas remarked slyly. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered ample clues and resources, positioning himself for a lucrative return. Each loan is a confluence of wisdom, ambition, and courage, with information being the most crucial element of all. Taylor has acquired a wealth of information, while the frail Dragon King has commenced a clumsy war that necessitates a substantial sum of money. The Dragon Kings, despite their shortcomings, still possess a relatively good reputation, with 7 kingdoms as collateral. If all else fails, perhaps a few dragon eggs could serve as unexpected recompense. Rhaegar observed Taylor's visage, reflecting on the age-old disdain for moneylenders, which is not without justification. However, in comparison to Bravos, the Dragon Kings have few cards to play. The knights of House Targaryen have perished, and their dragons have long been extinguished. It is insufficient to seek a loan from the Lannisters at this juncture, to my knowledge. Prior to the tragedy at Summerhall, there was no intention of borrowing. Prince Duncan even mocked the notion of 9 crowns equating to merely 9 copper coins. Had it been Ser Duncan leading the charge, with their charisma, they could have summoned enough hedge knights, second sons, and commoners to overwhelm the Golden Company. Yet, the tragedy at Summerhall altered everything. The crown now requires a vast array of regular troops, necessitating a significant amount of gold. Duke Tytos, indecisive as ever, cannot amass such a fortune in a short span of time, while the king, faced with pressing demands at the front, requires military funds immediately. What more can you await? Only we, the esteemed Iron Bank, can fulfill your every need. King Jaehaerys too was momentarily engulfed in despair. The messenger's words resonated with stark clarity. The war over the 9-penny kings was viewed with optimism, deemed easily quelled. However, a great fire obliterated all, leaving the nation devoid of competent knightly commanders. Without Prince Duncan, Ser Duncan, or even figures like the Blood Raven, the situation appeared dire. Mere paper and ink cannot resolve the calamity of war. The evolution of civilization requires the protection of warriors. Following the inferno at Summerhall, what was once a meticulously planned war has transformed into a dragon that devours the treasury. Without gold, the continuation of war is untenable. Armor, provisions, and medicine become scarce. Lacking gold, the enraged Ironborn may set sail towards the Westlands or directly assault King's Landing. Without gold, the maimed remnants of the army could metamorphose into the most fearsome brigands, unleashing their fury upon the impoverished. As for the Laughing Lion of Casterly Rock, he is indecisive and mired in domestic turmoil, rendering his affairs chaotic. Legend has it that his decision to wed his daughter to a parvenu of the second-rate Lannister family earned him a slap from his son Tywin. His capabilities are woefully inadequate, and he cannot amass a considerable sum of gold in a timely manner. Moreover, the Laughing Lion is notorious for being indiscreet. Should word of borrowing money from the Lions leak, it would tarnish the King's authority. Thus, the only option remains the Iron Bank, which is more discreet and possesses greater strength. Yet, I fail to understand why you do not consider borrowing from the Blackfires. Jaehaerys too inquired, weariness etched upon him. Deprived of the Duke of Mont's companionship, making such decisions alone left him drained, as if burdened by the weight of the wall. He seemed to envision the sneers of the Sea Kings, mocking him as a feeble descendant of the Dragon Kings. Nevertheless, this figure is acceptable, aligning with the calculations made by him and Duke Monder. Business, much like warfare, has led us to evaluate the likelihood of Mary's triumph, which appears almost negligible. Previous Blackfire rebellions have faltered. What makes this one any different? It is merely a matter of time. Even the resurgence of Demon Blackfire cannot lay claim to the Iron Throne. Moreover, Mary's Blackfire, devoid of wife and child, is a rogue without a guarantor. In contrast, you, my king, possess the 7 kingdoms, and you may even bequeath debts to your sons and grandsons. We share your disdain for the Council of 9. whose disruptions have rendered many of our funds irretrievable. Taylor chuckled, a joy akin to savoring a fine wine. Should this grand venture succeed, he would not only amass a substantial share, but also elevate his status within the Iron Bank. Furthermore, to compel a dragon lord, even a weakened one, would bring him immense satisfaction. The wretched dragon, your days of oppression over Bravos are irrevocably over. Ultimately, the loan agreement concluded with a 20 interest rate, 2 million gold coins from the Iron Bank, and a 3-year repayment term. Taylor produced the prepared document, adorned with the shadowy image of the Titan, bold and unyielding. At the moment the king inscribed his name, Rhaegar felt as though he had aged several years. The game of power was afoot, and the notification chimed, congratulating him on witnessing a grand historical moment, enhancing his player status. To forge a contract with J. Harry's and the Iron Bank is but a fragment of the historical continuum. Manipulating the clouds and winds, the machinations behind the continent's conflicts are inextricably linked to the presence of the Iron Bank of Bravos. This city-state subtly upholds the order of the realm, lurking in the shadows like a colossal beast concealed beneath the sea, revealing its menacing visage only on rare occasions. They command the world's finest warships, possess formidable financial resources, and inspire awe with their faceless men. While the Targaryens hold dominion over the land, Bravos reigns over the seas. After the death of the dragons, who could rival them? The blue giant, sovereign of the ocean, revels in their current position, shunning any challenge. The legendary Lysandro, the banker of Lys, perhaps met his demise with the shadow of the faceless men lurking behind. In Essos and Westeros, Bravos brooks no challenge. Bravos. Rhaegar murmured this name. From a long-term perspective, several city-states in Essos must remain vigilant. Lys produces poisons, the tears of Lys, the strangler. Mere crafts crossbows, weapons of demons. Yet, the gravest threat remains Bravos. The machinations of Bravos have long loomed over Westeros, particularly concerning the Targaryen lineage. Bravos, the city of secrets and the city of the sea, was originally constructed to escape the clutches of the Valyrian slaves. The animosity between the ancient dragon lords and the city cannot merely be described as a blood feud. Rather, it stands as a bitter rivalry. Following the downfall of Valyria, Bravos ascended to become an unparalleled power upon the continent. The Targaryens may seek loans from the Iron Bank, yet shadows of trepidation linger in their hearts. Chapter 10. A desperate struggle. King Aegon IV affixed his signature to the loan agreement with the Iron Bank, sealing it with the emblem of the three-headed black-red dragon, a symbol of Targaryen authority. With the seal in place, the loan agreement was duly established. In 3 years' time, the Iron Bank would present a contract demanding repayment. Finance, too, is a form of warfare. Some battles require blood and fire, while others necessitate paper and ink. The smile of Tyrell Mighty's blossomed, akin to savoring copious goblets of exquisite wine or receiving countless confessions of affection from young maidens. He reminisced about his voyage to King's Landing, where the oars sliced through the sea, and the ocean breeze dispersed the clouds above, leaving him carefree and elated, an auspicious omen indeed. The Dragon Lord's signature and seal were now secured. This lending venture had proven remarkably successful. He had procured a loyal borrower for the Iron Bank, a debt that would not falter. Perhaps he had also garnered the friendship of 2 generations of Dragon Lords, elevating the Iron Bank to new heights. On the opposite side of the gilded oak table, Aegon IV felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, akin to quenching thirst with poison through borrowing from the Iron Bank, yet he had no alternative. He anticipated a future of sustaining debts with new loans. The citizens and nobility of King's Landing were not to be trifled with. Should they be burdened with increased taxes, they could very well lay siege to the Red Keep. In every city across Westeros, the presence of the mob is ever looming. When their rights are not safeguarded, they can ignite into a raging wildfire, driven by famine or fervent belief. The Red Keep, throughout history, has experienced its share of tumult. Rhaegar observed Tyrell, the proud and seasoned lender from the Iron Bank of Bravos. He appeared to be in his 40s, the prime of a lender's life, with no signs of gray in his hair and eyes brimming with contracts, wealth, and ambition. His vigor and experience rendered him exceptionally capable in managing the affairs of the Iron Bank. Raise a glass to our prosperous collaboration and to the friendship between the Sea Kings and the Dragon Lords. Tyrell lifted his goblet, filled with exquisite Bravosi wine. Aegon II and Rhaegar joined in the toast, Rhaegar with milk, while the king sipped water. The king's health was precarious, necessitating the utmost avoidance of alcohol. Born frail, the burdens of governance had only exacerbated his condition. Dear Prince, should you wish to embark on a journey to Essos in your future, do not hesitate to contact me. Tyrell Mighty's placed a golden business card upon the table, adorned with an engraving of the Titan and inscribed with his name and residence. Many nobles from Westeros embark on journeys to Essos, with the likes of the Targaryens and Lannisters not lacking in adventurous spirits. The robust young prince possesses extraordinary vitality. Clearly a person of boundless energy, and it is likely that he will encounter bravos in the future. In his heart, Tyrell Mighty's harbors ambitions of cultivating clientele. Providing attentive service to significant patrons is, after all, an instinct inherent to a lender. He intends to seduce the prince with fine wine, captivating beauties, magnificent steeds, luxurious vessels, and delectable cuisine. Within Rhaegar's mind, thoughts of redemption regarding Tyrell have begun to take root. When it comes to understanding the dynamics of the two continents and acquiring intelligence, the lenders of the Iron Bank possess unique insights, earning them the title of intelligence elites. Although the corners of the Iron Bank are difficult to penetrate, it is not altogether impossible, especially since he appears as a client. The kings of the sea remain oblivious to his deep pursuit of power. In the arena of authority, a skilled performer can extend their existence. Braavos remains unaware of the profound depth of his resistance against them. Aegon has not noticed this interlude. His thoughts have drifted far away to the battlegrounds. With these golden dragons, the warriors can be relieved of most of their anxieties. By the 7. May the war come to a swift conclusion. Flames of conflict rage amidst the Stepstones and the seas surrounding the islands. The loyalist forces have landed. Having paid a tremendous toll, the war now entrenched in a gruesome cycle of bloodshed. On Bloodstone Island, Mary's Blackfire and Munda Baelish meet upon a humble hill. Time seems to slow, as the clash between the Loyalist army and the Golden Company remains bloody, yet both factions consciously yield a path for their commanders. The knightly culture prevalent in Westeros has popularized one-on-one duels, with trial by combat, and jousting further emphasizing this trend. On the battlefield, it is common for great commanders to clash in decisive confrontations. A knight who shuns battle is not a true warrior of Westeros. Aside from the Northerners, most nobles and knights from the southern realms are enamored with this culture of head-on conflict, even viewing death in such duels as a mark of honor. The Northerners, however, adhere to different beliefs. Their harsh environment and sparse population leave little room for extravagant knightly customs. Historically, one-on-one duels have frequently occurred. Tales of the Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, the fateful clash of the One-Eyed Eamon and the Ranger Prince Demon at the Lake of Eyes, and the legendary Battle of Conquest involving Aegon Blackfire and the Last Storm are well known. Knights and nobles take pride in such singular confrontations, believing that true knighthood is defined by these one-on-one battles. The victory of the Blood Raven, however, is met with derision in private circles. He relies on archers and intelligence to secure triumph. Known for his treachery and familial betrayal, he is not a true knight. The Black Dragon and the Stag, their armors gleaming and ostentatious, represent the exclusive nature of the nobility. They possess wealth and power, adorning their armors with gold, gems, and precious stones. Duke Mond, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a mighty hammer, bore the emblem of a stag on both his golden shield and breastplate. Adorning his head was a helm shaped like a stag, embellished with antler decorations. In stark contrast, Maris Blackfire donned silver armor, holding a meteor hammer. Over his armor, a crimson cloak draped, emblazoned with the emblem of a black dragon against a red background. Surrender to me, Duke, and I may still appoint you as my hand of the king, Maris Blackfire declared, his meteor hammer in hand as he gazed intently at Duke Mond. The grotesque tumor on his neck could not be concealed, adding to his fearsome visage. His hair and beard were pale, yet his massive torso and arms evoked the image of a titanic giant. Endowed with innate strength, Maris had personally severed the heads of his kin. Those who beheld him would undoubtedly proclaim him a savage warrior. The stag shall not bow to abominations. Bloodstone Isle shall be the grave of Blackfire, Duke Mond roared. Maris Blackfire fell silent, spurring his horse forward as the meteor hammer seemed to come alive, twisting like a serpent. Duke Mond raised his own warhammer and charged forth. Flames danced and surged as a black dragon clashed with a stag in a desperate battle. The chaotic and bloody battlefield quieted somewhat, the warriors closest to them holding their breath, fixated on the outcome of this fierce duel. Among them stood Balistan, the fearless white bull. He yearned to charge into the fray, yet felt unworthy of such a privilege. A fight to the death was an honor reserved for commanders. But I have come here. I must protect the Duke, Balistan thought, his focus unwavering as he observed the collision of the Black Dragon and the Stag. Chapter 11. The Savior Balistan. The Black Dragon and the Stag found themselves at an impasse. Both were paragons of their respective realms, their armor, steeds, and weapons unparalleled among the Seven Kingdoms. The finest armor alone was worth 5 golden dragons, not to mention the opulence of such powerful individuals. Yet, the battle now hinged solely on who was the true warrior. Maris Blackfire's meteor hammer swung with the weight of 1,000 burdens, and Mond Balation braced himself against the forceful blow with his iron hammer. The impact reverberated through his arm, muscles aching under the strain. He could not deny that Maris Blackfire was indeed a born warrior. Gazing at the spikes and protrusions of the meteor hammer, Duke Mond harbored no doubt that a blow to his face would reduce him to a mere heap of flesh. The two galloped fiercely, attacking one another without flourish, only the stark reality of life and death in their exchanges, dreary and perilous. War is a bloody rehearsal. Rehearsal is a bloodless war. Duke Mond found himself lacking in both experience and strength compared to Maris Blackfire. A triumphant grin spread across Maris's face, as if the tumor on his neck had come to life. He sensed the scales of victory tilting in his favor. With each passing moment, Maris's movements quickened, and his strength intensified. Gradually, Duke Mond began to feel the weight of exhaustion bearing down upon him. In his youth, Duke Mond was once a robust and formidable warrior, the object of countless maidens' dreams. However, the demands of politics, state affairs, meetings, and discussions consumed a significant portion of his time. The life of a warrior is inherently finite. As one devotes less time to combat, the favor of fortune becomes increasingly elusive. In this regard, the unwed and childless Maris Blackfire, who has fought throughout his life, stands in stark contrast to Duke Mond. A warrior, akin to a sharpened blade, must not grow complacent or stagnant. Iron sharpens iron, honing its edge. Maris Blackfire launched a series of relentless strikes, his morning star swirling like a rampaging dragon, mercilessly unleashing flames upon Duke Mond. With a resounding thud, the morning star struck Duke Mond's chest, leaving a deep indentation. Even those at a distance from the battlefield could hear the thunderous impact. The sound pierced the air with a haunting resonance, as though the stag emblazoned on his armor had uttered a cry of death. Dizzy and with a ringing in his ears, Duke Mond felt darkness enveloping him. He could scarcely lift his hammer to retaliate. He swayed unsteadily in the saddle, sensing his bones shatter and his body feel like a splintered lance riddled with wounds. All transpired too swiftly. Battles often require little time to determine victor and vanquished. That single blow would seal the fate of the stag. Maris Blackfire raised his morning star once more, intent on shattering Duke Mond's visage and bringing him down for good. Just then, Duke Mond's steed let out a mournful whinny. It no longer heeded its master's commands, suddenly rearing and galloping wildly back towards the royalist forces. Maris Blackfire, taken aback by this unexpected turn, contemplated the gravity of the situation. Even had Duke Mond survived, he would be gravely injured, stripped of his command. Whether he lived or died, let the seven gods decide. Maris Blackfire withdrew beneath the banner of the Golden Skull, raising his morning star high. Victory for Maris Blackfire. Victory for the Golden Company, he proclaimed, his voice brimming with hubris, as the standard of the Golden Company billowed in the wind atop the hill. Victory! Victory! The soldiers of the Golden Company echoed, their spirits ignited with fervor. Father! Sir Stephen cried, pushing through the throng on horseback. He clasped Duke Mond's body tightly. Though still alive, he was gravely injured and unconscious, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Command of the royalist forces must be transferred immediately. Accompanied by skilled medics, they assessed the Duke's severe injuries, knowing that he would need to be transported back to Westeros for treatment. Now I shall lead. Maintain formation, bellowed Jiro Hightower, a towering figure clad in white knight's armor, his white cloak billowing like a majestic bull. Both the Royalist and the Golden Company formations contracted. The Royalists, though numerous, bore low morale, while the Golden Company required a moment to recuperate before re-engaging in battle. A temporary truce was thus established between the two sides. Sir Jiro Hathar was appointed at the moment of the army's defeat. To be candid, this was hardly a commendable assignment. Not everyone genuinely submitted to his command, and it was the first time the captain of the Iron Guard had assumed leadership of such a vast force. Moreover, with Duke Mond severely wounded and on the brink of death, the morale of the troops was far from high. The White Bull had only clumsy tactics for advancing, lacking any innovative stratagems. The war had become a stalemate, with the Royalists and the Golden Company entwined like water and sand, painting the blood-soaked olive bloodstone with blood, sweat, and tears. On this day, the vast wilderness echoed with the thundering of hooves, and various banners fluttered in the air. The cavalry of the Royalist forces and the Golden Company found themselves once again trapped in the quagmire of war, until the fearless young knight, Balistan Serme, boldly challenged Maris Blackfire. Maris Blackfire gazed upon the youthful challenger before him, a tall and striking figure, with steel blue eyes resolute as iron. Clad in shimmering silver armor emblazoned with the Serme family crest, a trio of yellow wheat stalks against a brown background, the young knight stood undeterred. Retreat, young one. Beneath my morning star, I shall claim new souls. Maris Blackfire proclaimed, a flicker of admiration stirring within him, perhaps seeing a reflection of his own youth in this young man. Alas, such a heroic spirit could not be gathered under his banner. Remember my name, Balistan Serme, cried Balistan, brandishing his sword, unwavering in his resolve. You reckless youth. Maris Blackfire ignited with fervor, raising his morning star and charging towards Balistan. Like a raging fire, he and his steed surged forth amidst the swirling dust. The two knights engaged in a fierce battle. Maris Blackfire cast aside his helmet, howling as he swung his morning star, his gaze sharp as a blade, yet unable to find a flaw in Balistan's defense. However, the glimmer of Sir Balistan's sword was chilling, reminiscent of a mighty river in reverse, its ripples shimmering with intent to kill and fury. Gradually, Maris Blackfire's strength began to wane. After all, he was no longer in his prime. The sword pierced his throat, and his once splendid cloak and pale hair were now stained with the scent of blood. Maris Blackfire was slain. Maris Blackfire was slain. Balistan Serme severed the head of Maris Blackfire, whose headless body fell heavily to the ground, a river of blood flowing forth. With one hand grasping his sword, and the other holding Maris Blackfire's head aloft, Balistan presented his trophy to the onlookers. He raised his voice on the battlefield, resonating with fervor. The smile of Prince Duncan and the salute of Prince Rhaegar seemed to linger in the air. He had not betrayed their trust and had accomplished feats surpassing those of his predecessors. As his voice rang out, all other sounds faded, a brief silence enveloping the scene. And the fighting ceased. Moments later, a resounding cheer erupted. Savior Balistan, the savior of the Isle of Bloodstone, Sir Balistan. The soldiers of the royalist faction erupted in jubilation, their voices capable of shattering stone. With the demise of Maris Blackfire, a new legend has emerged, and the victory in this war is now a foregone conclusion. Chapter 12. The Flattering Archmaester of Pike. News from the Stepstone Islands bears both good and ill tidings. The unfortunate news is that the hand of the king's brother-in-law, Duke Mond of Storm's End, lies gravely wounded and unconscious. Although he is not a fearless warrior, his valiant charge, akin to that of a stag, has earned him the respect of all who honor his courage and oath. On a brighter note, the young hero has showcased his prowess on Bloodstone Island, where the fearless Balistan Selmy has single-handedly vanquished Maris Blackfire, effectively severing the male line of the ferocious Blackfire family. Even though the demon Blackfire lineage is numerous, the extinction of its male heirs ensures that the remaining female descendants pose little threat. Duke Mond was escorted from the battlefield by his son, Sir Stephen, first to Storm's End and subsequently to King's Landing for treatment. Thankfully, his life is not in peril. An awakening is merely a matter of time. The moniker of Lucky Rhaegar has spread far and wide. The warriors whom Prince Rhaegar has honored have also enjoyed the favor of fortune. The fact that Duke Mond survived such severe injuries and evaded a lethal blow from Maris Blackfire is attributed more to the prince's serendipitous charm than to the horse's sudden prowess. As time passed, news of Sir Jason's demise reached the ears of both nobility and commoners alike. Yet the belief in Rhaegar's innate luck remained steadfast. Sir Jason's misfortune was palpable. Despite the prince's tribute, he met his end on the battlefield. Such is the way of things. The Lannister family of the West has indeed encountered a streak of ill fortune in recent years, with several heirs having come and gone, allowing for the emergence of the Laughing Lion. There are whispers of a curse stemming from Duke Jailer S. Patricide still lingering, as the sins of the old lion seem to have returned to haunt his sons. The flames of war continue to rage across the Stepstone Islands. Yet the death of Maris Blackfire signifies that this conflict is destined to conclude. The other 9 Penny Kings, now disenchanted by the demise of Maris Blackfire, have lost interest in Westeros. They are prepared to abandon the Stepstone Islands, a mere trifle, and return to the vortex of Essos, for unlike Blackfire, they harbor no profound attachment to Westeros. Usurping a throne is a business, and if Westeros proves unyielding, they shall retreat to their familiar haunts. Meanwhile, the name of Sir Balistan reverberates throughout Westeros, becoming renowned even among the noble maidens of King's Landing and the humble mill girls of the countryside. He has become the object of many dreams. Numerous young women find themselves envious of his yet-to-be-wed fiancée, for such a glorious union is indeed a splendid affair. However, many others perceive their love as ephemeral, akin to a fleeting bubble. It is evident to discerning eyes that Sir Balistan's fervor for honor has reached an almost obsessive level. Should a knight's love for honor surpass his affection for women, one might expect a most natural outcome. Balistan may don the white cloak and join the ranks of the White Knights. For Westeros, the prospect of peaceful days is now tantalizingly close at hand. The grand banquet in King's Landing has commenced once more. Within the grand ballroom of the Dowager Empress, King Jaehaerys II and his queen occupied a lofty dais, their smiles illuminating the throng of nobles and ladies swirling below. The tranquil era was indeed a splendid one. The ballroom, though merely a fraction of the throne room's expanse, and only half the size of the Prime Minister's small chamber, exuded an enchanting serenity and elegant desoar, comfortably accommodating 100 guests. The torch holders in the vast silver mirror behind them bespoke a luxury reserved solely for the royal lineage. The noble women gathered around a long table, and due to the war's toll on the treasury, the offerings were modest, consisting mainly of lemon cakes and scant hearty fare like roasted pork. Yet, as the melodies of flutes and violins filled the air, even the simplest meal took on a warm, inviting ambience. These women, mothers, wives, daughters, and sisters of warriors, were buoyed by the victory banner following the demise of Maris Blackfyre, relishing the imminent return of their valiant men, devoid of fear for the conflict that had once loomed over them, to alleviate any potential ennui for the king. Prince Rhaegar sat comfortably between the royal couple, while Princess Rhaella, her companion Princess Dorne, Miss Joanna Lannister, and Sir Stephen with his wife Lady Cassanna Ismond flanked them. Though a hint of weariness still lingered on Sir Stephen's countenance, the pallor of hardship gradually faded, bolstered by the improvement of his father's health. The journey from Bloodstone Isle to Storm's End, and then to King's Landing, had been arduous. Observing Sir Stephen beside him, Rhaegar realized he had subtly altered the course of history. Duke Mound had not perished, but sustained grave injuries. At that moment, the template of the Tree of Life resonated, signifying its nurturing growth. Rhaegar Targaryen, identity, the last of the dragon's qualification, knightly valor, a natural warrior, the harmony of strength and grace, a balance of knowledge, combat, and artistry, the slumbering dragon. Alas, the great dragon remains unawakened. Charisma, an endearing dragonling, a precocious soul achievements. Game of Thrones, a minor player. Warrior, a fledgling combatant. Fortunate one, the lucky Targaryen, whose fortune has wrought subtle shifts in history, birthing myriad new paths in the forest. Right or wrong, it is your choice. Collection, none. Rhaegar discerned the slight shift in history. It appeared he had saved Duke Mound, allowing the tree of history to sprout new branches. This was the essence of the butterfly effect, leaving him to ponder the unforeseen changes the future might hold. At this moment, he sought only a clear conscience. My sincerest apologies, Stephen. Forgive my impulsiveness. If you devoted every day to caring for your ailing father at home, you too would find yourself in ill health, remarked King Jaehaerys II, a benevolent monarch who understood the tribulations of youth. Thank you for your concern and kindness. Maester Pycelle has shown great regard for my father's condition, scouring medical texts and even recommending other skilled healers to us, Sir Stephen expressed, rising to convey his gratitude to the king. Basil the scholar was in the prime of his life, perfectly poised for great endeavors. The previous octogenarian scholars were on the brink of encountering their final guests, and thus could hardly participate in the royal council to alleviate the king's burdens. King Jaehaerys II remarked, the newly arrived Basil had left a favorable impression on him. At a mere 43 years of age, Basil was considered a youthful scholar. The preceding scholars had been frail and elderly, succumbing to illness and age before long, prompting King Aegon V to request a younger representative from the academy. Regrettably, after only a few months of service, the king met his demise in a fire. King Jaehaerys II had previously known little of this scholar. However, observing Basil's eager concern for Duke Mond's ailment brought him a measure of delight. The scholar's apparent humility towards power far exceeded his loyalty to the church and knowledge. Your Majesty, it is a profound honor to be invited to this grand assembly, Basil said, clad in modest attire, his stature imposing. He navigated through the throng and ascended the platform, moving with a deliberate, albeit clumsy gait akin to that of an awkward bear. Young girls nearby stifled giggles at his ungainly demeanor. Rhaegar felt a pang of anxiety. The clumsy figure had officially made his entrance. Chapter 13. The unmentionable blood crow Duke, esteemed king, queen, and honored lords, Basil began. I have perused the compendium of remedies, fervently seeking a swift cure for Lord Mond's injuries, which regrettably delayed my arrival. His tone was humble, yet laced with decorum. The royal physician was of a slightly portly build, with thinning hair that had not yet fully receded, adorned with a scholar's necklace crafted from 24 distinct metals. It hung from his throat down to his chest, black iron, red gold, lead, amethyst, platinum, and gold, encompassing all known metals of humanity. While the necklace symbolized his esteemed position, it did not reflect his true capabilities as a scholar. This pretext of tending to Lord Mond's wounds would elicit gratitude for his diligence rather than resentment for his tardiness. Basil was, after all, a man of integrity. Basil's demeanor was amiable, starkly contrasting the typical aloofness of scholars buried in their tomes, He exuded a warmth that made him approachable and seemingly harmless. It is often individuals of such demeanor who survive tumultuous times. Although Basil was newly arrived, he would endure for over 40 years, becoming a resilient fixture in the realm of governance. Only Rhaegar remained observant of Basil's performance, a seasoned actor in his own right. Despite being older than the king and his peers, he projected an air of sincerity and humility, akin to a devoted servant. As Rhaegar scrutinized Basil's humble countenance and somewhat clumsy frame, he discerned the cunning nature beneath. Basil the scholar was a man of contradictions, often engaging in clandestine activities that flouted convention, such as clandestinely courting maids under the guise of study, or feigning ignorance to stir the pot. His allegiance did not lie with the state. Rather, it was solely to the pursuit of power. Archmaester Pycelle, possessing a certain degree of sycophancy, would later be swayed by Tywin's iron-fisted methods, ultimately becoming a loyal hound of House Lannister. This seems rather reasonable. In the face of a formidable prime minister who has governed for 2 decades, it is not uncommon to find such fervent admirers. Power flows predominantly from the bottom up, favoring those with a strong hand. Perhaps, in the future, he could be subtly manipulated to serve as a pawn in King's Landing. Achievement: Game of Thrones. As a minor player, you have observed Pycelle's splendid performance, enhancing your player qualifications. Rhaegar gazed upon his life tree template, and his achievements had once more been elevated. Your Grace, I have prepared some illustrated books for Prince Rhaegar, in hopes that he will find them delightful. Archmaester Pycelle said with a beaming smile, producing several volumes from his robe. At this moment, Pycelle remained a loyalist, demonstrating his fidelity before the king. The illustrated books merely depicted valiant heroes and beautiful maidens, the legendary builders like Brandon, and the tales of conqueror Aegon riding dragons to subjugate the 7 kingdoms. Though the stories were simple, they were adorned with exquisite illustrations, and the characters were vividly brought to life, showcasing the considerable effort the Archmaester had invested. The royal sage had shown thoughtfulness. King Jaehaerys II expressed his gratitude on behalf of Rhaegar. The assembly was greatly pleased with Pycelle's performance, for they preferred a more accommodating figure over a mere bookish scholar. Previously, the archmaesters sent from the citadel approached this task with reluctance, often presenting aged and half-hearted individuals. They abhorred administrative duties, with even the position of the citadel's steward going unfilled, as they deemed it a waste of their scholarly pursuits. Thus, it was a rare occurrence for the citadel to select a youthful candidate this time. After presenting his gifts, Archmaester Pycelle stood with a respectful bow. At that moment, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Let us toast to the king, the great Jaehaerys II, the true dragon of House Targaryen, who has led us to victory in the 5th Blackfire Rebellion. A noble maiden was the first to raise her glass in salute to the king, the cup filled with the essence of triumph. Long live the great Jaehaerys II! Long live the great Jaehaerys II! Within the queen's ballroom, the wine did not intoxicate, yet the revelers were enraptured. Amidst the melodies and the aroma of sumptuous feasts, the joyous celebration seemed to intoxicate even King Jaehaerys II. Since his ascension, he had toiled day and night, besieged by the burdens of war and the flames of the Great Hall. Yet now, the conflict with the Ninepenny Kings was nearing its conclusion, and the dynasty appeared poised for a renaissance. Let us honor the 7 gods and the blessings of our forebears, King Daeron II, King Aegon I, King Maegor I, King Aegon V, and pay tribute to the valiant knights, Sir Duncan, Duke Manderley, and Ser Barristan, along with countless others whose names remain unspoken. King Jaehaerys II raised his cup, extolling the bravery of his ancestors and the heroes who quelled the Blackfire insurrections. Cheers! Cheers! The harmonious clinking of glasses resounded, and a virtual blush seemed to grace the faces of all present. In the face of victory, even the most insignificant of individuals can feel a swell of pride. It embodies the essence of nationhood, power, honor, and the tremors of will. Yet, Rhaegar understood that within the words of Aegon II lay an omission of the most significant contributors to the prior Blackfire rebellions. 5 such uprisings had transpired, and the Bloodraven had played a crucial role in quelling the first 3, particularly the pivotal initial insurrection. The taboo of the dynasty, the unmentionable Duke of Bloodraven, Brandon. Rather than being a born knight, he resembled an astute player of power. The Bloodraven, for the sake of national stability, was willing to resort to dark methods, deceit, fratricide, and the destruction of promises. He sacrificed his own honor in exchange for the tranquility of the realm. Yet the fruits of his labor yielded only suspicion, hatred, and fear from the populace. Even those who admired the Bloodraven's prowess were reluctant to forge genuine friendships with him. His presence, much like the crimson stains upon his visage, evoked terror. The reputation of Brynden Rivers was so infamously tarnished that his name conjured memories of past horrors, a time interwoven with espionage, sorcery, mysticism, and war. A dry epic of dread. Should anyone dare to challenge the authority of Duke Bloodraven or slander him, the penalties would be treason and execution. The forces that despised him were numerous, and the longer he governed, the greater the animosity he garnered. Even his ascent to the wall did not alter this sentiment. Over time, it became customary to avoid uttering his name. The royal family, too, dared not flaunt the accomplishments of this loyal servant amidst the realm's prevailing sentiment. The tales of the Bloodraven are plentiful. The dichotomy of good and evil cannot simply encapsulate him. Duke Brynden Rivers exists as a complex entity traversing the gray areas of morality. King Daeron II entrusted him, while Kings Aegon IV and Maegor depended upon him. At this juncture, the Bloodraven had vanished beyond the wall. Where could he be? Had he transformed into the three-eyed crow? Rhaegar mused. While all presumed the Duke to be dead, he knew otherwise. Moreover, were there remnants of the Bloodraven still lingering within the Red Keep? After so many years as the Hand, what had become of the knowledge and tomes he had amassed? Chapter 14. The Baelish of the Fingers. The banquet in King's Landing continued in a splendid display of opulence. The ballroom resounded with laughter and merriment, a palpable sense of comfort and joy enveloping the guests. Numerous noble women gazed upon the royal couple upon the dais, alongside Lord Stephen, Princess Rhaella, and Prince Rhaegar. With a tinge of envy stirring within their hearts, all were nobles, yet some shone brighter, wielding greater influence. Regrettably, both King Aegon and Prince Rhaegar were advancing in age. The royal line appeared to be faltering, and many had begun to set their sights upon the yet-to-return heir Aegon, though the Targaryens had lost their dragons. A dalliance with the scion of the Dragon King still held a certain romantic allure. The slightest tremors of power could inspire unexpected delight. Furthermore, the Dragon Kings were often blessed with striking appearances. Their silver hair and violet eyes rendered them akin to divine beings, and none were averse to cultivating a friendship with them. Regrettably, with the tragic events in the Hall of Summer, the lineage of the Dragon King has dwindled significantly, leaving only a few felines, both large and small, and suitable lovers are exceedingly rare. The continent of Westeros venerates monogamy, yet the great nobles remain ensnared by carnal desires. Yearning for passion and indulgence, they continue to seek out various paramours. The most notorious among them is the debauched King Aegon, who was perpetually ensnared by lust. Finding relentless pleasure in his pursuits, he incessantly sought lovers, harboring an unquenchable passion for women and sensuality until he bestowed the Blackfire upon Demon Blackfire, plunging the realm into a cursed war. However, the king's lasciviousness was not entirely detrimental. It also bequeathed the realm with loyal ministers such as the Duke of Bloodraven. Rhaegar observed the glint of ambition and desire in the eyes of numerous noble ladies, who regarded the royal palace as a gateway to greater fortunes for themselves and their families. It is feared that these nobles and ladies may exacerbate the rifts in the lives of Prince Aerys and his queen. Yet, Rhaegar found himself at a loss for solutions. The flames of war continue to rage on the front lines, as men wield their swords and spears to forge a peaceful environment for their wives and children. The hope of turning swords into plowshares remains a mere aspiration. Achieving enduring peace is indeed a formidable challenge. Following the demise of Maegor Blackfire, the conflict in the Stepstones persists. Though Maegor has perished, the embers of war still blaze fervently. The soldiers of the Golden Company have not surrendered lightly, steadfastly maintaining their positions in battle. The island remains drenched in blood and fire. The leadership of the Western forces has tragically shifted to the hands of Lord Roger of House Lannister after the untimely death of Sir Jason. Neither Tywin nor his brother Kevin voiced objections to this transition, for in terms of age and experience, they were vastly inferior to Lord Roger, especially since this decision had been made prior to the uncle's demise. Alas, Lord Tydos, the Laughing Lion, was not a natural warrior, lacking the gallant spirit and courage of a true leader. However, upon receiving this appointment, Lord Roger became increasingly arrogant, treating the Lannister soldiers with disdain and disregarding Tywin and Kevin. Lord Roger fancied himself indispensable in the affairs of the West and even harbored ambitions for the Lannister crown. Tywin and Kevin have noted Lord Roger's growing hubris, fostering deeper resentment and anger within them. Kevin, serving as Lord Roger's cupbearer and still bearing the blood of House Lannister, obeyed his brother's directives. Tywin instructed his brother to remain vigilant of Lord Roger's maneuvers and to endure for the time being. Meanwhile, in the Riverlands, Count Hostine encountered perilous circumstances on the battlefield. One fateful day, while sweeping the battlefield on Bloodstone Isle, Duke Hostine inadvertently found himself ensnared by the enemy's ambush. Tall and striking with his red hair, Duke Hostine was particularly conspicuous. The soldiers of the Golden Company feigned retreat, luring Duke Hostine to a secluded hillock. Duke Horst galloped furiously, his voice lost amidst the din as he plunged into despair. The soldiers of the Golden Company bore fierce expressions, their spears raised high. Duke Horst wielded his longsword, though his martial skills were lacking, even inferior to those of his brother, Sir Blackfish. His acerbic nature did not endear him to the warriors, and he lacked camaraderie with them. Older than both Lord Tywin and Prince Aerys, he was a solitary figure on the battlefield of the Stepstones. Despite his precarious situation, the multitude of Golden Company soldiers surged like an unstoppable tide, their relentless assault encroaching upon him. The encirclement tightened, confining Duke Horst within a small circle. Fortunately, the soldiers were unarmed with bows, granting him a fleeting respite. His life dangled precariously, akin to a taut string. Desperately, he endeavored to escape the encirclement of the Golden Company, yet time and again he faltered. Is my fortune at its end? Am I destined to perish here? Duke Horst pondered. At that moment, the sound of neighing horses reached his ears. Sir Blackfish and an unassuming knight clad in worn armor approached from different directions. The nameless knight drew his longbow and began to shoot with precision. Arrows flew forth, striking down the nearest soldiers of the Golden Company, who were taken by surprise at this unexpected salvation. Sir Blackfish unsheathed his sword and plunged into the fray, his blade shimmering like a darting fish. It was time for his brother to witness the prowess and valor of the Blackfish. The three of them soon joined forces, swiftly obliterating the remaining Golden Company remnants. Meanwhile, the Duke's retainers hurriedly arrived on the scene, raising the banner of House Tully, with the trout vividly fluttering in the wind. The unknown knight gaped in awe, feeling as though he had assisted a great fish. Initially just an ordinary warrior, his true noble status was now apparent. Stranger, you have saved the life of Horst Tully. Please, impart your name, Duke Horst inquired. The knight blushed, quietly uttering his name. I hail from the humble lordship of Pebbleberry on the Fingers. It is not a renowned place, my lord. The revelation that he had saved a nobleman was a delightful surprise. The Pecks were merely the smallest of lords on the Fingers. Duke Horst discerned the knight's poverty from his meager attire, which starkly contrasted with the opulence often associated with knighthood. The land of the Fingers was itself barren, the howling winds rendering it inhospitable. The knight's armor lacked embellishments, jewels, and gold, which would have been incongruous with his humble appearance. Yet you have saved the life of Horst. You are a true knight. Duke Horst said with a serene demeanor, gratitude evident in his expression. Were it not for the selfless bravery of the knight from Pebbleberry, he would likely have met his demise. My lord, you are too gracious, the Peck replied, taken aback by the acknowledgement. This is not mere politeness. You have also garnered the gratitude of Duke Horst, he remarked. However, Hayu could only glance dismissively, feeling a twinge of impatience within. I have sacrificed much as well. Why do you still harbor resentment towards me for declining the marriage you proposed? Chapter 15. Rhaegar's dream of dragons. The night grew deeper, and the joyous sounds of the banquet gradually diminished as the guests dispersed. Primarily, it was the noble maidens who tended to the well-being of King Aegon II, a man not endowed with boundless vitality. Had he possessed the exuberance of the feckless King Aegon, the festivities in King's Landing would never have come to an end. The revelry continued to flow. When the king indulged in beauty and wine, the nobles followed suit. Amidst the gentle whispers of his mother, Rhaegar succumbed to slumber. Faced with the inevitability of this unwanted marriage, Princess Elia chose to embrace her role with grace. Although Rhaegar's vitality far surpassed that of other children his age, he remained but a child, and it was time for him to sleep. Rhaegar dreamt a dream so vivid and profound. He envisioned an expanse of wilderness beneath a shrouded night. He stood alone atop a towering hill, where the air was thin and a dense fog enveloped him. Not far from his position lay a silver dragon egg, resplendent like the most exquisite jewel, its surface reflecting a myriad of silver spots that shifted with the gaze. In the darkness, it served as a radiant silver star, illuminating the world. Approaching the silver egg, Rhaegar caressed its surface, which resembled fine porcelain or enamel, or perhaps blown glass, yet it was far heavier, akin to solid stone. The shell bore tiny scales, and as Rhaegar gently played with the dragon egg, a shimmering silver light seemed to dance upon it. In the obsidian night, the silver dragon egg began to hatch. From the depths of the mist, a silver dragon emerged. With a mere gust of wind, the silver WRM grew, initially resembling a bat, then transforming into a kitten, then a calf, until it could consume an entire town or even devour an elephant. The silver dragon soared across the horizon, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Its eyes glimmered like molten lava. Fixated upon Rhaegar, the dragon's scales shone brighter than 1,000 stars. With a thunderous roar, the silver dragon spread its wings. Exhaling a breath filled with the heat of sulfur and magma, the dragon's flames surged forth, enveloping Rhaegar. The fire consumed him, purifying and forging him anew. He felt the flame sear his body, his blood evaporating, yet there was no pain, only a surge of life. Rhaegar perceived his body as if wrought from steel, strong and robust. Whoever remains tranquil as wisps of smoke shall inevitably stir the hearts of men. Rhaegar awoke from his dream, astonished that he had envisioned the awakening of dragons. This silver dragon was so vividly lifelike that he felt an inseparable bond of life and fire with it. Yet the mountain range loomed high into the clouds, its location a mystery to him. Moreover, even the mountains of his dreams linger faintly in his memory. Silver Dragon. Hills. Rhaegar contemplated within. This dream was profoundly stirring. It is no wonder that each generation of dragon lords yearned to hatch their own dragon. Achievement. Dreamer of Dragons. True Dragon Bloodline. Prophetic Dream. Congratulations, young true dragon, you have also unlocked the gateway to the Dream of Dragons. The Dream of Dragons accompanies each generation of dragon lords, both a burden and a treasure. The Dream of Dragons? Rhaegar Targaryen's heart jolted. The Dream of Dragons had arrived. This term specifically refers to the prophetic dreams possessed by those of the true dragon bloodline. These visions often pertain to dragons, though not exclusively. The most renowned example is that of a forebear from House Targaryen, the maiden, who dreamed of the cataclysmic end of Valyria, enabling the Targaryens to evade the impending doom and emerge as the last dragon lords. The Dream of Dragons has been passed down through generations, intertwined with the bloodline of the dragon lords. For the Targaryen family, the Dream of Dragons is anything but ordinary. Its connection to the dragons has inspired countless generations of dreamers. Scholar Eamon once remarked that his brothers became obsessed due to the Dream of Dragons. Some dreams even led to the demise of his brothers. Aegon V, the Beloved, once envisioned the day when the great dragons would return, to the point of madness that he ignited a fire in the Summerhall. The king's elder brother, the drunken Daeron, had also dreamt similarly, as did King Aegon IV. Each individual interprets the Dream of Dragons in their own way, and misinterpretation has expedited the decline of the true dragon bloodline. Everyone believes they can awaken the dragon. Everyone believes themselves to be a true dragon. Their arrogance and superstition ultimately hasten the downfall of the dragon lords. Furthermore, the dreams within dreams are sometimes not true dragons, but rather refer to the Targaryen bloodline. For instance, Prince Daeron once dreamt of a colossal red dragon collapsing upon the tall Duncan, who remained alive while the dragon perished. It was later revealed that this occurred during a trial by combat, where the heir, Prince Baelor, sacrificed himself to save Duncan's life, dying in defense of the true knight's honor. Similarly, Demon Blackfire II, disguised as the fiddler John, recognized Duncan on the road, as Duncan had appeared in his dreams. In Demon's vision, Duncan donned pure white King Guard armor. Demon claimed his dreams always came to fruition. He had dreamt of the deaths of his two brothers and of a pale castle where a true dragon hatched. However, it was not a dragon egg that birthed a true dragon, but rather Aegon Targaryen V, known as the anonymous Aegon, restoring his true form in the White Walls. This silver dragon, does it signify that I shall encounter a true dragon, or perhaps a silver Targaryen subject? Or could that silver dragon be a representation of myself? Rhaegar pondered. The Targaryen family does not lack dragon eggs, merely the keys to awaken the true dragons. And could that mountain be the Moonlight Mountains? Rhaegar harbored many predictions regarding the Dream of Dragons. Or perhaps, like the dragons, the dragon eggs within King's Landing have lost their magic and require discovery in other locations? It is essential to understand that the dragon lords hold the dragon eggs in the highest regard, yet there are always unfortunate losses. For instance, a certain lady once pilfered 3 dragon eggs and sold them to the Sea King of Braavos in exchange for ships to satiate her ambition of traversing the world. The greater tragedy lies in the Dance of Dragons, which, amidst the brutality of war, has exacerbated the challenges of safeguarding the dragon eggs. Additionally, dragons are inextricably linked to the Red Comet. Without its arrival, the dragons would not awaken. Rhaegar pondered the necessity of unlocking the secrets of the dragons. Resolved to grasp the vital clues surrounding them, dragon eggs, the chronicles of dragons, those enigmatic traces of the creatures. The last dragon in existence has long since perished. The devastation wrought by the Dance of Dragons has led to the near extinction of dragonkind, with many claiming that the final dragon has succumbed. Yet, perhaps there are exceptions. In the tale of the shepherdess, the tamed wild dragon, a sheep thief, did not partake significantly in battle. Given the age of the thief, the fate of this dragon remains uncertain, alive or dead. Legends tell of their flight to the Moonshadow Mountains, entwined with the mysterious wildlings of the Burning Men. Chapter 16. The Dragon Eggs in the Secret Chamber. Red Keep. Maegor's Holdfast, the Royal Chambers. Maegor's Holdfast is a colossal, square fortress, deeply nestled at the heart of the Red Keep, akin to a city within a city, where the royal family resides. This stronghold is encircled by towering walls 12 feet thick and a dry moat bristling with spikes, rendering it an impregnable bastion. King Aegon II, the Queen, Princess Rhaegar, and young Prince Rhaegar all dwell within its confines. Following the dragon's disappearance, the royal family has increasingly gravitated towards a life of seclusion rather than exploration and adventure. 2 King's Guards stand sentinel at the drawbridge, providing unwavering service to the king. The dragon lords have relinquished their former divine arrogance, sliding into the role of earthly monarchs. For House Targaryen, this transition is not entirely fortuitous. The legendary King Aegon once roamed the north atop dragons, but now he has become a figure of myth. As the divine aura of the royal family wanes, so too does the nobility's fear of them. "Father, it seems Rhaegar has dreamed of dragons," exclaimed Queen Rhaegar, hastily seeking King Aegon II the following day, cradling her son. Dragon dreams are not uncommon, yet the child's encounter with such visions seems premature. Is it truly a dragon dream? King Aegon II mused, gazing at his grandson. Dragon dreams are mysterious phenomena, intrinsically linked to the Targaryen bloodline. Listen to me, child. You must forget these matters. As Rhaegar matures, he too should be encouraged to forget the vestiges of dragons, advised King Aegon II, whose fear of dragon dreams far outweighed any longing for them. Having heard too many tragic tales of dragon dreams and the madness they incited among his forebears, his uncle, Prince Aemon, and his father, King Aegon V, he wished for his descendants to escape such a fate. Princess Rhaegar nodded in agreement, acknowledging the tragedy of the Summerhall incident, a poignant example of the devastation wrought by dragon madness, which had overwhelmed the old king and resulted in grievous losses among dragonkind. After the dragons vanished, the Targaryen family exerted tremendous effort and engaged in numerous foolish endeavors to awaken the dormant dragon eggs. The dragon kings attempted several times to summon them back, only to find themselves ridiculed or losing their lives. The 9 great sorcerers crossed the sea to incubate the dragon eggs stored by Aegon III, while the divinely favored Baelor prayed over the eggs for half a year. Aegon IV invented the wooden iron dragon, and the fiery Aegon Ilion consumed wildfire in a vain attempt to transform himself into a dragon. Aegon V ignited a great fire in the Summerhall. The sorcerers failed. Baelor's prayers went unanswered. The wooden dragon was consumed by flames, and Prince Ilion met his demise amidst his screams. The fervor of Aegon V resulted in the decline of the Targaryen lineage. However, it is time for you to learn some secrets. King Aegon II led 2 individuals to the most remote storage chamber within the castle. Inside lay relics of past dragon kings, preserved for future generations to admire and remember: 3-headed dragon armor, swords, spears, shields, and personal seals. King Aegon II, accompanied by Queen Rhaegar and Prince Rhaegar, approached a section where armor was displayed. This area appeared unremarkable, featuring red and gold armor, all covered in a layer of historical dust. Despite their former glory, these suits of armor, unattended by their owners, had lost their luster. The king laboriously moved aside a suit of red armor, lifted a beautiful carpet, and gently wiped away the dust, revealing a hidden passage beneath the exquisite red tiles. Following the staircase, Aegon II gestured for Queen Rhaegar to descend into the underground chamber. Beneath the Red Keep, hidden passages were not uncommon. These secret tunnels, traps, and intrigues were interwoven with blood and struggle. Yet, these matters had no connection to Maegor's Holdfast, which was fortified to sever any such paths, and the tunnels elsewhere did not link to this place. However, few realized that beneath Maegor's Holdfast lay another secret chamber. Some believed the Dragon Kings had concealed the dragon eggs on Dragonstone, while others thought they were hidden somewhere beyond King's Landing. Little did anyone suspect that the dragon eggs had already been secreted away by the Dragon Kings, hidden in the chamber beneath Maegor's Holdfast. The king ignited a flame, illuminating a small chamber with an arched ceiling. Inside, a black dragon skeleton was arranged in a grid, upon which lay scattered dragon eggs. These eggs shimmered with a gem-like quality and value. In the known world, no family possessed more dragon eggs than the Targaryens. Even though history records instances of theft and the mysterious disappearance of some eggs amidst the blood of dragons, nevertheless, the Targaryen family retained the largest and most diverse collection of dragon eggs. Among them, a golden and silver egg, adorned with fiery patterns, once belonged to Aegon Elon, who perished after consuming wildfire. Another egg, featuring a swirling white and green design, belonged to Aegon V, who also failed in his wildfire experiment conducted in the Summerhall. The dragon egg, adorned in vibrant red with golden speckles and black veins, was once pilfered by a king's hand, only to be subsequently stolen by the minions of the Duke of Bloodravens. There exist 5 additional diminutive eggs, their patterns and hues far inferior to the others, now resembling a pallid green. These eggs are said to be the last progeny of the final dragon, a frail green matriarch who, plagued by illness, was diminutive in stature, misshapen and poorly developed, possessing a pair of withered wings. Her existence was fleeting, and upon her demise, the climate grew increasingly frigid, summers became ephemeral, and winters extended interminably. This is indeed the true treasury of our dragon lineage. Though the eggs have yet to birth a colossal dragon, their presence sustains our hope. In times of dire straits, these eggs may serve as a source of wealth, a means to recruit forces, enabling a resurgence. However, one must not entertain thoughts of summoning dragons or attempting to ride the magical beast once more. King Jaehaerys II proclaimed, gently caressing the dragon egg. Young Rhaegar touched the egg with his small hand. It felt cold and smooth, yet exhibited no signs of life. Though the eggs cannot hatch dragons, they remain a valuable currency in this realm. One dragon egg could easily procure a grand ship, more than sufficient. The remnants of these magical dragons are still regarded as treasures beyond price. Indeed, Father, Princess Rhaella nodded, sensing the king's unease regarding Aerys and Rhaegar. Concerned they might again succumb to the madness of summoning dragons, I would rather you accept the truth of the dragon's extinction than fall into the frenzy of hatching them. King Jaehaerys II's expression shifted, shrouded in deep sorrow. Achievement. Explorer, you have witnessed the greatest number of dragon eggs in the known world. A priceless treasure in slumber. Chapter 17. Rhaegar's first Valyrian weapon beneath the Red Keep. In the clandestine treasury of House Targaryen, Rhaegar, as the legitimate second heir, was granted the privileges of the firstborn. His gaze incessantly roamed over the myriad dragon eggs. He pondered the prosperity that would ensue if these eggs were to hatch true dragons. Yet, fate is capricious, in an age of waning magic. They guard the eggs as if safeguarding a mountain of gold, yet lack the key to unlock this treasury. Forced to endure the agony of waiting year after year while vigilantly protecting the secret of the dragon eggs, King Jaehaerys II, accompanied by his daughter Princess Rhaella and grandson Prince Rhaegar, advanced, shattering Rhaegar's illusions. Within the deeper chambers beyond the dragon eggs, treasures glimmered, jewels and golden ornaments. The jewels and gold sparkled brilliantly, leaving onlookers in a daze. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred the heart. It can transcend the divine. Wealth has arrived, Rhaegar mused. These treasures are the accumulated wealth of House Targaryen, reserved for unforeseen exigencies. Until the final moment, no king would squander such riches. Within the innermost chamber, the dragon's skeletal framework cradled an extraordinary collection of jewelry, distinguished by its color palette and craftsmanship, which bore little resemblance to the style of Westeros. Instead exuding a rich essence of bliss. Is this the treasure of House Rhaegar? Inquired Queen Rhaella. The uppermost assortment of jewels, crafted from gold of remarkable scale and quality, unmistakably evoked the memory of the Rhaegar family, whose influence once spanned both Lys and Westeros. The dragon lords seldom forged alliances through marriage beyond their realm, with their union with the Lyseni being perhaps a solitary instance. It harkened back to the time when Prince Viserys was captured in the Dance of Dragons and traded as a precious commodity, opening the lucrative trade routes to Westeros. Indeed, King Jaehaerys II nodded. Rhaegar's eyes widened, captivated by the opulent display before him. These were truly exquisite treasures, a golden rose bowl, intricately blossomed, splendid amethyst grapes, and an array of beautiful gemstone plates, most adorned with images of youthful lovers in playful embrace, each piece a testament to craftsmanship, far from ordinary. The whispers of Lyseni indulgence and exquisite pleasure seemed to hold a grain of truth. In a hidden corner lay several delicate vials, untouched by all, each inscribed with the names of those who fell victim to Lyseni tears, an elite poison from Lys. These were the coveted treasures amassed by generations of sovereigns. Gold, jewels, reserved for dire circumstances only. This collection of Lyseni jewelry was sent to our family by Queen Rhaegar shortly before her demise. As the daughter of a prominent banker, she possessed a considerable inheritance, and even in her final moments, she ensured that these riches were entrusted to our lineage. We, the unworthy descendants of House Targaryen, nearly lost this collection amidst the ravages of war. Jaehaerys II lamented with a hint of sorrow. Rhaegar gazed at King Jaehaerys II, recognizing that when a kingdom wanes, even its ruler finds himself powerless. He was not born to the mantle of kingship. The crown felt more like a heavy shackle. Rhaegar was familiar with the tale of Queen Rhaegar, mother of the mediocre King Aegon, whose deep affection for King Viserys transcended continents. Yet the prevailing sentiment in Westeros towards the Lyseni was one of exclusion, leading to a tragic conclusion for their love. The queen returned to Lys, while the king grew increasingly cold and unfeeling in his later years. Rhaegar also noticed beneath the collection of Lyseni treasures lay a massive scimitar with a dragonbone hilt, quietly resting within its box. The blade, dark as night, reflected the unique ripples of Valyrian steel. Is this a weapon forged from Valyrian steel? Rhaegar's heart raced. Valyrian steel represented the pinnacle of craftsmanship in the known world, with each surviving weapon a cherished heirloom. It appeared this blade belonged to the Shadow Scimitar. The Targaryens once possessed Blackfire and the two dark sister swords of Valyrian steel, yet with the family's decline, these treasures had been lost. Blackfire was taken by Demon Blackfire and now lay in obscurity, likely lost somewhere in Essos. The Dragon Lords had once lavished great sums in search of it. But leads were scarce. The Dark Sisters were taken away by the Bloodcrow Duke, and now both he and the weapon have vanished without a trace. Additionally, there lies this Valyrian steel dagger, a gift bestowed upon us by the Queen, once wielded by Queen Rhaegar's guard, the Gladiator of Myr. It was the weapon of the legendary warrior, the shadow of a single petal. King Jaehaerys II gestured towards the jewels below, indicating the solitary long blade. His words affirmed Rhaegar's suspicions. This was the only distinct weapon among the treasures. Jaehaerys II lifted the curved sword, its unique ripples glimmering in the flickering light. The weapon, though lightweight and resilient, could be lifted even by the frail king. Alas, its curved form rendered it somewhat impractical. However, to meld it down would be an utter waste, remarked King Jaehaerys II. The Dragon Lords favored swords and spears, with few employing a curved blade, and lacking mastery over its technique would only diminish their prowess. Moreover, with the Targaryens so few in number, this curved sword would have long been claimed by another if they had been more numerous. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled as he reached out, yearning to gently touch the blade. It was a legendary weapon, unmatched in skill, a protector gifted by a great banker to his daughter. It was said that this warrior had triumphed 100 times in the arenas of Myr, with no one surpassing him. My grandson, it seems, is indeed a born warrior, mused King Jaehaerys II, noting that Rhaegar was indifferent to gold and jewels, yet drawn to this weapon of warriors. A smile graced the king's face, as confidence in the prince blossomed. After all, he was an exceptional fighter. King Jaehaerys II knelt upon the ground, while Rhaegar delicately traced the contours of the curved sword. It was possible that this was the last Valyrian weapon of House Targaryen. Achievement, Little Explorer. Congratulations on discovering a Valyrian steel dagger within the secret chambers of the Red Keep. Exquisite and sturdy, a rarity indeed. As Rhaegar carefully caressed the curved blade, his focus unwavering, a vivid image materialized in his mind, a robust warrior, standing 7 feet tall, brandishing a sword, with dark skin and hair. His face bore countless faded scars, and a black scarf adorned his visage. The warrior's appearance was fearsome. His tongue and lips had been severed. He moved with abandon, wielding the curved sword with feline grace, weaving through the crowd with poise and agility. The blade let out a deep, haunting whistle, rising and falling, shifting left and right, as foes fell like mere paper before its might. Beneath the bright moonlight above, the dance of the blade illuminated the earth. This technique was the moon's blade art, agile as a cat, resilient as iron, wild as fire, and tranquil as water. It was as formidable as tempered steel, yet as gentle as 1,000 fingers. This art was the radiant moon that illuminated all, the river that cleansed the world, from which none could escape. In the end, Rhaegar found himself entwined with the essence of the warrior. Rhaegar was the warrior, and the warrior was Rhaegar. It appears that this child has a genuine fondness for this weapon. The curved blade has resided in the treasury for an extensive period, and not a single dragonborn has shown the desire to wield it. Perhaps this weapon is destined for Aegon. Rhaella, please safeguard this weapon for Aegon. When he is a bit older, allow him to wield it, murmured Jaehaerys II. Queen Rhaella nodded, observing Aegon, who was unable to release his hold on the curved blade. This child may indeed bring a notable upheaval to the world. Aegon's adventurous spirit has once again been elevated. He has even discovered the essence of the blade's former techniques. Regrettably, the Targaryens are currently in a period of decline. Otherwise, in their heyday, he could have mastered an array of extraordinary memories and riches. Aegon's life tree template has undergone a transformation. The Dragon Dreamer embodies both potential and accomplishment, now additionally possessing the achievement of the Divine Blade. Aegon Targaryen identity, the last dragon qualities, knightly aptitude, a born warrior, sword and lyre, a harmonious blend of strength and beauty, achieving balance in knowledge, combat, and art. Slumbering dragon, alas, you have yet to awaken the great dragon. Dragon Dreamer, true dragon bloodline, prophetic dreams, charisma, an endearing dragonborn child. A precocious one achievements. Game of Thrones, a minor player. Warrior, a young fighter. Lucky one, fortunate Targaryen. Dragon Dreamer, seemingly born of true dragon lineage, already dreaming of dragons. Explorer, seeking lost relics, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. Divine Blade, the Dragon King wields the sword, though you are still quite young. You have grasped the essence of the single bloom sword technique. The treasured blade has gathered dust for too long. May you restore its splendor. Collection, none. Chapter 18, Tywin schemes beneath Rhaegar's holdfast. Along the corridor lined with dragon eggs and jewels, there lies a securely closed stone door at the innermost part of the chamber. Emblazoned with the emblem of a red dragon against a black background, its ferocity accentuated in the hidden chamber. With a firm push, this stone door reveals a lengthy, secret passageway. Aegon gazed into this chamber, as though he had entered the throat of a terrifying beast, secretive and protracted. The myriad secret passages beneath the Red Keep seemed to transform into a haven for conspirators. However, these passages do not connect to Rhaegar's holdfast. The only access to it is via a drawbridge and the parched, trap-laden moat. Little did anyone suspect that the Dragon Kings themselves held the key to the most clandestine and secure passageway. It is well known that the Red Keep harbors secret passages and chambers, akin to a spiraling spider's web. Only a select few with ulterior motives possess knowledge of their clues. Yet, the depth, secrecy, and intricacy of the passage beneath Rhaegar's holdfast, which houses treasures, surpass all others. The Royal Passage does not interconnect with the other secret routes. Advancing through the Royal Passage leads directly to a concealed entrance of the Blackwater River, where small boats are hidden, providing a direct escape from King's Landing. J. Harry's too remarked, "These are the means by which our family shall rise again. However, my children, I hope you shall never find yourselves in such a predicament." J. Harry's too felt discomfort as the air within the passage grew thin, proving unfriendly to his ailing body. He was utterly exhausted. Every moment spent in the confined chamber felt like an agonizing ordeal. Rhaegar gazed around the dim room, envisioning the roaring currents of the Blackwater River estuary. The waters there surged with such ferocity that swimming became a perilous endeavor, deep and swift. The river ultimately flowed into Blackwater Bay, its relentless torrents merging into the vast sea. On the opposite shore, at the juncture of two continents, lay the Stone Steps Archipelago. Although the remnants of war still flickered in the aftermath of Marius Blackfire's demise, the specter of victory loomed on the horizon, marking this conflict as a decisive and swift engagement compared to the decades-long strife with the Kingdom of the Three Sisters. Ships patrolled the waters, comprising longboats of iron men alongside vessels from Storm's End, Riverrun, and the Westerlands. The military tents blossomed like flowers upon Bloodstone Isle. Undoubtedly, the forces of the Loyalists outnumbered those of the Golden Company significantly. The vanguard, led by the White Bull, pressed forward, while Tywin and Aerys, positioned in the middle ranks, found refuge in the most secure locations, shielded by their familial guard. Inside Tywin's command tent, Kevin sat across from him. Outside, soldiers clad in red robes and bearing lion helmets patrolled the perimeter, the most loyal of the Lannister kin, the Fierce Lions. The banner of the Roaring Lion soared high, a reminder of their inviolable might. The resemblance between the two brothers, Tywin and Kevin, was striking. Both exhibited golden hair and piercing blue eyes, handsome features befitting their lineage. Yet, Tywin wielded the power of the Westerlands in gold, while Kevin remained but a shadow and reflection of them. The disparity of their birthright dictated their fates. Kevin bore the sensitivity characteristic of a second son, while Tywin exuded maturity and a chilling ruthlessness. Second sons often lived ensnared in the shadows of their elder brothers, serving as advisors and knights rather than aspiring lords with grand destinies. This was the fate that befell all second sons. Some accepted this destiny, while others sought to evade it. The most ruthless among them might even resort to fratricide to alter their fates. Tywin's grandfather too lingered beneath the ominous specter of the fratricide curse. "You have come to me, and there is no doubt, my Lord Roger," Tywin inquired. "Not at all. We are brothers. This is merely a customary greeting from a younger sibling," Kevin replied. Tywin nodded, aware that Roger prided himself as one of the few warriors of the Westerlands. Following the death of Uncle Jason, he had become consumed by pride, impulsiveness, and an unrealistic sense of honor. In his eyes, Tywin and Kevin were mere children. "How fares Lord Roger now?" Tywin asked. Kevin, serving as Lord Roger's cupbearer, was a clever choice, providing insights into Roger's whereabouts. As usual, if change must be noted, it is that he has grown even prouder and more erratic. With the command of the Westerlands forces after our uncle's passing, he truly believes himself the master of the region. He treats our soldiers with disdain, sending them into the most perilous situations, Kevin articulated without a hint of hesitation. Let him bask in his pride. The more arrogant our adversary becomes, the greater our advantage. Tywin remarked, as the young lion concealed his form, poised to deliver a lethal strike against Count Roger. The decades of humiliation bestowed upon the Reyes family, the disgrace inflicted upon the Lion family by that wretched woman, would be repaid, for a Lannister always pays his debts. There exists no possibility of reconciliation with Count Roger. However, brother, how shall you proceed? Kevin hesitated before speaking. What course of action do you propose? Hostages, fines, or subjugation? Tywin retorted. I believe we must deal with this severely, demanding restitution from Count Roger's family and imposing fines upon them, while also reducing their fiefdom. Kevin articulated his thoughts, believing this to be the most ruthless approach, akin to the methods employed against rebellious nobles during the Blackfire Rebellion: fines, hostages, and the seizure of cities. Let us be even bolder. A sudden glimmer ignited in Tywin's green eyes, as cold as a wintry night. Kevin felt a chill, comprehending his brother's intent to annihilate Count Roger and his ilk, uprooting their entire lineage. Though young, his brother's ruthlessness and iron resolve surpassed the ordinary. Do you oppose my view? Tywin inquired. Kevin shook his head, falling into silence. He recognized Tywin's exceptional prowess, viewing his brother as the beacon of hope for restoring the Lion's glory. He was willing to submit to Tywin, despite the shadow it cast upon him. We cannot trust the king, nor the small council, Sir Tywin continued. The Targaryen dynasty was founded upon the Dragon King's renown and the support of the lords, yet the lands of the crown are scarce, devoid of any lucrative mines. As the dragons of the Dragon Kings faded, it has become increasingly challenging to govern the great lords. Kevin cast a vigilant glance around, aware that they were still some distance from the Targaryen encampment. The prince is in slumber. Our family's affairs need not trouble him. Tywin waved dismissively, unperturbed. Having long resided in King's Landing, Tywin had discerned the Targaryen's frailty. The princess crown was a birthright, yet we must now fortify our own position. Though he is a friend, in truth, Tywin harbored little regard for Aerys. He was merely a noble born to privilege, the crown having been handed to him without effort. When it comes to intrigue, courage, and wisdom, he has shown no extraordinary merit. Chapter 19. The Autobiography of the Blood Raven in the Library of the Red Keep. The diminutive figure of Rhaegar stood beneath the shelves. It was well known among the inhabitants of the Red Keep that Prince Rhaegar was not only precocious but also excessively studious. He could read and write long before other children, and he developed an admiration for armor, weaponry, and combat at an early age. It was often said that Princess Rhaella, while carrying the prince, consumed not only books and candles but also the heart of a lion. Regardless, Prince Rhaegar was well versed in both the arts of war and scholarship. With King Jaehaerys himself believing his grandson bore the legacy of Aegon the Conqueror and Saint Baelor, he would emerge as a ruler of both intellect and valor. A great king. The Conqueror Aegon was somewhat lacking in literary flair, while the wise King Daeron fell short in martial prowess. The formidable King Maegor was unyielding and inflexible, whereas Prince Rhaegar sought to amalgamate their strengths. King Jaehaerys too permitted Prince Rhaegar to roam the Red Keep, whether to observe the tournaments in the yard or to peruse the ancient tomes in the library. In the interest of safeguarding the prince, he was afforded the freedom to explore any corner of the castle. Rhaegar's preferred destination was the library of the Red Keep, where he aspired to uncover intriguing volumes. This pursuit, however, was not without its challenges. The devout Baelor had orchestrated a massive book burning, a significant historical calamity. Particularly, those texts that delved into magic and the arcane were deemed by Baelor to be perilous and were incinerated without mercy. Indeed, there were many tomes in the possession of Archmaester Cerys, yet Rhaegar deemed this individual unreliable and resolved to commence his search within the confines of the Red Keep's library. The Targaryens, in contrast to their affinity for literature, were more enamored with grand balls, sumptuous feasts, and martial contests. Thus, the books lay neglected and obscured by dust. Treatises on theology and the art of power seemed almost deserving of the flames. Rhaegar mused as he glanced past the texts pertaining to the faith of the Seven. Here lay the collections of former Hand of the Kings. He stumbled upon some captivating works. The hands of past monarchs had, at times, belonged to erudite scholars. Yet more often than not, they were brutish warriors. The volumes they had amassed were now gathered in one place. Among them was the collection of the First Hand, Orys Baratheon, the shattered King Aegon, and the cunning Olwen Peak, along with those of the ousted regent, Manderley. Rhaegar fixated on a knightly manual for combat techniques and a treatise on prosperous agriculture, but the truly valuable and sophisticated texts were alarmingly few. Notably absent was the collection of the most influential hand of the Targaryens, Bloodraven Brynden Rivers. This enigmatic figure had left no trace of his presence. The authority and influence of the hand were epitomized by Bloodraven, who played a pivotal role in the council meetings of his brother, Daeron II, and aided his brother's son, Aegon IV, and grandson, Aegon V, in quelling 3 Blackfire rebellions. It was said that he wielded immense power in the council, collaborating with the Archmaesters to explore sorcery. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Rhaegar concluded that today bore no treasures of value. Yet, inexplicably, he continued to peruse the collections of former hands. Reasoning that one might stumble upon something of interest, he reached the lowest shelf, where he encountered the collection of the shrewd Olwen Peak. This earl, while once wielding great influence following the Dance of the Dragons, was known for his coarse demeanor and fragile pride. He was particularly sensitive to matters of wealth, and his lands were barren, consisting solely of stones and soil, with his focus fixated on mundane agricultural pursuits and simplistic fables of the Seven. Truly, he was a man suited only for tending cattle. Rhaegar shook his head. Not a single volume from Peake's collection possessed any merit. He spoke not of chivalry nor of the faith in the seven gods, but was solely focused on the pursuit of wealth and the machinations of power. Rhaegar picked up the book and skimmed through it again, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Just then, he noticed a small compartment carved out on the side of the Earl of Peake's collection, cleverly concealed, which contained a book. Although the packaging was rudimentary and the pages yellowed with age, the title sent a thrill through him. My Autobiography, Brynden River. Rhaegar's heart raced, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Despite the shadows of fratricide, sorcery, and mysticism that shrouded the Blood Crow, this archer, warrior, and King's hand still exuded an extraordinary charm and legend. But what lay before him was nothing but blank pages. As he opened the book, disappointment washed over him. And then he felt a sharp pain in his finger as a drop of blood fell onto the pages. The book began to shimmer with an unnatural glow, revealing images and text. Fortunate Targaryen, your life as flame and luck are exceptional, granting you the privilege to peruse this autobiography. Even as I journey to the wall, I hope to add some joy and excitement to the world. What a restless spirit, Rhaegar thought. He could almost envision the mirth and humor on the strange face of the Blood Crow while penning those words. Currently, only half of the book was filled, while the remainder was blank. Rhaegar pondered a possibility. The latter half might be steeped in sorcery, yet his life as flame was insufficient to ignite its content. Achievement. Explorer, little explorer, you have discovered the autobiography of the Duke of the Blood Crow. Some histories are inscribed with ink and paper. The history of the Blood Crow is written with blood, sweat, and tears. This book bears no curse. Please read with care. Achievement. Game of Power, little player. Reading history imparts wisdom. You have delved into the autobiography of the legendary rogue, the Blood Crow Brynden River, and will gain much from it. Rhaegar's life tree panel chimed. I once loved a brother, hated a brother, and yearned for a woman, wrote Brynden River in the first line of the book. Rhaegar understood the implication. The brother he loved was Daeron II. The one he hated was the iron-born Rhaegar River. And the woman he longed for was the star of the Sea of Stars, who had rejected over 50 proposals. It could only be said that the Targaryen family's dynamics were exceedingly tumultuous. Brynden River's deepest affections, resentments, and desires were all entwined with his kin. I am Brynden River. My paternal lineage hails from the ancient Targaryen bloodline, while my maternal ancestry belongs to the venerable Blackwood family. Yet, I am neither Targaryen nor Blackwood. I am merely a bastard scorned by the Father of Heaven and the Holy Mother, a child born of desire and deception. After my father Aegon's demise, I was compelled by the love of my elder brother Daeron to guard his iron throne, becoming a mere wallpaper for the Targaryens. To protect the kingdom's light, I would willingly dwell in darkness. Perhaps, like a blooming flower, one cannot thrive without the supporting roots of shadow. Rhaegar slowly continued to read. Captivated by the book's splendid narrative, the book simply recounts his life in an unadorned manner, devoid of any traces of mysticism or sorcery. Bloodraven does not shy away from detailing his spies and political machinations, with no hint of the supernatural. However, certain passages within the tome have proven to be immensely beneficial to Rhaegar. It elucidates the crafting of Bloodraven's longbow and how he honed his archery skills. The final page of the written work reveals a map, showcasing the underground passages of the Red Keep, sprawling out like a spider's web. Chapter 20. The execution of premeditated preparation. The pages of Bloodraven's autobiography have yellowed and frayed, densely inscribed with words, the leather cover long since faded. Yet, Rhaegar cradles this book as though it were a treasure trove. Reading extensively is akin to a fine sword requiring a whetstone. In an era no longer dominated by dragons, the power of the dragon lineage is not as steadfast as the mountain peak. Rhaegar I met his demise beneath falling stones during his rebellion, while Aegon V found himself beleaguered by the nobility. Rhaegar's sense of security stems not only from his lineage but also from his physical prowess, intellect, and intelligence network. Bloodraven serves as an object of his observation. The name Bloodraven, inscribed in the Valyrian script, is invaluable. Like the rogue Prince Daemon and the slain Baelor, who perished at the hands of Rhaegar, he remains a legendary dragon bloodline, renowned even without a throne. In the annals of history, Bloodraven is a figure woven into the tapestry of noble family legends, once radiant in glory. Although he may not be universally adored, all concede his capacity to govern the tides of fortune, marking him as an extraordinary individual of his era. Through the mists, Rhaegar perceives the overly sensitive visage of the bastard, with hair as white and straight as a raven's feather, skin pallid as bone, and the grotesque crimson markings upon his cheeks and neck. No wonder he is referred to as the Red Crow, though his stature does not rival that of his brothers. His cunning far surpasses theirs. Rhaegar immerses himself in the pages of this book, absorbing the joys and sorrows of Bloodraven. Particularly poignant is the tumultuous, unresolved romance with Sharera Seastar, alongside the enmity and affection shared with his brothers Daeron, Aegon, and the others, as well as his successes and failures in governing Westeros. Perhaps what is most conspicuously absent is the section pertaining to mysticism, sorcery, and supernatural forces. Bloodraven may have wished to obscure this segment from posterity, or perhaps Rhaegar lacks the capacity to unlock it. Indeed, Bloodraven is a legendary figure. Rhaegar carefully returns the autobiography to the archives. Lingering too long in the library may arouse suspicion. Nonetheless, he has garnered substantial insights, the most precious being Bloodraven's archery skills, his espionage network, and the meticulously sketched map of the Red Keep's passages. Achievement: Game of Thrones. As a minor player, you have immersed yourself in the tale of Bloodraven, witnessing the ascent of a giant, and have become more adept in the realm of power. Congratulations, you are now a minor player. Upon exiting the library, Rhaegar notices the presence of a white knight alongside his mother's attendant. It seems his grandfather, King Jaehaerys II, wishes to see him once more. Inform my mother that I am going to visit my grandfather, Rhaegar states. As you wish, my prince, the maid replies respectfully. The prince, with his silver hair and violet eyes, appeared almost celestial. In the king's clandestine meeting chamber, the dim light accentuated the repugnant visage of power. Authority flowed not only through the Grand Council and the votes of millions, but also in the clandestine dealings of shadowy conspiracies among 2 or 3 individuals. Gathered around the elongated table of golden heartwood were King Jaehaerys II, the recently recovered Prime Minister Mound, and Prince Rhaegar, who resembled a cherished talisman. Seated on a long bench, Rhaegar enjoyed the citrus fruits, figs, buffalo cheese, and raspberries prepared for him by King Jaehaerys II, a testament to a grandfather's love for his grandson. Rhaegar merely observed the discourse of the adults, silent and attentive. Meanwhile, the king's affectionate madness was evident. With the war on the Stepstone Islands nearing its conclusion, the time for decision had arrived. King Jaehaerys II declared that the ravens had brought fresh news. The flames of war were soon to extinguish. Yet, the fluidity of power ushered in new dilemmas. The kingdom was experiencing a rare epoch of peace. The ice wolves and mountain eagles had long remained aloof, while roses and trout heralded tranquility, with even the sea monsters refraining from causing us distress. Only in the Westerlands did the strife between the Golden Lion and the Red Lion reach a boiling point. Duke Mount nodded in agreement, stating that the Golden Dragon of the Iron Vault must be repaid in 3 years. We required the gold support from the Westerlands, which must not descend into chaos. King Jaehaerys II spoke gravely. Thus, we must support the Golden Lion. Although Count Roger has garnered attention during the war, he is but a balloon inflated by the winds of fortune. Strictly speaking, no family in the Westerlands can rival the Lannisters in terms of lineage and strength. Before the conqueror Aegon, only the Starks, Baratheons, and Aarons were born to rule. However, the Laughing Lion, Tydos, did not appear to be a decisive leader. It was he who had outlived 2 or 3 brothers, allowing him to ascend. He was not bred to be a king. Duke Mound meticulously analyzed the situation, possessing a profound understanding of the realm as the hand of the king. Rhaegar listened intently while eating. He grasped the general dynamics at play. In every territory, there existed second-tier nobles challenging the great houses, each vying for ascendance while others scrambled for position. The Red Lion, Count Roger's family, seemed to be making strides. Yet their actual power remained limited, having only grown audacious in the presence of the Laughing Lion's peculiarities. They were far from the likes of the Hightowers of the Reach, the Redwyne family, or the Boltons of the North, and even less significant compared to the Freys of the Riverlands. Supporting the Lannisters did not equate to supporting Tydos. King Jaehaerys II shook his head. Rhaegar surmised whom the king referred to the brothers Tywin. The son of the Laughing Lion had matured into a true man of valor. Tywin had become a knight, and it was said that Kevin had also been knighted by Count Roger. King Jaehaerys II raised a cup of clear water for himself, well aware that he had numerous spies on the Stone Steps Islands, and especially since Tywin had long been observing in King's Landing. This was indeed a clever strategy. Much like the previous mediations, once they withdrew, chaos would inevitably resume in the Westerlands, necessitating someone to take action there. Duke Mond had vivid memories of those earlier negotiations. Let us see how much Tywin can surpass Tydos. I have prepared a gift for him. Without uttering a word, Jaehaerys II presented Duke Mond with 2 proclamations. The wax seals bore the emblem of the 3-headed dragon, stained with blood. A declaration of treason? Duke Mond's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the documents. which accused the Red Lion of House Reyes and the treasonous actions of the Reyes family's kin, House Tarbeck. Treason is arguably one of the most notorious crimes in Westeros, likely leading to execution and a public display. Count Roger was a significant figure in the war on the Stone Steps Islands, although he had indeed been somewhat reckless. Duke Mond expressed his hesitation, for he hailed from the Baratheon lineage, known for its brash warriors rather than schemers or politicians. Sometimes, the dead can be more useful than the living. As he fed his grandson Aegon, Jaehaerys II remarked coldly that once the royal seal of treason was affixed, the death of the Red Lion would become increasingly inevitable. This was a gesture of goodwill, providing Tywin a favor while simultaneously demonstrating the might of the crown. Jaehaerys II saw through Tywin's coldness and cruelty. He sought to ascertain whether the young man was as he had imagined. Aegon observed his grandfather. Although the old king appeared frail, he was a man of considerable ruthlessness and cunning. It seemed he was already aware that the tragedy of Casterly Rock was unavoidable and wished to stoke the flames for Tywin further. Achievement: A Game of Thrones, minor players. Blood and fire are essential to power when tenderness fails to resolve disputes. A touch of cruelty becomes necessary. Aegon noted that Count Roger would likely meet a far grimmer fate. Indeed, fortune's turn, and power is a bloody game. Tywin was both brave and cunning. As long as he remained, our sons would be overshadowed. Duke Mond hesitated but voiced his concerns. It was not the time for such discussions. I must first address the debts of the Iron Bank. Jaehaerys II replied resignedly, aware that relying on the lords was a desperate measure. Yet, the Dragon King had his own burdens. Chapter 21. Revelry in King's Landing. The night had grown profoundly deep, yet King Jaehaerys II and Duke Mond remained engrossed in conversation. The flames of the Blackfire Rebellion were on the verge of extinguishment, and aside from the Westerlands, the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Islands largely enjoyed peace, temporarily alleviating the pressures on the king and his prime minister. Their discourse wandered through a mosaic of topics, from women and sustenance to ultimately returning to matters of state. Power is an everlasting sustenance and focal point for men. Even a modicum of authority can cause the most insignificant individuals to radiate immense brilliance. The Duke of Mont, indulging in the wine of Qingting Island, observed King Jaehaerys II, who sipped on tepid water. Rhaegar regarded the duo, one a fervent prime minister, the other a languid monarch, forming a rather complimentary pairing of middle-aged gentlemen. In truth, Jaehaerys II was not particularly old, merely in his mid-30s. Yet due to the proud tradition of early marriage in Westeros, he had already ascended to the status of a grandfather. The Duke, being younger, was also on the cusp of such a role. As Rhaegar contemplated the weathered faces of the two men, he mused on the importance of health preservation. According to the customs of Westeros, the lifespans of the noble elite are woefully brief, their existence akin to that of ephemeral flora. The great nobles often find themselves ensnared in the whirlwinds of warfare, romance, or political intrigue, rendering them susceptible to untimely demise. Particularly, male nobles, who are frequently warriors leading charges, face an alarmingly high rate of accidental death. In contrast, figures like Master Pycelle, occupying marginal roles, live considerably longer, being neither influential nor embroiled in the fray. The kingdom's most pressing concern at present is the dwindling number of dragons, rendering even potential matrimonial alliances a challenge to assemble. Jaehaerys II sighed, as the decline of the dynasty seemed inexorably linked to the scarcity of heirs. The dragon lineage was already sparse, and the tragedies of the Summerhall and the ensuing conflicts had exacerbated this decline. His father, Aegon V, his brother, Prince Daeron, and the diminutive Duncan had all succumbed to untimely fates. Rhaegar resonated with the king's sentiment, for the Targaryen family had dwindled to a mere handful. The pressure on a monarch to expand the lineage was immense, especially given Westeros' unique circumstances. Should a first-rate king lack progeny from marital unions, the second-rate nobles, with their numerous offspring, could easily disrupt the balance of power. You are both my brother-in-law and my prime minister. In matters of the realm, you must speak candidly. Jaehaerys II addressed the Duke. To withhold information from me would be a betrayal of the crown. With all due respect, your majesty. The gravest concern currently facing the realm is the scarcity of dragon blood, exacerbated by marital disputes that have alienated the great houses. The late king had hoped to solidify royal support through alliances, yet repeated breaches of such agreements have fostered widespread animosity, further diminishing royal backing. The means of securing the allegiance of the great houses remain limited to marriage and office. The wounds inflicted by misguided romance are far more damaging than those of political appointments, and we must avoid further romantic missteps that could provoke the nobility, the Duke articulated, his words sharp as blades. Yet he spoke truths that only his position afforded him the audacity to voice. Rhaegar shivered at the Duke's remarks. Sensing his acute awareness of the Targaryens' passionate natures, fearing the emergence of even more reckless romantic entanglements in the future. Misguided love could very well lead to the kingdom's downfall, with Rhaegar himself as a potential catalyst. Indeed, Jaehaerys too lamented, raising and then lowering his cup. The flames of love ignited among the late king's children blazed brightly, and with the advent of free love came rebellion and chaos. He has once broken his vows for the sake of love, thereby dousing the royal family with a frigid chill. Yet love arrives with the whims of fate, beyond his control. My elder brother fell for Jenny of the Stonehill, forsaking his crown and offending the Baratheon family. My sister and I wed, abandoning the betrothal to House Tully, while she relinquished her engagement to House Tyrell. Additionally, our younger brother Daeron, with his fervent affection for his own gender, forsook his engagement to Lady Redwine. The bitterness etched on the face of Aegon II deepened, as if he were transported back to a time when they were too young and impetuous. Their capriciousness has wrought considerable chaos upon the kingdom. My brother's love for Jenny has turned Westeros into a graveyard of corpses and rivers of blood as a grim offering. Each broken vow transformed foes into allies, further undermining the foundation of Targaryen rule. Chaos and rebellion ensued, the flutter of a butterfly's wings creating ripples that culminated in the Hall of Summer, where sorcery, fire, and death brought everything to an end. Achievement, a Game of Thrones, the machinations of lesser players. Marriage and political career serve as both accelerators and powder kegs for noble sentiments. I hope you reflect deeply and treat matters of the heart with the utmost care. Rhaegar listened intently, as the Targaryens became the source of many romantic entanglements, particularly the unfit King Aegon V and his progeny, who pursued love freely despite his lowly line of succession, without opposition. However, upon ascending the throne, his children pursued their own desires, disregarding their father's will, creating a veritable powder keg. The king, unable to rein in his offspring, saw his own penchant for romantic freedom infect them. This pattern of broken vows across 2 generations has incited the ire of the Baratheons, Tyrells, Tullys, Redwines, and numerous other great houses. Rhaegar could not help but lament the mischief wrought by his forebears. Their yearning for love has altered the landscape of Westeros. Otherwise, the Tullys, Tyrells, and Redwines would have been integrated into the Targaryen fold, rather than targeting the Baratheons with fervor. Rhaegar, when the day comes for you to be crowned king and take your seat upon the Iron Throne, you must treat your children's marriages with utmost seriousness. Matrimony and titles are the most significant leverage we possess in balancing the lords. The exchange of marriages and offices among the lords is paramount. Aegon too gazed at his young grandson, speaking earnestly. Rhaegar comprehended his grandfather's words, but chose to remain silent, fulfilling his role as a listener. This is Westeros. Even the Dragon Lords must tread carefully, for their power is not without limits. With all due respect, Your Grace, I must assert that one of the nation's significant missteps is its excessive friendliness towards Dorne. The strength and capability of this ally are limited. The supporters of the Dragon Lords are few, and marrying a Dornish woman will simultaneously offend the daughters of other great nobles, Duke Mound mused. These thoughts had lingered in his heart for long, and today, emboldened by wine, he voiced them. Especially now, as the royal family needs to mend rifts with other great houses and secure reliable allies. Rhaegar must not marry another Dornish woman. This is for the sake of the realm, Duke Mound concluded. Rhaegar sensed that Duke Mound had an innate talent for prophecy when he spoke. Chapter 22, The Knight on the White Horse. Observing the Duke's flushed face, Rhaegar noted that he was a man who had once perished on the battlefield, making him more carefree and perceptive. As the saying goes, a nation with honest advisors will not perish, and a family with honest offspring will not fall. Unfortunately, many kings fail to grasp this wisdom. Throughout history, Dorne has engaged in prolonged conflict with us, suffering grievous losses. The Stormlands, the Reach, the Riverlands, and even the Westerlands harbor animosity towards the Dornish. Even if nobles and warriors feign reconciliation under the king's command, their deep-seated hatred for Dorne remains. Moreover, in an effort to gain Dorne's support, the royal family has adopted overly lenient policies towards them. To incorporate Dorne into the Seven Kingdoms, privileges were granted to the Dornish, such as marital alliances, which were not afforded to the Tyrells, Tullys, Starks, or Lannisters. Additionally, they retained royal titles, continued to use Dornish law, and only occasionally fell under the jurisdiction of the Red Keep when paying taxes to the Iron Throne. Most crucially, Dorne's power is limited. Its sparse population and remote location from King's Landing mean that, at best, they can be considered self-defending brigands. Although Dornishmen exhibit remarkable bravery in protecting their own territory, their fervor to support King's Landing in battle is far less compelling, and the distance they must traverse renders them anything but a formidable reinforcement. Duke Mond opened his throat and candidly expressed his thoughts. In a post-dragon era, with the threat of dragonkind no longer looming, forging alliances with powerful lords to expand royal support is indeed the prudent course. Rhaegar was taken aback by this bold assertion. Yet, when considering the broader context of Westeros, it was undeniably sage advice. Both Aegon II and Rhaegar bore the blood of the Dornish royal line, ever since Daeron II was a Dornish princess, ushering in a warm honeymoon between the Targaryens and Martells. However, Duke Mon's perspective was strikingly incisive. This is the reality of Westeros, a realm of intricate alliances and rivalries. As an insider, Duke Mon has already perceived the perils of being too closely allied with Dorne. I have contemplated your words, Aegon II replied. No ordinary noble would dare to speak so to a king. He stroked his chin, seemingly transported back to the tumultuous days of yore. A significant cause of the Blackfyre Rebellion was the friendship between King Daeron II and Dorne. While the royal family gained a friend in Dorne, they simultaneously alienated many others. They perceived the crown as being overly partial to Dorne, viewing it as a sign of weakness. And the dark-haired heir Baelor was deemed lacking in the martial prowess of Demon Blackfyre. Such is the nature of politics, a game of gains and losses. We have won the hearts of the Dornish, yet lost the favor of the Riverlands, the Stormlands, and even portions of the Westerlands. It is not merely a matter of right and wrong, but also one of balance. Aegon II sighed, having earnestly reflected on the Blackfyre Rebellion and the court's perception of the Dornish. The Duke's assertions, in truth, reflect an objective reality. The kingdom has existed for merely 2 or 3 centuries, yet the great houses have endured for millennia. Hatred often endures longer than love. In the lands of the Riverlands, the Westerlands harbor disdain for the Iron Islands, while the Stormlands and the Reach hold animosity towards Dorne. The people of King's Landing, in their arrogance, scorn all equally. Only the nobles of King's Landing can truly be called nobility. The court bears a deep-seated resentment towards the Dornish. Their loathing is not merely directed at the Dornish people, but rather at the preferential treatment afforded to them. However, disrupting the status quo proves more perilous than maintaining it. Should the crown shift its allegiances, it risks alienating the Dornish further. One can only hope that the next generation will find a way to restore balance. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials. And King Aegon II finds himself devoid of better options. The dwindling population of dragons poses the greatest challenge. With such a limited number of dragons, and compounded by their insular romances, the opportunities for intermarriage among dragonkind are scarce. Were there more dragons, each lord would send a few to strengthen their rule, ensuring a more stable dominion. With the conclusion of the War of the Ninepenny Kings, the royalist forces gradually withdrew from the Stepstones. After the loss of dragons, the defense of the Stepstones is deemed an unwise endeavor, for the realm lacks the strength to maintain control over this volatile territory. The remaining forces of the Ninepenny King linger in Essos, yet they no longer pose a significant threat. During the conflict, young knights and dukes emerged as champions, a testament to history's unfolding and the elders' intentions. Duke Horst, Blackfish Brendan, the heirs of the Westerlands, the brothers Lannister, the valiant Ser Stephen from the Stormlands, and Prince Aegon from Dragonstone. At the gates of King's Landing, the sound of triumphant revelry resounds. King Aegon II and Queen Rhaella, along with Prince Aegon, Duke Monty, Ser Stephen, Princess Elia of Dorne, and Lady Joanna, await their moment of convergence. The gates shimmer with the brilliance of jewels, furs, and golden adornments. The fragrance of the noblewomen and lords' perfumes seems to overpower all else. In this vibrant moment, each individual strives to outshine the others. Victory is sufficient to imbue even the most timid with a sense of glory and honor, until they behold the soldiers, arrayed like a forest, rushing towards them. Their armor gleaming in the sunlight, spirits soaring high. Ser Uriah Hightower leads the royalist army home with honor. The forces of the Iron Islands have returned directly to their homeland, while Ser Uriah predominantly commands soldiers from the Crownlands, Stormlands, and Westerlands. Convincing the brutes of the Iron Islands to bow in gratitude to the king may prove exceedingly challenging. As the triumphant march fills the air with melody, the soldiers seem to revel in the attention of the multitude. Clad in gleaming white armor, riding a white steed, draped in a white cloak, with a white shield secured to his arm, Ser Uriah resembles a majestic white bull. Nearby, a herald raises the banners of the stag and the dragon in symmetry. Following Ser Uriah are other knights who have distinguished themselves in battle. The proud and victorious Lord Roger, adorned with the red lion sigil, Ser Balistan, whose armor bears the wheat emblem and has achieved great feats. Prince Aegon, crowned with a helm of the three-headed red dragon, his breastplate embellished with rubies. The brothers Lannister, donning lion-headed helmets and cloaked in crimson, and the Tully brothers, who, despite their paths diverging, find themselves united in this moment of glory. The attire of the White Knights appears more modest compared to that of other nobles, yet they remain the most esteemed knights of their time. In an instant, the knights showcased their martial virtues, becoming the focal point of the day. The esteemed king, having fulfilled his duty, returned home with great honor after many days of campaigning. Sir Gello dismounted and knelt before the king, his heart brimming with excitement. Despite facing challenges on his inaugural campaign, he was fortunate to witness a splendid conclusion. Rise. Sir Gello, you have added new brilliance to the Iron Throne and the White Knights, King Jaehaerys II proclaimed, his tone imbued with pride. The ultimate glory of a knight lies in his willingness to brave fire and water for your majesty. I would spare no effort, Sir Gello replied humbly. Gesturing towards his companion, Sir Balistan, Your Excellency, allow me to introduce the greatest hero of this war, the savior of Bloodstone Island, the dauntless Sir Balistan Selmy. I commend Sir Balistan to you. He shall be one of our White Knight brethren and will forge even more legendary honors. Sir Gello declared solemnly. Granted. This is also my honor. The king responded with a carefree smile, his previous frown dissipating significantly. Sir Balistan bowed to the king, and the atmosphere reached a peak of exhilaration. The resonant sound of brass horns filled the air, had it not been for the White Knight's need for the chains of honor. Men would have likely queued long into the night to seek the company of Sir Balistan. Balistan's face flushed crimson. Honor was far more intoxicating than fine wine. Despite his heroism, he was merely a young warrior in his 20s. He had relinquished dreams of marriage and inheritance, choosing instead to live for the sake of honor. The Hall of Harvest, once renowned for its agricultural produce, would henceforth be celebrated for the valor of its warriors. Chapter 23. The Wandering Swordsman of Bravos the night was enchanting, and the feast would surely leave all present, nobles and ladies alike, spellbound. In addition to the welcoming and the oath-taking at the gates of King's Landing, King Jaehaerys II had prepared a grand banquet to express gratitude to the returning noble knights. Aware that this opportunity to forge alliances was rare, the Royal Treasury was ablaze with laughter, wine, and fragrances. The attendees of the banquet were primarily the nobles and ladies of King's Landing, distinguished knights who had excelled in the war, as well as some worthy individuals. The king had not forgotten the majority of the soldiers stationed outside the city. He had specifically sent gifts of gold and silver along with sumptuous delicacies to them. After all, to please the soldiers returning from campaign required a financial outlay. The courtiers of King Jaehaerys II had donned magnificent garments in the hall to mirror the king's joy. Each individual was eager to outshine the others. The High Septon, adorned with a crystal crown, wore attire that rivaled the allure of Bravos courtesans. The rainbow-hued crystal crown was undoubtedly a product of countless donations from the faithful. Some affluent patrons had contributed substantial sums of money and provisions merely to secure their place at this evening's event. Everyone was resplendently dressed, unwilling to be outdone. Rhaegar felt as though he had entered a beauty contest turned battleground, where each individual adorned themselves with garments and jewels in pursuit of a handsome price. Observing these gluttonous revelers, he found his deepest disdain reserved for the archbishop. Yet, the archbishop has corruption and transformation into a sycophant of power seemed, in some twisted sense, a beneficial turn of events. At the head of the main table sat King Jaehaerys II, resplendently dressed in opulent attire, embroidered with dragons and flames. Crowned with a heavy golden diadem, the guests at this table represented an illustrious assembly, epitomizing the tremors of power and nobility. Only those of the utmost kinship or distinguished valor could hope to secure a seat among them: the king, the queen, Prince Aerys, Princess Rhaella. The archbishop representing the seven gods, Duke Mondo of the Stag, Sir Stephen and his wife, Duke Horst representing the Trout, Sir Brynden, Princess Elia representing Dorne and Tywin, the Lannister brothers, and Lady Joanna representing the Red Lion. Of course, the presence of war heroes such as Sir Jorah and Sir Balistan could not be overlooked. Count Roger felt elated, though he was ill-prepared for such scrutiny. Had it not been for Sir Jaime's tragic demise on the battlefield, he would not have been graced with a place at this table. The wealth of House Targaryen, in no small measure, was bolstered by the allure of Sister Elia, who had skillfully enticed heirs of the Lannister lineage. The ladies were the most splendidly adorned, with Princess Rhaella in a silver gown, Princess Elia in gold, Lady Joanna in emerald, and Lady Stephen in crimson, each a breathtaking rose of the evening. Rhaegar himself was attired in striking black silks, embellished with rubies, depicting fierce red dragons in full flourish, with silver hair and violet eyes. He exuded an effortless elegance that led many to believe he was indeed a true dragon of noble descent, seated between the king and queen. He had a firm grasp on the unfolding dynamics. Shortly, the king entrusted him with a conspicuous task. Westeros was undeniably a realm where appearances held great weight. Reminiscent of an era steeped in aristocratic politics, where the aristocracy's looks and physique were scrutinized with great rigor, although virtue was often extolled over mere beauty. Possessing an appealing exterior certainly alleviated many burdens. However, an unsettling scene soon marred the festivities. Rhaegar observed Prince Aerys casting furtive glances at Lady Joanna, instantly darkening Tywin's countenance. Rhaegar felt an overwhelming urge to rise and deliver a reprimanding slap to the prince. Even though Aerys was strikingly handsome, his fervor had begun to cloud his judgment. Princess Rhaella, harboring her own ire, refrained from expressing her wrath. Duke Mondo also noted the disquiet, his expression betraying his discomfort. While Prince Aerys was not pursuing his daughter-in-law, such a breach of decorum would be a disgrace to the royal family. The Dragon Lords were not lacking in their indulgences. Yet they must understand the boundaries of their pursuits. In days past, the weak king had sought pleasure indiscriminately, nearly paying for it with his life. Ladies and gentlemen, before the banquet commences, a brief ceremony shall be conducted, with my grandson Rhaegar presiding over it. King Jaehaerys too clapped his hands, summoning his attendants. Within a box lay a magnificent soft gold necklace, adorned with a medallion shaped like a dragon, its eyes set with rubies, radiating splendor. The medallion bore the inscription, "Savior of the Stepstones. To all those who had served the realm, the dragonkin would forever remember your contributions." Prince Aegon descended, personally draping the necklace around the necks of Sir Jorah, Lord Baelish, Duke of Montrose, and others. This was a distinctive honor, capable of igniting fervent pride. The ceremony, traditionally reserved for the king, was instead performed by the precocious and distinguished Prince Aegon, already known as the Lucky One. The assembly regarded this bestowal as a mark of glory and blessing. Long live the king! Long live the king! A chant erupted from the crowd, men and women alike, their voices rising like a chorus of ducks. Their eagerness and sincerity etched the king's affection upon their faces. The feast commenced. At this moment of collective attention, King Jaehaerys too raised a hand. Amidst the fervent tide, the banquet began. Attendants presented the dishes, exquisite golden wine from the arbor, evoking the summer joys of the Reach. Barley beef soup, crisp hot bread, and a delightful plum salad followed by roasted trout, honey-glazed chicken, apple pie, and buttery carrots. The piece de resistance was a lavish peacock stuffed with mushrooms and oysters. This roasted peacock was, in fact, a dish that Prince Aegon found particularly distasteful, considering it a wasteful indulgence. Yet, the nobility often regarded such grand birds, roasted swans and peacocks, as symbols of their status. As the revelry intensified, the court jester took the stage, a diminutive man, spinning jokes to amuse the esteemed guests. Laughter erupted from the assembly, even the High Septon shedding his austere demeanor. A swordsman from Bravos, Sir Sisa, expressed gratitude for the king's warm hospitality with a dance. Moments later, a slender man clad in fine robes emerged from a secluded corner, bowing to the assembly before drawing his sword. King Jaehaerys too was initially taken aback, but soon remembered this wandering swordsman from Bravos, whom he had met days prior. Looking haggard and graciously offered sustenance. The king was known for his hospitality. Though unfamiliar with martial arts, he granted this swordsman entry to the festivities. Prince Aegon noted the man's accent, tinged with the essence of free trade city-states, likely hailing from Bravos. The man wielded a rapier, complete with a guard and hilt, an elegant thrusting sword, remarkably lighter than the longswords of Westeros. Aegon recognized it as a water dancer from Bravos. Chapter 24. Dance of Water and Fire. The figure of the Bravosi swordsman, Sir Sisa, began to move, his swordplay graceful. Unlike the brute force of combat, Sisa's style resembled a ballet beneath the moonlight. As he danced for the king, even the jester ceased his antics. The hall had transformed into Sisa's stage. Swift as a deer, silent as a shadow, rapid as a serpent, still as water, robust as a bear, fierce as a wolf. Immovable as stone, such are the water dancers of Bravos, who adeptly engage their foes with their favored rapier. The assassins of Bravos, flamboyant and combative, vie fiercely over the favor of socialites, their artistry honed to perfection. King Jaehaerys led the applause, a thunderous ovation echoing through the air. The exotic allure of Bravos was on full display, and it was indeed a matter of pride to witness such exquisite swordsmen perform. However, the brothers of the White Knight remained unimpressed, encased in full iron armor, complete with neat guards, throat protection, gauntlets, and high boots. They regarded the water dance as little more than a triviality, far inferior to the heavy-armored knights favored in Westeros. On the battlefield, they dismissed such trifles as inconsequential. Rhaegar's gaze was fixated on the swordplay of Sisa, a genuine swordsman, if only he could harness such talent for his own purposes. Bravos, alongside Lys, is a free trade city-state that places little value on regular armies, often relying instead on the procurement of mercenaries and slaves, and more recently, the recruitment of Dothraki. Unlike the rigid chivalric code of Westeros, the free cities are rife with faceless men, water dancers, and the insidious poisons of the tears of Lys. Rhaegar contemplated the contrast between the water dance and the heavy lances of Westeros. It was merely a matter of differing technological advancements. How could one so gifted choose a life of wandering? The memory of a swordsman is remarkable, yet why the nomadic existence? Your swordsmanship, while perhaps not surpassing that of the crown's foremost swordsman, is not far behind, inquired Jaehaerys II. Rhaegar observed the wandering swordsman, clad in dark attire, his countenance bearing an unshakable melancholy. Those truly skilled in the art of the sword, along with the upper echelons of Braavos nobility, often don such deep brown garments. Braavos is a place that ages one prematurely, evoking memories of less pleasant times. Syssa was reluctant to elaborate, and Jaehaerys II did not press further. The swordsmen of Braavos, engaged in fierce competition over social favors, are often reckless, yet lacking any exceptional circumstances, they seldom depart from their homeland. Both Jaehaerys II and Rhaegar began to entertain notions of redemption. A swordsman free of attachments would indeed make an excellent guardian. The water dancers are swift and lethal, and their social connections are relatively uncomplicated. Rhaegar observed Syssa with keen interest, and Jaehaerys II discerned his thoughts. The king gestured, and a servant approached, to whom he whispered a few words. Noble swordsman, your technique is truly exquisite. Our king has a beloved grandson, known to all as Fortunate Rhaegar, whose precocity and intellect are widely acknowledged. Should you choose to remain and instruct Prince Rhaegar, the Dragon King would surely bestow generous rewards. The servant spoke respectfully after Sissa's performance concluded. Upon hearing these words, many knights revealed expressions of envy and resentment. Such a splendid opportunity seemed to slip away to a foreigner. This indeed serves as a shortcut to win the favor of the Dragon King, yet such opportunities are rare. However, some knights hesitate to challenge Syssa, for his skills are exceptional, and combined with the swift and agile swordsmanship of Braavos. Ordinary knights fear the embarrassment of failure in the Grand Hall. Yet, a look of reluctance appeared on Syssa's face. I appreciate the Dragon King's kindness, but a wandering swordsman like myself, a mere vagabond, is unworthy of learning such a trivial art, especially when a prince of noble birth possesses a form of gold. I am but a wild drifter, a carefree spirit. I fear that strict teachings may displease the prince. Syssa quickly declined, recognizing the arduous nature of mentoring a royal. Furthermore, these nobles often possess an exaggerated perception of their offspring's capabilities, elevating a mere fraction of talent to an immense stature. This was not his first encounter. Syssa held little faith in the exceptional qualities or patience of these noble scions, nor in their capacity for hard work and perseverance. Among the offspring of the Sea King, few become truly remarkable, let alone the descendants of the Dragon King of Westeros. Bring me a wooden sword, commanded Rhaegar. King Aegon II regarded Rhaegar, noting the boy's innate passion for martial arts. Could it be that today he would make an even greater impression? For reasons unknown, the king felt an inexplicable confidence in Rhaegar and thus consented. The attendant presented a child's wooden sword, blunt and encased in a lead core. Fetch a slightly longer one, Rhaegar said after testing it. The wandering swordsman Syssa gazed in astonishment at Rhaegar, for the prince's physique was stronger and taller than that of his peers. Syssa was skeptical of the existence of a natural-born warrior, especially one so young. Knowledge and skill cannot be inherited through blood or mere circumstance. They are acquired through practice. Yet, the boy's status as the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne was undeniably unique. Under the watchful eyes of many, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Syssa had already formulated words to uphold the child's modest dignity. Rhaegar raised the wooden sword, bowing respectfully to the swordsman. It was time to showcase a glimpse of Westerosi prowess. Rhaegar was not merely a prodigy, but also a significant figure in his own right. As he lifted the wooden sword, the long blade came to life. Though the prince's stature was diminutive, his swordplay was remarkably poised. Silver locks danced in the wind, and the black garb adorned with the red dragon seemed to ignite a flame, a fire imbued with the power and passion to melt all in its path. As bold as a million souls, the shadow of Rhaegar's slain predecessor may have faded, yet I shall resurrect the brilliance of his blade. This was no mere display of flamboyance. His swordsmanship embodied the spirit of conquering mountains and rivers. The wooden sword, robust and unrefined, executed slashes, jabs, and thrusts with vigor. Those knowledgeable in the art quickly discerned the truth. The prince's technique was not the fluidity of water, but rather the fervor of fire. This was not the playful folly of a child. It resembled the calm demeanor forged through countless battles. Charm, the endearing scion of dragons, true dragon blood, a natural warrior, has already garnered much admiration. Both Ser Barristan and Ser Jorah were taken aback. They had initially presumed the prince was merely driven by an inflated sense of pride, unwilling to falter before others. They were astonished to discover that Prince Rhaegar was indeed a born swordsman. Could it be that there were other masters in King's Landing? It seemed improbable. The young prince, though still a child, exhibited a swordsmanship imbued with the essence of a master. Was it truly a gift of nature? Zysa observed Rhaegar's swordplay with quiet intensity. The technique was expansive and bold, akin to ascending a mountain peak or traversing a great river. The grandeur and wildness of this swordplay stood in stark contrast to the languid style of Braavos. Zysa's expression shifted. Previously, he had been skeptical of innate talent. Yet now, he was convinced. Despite Rhaegar's youth, his swordsmanship revealed considerable prowess, embodying an unparalleled vigor that was far from the playthings of noble heirs. Resembling instead a warrior capable of cleaving through steel, Zysa bowed deeply to the king and Prince Rhaegar, retracting his earlier disdain and arrogance. As if he had uncovered a precious gem, a man of his rustic demeanor, he was oblivious to the wisdom that lies beyond. Should the king permit, I shall learn alongside the prince, but I must never arrogantly claim to be his teacher. Rhaegar assisted Zysa to his feet. Arise, swordsman. Your swordplay is elegant and ethereal. I wish to learn from you. Dance of fire. Dance of fire. Rhaegar concluded his sword performance, and the applause that erupted in the hall was twice that received by Zysa. The noblewomen's claps resonated, captivated by the diminutive warrior. It seemed to serve as a demonstration against Zysa, asserting that the craft of Braavos held no extraordinary merit. Our princess swordsmanship was equally formidable. Chapter 25. Prelude to Casterly Rock. The grand feast at King's Landing concluded amidst songs, fine wine, and laughter. However, the strife and flames of conflict did not dissipate with the surface warmth. In Tywin's chamber, his two brothers arrived after the banquet. Tywin and Kevin sat opposite each other, flanked by their youthful attendant, their brother, Tygat. Though only 10 during the War of the Stepstones, Tygat had already displayed his martial skills and courage, having slain 3 adult adversaries. What was he doing while we fought on the front lines? He has taken a new lover, entwining himself with our brother Gillian's wet nurse. Uncle perished on the battlefield, yet it did not hinder his indulgences. His lion's head may be filled solely with passion, lust, and women. Grandfather never intended to groom him as an heir. He is weak-willed, of mediocre talent, and lacks martial prowess. He has never even been knighted. The sound of war horns frightens him to death. Had it not been for the early deaths of our 2 uncles, the Lannister family would not have fallen to this state. Tywin's tone was frigid. Neither Kevin nor Tygat spoke, for their brother's words bore the weight of truth. The capricious and ever-changing fate had thrust their father, Tytos, into the lofty roles of Warden of the West and Protector of Casterly Rock. Yet he proved incompetent in every duty. What he bequeathed to the Lannister family was mockery, weakness, and disgrace. We cannot allow the glory of our ancestors to be tarnished by our father's hands, Tywin stated coldly. Every action, when executed, leads to its inevitable outcome. In his heart, he deemed his father untrustworthy. Tytos was too feeble and easily bowing to pressure. He would wield iron and ruthlessness to reclaim the people's reverence for the lion. The honor of House Lannister would prevail above all. Kayvon nodded in agreement. The situation had not improved. Following the death of Uncle Jason, the family lacked a loyal and reliable leader. The Lannister family's influence in the Westerlands had not only failed to grow but had also diminished during the war. Count Roger led the forces of the Westerlands to numerous victories, further diminishing the Lannister standing. It could be said that these were the bleakest times for the Westerlands. The Ironborn and the pirates of the Stone Steps Isles ravaged the western coast. Had it not been for the aging King Corrin of the Iron Islands, the situation would have been even more dire. Some families had allied with the Riverlands, while others had turned to House Tyest. Local disputes were resolved through force rather than seeking arbitration from the Duke. I cannot allow a tragedy like that of my grandfather to occur again. I must avenge him with the blood of House Tyest. I will destroy the Red Lion Tyest stronghold at Castamere, annihilate the Tarbeck family, and eliminate Lady Ellen and her vile offspring. What Tywin spoke of was indeed the tragedy of Ser Ellen Marblin, the knight, who was Tywin's grandfather, fell to the hands of the Red Lion. Count Roger and his sister, Lady Ellen, had become the 2 most despised figures for Tywin. Ser Ellen had gone to assist Duke Tyest in summoning the Tarbeck family for retribution, but Roger, incited by his sister, ambushed the camp of Dennis, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. Yet, in the end, the Laughing Lion forgave it all, rendering the knight's sacrifice seemingly in vain. Hatred, however, only deepened. We must act swiftly and catch the Red Lion Reyes off guard. Kayvon gritted his teeth. We need to be faithful, reliable, and unwaveringly loyal to our family. The war on the Stone Steps Isles has forged our soldiers. I have already compiled a list of capable knights, and you, Kayvon, may recommend others to me. Some soldiers have been swayed by Count Roger's influence, but such soldiers are unworthy. I believe grateful soldiers should know who provides them with their military pay, Tywin remarked. Kayvon. Tygett also nodded. The days of peace are no longer attainable. Since the Reyes family has chosen war, the Lannisters must respond in kind. The first step is to assemble a capable force, one that will be tasked with eradicating bandits and rogue knights in the Westerlands while also serving as our muscle for debt collection. The second step involves recovering the debts owed by our father. Those unable to repay must offer hostages. If it comes to that, the use of force will be inevitable, particularly against the Tarbeck family, vassals of Count Roger. Tywin's tone was cold. The ultimate target was the Red Lion, Count Roger. Once we eliminate this brazen Red Lion, all will be well. Then let us proceed. I shall always support you, Kayvon asserted firmly. Tygett's expression bore a trace of fear, yet he nodded in agreement. Do we not require the aid of the dragons, brother? If you were to seek the Dragon King's assistance, you might acquire soldiers in aid. Today, I observed Sir Balistan, Sir Giro, and even that wandering swordsman, Ceesay, all capable warriors. After a brief pause, Sir Kayvon inquired. Should we find the support of the Dragon Kings, our efforts would be greatly rewarded, and our endeavor would carry notable renown. There is no need to trouble the Dragon Lords. We can resolve this vexation ourselves. Our plans must remain clandestine. The more individuals who are aware, the less secure it becomes. Tywin shook his head, having discerned the Dragon Lord's awkward predicament, lacking strength and personnel. Although the realm is densely populated, it suffers from inadequate financial resources and suitable soldiers. The slippery citizens of King's Landing are hardly fit for military service. The royal army's limited forces must contend with the threats from both King's Landing and enemies across the sea, while also preparing to launch an offensive in the west. Indeed, it is quite a dilemma. The royal family's previous attempts at mediation have repeatedly faltered for these very reasons. Dispatching more troops without sufficient strength proves futile, while sending fewer soldiers is equally ineffective. My brother has considered every angle. Our forces are more than capable of annihilating the Rains family, Sir Kevin resolutely replied. Tywin nodded in satisfaction. It was time to bring about change in the west. The group had already devised a strategy. A solitary lion cannot prevail, but a pride of lions can conquer all. Everything for the family. Everything for the family. On the following morning, Tywin did not linger in King's Landing, but hastily bid farewell to the king and, accompanied by his two brothers, rode into the camp, leading the Lannister soldiers back to the west. The brothers aimed to bring significant amusement to their homeland. However, the war had already concluded, and it was only natural for the Lannister lads to lead the troops. The Tywin brothers encountered no resistance as they reclaimed command of the army. At that moment, Lord Roger remained engrossed in wine in the embraces of courtesans, utterly unaware that the Tywin brothers had whisked away the majority of the forces. Returning to the west ahead of schedule, Rhaegar stood in a concealed location within the Red Keep, observing that the Crimson Lion army had withdrawn. He mused that the rainy season in Castamere was fast approaching, hinting at impending excitement. Chapter 26, Awakening the Blood of Fire in Rhaegar's Small Chamber. He gazed upon the map of Westeros, which bore numerous colors he had applied. Dragonstone and the Moonlight Mountains. These were places where dragon eggs may still be lost. A wooden sword lay upon the map, serving as a paperweight. Viserys regarded Rhaegar, seeing him as a truly focused young dragon. Yet he understood that had he been born into the Dragon Lord's family, he too would likely be similarly enamored with dragons. My prince, your vitality is truly extraordinary. Ordinary children would have long succumbed to slumber after my water training, Viserys remarked, genuinely astonished by the child's vigor. Could it be that some individuals are born as warriors? The water training is a swordsmanship discipline practiced by the water dancers of Braavos. Braavos views combat in Westeros as a dance of steel, emphasizing ferocity and strength, striking relentlessly with brute force. In contrast, Braavo's style of combat is akin to a dance of water, emphasizing agility and swiftness, executing moves with unexpected finesse. In Rhaegar's perspective, this reflects a comparison between rigidity and fluidity. The fighting style of the Shadows of Lys is indeed one of fierce and relentless strikes, while Viserys' water dance is characterized by its gentle fluidity. Master Viserys, you truly exaggerate. The blood of dragons is no different from that of ordinary humans. It does not burn with flames. It is impossible for every moment to be filled with vigor, Rhaegar replied. After a period of training, Ceesay's perception of Rhaegar had grown increasingly favorable. Ceesay discerned a spark of fervor from Rhaegar, while Rhaegar gleaned a semblance of the softness of water from Ceesay. Perhaps he could forge a warrior that transcends the predecessors, a bold amalgamation of fire and water. Rhaegar intended to blend the martial techniques of Braavos and Westeros, creating something unparalleled. Your Highness, permit me to speak candidly. The dragons have been absent for centuries. All know they are lost to the realm, akin to a fleeting dream. You ought to devote your precious time to honing your combat skills, rather than pursuing such ephemeral pursuits. Ceesay regarded Rhaegar thoughtfully before voicing his concerns. Though he resided far in Braavos, he had heard of the absurd antics the Dragonkin engaged in to awaken their colossal beasts, tales of the Ironwood Dragon, of consuming wildfire, and most recently, Aegon V, who ignited himself in flames. He truly wished for his pupil to avoid such a path. Thank you, Master Ceesay. The extinction of dragons has indeed become a reality. I no longer harbor illusions, merely a genuine interest in that history, Rhaegar stated, though the swordsman Ceesay appeared cold. He possessed a kind heart beneath the surface, revealed through their time spent together. Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, Ceesay fell silent and took his leave. As night deepened, Rhaegar felt every muscle in his body aching as if they were being pulled apart. Yet, Ceesay remarked that this was not the most arduous of training methods. It was merely their customary sparring, had they been in Braavos. The training of the finest swordsmen would entail catching a specific cat among a cluster or performing a dance upon a spiral slide. Rhaegar felt utterly exhausted. How much effort was required for the harmonious dance of water and fire? In Westeros, few warriors dared to attempt such audacious feats. Fatigued and drowsy, Rhaegar drifted into a dream. Once more, he envisioned the silver dragon, motionless, suspended in the air, gazing intently at him. The dragon's magnificent scales and graceful form embodied a union of strength and beauty. Anyone would extol the splendor of this silver creature. The silver dragon was an omen, and those who beheld it felt fortunate. It neither breathed fire nor exhaled smoke. It simply fixed its gaze upon Rhaegar. Rhaegar seemed to fall into a state of suspension. Time itself appeared to halt, as did life. He longed to speak, yet found himself unable to voice his thoughts, as if some force suppressed him, leaving only the flow of consciousness amidst a paralyzing fear and solitude. The silver dragon began to transform into stone, inch by inch, piece by piece, accelerating until it became a flawless sculpture. Unable to endure any longer, Rhaegar broke through the stasis, sprinting toward the silver dragon. Flames ignited from within him, starting from his heart and gradually enveloping his body and face. Silver strands of hair had ignited in the blaze, flames dancing in his nostrils and mouth. The fire caused his blood to boil and invigorated his very essence. The fierce flames purified all, rendering him even more formidable. With flames ablaze, Rhaegar charged towards the silver dragon, which too was engulfed by this inferno. The dragon, liberated from its petrifying curse, revived once more. Its roar resonated across the vast expanse, and as it stirred, it beckoned Rhaegar to mount its back. Ascending into the skies upon the dragon's back, the winds caressed them, and together they surveyed the world with disdain. Perhaps I am the one true dragon. Silver dragon, where art thou? How shall I awaken you? Rhaegar awoke from his slumber. The dream unfolded in a more bizarre manner. It was his own flames that roused the silver dragon. His entire being ignited, a pure form of spontaneous combustion. There was no external fire, but rather his body kindled the flames. What does this fire foretell? Rhaegar pondered. The dragon lords claimed to be true dragons, impervious to flames. Yet they were merely a step above ordinary men. The true inner fire was indeed a rarity. Moreover, this fire was not externally induced, but rather an automatic combustion from within. At that moment, the panel underwent a transformation. His identity panel revealed an additional lineage of fire. Identity, the last dragon clan, slumbering blood of fire. Some flames originate from the outside, while others arise from within. To become a true dragon, one must awaken the dormant flames. This fire may not be genuine flames, but rather my will, my vitality, and my fighting spirit. During the tide of magic, ordinary dragons could hatch into their form, but as magic waned and its essence faded, only those dragons with the most fervent life force and indomitable spirit could awaken the dragon. Rhaegar mused. The song of ice and fire. Ice represents conspiracy, while fire embodies passion. Ice is the Night King, and fire perhaps represents Waller. The dragonkin have flames coursing through their veins, yet many of their fires remain sealed. He thought of one person, Daenerys. As a dragonborn, she too faced upheaval, akin to iron forged into steel. Though a girl, she bore the weight of hardship, until she was sculpted by suffering into a blazing inferno. Ordinary dragons merely grew within the confines of the palace, nurtured by the hands of women. Yet Daenerys was indeed the scion of doom, having endured countless trials and tribulations, the annihilation of her family, the loss of her husband and children. This girl's indomitable spirit would make any man blush with shame. Chapter 27. Rhaegar's Valyrian Guardians and the Secret Meeting Chamber of King Jaehaerys II. The king laid out a map of the 7 kingdoms upon a table of golden heartwood. Upon the map were intricately carved wooden representations of the great houses. The red dragon statue symbolized House Targaryen, The blue eagle represented House Arryn, the dire wolf embodied House Stark, the stag stood for House Baratheon, the golden lion for House Lannister, the rose for House Tyrell, and the golden kraken for House Greyjoy. Except for the dragons, these are the foremost lords of Westeros, and their statues are the most grand. The statue of the Black Dragon, representing House Blackfyre, was taken away by the king from the Stone Steps Islands. The rebellion of the Black Dragon, after enduring 5 Blackfyre rebellions, has finally reached its conclusion. Of course, there are also some remarkably powerful secondary lords that capture attention, such as the Bronze Royce family of the Vale, the Flayed Man Bolton family of the North, the Twin Towers Fry family of the Riverlands, the Red Line Tyrell family of the Westerlands, and the Hightower, Redwine, and Florent families of the Stormlands, each possessing men, ships, and noble bloodlines. Westeros dances under the command of these 20 or so families, both great and small. Their loves and hates have woven the history of Westeros. King Jaehaerys too gently moved the statue, symbolizing the flow of power and will. Manipulating these wooden carvings made the king feel rejuvenated, as if he had shed several years. Power surged within him, leading him to believe he could command everything. Rhaegar gazed at the king, captivated by these figurines. The dimensions of the statues revealed the overall situation of Westeros. Rhaegar stood quietly beside him, while the swordsman Ser Clegane drooped his eyelids. Basking in the warmth of the courtyard, the White Knights stood guard around the house, poised for vigilance. Rhaegar observed the king, recognizing this as power, the kind that drives countless individuals to madness. With a mere command from the king, mountains could be carved, and rivers could be dug. The civil strife within House Targaryen was not only bloody due to the allure of power, but also because most of the dragon's descendants lacked substantial titles, leading to compromises with the great nobles that limited the Targaryens' own territories. The only valuable lands were Dragonstone and King's Landing. Seizing Harrenhal would have also been beneficial, preventing them from being caught in a vulnerable position and allowing them to establish a foothold in the Riverlands. Accompanying the old king should have been the task of the crown prince, Aegon, but the prince pursued his own passions, preferring music, dance, and the kisses of women. This foremost heir of House Targaryen had succumbed to flowers and fine wines. The Westerlands, this fire is destined to ignite. Jaehaerys too examined the map, particularly noting the red line symbolizing House Lannister. The Westerlands had become a powder keg within the kingdom. Tywin had arranged for 500 knights, led by his brother Kevin, to eradicate bandits and mountain outlaws, while also demanding repayment from various minor nobles. Yet, the Red Lion had long been unruly, unwilling to submit to a young man like Tywin. Let them fight. Even as king, I have no excellent solutions, Jaehaerys too pondered. After losing the dragons, House Targaryen also lost its once transcendent status, shifting from the pinnacle of power to merely the head of the great nobility. In comparison to other great lords, the manpower and resources of the Targaryens are not particularly outstanding. In former times, a family like Lannister, which defied royal command, could easily have been scorched by dragonfire. Rhaegar observed Jaehaerys' gaze linger on the map of the Westerlands, understanding his concerns regarding the chaos in that region. The king gazed at the wooden carvings on the map, his eyes occasionally flickering with insight, at other times furrowing in deep concern. Despite the kingdom's victory in the conflict over the Stone Steps Islands, the safety of the dragonkin remained but a fleeting reprieve. One must remain vigilant, Rhaegar mused, suddenly realizing that his sense of caution stemmed from that very place. This war was a rare convergence of the guardians of several prominent regions, and the camaraderie forged in battle was akin to fine wine. This conflict would undoubtedly serve as a grand celebration among the nobility. Strengthening bonds was not exclusive to House Targaryen. Other families would partake as well. Caution was imperative, Rhaegar contemplated. The game of power. Oh, little player. You have grasped the essence of vigilance, which shall refine your prowess in this intricate game of authority. Jaehaerys cradled the emblematic red lion of House Tyrell in his palm, handling it with earnest contemplation. Rhaegar observed the king, lost in thought, while the wheel of fate for Count Roger had already begun to turn, leading only to a dead end. The realm required the gold of the Westerlands. Even if Tywin's actions were somewhat excessive, the king would likely opt for appeasement or protection. The Red Lion, devoid of external support and hollow within, would surely falter against the cold-hearted Golden Lion of Tywin in battle. Ser Balistan, you have just joined the ranks of the White Knights, yet your heroism resounds throughout Westeros. I wish to assign you a task to safeguard Prince Rhaegar's security. Of course, you may also impart some rudimentary combat skills to the prince, Jaehaerys too suddenly declared to Ser Balistan. Your Majesty, I am but an undaunted White Knight, meant to ensure your safety, not to watch over a child, Balistan replied, taken aback by the command, before regaining his composure. Sire, Caring for the royal family is also a part of your honor. Please do not shirk this duty. Moreover, you will not be watching over Rhaegar every day, but rather occasionally, Harry's too insisted. The White Knight is indeed bound to serve the king. Yet protecting the royal family is also an integral aspect of a White Knight's responsibilities. Frequently, the king dispatches the White Knights on various missions. The most ludicrous example being Aegon IV, whose penchant for seduction ultimately led to the demise of his own brother, the Dragon Knight. Sire, this is the king's command, and I hope you will accept it. We should obey the king's orders rather than offer suggestions, Sir Jello Hightower stated. Sir Jello was a staunchly conservative White Knight, and Rhaegar perceived that he would acquiesce to any command from the king. He dutifully fulfilled the obligations of a White Knight, believing that they should harbor minimal personal opinions. Their role was simply to obey. Sir Jello also held a disdain for the flamboyant water dance swordsmanship of bravos, deeming it unfit for the battlefield. To him, having Ser Balistan instruct the young prince would ensure that the prince remained on the right path. After some deliberation, Ser Balistan ultimately agreed. Prince Rhaegar was, after all, a natural warrior. Unlike the king, he reminded Balistan of a more ancient time, evoking memories of Prince Mikar the Hammer, Prince Baelor, and the adventurer Prince Daemon, all valiant fighters. Many White Knights cast envious glances at Balistan, the prince and the rightful heir to the kingdom. Balistan merely needs to charm the children, and fame and status will inevitably follow. Yet, despite his outward appearance, Balistan appears rather discontented. Sir Balistan has devoted his life to the pursuit of fame and fortune, but he yearns above all to protect the king. Chapter 28. The tales of bravos of the West. Rhaegar sensed a peculiar energy, truth be told. He harbored a fondness for Balistan. Balistan was both wise and valorous, sincerely upholding his oaths. He was not one of those hypocritical White Knights. For the most formidable adversary for a White Knight is desire. Some White Knights betray their vows, engaging in illicit affairs, while others are manipulated by external powers to serve as pawns of authority. In contrast, Balistan has genuinely renounced the pursuit of lust and power, remaining loyal to the vows of the White Knights. However, Balistan lacked a certain charm. As the saying goes, he was rather dull. Although he may have many followers, he possessed few true friends. Nevertheless, having such a noble knight to safeguard him was a source of pride for Rhaegar. After all, Balistan was a legendary figure of his era, seemingly enveloped in an aura of greatness. Sir Balistan will guard your safety with his life, Prince Rhaegar, he declared. Gazing at the prince with affectionate eyes, having forsaken worldly desires, he now found it a privilege to protect the child of the dragon. It is my honor, sir, Rhaegar replied. Rhaegar had many mentors, teaching him history, music, literature, and physical training. Yet, these lessons were elementary. The ones he spent the most time with were two combat instructors, the fearless Balistan and the Westerosi swordsman, Sessa of Bravos. Of course, there was also a teacher shrouded in the dust of history, the Shadow of Lys. Sessa of Bravos, Balistan Selmy of the Hall of Harvest. The two men regarded each other. Their temperaments and backgrounds were starkly different. Rhaegar observed them as well, sensing that they indeed represented disparate worlds. Balistan was the heir of the Hall of Harvest, a knight of means, while Sessa was a wandering swordsman from Bravos, a knight of no possessions. Balistan donned the armor of a White Knight, fully armored and wielding a lance, while Sessa wore deep brown attire, indifferent to his garb, favoring the dance of water. More significantly, Balistan was meticulous, whereas Sessa was carefree and fond of wine. I sense the fiery will within you, sir. It seems we are engaged in a grand endeavor. For the prince, this is a dance of water and fire, Sessa remarked to Balistan. In Westeros, there is only the dance of fire, Balistan replied with a huff. He regarded the water dancer as something unworthy of the stage. Sessa laughed heartily, choosing not to continue the debate with Balistan. Rhaegar occasionally dined with his grandparents and parents, while at other times he shared meals with Balistan and Sissa. For the two of them, this was a unique ritual, and under Rhaegar's insistence, King Jaehaerys too acquiesced. Although Prince Iris exhibited some reluctance, he ultimately consented as well. Only Princess Layla was wholeheartedly supportive, viewing it as an opportunity to cultivate her child's affability. She did not wish for her offspring to be tainted by the melancholy of the Summerhall. Even Balistan was taken aback by Prince Rhaegar's thirst for knowledge. The prince absorbed information like a sponge. He had a passion for music, martial arts, history, and all things intriguing. His talent and energy surpassed that of his peers, marking him as a precocious and astute child, particularly distinguished in music and martial arts. I have no doubt that when the princess gave birth, she consumed tomes and candles, the heart of a lion, and the strings of a musician's lyre. Sir Balistan, in a letter to his kin, expressed such sentiments regarding Prince Rhaegar. When it came time for the meal, Princess Layla sent forth exquisite wine from the verdant cheating island. Due to Sir Balliston's adherence to the duties of the White Knight, he declined to partake in the wine, which was entirely enjoyed by Sissa. After his first sip, Sissa fell in love with the delightful beverage, which provided a fleeting escape from the tribulations of the mortal realm. "Friend, would you care for a glass?" Sissa inquired, raising his cup to Ballistan. "Alcohol is a vice." Sir Ballistan replied, shaking his head. "What a dull fellow," Sissa muttered, pouring himself another drink. The alcohol ignited his throat and stomach, seemingly setting ablaze his memories as well. Rhaegar observed the two with interest. Their partnership was rather entertaining. Although Sir Ballistan held a disdain for Sissa's demeanor, he respected the man's character. This wandering swordsman reveled in wine, adored petting cats, and refrained from trifling with maids or seeking out cheap courtesans. In essence, he seemed to cherish only swordplay and libations. Yet, after imbibing too much, Sissa began to sing a distant song from Braavos. "What a splendid wine! It allows one to forget the worries of the world," Sissa proclaimed, before sharing a particular memory. "Prince, speaking of Braavos, there was a courtesan named Black Pearl, who is, if I recall correctly, a relative of yours. Legend has it that she is descended from your ancestor, King Aegon IV." Sissa gazed at Rhaegar as he spoke. The courtesans of Braavos were renowned across the globe, each possessing their own carriages and attendants. Merchants, nobles, and assassins adored them, fervently enamored not merely by the courtesans themselves, but by the glory they represented. These women received extensive education and training in various disciplines, including music, poetry, dance, and literature. Perhaps this is what defines a courtesan of refined sophistication. One well-versed in the arts for 15 years. Among the most famous courtesans was indeed one named Black Pearl. Rhaegar recognized this as truth. If one were to claim that a king fathered the most dragonseed, it would undoubtedly be Aegon the Unworthy, the father of Blackfyre. The passion of this individual is so intense that he could even find love amidst the tumult of Braavos. He has made significant contributions to the survival of House Targaryen. Rhaegar and Barristan observed the sentiments of the swordsman without hindrance. This swordsman, known as Cersei Frell, is a distinguished duelist from Braavos. The swordsmen of Braavos, fierce and valiant, often engage in various conflicts surrounding the courtesans. Duels and tournaments occur daily in Braavos. Cersei has also fallen for a courtesan, his love burning with fervor. Her name is Fura. She is not a renowned courtesan, but rather a young girl who escaped from an artistic brothel, an uncelebrated flower of the city. We danced beneath the moonlight, and together we gazed upon the statues of the sea kings of yore. Those joyful moments seem to linger still in my mind. Throughout those bygone years, I felt as if I walked alongside perfume, love, and the fervor of youth. I triumphed in 100 tournaments. Yet I could not save her life. Tears streamed down Cersei's face. A water dancer poisoned her in an attempt to defeat me. Reasoning that my grief would unleash my full strength, I killed that water dancer, leaving his throat marred by the scars of my blade. The Sea King heard my name. Yet I declined his invitation. I shall not return to Braavos. It is a place steeped in sorrow. Chapter 29. The Crescent Moon Mountains and the Legend of Dragons. To celebrate the king's victory over the foes of the Stepstone Isles, gifts arrived from the Riverlands, Vale, and Northlands, areas that had not directly participated in the war. The Reach sent roses, melons, peaches, fire plums, and the golden wine of the arbor. The rulers of the Reach were preparing a grand banner for the union of Lady Redwine and Duke Tully, which would merge the two great families. Now, perhaps their thoughts have turned towards forging connections with another great house, the Hightowers. The fruits sent from the Vale were even sweeter than those from the Reach. In addition to crops, they dispatched fragrant candles and precious spices, as well as the pelts of shadowcats. The majestic Crescent Moon Mountains serve as a natural barrier for the Vale, yet the plains between the mountains yield abundant resources. I beseech your Majesty's forgiveness for our delayed arrival, as we traversed the mountain paths and encountered savage assaults. The lead envoy, Jon Stone, is a bastard of a noble from the Vale, now serving as a messenger for Duke Aaron to present gifts to King's Landing. The Vale's overall strength is not to be underestimated, yet it is hindered by its difficult terrain. The journey from the Vale through the mountains is treacherous. Moreover, the lawless clans of the Highlands, these unruly savages, have long ravaged the Crescent Moon Mountains. They possess an intimate knowledge of the terrain and are formidable warriors, making them difficult to eradicate. Envoys have endured much toil, spoke Jaehaerys II. Prince Rhaegar stood by his side, while Crown Prince Aerys was enamored with the festivities and banquets. Although the Vale's envoys arrived somewhat late, Jaehaerys II still comprehended their arduous journey. Most of the great lords of the Vale are inclined towards conservatism, opting for seclusion rather than actively engaging in the politics of the realm. This sentiment is shared among the Vale, the North, and Dorne. The Vale and Dorne are constrained by their geography, while the north is hindered by its frigid climate. In truth, King Aegon II's perception of the Vale is rather mediocre. Neither the Vale, the North, nor Dorne has deeply participated in the courtly affairs. Only Dorne, due to prior alliances through marriage, has enjoyed some time in King's Landing. The Vale and the North appear more like outsiders to the court. Your Majesty's magnanimity is appreciated. I bring forth the sincere greetings from Lord Jon Arryn, the Duke of Eagle's Nest, the Warden of the East, and the Guardian of the Vale, to your Majesty, the Queen, Prince Daemon of Dragonstone, and young Prince Aegon. Thank you for your concern. Is the Duke in good health? Inquired Aegon II. Your Majesty's inquiry is much appreciated. The Duke is in good health, replied Jon Stone. Currently, the ruler of the Vale is Jon Arryn, who is healthy yet lacks heirs, shrouded in the gloom of childlessness and widowhood. The Duke's first wife passed away early, leaving him without an heir. His second wife, although present, has struggled with childbirth. The shadow of misfortune looms over Duke Arryn, prompting him to seldom visit King's Landing. Aegon II is aware that the yet-to-arrive Duke Jon is a formidable figure, one truly capable of holding the crown. His will is resolute, bordering on obsession. Should a child be placed in his care, it would undoubtedly be raised in a peculiar manner. Duke Arryn is also a man propelled by fate. Due to his lack of offspring, he tends to show kindness to others' children and his own adopted son. Adhering to the principles of honor, he is stubborn and unyielding. The obstinate old Arryn has always enjoyed good health, yet he lacks a legitimate heir, sighed Aegon II. Among the prominent lords, Duke Arryn is of advanced age. May the gods bless him with a worthy successor. Jon Stone comprehends the king's courtesy towards the Duke, but he senses that the Duke may no longer seek a wife. The grief of marrying, losing a spouse, and losing children has enveloped the Duke in a fear of matrimony. Despite his noble status, he shows no desire to remarry. Rhaegar, feeling restless, gazed at his life tree panel. The blood of fire remains dormant, yet with each achievement, his vitality flourishes, nurturing the life tree. Mastery over power and control over strength are attributes that nourish this tree. He merely needs to grow gradually. One day, he shall awaken the blood of fire and soar once more. Jon Stone presented Rhaegar with a beautifully crafted album, primarily showcasing the natural splendor of the Vale, along with depictions of dragons. The Vale is rich in dragon lore. Dragons were once an integral part of their history. For instance, Queen Visenya flew through the skies with the young Duke Arryn, or the royal army encountering sheep thieves and ragged nettles in a cave within the Moonshadow Mountains, resulting in the tragic demise of 16 men. Rhaegar's attention was predominantly captured by the imagery of the nettle and the wild dragon. The nettle and the sheep thief surged forth from their lair, soaring deep into the Moon Mountains. The prince was surely aware of the tale surrounding the sheep thief and the nettle. That fateful year when the royal army encountered the sheep thief marked the last appearance of that dragon before us, Jon Snow remarked. Rhaegar nodded. The love story of the nettle and Prince Daemon had long since transcended into a ballad of legend. The depths of the Moon Mountains are elusive to ordinary seekers, especially with the fierce clans that inhabit them. King Aegon II conveyed to his grandson. He too was familiar with the matters concerning the Moon Mountains. The savage, untamed wildlings remained unconquerable. Many prominent figures from the valleys had met their demise in battles against them, including several dukes of Arryn. Furthermore, and of utmost significance, the peril of seeking the sheep thief would be insurmountable without a dragon's bloodline. Such a wild dragon as the sheep thief is notoriously feral and difficult to tame, even for one of dragonkind. However, given the passage of time, the sheep thief was likely deceased by now. Yet, we have heard another tale concerning the sheep thief. A faction of the Doggish clan reveres a fire sorceress residing within the mountains. They send their children to present gifts to the fire sorceress, who tests these children with dragon fire to ascertain their worthiness, Jon stated. Rhaegar acknowledged Jon's words. He was aware of the fire sorceress, who might very well be Castor. I require a cunning battalion and the support of the Duke of Arryn to forge a path to the Moon Mountains and uncover the remnants of the sheep thief and the nettle. Rhaegar contemplated. Firstly, Rhaegar yearned to behold the last vestiges of the dragon, the sheep thief. As dragons grow, they become unwieldy, struggling to fly until their final days. The remains of the sheep thief most likely lie deep within the Moon Mountains. He held little interest in rallying the wildlings. Their nature is savage, bloody, and brutish. Should they reach King's Landing, they would likely wreak havoc upon the city. Secondly, he wished to ascertain whether any other treasures remained with the sheep thief. For it is said that the Dragon Knight, the Nettle, and Prince Daemon, the leader of the Black Council, shared a romance, and it remained uncertain whether the shepherdess fled with any precious gifts bestowed upon her by Prince Daemon. Chapter 30. The Dragon Egg Collector Rhaegar. Jon Snow believed that Prince Rhaegar possessed an innate fascination with dragons, yet he underestimated the magnitude of Rhaegar's ambitions. Rhaegar intended to assemble an intelligence unit, He required astute scouts and formidable warriors to aid him in recovering the lost dragon eggs, whether from the treacherous Moon Mountains or the distant shores of Essos. The wandering swordsman, Sirio, from Braavos, was not a suitable candidate, nor was Varys inclined towards such endeavors. Rhaegar's small team would also require a dedicated intelligence officer, as such arduous tasks necessitated competent personnel. Within Rhaegar's chamber lay a map of the known world, marked with locations where he suspected dragon eggs to be lost. Following the extinction of dragons, summoning them necessitated both dragon eggs and dragon blood. Both are indispensable. The rarity of dragon eggs surpasses even that of dragon blood. On Dragonstone, in various regions of Westeros, and even in Essos, traces of dragon lineage can invariably be found. For instance, a daughter of Aegon I fled across the sea to become a courtesan, and she bore numerous offspring. While the male line of House Blackfyre may have perished, it was a prolific family, and should there still be female descendants, dragon blood would persist. In Braavos, the courtesan known as the Black Pearl is also a descendant of the Dragon Kings, sharing a father with Demon Blackfyre. In times past, Dragon Kings guarded their eggs fiercely against thieves. However, the turmoil of dynastic strife led to the loss of many eggs. A certain lady once traded 3 dragon eggs to the Sea Lord of Braavos in exchange for a ship, and during the Dance of the Dragons, some eggs went missing. Most scandalous was the lecherous Aegon IV, who, after consorting with 3 noblewomen, gifted 3 dragon eggs to another. Aside from the dragon eggs currently held by the Targaryens, a portion remains scattered elsewhere. The 3 dragon eggs from Essos are likely now in Braavos or Pentos. It is possible that remnants of dragon eggs can be found near the remains of sheep thieves in the Moonshadow Mountains. Prince Daemon, a man of considerable passion, would deem dragon eggs the most precious of gifts. Rhaegar mused that while the Targaryens possessed the largest number of dragon eggs in the world, he yearned to reclaim those lost. Particularly, the 3 dragon eggs from Essos, which would inevitably hatch dragons, must be retrieved. Future claims may suggest these eggs originated from Astai. Yet Rhaegar believed they were more likely to have drifted from the Sea Lord of Braavos. To save face for Braavos and to mitigate controversy, no one dared to admit this. The title of Sea Lord in Braavos is not hereditary. It is not uncommon for a scion of a noble family to squander their fortune. Prince Daemon once killed a son of a deceased Sea Lord in a bid to claim the daughter of the Sea Serpent. I need to find someone to organize and gather intelligence on the whereabouts of the dragon eggs, Rhaegar contemplated, considering where to recruit a suitable information officer. As Rhaegar pondered, King Aegon II gestured for the envoy from Duke Aelinor to take their leave. He presented Rhaegar with a map of Westeros, the wooden carvings still intact. Explaining the state of affairs in Westeros was one of Aegon II's favorite pastimes. Aegon II was both a king and a loving grandfather. Knowledge should triumph over wine. Yet your father fails to comprehend this. He is far too enamored with women and easily becomes ensnared. Perhaps this throne should not have been my inheritance, but rather Duncan's. Aegon II sighed, lamenting that fatherhood is fraught with the frustration of not having virtuous sons. The primogeniture system prevalent in Westeros, while ensuring stability in succession, has also led to the emergence of many idle wastrels and a legion of discontented or enraged younger siblings. When a firstborn unexpectedly collapses, many mediocre and indulgent second sons find themselves ill-prepared to assume leadership. However, my grandson Rhaegar appears to possess a keen political acumen and considerable talent, making him a fitting ruler. Our nation is currently built upon a delicate balance, and we must unite with more powerful lords to ensure we can overwhelm others. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, our dynasty may spiral out of control. King Jaehaerys II, engrossed in his woodcarving, spoke to Rhaegar. With the loss of dragons, the Targaryens have forfeited their exalted status, a lamentable reality that the wise King Jaehaerys has come to understand. Maintaining balance and preventing the emergence of powerful alliances that could overshadow the crown is the king's paramount duty. Rhaegar nodded, recognizing that unlike the indulgent Aegon, King Jaehaerys II is a man who strives relentlessly for the legacy of the dragon. Although he may not possess remarkable physical prowess or martial skills, he is nonetheless a sagacious and visionary monarch. A king must discern whom to trust and rely upon. When faced with an adversary brandishing weapons, one must punish them. Conversely, when confronted with a supplicant, one ought to grant them mercy. The essence of kingship lies in fairness and balance. To consolidate power, we must forge alliances, cultivate friendships, and occasionally strike against others. Our most trusted allies are those lords who ascended to prominence through our vassalage, such as the Tullys and the Tyrells. The Baratheons share a blood bond with us, while other families once declared themselves kings. The Northerners, the Arryns of the Vale, and the Lannisters of the Westerlands. These families are inherently proud and unruly. The Dornish, too, were once similarly obstinate, yet our kinship has fostered a more amicable relationship. First, we must consider the borderlands, the Iron Islands, Dorne, the North, and the Vale. These regions are more suited for defense than for expansion, and they hold little nostalgia for the days of ruling from King's Landing, each possessing its own vulnerabilities. The Ironborn are fierce yet limited in both population and resources. Akin to marauders, the North's greatest challenge lies in its differing faith, which alienates them from the South, compounded by the looming threat of harsh winters and sparse numbers. Dorne, with its sweltering climate, is impulsive and fiery. While they may defend their territories, they lack the strength to extend their influence. The Vale, in contrast, is far more favorable, boasting safety, ample resources, and a favorable coastline. However, the lords of the Vale, much like their steadfast mountains, are often obstinate and rarely engage in the politics of King's Landing. King Jaehaerys II began to enlighten Rhaegar about the major lords of these border regions. Chapter 31. The Rise of the Rose and the Lion. Rhaegar and King Jaehaerys II gazed at the map of Westeros, adorned with the sigils of the great houses. The north is too frigid, Dorne too sweltering, the Iron Islands too confined, and the Stormlands too tempestuous. The more favorable regions include the mountainous, yet accessible Vale, the prosperous south ruled by House Tyrell, the fertile riverlands held by House Tully, and the wealthy westerlands governed by House Lannister. King Jaehaerys II first circumvented the Wolf's clan in the north, followed by the Iron Islands, and then Dorne. Do you believe that the realm will remain in tranquility, child? After my demise, will peace endure? Jaehaerys II inquired. No, I believe the embers of war are still smoldering, Rhaegar replied. He did not wish to deceive his grandfather, especially considering that war would remain one of the prevailing themes of Westeros. The lords would strive to regain their strength from the ashes of the Blackfire conflicts, eager to spill their blood for the next bout of strife. Jaehaerys II gazed at his grandson with a sense of solace, pondering why his wisdom had not been inherited by his son Aegon, but rather manifested in Rhaegar, who was already displaying the burgeoning prowess of a young dragon. Rhaegar understood that Jaehaerys II's concerns lay with the ascendants of House Tyrell and House Lannister. The West and the Reach, compared to other lords, possess their own distinctive advantages. Can you elaborate for your grandfather? Rhaegar, Jaehaerys prompted. The wealth of the Westerlands lies not only in gold, but also in the relative weakness of the lesser lords. The reigns may appear formidable, yet their power is quite limited, rallying merely 1,000 soldiers at most. The prosperity of the Reach stems from its populace and grain. Had it not been for House Hightower, House Redwyne would have long since submitted, and House Tyrell would have already contended for King's Landing. The might of the great houses is diverse, yet in terms of land, resources, and populace, the Reach and the Westerlands are the most distinguished. The Reach serves as the granary of Westeros, while the Westerlands act as its treasury. Jaehaerys II gestured, placing the golden lion alongside the blooming green rose, embodying a unique aesthetic. Do you know what news has arrived from the Westerlands and the Reach? Rhaegar asked. Jaehaerys II, seated, reflected on the recent intelligence he had received. I have heard whispers. The Lannister brothers are currently in the Westerlands, collecting debts and quelling bandits. As for the Reach, the Tyrells are ensnaring House Hightower with feasts and camaraderie, Rhaegar replied. Rhaegar had also caught wind of these tidings. The Westerlands were embroiled in conflict, while the Reach was at peace. The Lannister brothers began to flex their influence in the Westerlands, yet the Red Lion of House Rayne remained unconcerned. Meanwhile, after allying with House Redwyne, the Tyrells commenced a series of friendly overtures towards House Hightower, whether they pursue war or peace. These two great houses are already on the cusp of ascendance. I sense that the tides of Westeros are on the verge of significant transformation. Yet, after our family lost the dragons, we find ourselves unable to resist change. We can only seek to navigate through it. King Jaehaerys II spoke with a touch of melancholy. He had glimpsed the surging currents of history, yet felt powerless to halt them. The fully united great lords were poised to emerge, eager to alter the dynamics of King's Landing. The betrothal cancellations among the Jaehaerys siblings and the conflagration in the Summerhall exacerbated the decline of House Targaryen. Having lost the dragons, the family had forfeited their greatest weapon, and the foundation for alliances crumbled with the dragon's disappearance. Among the most notable were the Lannisters of the Westerlands and the Tyrells of the Reach. The two prominent families are in the process of consolidation, and once completed, they shall reveal their grandeur to the world. The historical trajectory of Westeros will witness the ascent of the Lannister and Tyrell families. Lady Tyrell, Duchess of Highgarden, and the cunning young lion of House Lannister, Tywin, are formidable figures indeed. King Aegon II reflected, glancing at Rhaegar and recalling his son Aerys. A father knows his child best. Aerys' talents are merely mediocre, and he is hardly a match for the other contenders. One can only hope that either he or Duke Monday lives a few more years to guide Aerys further. Within the Seven Kingdoms, The realms of the Westerlands and the Reach stand prominently above others. Both regions possess considerable strength, yet they are hindered by numerous constraints. Once these impediments are resolved, their brilliance will undoubtedly shine forth. The union between Duke Tyrell and House Redwine has forged a powerful alliance. They are also seeking to expand their matrimonial connections. And should they succeed in incorporating House Hightower, the combined might of the Tyrell, Redwine, and Hightower families will dominate the Reach, unleashing tremendous power. You must remain vigilant of the rising Rose and Lion. Although Tywin shares a cordial relationship with your father, caution is imperative. Moreover, the Tyrell family has previously been constrained by their weak reputation and powerful vassals, lacking prominent figures such as queens or prime ministers. As long as the Roses entwine with the Redwine and Hightower, they will undoubtedly covet the throne of King's Landing, Aegon II warned. Rhaegar nodded in agreement. Reflecting on the foresight of the aging king, though the old monarch had no effective solutions, the subsequent events unfolded just as predicted. King Aegon II failed to anticipate the southern strategy of the Wolf King, and this was not his fault. Rarely do members of House Stark exhibit such a fervent desire to venture south. They are more fond of the vast expanses of the north. The future southward ambitions of the Old Wolf are merely a sign of irrationality. Alas, the young lady of House Redwine was originally intended to wed your uncle, Prince Daeron. However, Prince Daeron's affection for men exceeded that for women, leading to the dissolution of the engagement. Furthermore, your grandmother was meant to marry Duke Tyrell. But after our family's engagements concluded, these two noble individuals joined in matrimony. A bittersweet smile graced Aegon II's face. Rhaegar gazed at the king, understanding that the true rulers of Westeros are none other than King Aegon V and his extensive lineage. Their regrets and unions from years past have profoundly altered the landscape of Westeros, contributing to the rise of the Roses. The obsession with social standing and equivalence has become ingrained in the very fabric of Westerosi society. Typically, great nobles may only wed other great nobles. For the order of succession among the firstborn and secondborn differs, influencing their marital choices. Granduncle Duncan arranged a marriage with the daughter of House Baratheon, while grandfather Aegon II had his sights set on a girl from House Tully. Prince Daeron, the third son, sought to wed a maiden from House Redwine. Although each possesses considerable power, the distinctions remain clear. Chapter 32. The Ring of the Dragon King as the sun and moon danced through the heavens. The discordant echoes from the western territories faded away, leaving all to revel in the tranquility of peaceful days. Yet, within this world, two categories of individuals remained starkly somber: soldiers and politicians, consummate in their composure and detached from the frivolities of life. They were endowed with extraordinary resolve and an unyielding demeanor. King Jaehaerys and Duke Mont, ever vigilant, dispatched spies to the western and southern realms, keenly monitoring the unfolding events. In the conference chamber, Jaehaerys, Duke Mont, and Sir Jorah sat resolutely, while the attendants delivered unexpected tidings. Young Lord Lucerys of Driftmark had sent gifts to celebrate the kingdom's triumph. The assembly exchanged glances. The Seahorse family, once illustrious through 3 unions with the Dragon King's lineage, now found itself in decline. Since the legendary figures of Sea Serpent and Oakfist had departed, the Seahorse family had steadily waned, facing an even bleaker future with but a handful of vessels remaining. The banking family of Roga, alongside the Seahorse family of Driftmark, could be regarded as the most rapidly declining of the great lords. As the king deliberated over pressing matters of state, Duke Mont inquired whether Lord Lucerys should be permitted to present his gifts, with other attendants expressing gratitude on behalf of the crown. He had heard of this young lord. Noted for his opportunistic nature, too youthful and overly eager to restore his family's former glory, he was undoubtedly a figure of potential peril. Under normal circumstances, one might decline such an audience. However, given the deep ties between Driftmark and the royal family, it would be prudent to grant the meeting. Despite his frail condition, King Jaehaerys retained a sense of nostalgia. Rhaegar observed the varied expressions on the faces of those present. The decline of the Seahorse family was a historical fact, their past wealth and influence having dissipated alongside the dragon's demise and the devastation of Driftmark. To secure their noble standing, land and strategic depth were essential. After all, Westeros remained primarily a land-based power. The visitor, distinguished by silver hair and violet eyes, bore the legacy of Valyrian blood and hailed from Driftmark. Clad in flamboyant blue attire, Lucerys endeavored to project his youthfulness, yet Rhaegar perceived the garb as somewhat antiquated. Furthermore, the absence of opulent gold and jewels suggested a stark reality of poverty. Rhaegar was acquainted with this fallen Lucerys, who would ultimately ascend to the position of Minister of Marine Affairs, ingratiating himself before Ellis and sowing discord between Ellis and Rhaegar's father. Such sycophants, akin to Julian, were driven solely by ambition, willing to disregard all else for personal advancement. Rhaegar harbored an aversion to this individual, perhaps rooted in preconceived notions. King Jaehaerys prepared seats for the guest, alongside exquisite beverages and delightful pastries. "Your esteemed majesty," Lucerys began. "Having heard of the kingdom's magnificent victory at the Stepstones, I, as the illustrious heir of the Sea Serpent, present these gifts to the Dragon King." Lucerys possessed a somewhat handsome visage, yet it bore more signs of obsequiousness. "You and I are of the same lineage, descendants of ancient Valyria. There is no need for excessive courtesy," spoke Jaehaerys. A glance from Rhaegar revealed that the king's gaze was not one of disdain, but rather of pity and lamentation. After the loss of dragons, the Dragon Kings could still maintain their feudo thanks to their dominion over the realm. However, the diminutive Seahorse family now found themselves in a dire predicament. Lucerys summoned attendants to bring forth his gifts. The first of his generous offerings was a splendid harp, while the second was a finely crafted double-curved black dragonbone longbow, standing tall like a youthful figure. Rhaegar's interest was piqued. Lucerys had truly spared no expense. The harp was rather commonplace, yet the dragonbone longbow was a treasured gem. The high iron content of dragonbone rendered it as hard as iron. Yet it remained lightweight and resilient. Archery enthusiasts would cherish such a weapon as priceless. With his own prowess in archery, having trained with the Blood Ravens, this longbow would serve him well. Seeing Rhaegar's delight, Lucerys felt a surge of joy within. The endeavor was proving fruitful. Presenting gifts directly to the king may not yield the desired effect, yet King Jaehaerys held a deep affection for his grandson Rhaegar, often keeping the prince close by. This fortunate Rhaegar, endowed with a multitude of talents and an extraordinary vigor, was said to possess great aptitude in both martial and musical arts, ensuring his keen interest in such offerings. Thus, it was a case of indulgence in one's affections. "My lord, these gifts are truly extravagant," remarked King Jaehaerys, astonished. "And now, the final gift, dedicated to our beloved young prince." Lucerys produced a diminutive gem-encrusted box from his breast, eager to showcase his grand performance. This was a prized possession, a relic that the Seahorse family had cherished for generations, passed down to their heir. After years of study, it had culminated in a mere exquisite ring. Within the delicate box lay a petite bronze-hued ring, seemingly fashioned from Valyrian steel, adorned with intricate flame-like engravings that intertwined in a mesmerizing dance, evoking the essence of fire's flicker. "This ring was acquired by my ancestor, the Great Sea Serpent, during his adventures and is said to be the lost treasure of the dragons. I now present it to Prince Rhaegar," Lucerys declared with reverence. As Rhaegar gazed upon the ring, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He approached, captivated by the ring's allure, and noticed his own life tree template flickering in response. "May I touch it, my lord?" Rhaegar inquired. "Of course, esteemed prince," came the reply. Rhaegar stepped forward and gently caressed the ring, which seemed to emanate a water-like luminosity, instilling a sense of tranquility. Collection: The Lost Dragon King's Treasure, a relic from the illustrious Valyrian family. Within this ring may lie the immense wealth that once allowed the Dragon Kings to command the storms. Yet, dear fledgling dragon, your spark remains youthful, capable of unlocking but a fraction. Rhaegar's heart soared with joy. The collection system had finally activated. This ring surpassed even the dragonbone bow in value. In the past, numerous treasures I encountered elicited no response from the collection system. It appears that only a truly unparalleled gem can awaken it. The Bellarys family ranks among the foremost of the 40 Dragon Lords, far surpassing the Targaryens, who were relegated to the lower echelons. This Dragon Lord's ring. I wonder what splendid secrets it conceals. With this ring, Rhaegar feels a surge of affection for the obsequious Lucerys, as this marks his first fortune. Although he finds Lucerys somewhat distasteful, he recognizes the potential for transforming him into an ally. Chapter 33. Bathed in flames. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I am curious about the reward you seek. King Jaehaerys too observed Rhaegar as he explored the ring, realizing that his grandson was thoroughly pleased with this trinket. I also appreciate your kindness, my lord, Rhaegar hastily replied. This is a ring from the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, truly priceless. It is only due to the Seahorse family's lack of the treasury key that this treasure remains shrouded in dust. Nevertheless, this gift is of considerable value. Relics from Valyria can fetch a high price anywhere. Lucerys bowed in response. I do not dare to expect much. This is merely a token of my loyalty as a subject. At times, refusal bears greater significance than demands, as long as he garners King Jaehaerys' favor. A bright future awaits him. Duke Mount's eyes burned with disdain for sycophants like Lucerys. He could not regard such obsequiousness lightly. Yet, today Lucerys had not overstepped. So for the sake of the Seahorse family and the king, he would be spared. Sir Jaelo remained stoic, guarding the king's side. However, he mused that Rhaegar, as a prince, was the object of widespread admiration. Sir Jaelo hailed from the ancient town of Hightower and was one of the wealthiest lords in Westeros. Yet in terms of extravagance, he could not compare to the royal family. At such a tender age, possessing such wealth, he could only hope that the prince would not stray from the right path. Power brings glory, but it also invites various vices. In his youth, Aegon IV was handsome and charming, a true gentleman. He excelled in dance, swordplay, and falconry, shining as the most illustrious prince of his era. Yet, he became ensnared by his passions, surrounded by flatterers, lacking self-discipline, ultimately falling prey to women, indulgent feasts, and material desires. At this moment, Rhaegar caressed the fiery ring. Feeling an indescribable fondness, the young adventurer, congratulations on traversing the river of time to touch the relics of the great Dragon Lord. This ring holds not only the wealth of the Dragon Lord, but also his laughter, tears, and memories. The unknown embodies hope, especially when it pertains to the ring of an ancient Dragon Lord. Luthras, the sycophant, indeed proves to be a useful tool. Alas, he is too narrow-minded, unfit to be a pillar of strength. As the night deepened and the bright moon illuminated the world, Rhaegar gently explored the bronze Dragon Lord's ring, scrutinizing it repeatedly. He noticed that the collection panel on his interface had stirred once again, a line of text flickering before him. The provenance of a collection must be extraordinary and radiant to be deemed worthy of your possession. The collection system is discerning, favoring only those relics of glorious and illustrious histories. Should dragons grace the future, one might as well gather the horn of the dragon. With a resolute heart, Rhaegar allowed a drop of his blood to fall upon the Dragon King's ring. His heart swelled with myriad emotions as the Tree of Life template illuminated once more. As Rhaegar achieved his aspirations, the fiery patterns upon the bronze ring seemed to come alive, casting a warm crimson glow upon his visage, enveloping him in a comforting heat. The fiery designs pulsated with a vibrant red, an eternal dance of life. Unease, anticipation, dread. Rhaegar beheld a flicker of light upon the ring, revealing merely a small corner of its spatial domain, while a vast darkness shrouded the greater expanse within, preventing his deeper exploration. It felt as though some entity bound him, a tether of sorts. The ring, having slumbered for an eternity, now stirred with jubilance. Dragon King's blood, we meet again at last. Collection, the Dragon King's precious ring of Rhaegar Targaryen, long shrouded in the dust of history, is now awakened anew by him. Yet, young dragon, your flames are but a flicker. You can only unlock a fraction of the ring's potential. This ring was once held by the Valyrian family, but the passage of time has eroded the blood covenant. Under Rhaegar's blood, it now recognizes him. Before him stood several purple banners, crafted from an unknown material, reminiscent of iron or wood, yet devoid of decay. Each purple banner bore the likeness of a fearsome purple dragon, its maw ablaze. Inscribed with titles such as the Chief Dragon King of Valyria, the Purple Dragon King, the illustrious bloodline of fire, and the great Valyrian family. The grandeur and bravado of the Valyrian lineage eclipsed that of the Targaryen clan, indeed one of the most formidable dragon families of yore. Beneath the banners lay the seal of the Purple Dragon, alongside a trove of coins adorned with dragon motifs, gemstones, vast sheaves of wheat, rice, and an array of tomes. The emblem of the ancient Valyrian family was likely the Purple Dragon itself. Coins, gemstones, wheat, rice, and books, these were treasures of unparalleled value, a veritable first fortune for Rhaegar. After all, who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? Even a prince desires a modest treasury. Yet, at this moment, Rhaegar's thoughts were drawn away from the riches as he discovered even more exquisite and wondrous treasures. Several fireballs, each the size of a fist, soared through the air, illuminating the small space, their flames taking on various forms. Most astonishing to Rhaegar were the shapes of these flames. The black flames resembled a massive six-whiskered fish. The gray flames took the form of a woolly mammoth, the green flames appeared as a grain of wheat, and the golden flames materialized into a gilded idol, alongside many other peculiar fiery shapes, as though they were plundered from living beings. The representations were so vivid that one could even discern the eyelashes of the mammoth and the scales of the great fish. The flames radiated a gentle warmth, devoid of the typical searing heat one might expect. Rather, they resembled a soothing fire. Was this not a genuine flame? Was it a manifestation of magic? Rhaegar felt a surge of astonishment within him. Legend spoke of dragon kings wielding formidable magic, capable of transforming stone into liquid with their dragon fire. The most adept among them would undoubtedly be those skilled in bloodfire magic, harmonizing with the fire element while also mastering blood magic. The peak Dragon King epitomized a dual deity of magic and dragon warriors. Yet, the Targaryen lineage held a lowly rank among the Dragon Kings. Having barely scratched the surface of magical knowledge, at best, they possessed slightly enhanced fire resistance, managing to thrive for a few centuries post-survival due to their dragon dreams. Rhaegar gazed intently at the flames, which flowed languidly, as if imbued with life. As he pondered, a large fish-shaped fireball soared toward him, startling Rhaegar. This was dire, he thought. Before he could react, the black fish flame enveloped him, yet he felt no searing pain. Instead, warmth enveloped him completely. The flames coiled around him, permeating his skin. With no avenue for escape, Rhaegar was entirely consumed by the fire, embraced by it, cleansed and forged anew. He sensed his blood boiling. Yet it neither evaporated nor caused him pain. Rather, he felt invigorated, more robust, resilient, sharp, and agile. He was like a sword, continuously being forged and refined, purging impurities to become keen-edged. Though Rhaegar remained immortal, his senses, smell, hearing, and sight, were all heightened to varying degrees. Bathed in flames, the intensity surged. Immersed in fire, he was transformed into gold through relentless trials. The body served as a vessel, the spirit as water. Only when both physical and mental fortitude reached their zenith could one master the flame. Was this a supplement crafted from the life force stripped from other beings? Rhaegar entertained a bold theory, sending shivers down his spine. These ancient dragon kings were truly terrifying. Ordinary fire extinguished life, while their magic siphoned vitality for their own gain. The verdant vitality of the life tree panel grew even stronger after Rhaegar's fiery baptism, awakened the bloodline of fire. In the twilight of magic, the sorrow of dragon kings. The bloodline of fire, a synergy of spirit and flesh, accumulating strength. It could inevitably awaken the flames. Rhaegar began to comprehend that the descendants of dragon kings all possessed the bloodline of fire, enabling them to command flames. However, the strength of this bloodline varied, as did the timing of its awakening. Only the formidable could wield fire with greater efficacy. What was more distressing was that they now existed in a low tide of magical prowess, a stark contrast to the era when the Valyrian dragon kings reigned supreme. Perhaps only those with unparalleled will and physical strength could rouse the bloodline of fire. In this age of magical decline, many Targaryens had never awakened their bloodline of fire throughout their lives. Chapter 34, The Terror and Malevolence of the Chief Dragon King After Bathing in the Great Fish Flame. Rhaegar soon found himself drowsy. He remains but a child, able only to slowly assimilate the energy from the flames. Weariness swiftly envelopes him, as dreams usurp his excitement, confusion, or fatigue. Moments later, Rhaegar has entered a peculiar realm of dreams. A grand river, its waves crashing tumultuously. The air is saturated with a rich, somewhat briny mist, both moist and invigorating. Within Rhaegar's gaze, a small town emerges atop a riverside hill, shrouded in blood and fire. Houses are ablaze, and lives are extinguished. The fallen possess slender physiques, dark hair, deep-set eyes, and smooth, olive-toned skin. They appear to be the progeny of the Loiner, children of the Lorne River. At the river's edge, ships of Valyria glide ominously, trailing behind them a massive fish. The blackened blood stains the water, speared by several sharp hooks. As the path of the great fish leaves a crimson trail, the Valyrians parade their triumph, flaunting their overwhelming victory. Purple banners flutter in the wind, proclaiming their dominance. Soldiers clad in armor resembling obsidian traverse the town, burning and plundering the villages. Rhaegar witnesses the sorrow and resentment of the Loiner, alongside the brutality of these Valyrian warriors. However, their armor is neither stone nor iron. It appears to be forged from obsidian, molded by dragon fire. Above the town, dozens of colossal dragons soar through the sky, led by two magnificent purple dragons. Their wings stir the winds into rippling currents. Each dragon bears a radiant emblem upon its brow, a splendid sigil of House Bellerus, which also reflects upon the brows of their dragon riders. Humans and dragons dance together, intertwined in existence. The scales of the purple dragon shimmer like amethyst, and those who behold them cannot help but admire their unparalleled majesty and splendor. Their shadow can obscure the bustling town, and their jaws could easily consume a massive woolly mammoth. One purple dragon gracefully descends upon the town, from which a silver-haired, violet-eyed young swordsman leaps. He is strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Another purple dragon circles above before also landing, from which a similarly silver-haired, violet-eyed woman, tall and poised, dismounts. The young dragon riders share a striking resemblance, adorned with a silver Valyrian steel circlet embellished with large amethyst crystals. They are not clad in armor, but rather in resplendent purple garments featuring intricate designs of dragons and fire, shimmering with ethereal brilliance, as if they were deities. Their purple robes are adorned with images of the Bellerus family's purple dragons and flames. Lowly Loiner, do not delay in welcoming us. The esteemed dragon king of the free city-states of Valyria, the purple dragon king, the illustrious twins of House Bellerus, Aegon Bellerus, and my sister, wife, Olis Belarus. The voice of the young Dragon King resonates like steel, exuding an extraordinary aura that betrays a cruel charm. Yet, the town remains silent. Save for the crackling of flames and the sounds of collapsing structures, the Loina people did not yield. They were merely driven to the small square in the heart of the town by the forces of the Belaois family. This once thriving town now harbored only a handful of survivors, both the elderly and the young. At the forefront stood an elderly Loina elder, his white hair contrasting sharply with his fierce gaze directed at the young Dragon King, who remained silent. "Bring forth the false deity worshipped by these wretched Loina," commanded Auga Belaris, clapping his hands. Behind him, the Valyrian soldiers, clad in obsidian armor, were well trained. As their ships docked, they dragged a massive black-scaled fish, approximately 10 meters long, from the shallow waters of the river. The fish, now gasping for breath, shimmered in the light. Yet the Valyrians showed no reverence for this river god. "O river god, how can these Valyrians so disrespect you?" lamented the Loina people, their cries echoing in despair. Yet Auga Belaris reveled in their suffering, laughing heartily. "Lowly Loina, you are destined to be the slaves of the Dragon Kings. The most exquisite joy in this world is to shatter the faith of one's enemies, to destroy their temples, and to sleep beside their women." The Loina people cursed incessantly. They revered the river as their mother and worshipped deities often resembling turtles and great fish. Now, with the death of a significant river deity, a giant turtle at the hands of the Valyrians, an enduring conflict had been ignited. A cruel smile spread across the face of the Dragon King as he declared, "Behold my little display of magic." His sister, Dragon Queen Olis, made no attempt to intervene. For the enmity between Valyria and the Loina was now irreparable. A plume of violet flame erupted from the silver-haired Dragon King's fingertips, and with a flick, the fire coiled around the massive fish. This fire was a fire of life, the flickering spark swirling slowly from the fish's brow. The creature emitted a mournful cry, akin to that of a calf. What began as a mere flicker of flame soon surged, threatening to consume all life in its path. Upon contact, the flames devoured the fish's flesh and blood. The body of the river god began to shrink, its skin, flesh, and blood melting away in the blaze, its bones gradually disintegrating into dust. As the black fish diminished, the flames grew fiercer. Eventually, only the fire remained, transforming into a black fish shape that flew back into the palm of Dragon King Augo. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. The Loina trembled in fear, yet their curses persisted. "Damnable Valyrians, may you meet a grim fate." Aegu's visage paled slightly. The grand magic of fire's plunder was somewhat taxing on his spirit. His capabilities were merely sufficient to contend with such simple creatures. He yearned for the day when he could seize the life force of a great dragon, to show the other Dragon Kings his true power. "I shall call this fire the plunder of flames. The essence, blood, and flesh of this great fish have been absorbed into this flame. Once I consume it, my true dragon form will flourish even more." The ancient Dragon King toyed with the ember of this enormous fish, a vital spark of life, a source of great nourishment. "You wretches, beasts that wed your own sisters, mother of the Lorne River, swiftly bestow divine retribution." The elder of the Loinai trembled as he unleashed a roar of fury. The moment these words escaped his lips, it was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, regardless of how the Valyrian dragon lords might attempt to justify their actions. Their infamous practice of marrying their own sisters had become a subject of ridicule among various nations. However, those bold enough to speak thus to a dragon lord often met a fiery demise. "Dragonfire," bellowed the ancient Dragon King, his eyes glowing with a dispassionate light akin to molten amethyst. He unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his maw, instantly reducing all present Loinai to charred husks. Alicebella shook her head, offering no counsel against her husband's actions. Her lack of pity for the Loinai stemmed not from a sense of mercy, but rather from the belief that her brother's slaughter was excessively brutal. It would be more merciful to incinerate them along with the fish, sparing them some agony. They were born of glory and arrogance, considering themselves the supreme dragon lords destined to rule the world, believing only their lineage was exalted, while all others were mere lowly creatures. Just as the tides ebb and flow, so too does fire possess its own rhythms. Most dragon lords are only familiar with destruction, yet we are capable of seizing vitality, the ancient Dragon King confided to his wife. Olis nodded in agreement. The plunder of fire is a closely guarded secret of their lineage, a means to siphon the spark of life to invigorate their own fiery bloodline. The upcoming Dragon Lord Assembly had resolved to deploy 300 dragons, with their father as the chief Dragon Lord, granting special permission for them to lead their true dragon battalion in the campaign against Prince Gaelin. This time, they aimed to reap significant rewards. The ancient Dragon King's eyes glimmered with wildfire and desire, the dark fish ember now concealed within a bronze ring. To mobilize 20 adult dragons at once was a privilege reserved solely for a chief Dragon Lord, a testament to his prestige and power. I shall cultivate the strongest fire bloodline in existence, transcending the confines of Valyria's chief dragon lord. We do not revere deities. We shall forge our own divinity. As long as our offspring are tempered from a young age with this ember, their fire bloodline shall be unparalleled, the ancient dragon king declared to his wife. At that moment, he seemed to envision a glorious future. That said, the act of siphoning power does bear significant strain on one's body. The creatures we are able to plunder are of lower intelligence, mammoths, large fish. Never could we hope to target magnificent beings such as dragons, let alone humans. Olis expressed her concerns. We are still young. We shall forge even mightier dragon riders. In time, feeble dragon lords like the Targaryens will serve as our finest subjects for experimentation. The ancient dragon king proclaimed with audacious zeal. The bronze ring in his hand flickered, and a horn materialized within his grasp. The bronze-hued horn bore signs of rust. The ancient dragon king mounted his dragon, sounding the call of the dragons, and all the great dragons began to circle. True Dragon Battalion, advance, commanded the ancient dragon king. As the 20 great dragons turned to head towards Prince Guylin's domain, the grand army remains at the forefront. 300 dragons poised to unleash the terrifying fury of fire, intent on utterly obliterating the pitiful beliefs of the Loina people. Chapter 35, 300 Dragon Kings. Rhaegar seemed to embody the eye of the heavens, coldly observing the unfolding devastation on the earth below. The towns of the Loina had been reduced to ash, and only the merciless birds continued to mock the spring breeze. Yet upon their return, they found no nesting grounds left to rest. If heaven had emotions, it too would grow weary. The siblings, Ogu, led a formidable force of 20 colossal dragons, advancing towards the main army of Valyria. They soared through the sky, crossing the vast expanse of the Lorne River, known for its intricate water networks, a domain where the Loina excelled in water magic. The confrontation between Valyria and the Loina was indeed a clash of water and fire, where dragon lords and water mages would determine the fate of life and death. Wherever the dragons of the Baleri's family traversed, the towns of the Loina were incinerated, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Many towns had already been abandoned, their inhabitants fleeing for their lives or joining the forces of Prince Garen. Through Rhaegar's perspective, it was evident that these Valyrian ancestors were notorious for their cruelty and savagery. Ruthless, cold-hearted, blasphemous, and contemptuous of all, the Dragon Lord's eventual divine retribution seemed only fitting. King Ogu rode upon a purple dragon, and Rhaegar noted that this heir of the chief Dragon Lord family employed binding spells and magical horns to control the dragons. The heart-binding spell, the movement spell, the stillness spell, the binding spell. The heart-binding spell enables a harmonious dance between human and dragon, forging a spiritual contract that fosters telepathic communication between them, enhancing the ability to soothe, understand, and command the dragons. However, the troubling aspect is that a dragon's lifespan far exceeds that of mortals. While humans perish, dragons endure, making it considerably more challenging to establish a heart binding once a dragon matures beyond its juvenile stage. The movement spell, akin to fire, compels the dragon to engage in flight, dance, attack, flee, and land, mastering every aspect of the dragon's dynamics. This allows for superior control in battle, ensuring that the dragon manages its flames and strength effectively, while also facilitating a graceful escape. The stillness spell, reminiscent of water, brings tranquility and gentleness to the colossal beast. Dragons are highly intelligent creatures, yet once they succumb to rage, they become exceedingly difficult to control. Thus, calming their fury is essential for the protection of the dragon riders. The binding spell is the most reckless of all. Once cast, it plunges the dragon into a frenzy, exhausting its vitality to obliterate everything in its path, akin to self-destruction. In addition to the spells, there exists the magical horn, its dark glow shimmering with streaks of red gold and Valyrian steel. Utilizing such a horn to command dragons is a more effortless endeavor, in comparison to the exceptional techniques of the Baleri's family. The Targaryen family's dragon control methods can only be described as rudimentary. They rely heavily on the purity of their bloodline, with their technical prowess remaining wanting. A true dragon lord ought to wield binding spells and magical horns with finesse, mastering both fire and blood magic. The crude techniques employed by the Targaryens cannot be regarded as the hallmark of a genuine dragon lord, King Ogu proclaimed with pride. Ogu, riding atop a majestic purple dragon, led the charge with his wife by his side. The true dragons fear not the splashes of water. This shall be our final confrontation with the people of Loinor. The Dragon King's assembly has summoned 300 dragons, deploying our mightiest forces, while we shall retain a number of giants to guard and subdue the slaves, declared Olis. Indeed, let us hasten to rendezvous with the other dragon lords. I have prepared a gilded cage for Prince Gylin. He has merely triumphed over 3 demon dragons. Yet this time he shall face the wrath of 300. With a thunderous roar, King Augu sounded the dragon horn, urging the other dragon riders to accelerate their pace. The waters of the Lorne River surged fiercely as the Loiners summoned water whirlwinds to combat the demon dragons. The river had already inundated the town of Valencius, which served as our battlefield. The armies of Loiner and Valyria stood poised for conflict. The banners raised by the Loiner depicted great fish, turtles, or mighty rivers, while Valyria's standard showcased various demon dragons and flames. This clash was not merely a battle. It represented the ultimate contest between the civilizations of fire and water. Valyria's forces, bolstered by the vassal troops of Volantis, had fortified their stronghold, awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Lords. The terrain near the Lorne River was flat, yet the Dragon Lords opted for a more elevated hillock. Giants of the sky, dragons cherished the heights. The Dragon Lords were determined to treat their companions well. Purple, gold, blue, white, and red dragons, perhaps the most diverse collection of dragons known to the world, could all be found here. Rhaegar felt overwhelmed. If the 300 Dragon Lords remained united, no faction would stand a chance. Yet, the colors of the dragons were not uniform. For instance, Rhaegar knew that the Bellarese favored purple, while other families leaned towards gold, blue, or white. The Dragon Lords cast their spells, their dragon fire melting the earth into black stone walls and towers, crafting a formidable black citadel. As night descended, the grand ball of the Dragon Lords was about to commence before the impending battle. Within the camp, a sea of jewels, furs, brocades, ivory, and Valyrian steel enveloped the scene. The Dragon Lords, mingling with perfume and the scent of blood, filled the encampment with their presence. Silver-haired and purple-eyed, the Dragon Lords, both male and female, adorned themselves with a myriad of emblems. Most Dragon Lords stood tall and robust, exuding vitality. Each adorned themselves with extravagant finery, peacock feathers, ivory embellishments, and crystal ornaments seemed to pale in value. Valyrian steel swords, spears, and longbows were ubiquitous, a testament to the flow of power. Valyria reigned supreme, the epitome of opulence in the world. The 300 Dragon Lords, clad in diverse attire and adorned with various accessories, commonly wore gleaming Valyrian copper circlets in their hair, along with delicate crowns. The one constant was the inherent arrogance of the Dragon Lords, a pride rooted in Valyria's dominion over vast territories. None of the Dragon Lords regarded Prince Gaelin with any seriousness. 300 dragons, what could those trifling water magics possibly achieve against them? Colorful tints sprang up, creating a vibrant tapestry across the landscape. Various dragon banners fluttered, inscribed with peculiar Valyrian script. Some boasted of history, others of lineage, and yet others of high office. Rhaegar felt a surge of ancestral pride as he discerned a certain forebear among them. Beneath the Targaryen dragon standard stood a young man with silver hair, though handsome. He bore an expression tinged with trepidation. The retinue was scant, lacking any ostentatious adornments. Most resplendent was the purple tint, akin to a celestial body encircled by stars. The purple dragon standard, ablaze with fiery hues, billowed in the wind, marking the presence of King Aegon and his queen, where guests comprised heirs and rulers from various Dragonlord families. Exquisite delicacies and melodious performances filled the air. Aegon's Valyrian steel longsword was displayed behind him, emanating a dazzling brilliance as the purple dragon's maw appeared to unleash its lethal edge. The sycophants of Volantis had long prepared sumptuous feasts and fine wines for the Dragon Lords, while others attended to the colossal dragons. The delightful aroma of fine wine wafted alongside that of freshly baked bread and roasted lamb. Naturally, the centerpiece of the banquet was a succulent fish, said to be a river deity from the Loina tribe, now savored by the Dragon Lords. Poor demon, does your family still place trust in the peculiar dreams of Aegon, the one who leads? Upon uttering these words, laughter erupted among the Dragon Lords. They compared their power based on the number of dragons and levels of magic, deeming the Targaryens a pitiful lot, with few dragons and their sole connection to magic being the elusive dragon dreams, which drew scorn from the other Dragon Lords. Demon Targaryen's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not speak. The Dragon Lords convened as if they were mere attendants. No Dragon Lord would believe that the feeble Targaryens managed to endure until the end. It can only be said that weakness sometimes serves as a form of camouflage. This was only to be expected, for our unfortunate demon, apart from his dragon dreams, possessed no understanding of binding spells or magical horns. Laughter filled the air as the Dragon Lords unabashedly mocked demon. Rhaegar observed the scene within the encampment, gazing at his ancestor. The Dragon Lords vied for dominance with cruelty, bloodshed, and cold-heartedness. The survival of the Targaryens was indeed a remarkable feat. Diligence and discretion would ultimately perpetuate the lineage. Thus, the Targaryens were destined to be the last Dragon Lords. As for the eggs of the dragons, which colors are you most eager to see in House of the Dragon and Rise of the Dragon? Martin, I cannot say that I have a particular dragon I am especially keen to see. However, I have indeed described Sunfire as the most beautiful dragon in existence. He does not resemble a true dragon, but rather appears as though forged from gold. His scales and armor are a radiant golden hue, shimmering in the sunlight. I hope that the screen captures this essence. I am eager to witness some dragon battles. I do not wish to divulge too much, but you know, when one dragon encounters another at Storm's End, the Blood Dragon's fray reaches its most sanguinary phase. Following that is the climax of the battle at God's Eye. I am looking forward to these two epic confrontations. Furthermore, I hope to see an interpretation of dragons that diverges from that in Game of Thrones. Particularly in terms of color. I often employ colors to portray dragons, red, blue, green, while their crowns and membranous wings frequently exhibit varying hues. This nuance was regrettably lost in Game of Thrones. Daenerys' 3 dragons should have been one black, one green, and one white, adorned with other colors. However, in the show, they appeared quite similar. One dragon is black. I presume another is green, though it presents as a very deep green, nearly black. And the white one is not truly white. I believe we shall fare much better in this new series. Of course, dragons do not exist. Yet they are prevalent in the legends of many cultures, and in the realm of reality, the animals they most closely resemble might be dinosaurs or lizards. Dinosaurs are typically depicted as green, yet scientists now assert that they could have sported vibrant skin tones. Lizards, too, can exhibit remarkably vivid colors. I yearn for all dragons to be distinct, allowing one to instantly recognize a dragon soaring through the skies, knowing it to be Coralex. Chapter 36, Dance of the Dragons. As Rhaegar slumbered, the warm glow of the bronze ring enveloped him. Rhaegar's vision traced the steps of King Aegon the dragon. Day dawned and dusk fell. Upon the shores of the River Lorne, the sounds of horns, war drums, and battle cries arose. War had commenced. Rhaegar had heard of the battle's outcome from books, yet at that moment, he remained hopeful. This confrontation was to be the pinnacle of battles known to the world, an ultimate clash between the children of the Great River and the Sons of the Dragon. No fewer than 300 dragons and over 400,000 soldiers gathered. Lances stood like trees, armor glimmered like fire. The resplendent silver armor of the Lornans and the obsidian black armor of the Valyrians shimmered in brilliant contrast. The battlefield transformed into a sea of silver and black. The Lornans deployed a grand army of 250,000, while the Valyrians and their vassals mustered slightly fewer, around 200,000. The colossal elephants of Volantis began to stir, and the sound of war drums grew ever louder. The elite obsidian-clad forces of Valyria marched forward, flanked by the auxiliary armies of Volantis, while dragon ships navigated the River Lorne. With the arrival of the Dragon Lords, the Valantian auxiliary forces felt a surge of power, their morale swelling. The Dragon Lords' banners billowed in the wind, with Belaoe's purple dragon flag leading the charge. 300 dragons soared through the heavens, like a multitude of suns. The purple dragon shimmered like crystal, the black dragon was profound as eternal night, the golden dragon dazzled like the sun. The green dragon flourished like a forest, and the red dragon blazed like molten lava. There was even a silver dragon, its brilliance evoking a stirring in Rhaegar's heart. The kaleidoscopic dragon spiraled and danced, the sky becoming a tapestry of known colors. Each dragon flaunted a medley of hues, often embodying multiple colors, with one shade prevailing. In the distance, the Lornan forces stood poised for battle. Prince Galen's army divided into 3 factions, with forces flanking the River Lorne from east and west, while the formidable fleet of oared ships cleared the enemy vessels in the center. This army was the Lornans' ultimate elite force. Prince Galen swept down the river, purging all Valyrian villages, towns, and outposts, once an unstoppable force, now facing the inevitable twilight. Regardless of how imposing Prince Garen appeared upon departing from the grand city of Chaorn, he now found his troops ensnared in a quagmire of exhaustion and fatigue. Meanwhile, the Valyrians, having rested, unleashed 300 dragons from their lairs. From the moment I raised my banner in Chaorn and sailed downstream, our advance was unstoppable. Yet today, the dragons darkened the sky. Could this be my final resting place? O great Mother River Lorne, bestow your blessings upon your children, Garen lamented, suddenly gripped by remorse. This battle seemed destined to engulf the Loinans entirely in the flames of war. The water sorcerers aboard the Loinan ships raised their staffs and began to chant. Their olive-hued faces bore intricate blue runes. Before casting their spells, the sorcerers imbibed azure waters to sharpen their mental acuity. The mighty river boiled and danced in the wind. Its waters roared and surged, each drop rising in response to the sorcerer's furious incantations, gradually coalescing into form. The water transformed into whirlpools and walls, the river rushing forth in a frenzy. intent on overwhelming the Valyrian forces. Rhaegar perceived that the water magic was severely limited by its proximity to the river, lacking the ferocity and aggression of the dragon's flames. The water sorcerers awakened the river and commanded the walls of water to sweep away all before them. In the sky, 300 dragons soared, led by 2 massive purple dragons of House Bellerus. Dragonfire, roared the old Dragon King, as torrents of fire erupted from the mouths of each dragon. The flames from the purple dragons were as dark as eternal night, capable of melting stone and glass. With one leading the charge, the old Dragon King commanded, and all dragons unleashed their fiery breath. 300 dragons expelled flames simultaneously, representing the mightiest force known to the world. As they danced in the sky, their scales shimmered from their own heat. The flames flowed like a river, varying in depth and intensity, enveloping the heavens in a crimson hue. The brilliance of the flames eclipsed all else, with an inferno that surged like a wildfire. The waves of red fire rolled forth, akin to a volcanic eruption or a raging prairie blaze, shaking the very earth and incinerating everything in their path. Dragons roared in the sky, their fire surging in relentless waves. Water and fire clashed violently. The Loinan waters surged mightily, yet the Valyrian dragons prevailed. The water walls stood as imposing as the Great Wall, yet the dragoness flames melted them inch by inch. "O Mother Lorne, do you not protect us?" shouted the leading water sorcerer, only to be instantaneously consumed by flames. The vessels upon the river resembled burning candles, melting incessantly. The flames seemed to originate from the depths of hell, incinerating the bodies and souls of the Loinans. The dragons ascended and swooped down, weaving and twisting through the air, igniting fires in every direction. The Loinan army began to crumble under the weight of overwhelming force. They faced the most formidable violence known, unable to stand against it. This brief, yet brutal war marked the conclusion of 2.5 centuries of struggle. A cruel smile crept across the old Dragon King's face, a morbid red hue illuminating his visage as the dragons wreaked havoc everywhere. The dragon danced and soared, showcasing an array of flamboyant skills. The Dragon King wielded his powers with remarkable finesse, expertly controlling the flames and abilities of the magical dragon. Particularly, the ancient Dragon King ascended alongside the colossal dragon, embodying a seamless unity of man and beast. Fire, flight, and provocation, each movement executed with impeccable precision. A small talisman on the Dragon King's forehead radiated a brilliant glow. Rhaegar was astounded, feeling a surge of fierce passion within. This was how one should command a behemoth of the skies. Where the magical dragon passed, armor melted, and soldiers were charred. The forces of Loina crumbled like a house of cards. The sea of silver armor appeared to be liquefying, with countless thousands incinerated in an instant. The remaining soldiers fled in panic into the river, beseeching the protection of their mother river, only to meet their demise by drowning. The wild magical dragon swept across the river's surface, causing the waters to boil. The battlefield had transformed into a macabre feast for death. Wisps of black smoke, pure white ash, searing flames, and soldiers engulfed in the agony of burns surrounded shattered hearts. The Loina people had suffered a complete defeat in this national conflict. The great Garin had not perished, he now lived on in disgrace. Along the banks of the Lorne River, a vast execution ground had emerged. The Valentisians and Valyrian victors swept through, executing every warrior in their path. The river raged, stained red with the blood of the slain. Prince Garin was surrounded by soldiers, disarmed and facing a grim fate. Ogu and Olis approached, wielding their swords with spirited confidence. Lift your gaze. Before you stands the heir of the esteemed House of Bellerus, the foremost Dragon King of Valyria, Ogu Bellerus. Ogu drew his true dragon sword, pressing it against Garin's hair. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, and Ogu's presence was one of undeniable dominance. His purple robe billowed in the wind, seemingly inscribed with runes, worn in the heat of battle. This is a monumental victory. I have secured glory for the Bellerus family. Kill me now, you filthy bastards born of infidelity. Garin roared. The prince had been cast to the ground, his silver-scaled armor, silver fish-shaped helmet, and silver spears stripped away, leaving him in tattered clothing. At that moment, Garin's face turned ashen. The war was over, but they had lost everything. Ogu the Dragon King let out a satisfied chuckle and declared, I want you to live, to witness our advance north along the river, first obliterating Samel, then your Cheorn, the so-called city of festivities of the Loina people. Garin ceased to speak, glaring at Ogu with unbridled hatred. Bring forth the golden cage. With Ogu's command, a resplendent golden cage was raised. This was the right of the victor, to dominate Essos and utterly crush the Loina. The soldiers thrust Prince Garin into the cage, treating him like a mere monkey. The Valyrian soldiers then hung the prince from the prow of their ship, forcing him to behold the destruction of Loina's civilization. In the cage, Prince Garen hunched over, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. The mighty river Lorne, the illustrious civilization of Loina, has met its untimely demise today. Chapter 37, Sword Pointing West. As dawn broke, Rhaegar awoke from a magnificent dream, one that depicted the downfall of the Loina people. The emergence of 300 dragons dancing wildly upon the continent of Essos, and the formidable Valyrian family, with their purple-clad dragon lord reigning supreme over the realm. In that fervent dance of dragons, all corners of the world would bow in submission. Alas, the Targaryens have become bereft of their dragons. Prince, are you well? The voices of the White Knight Barristan and the Braavosi swordsman Ser Jorah broke the silence as they stood by the downy bed. Their expressions filled with concern for the silver-haired prince nestled beneath the crimson quilt. Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings. The familiar environment brought a sense of tranquility, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Battle of Lorne River from which he had just awakened. Barristan, entrusted by the king and driven by honor, felt it was his duty to protect the young prince. Ser Jorah, motivated by a bond akin to that of a mentor and disciple, harbored no desire for accolades but sought to nurture a great swordsman, believing that promising talent should not be squandered. In this era, the mortality rate among infants was alarmingly high. King Aegon I had sired approximately 10 children, many of whom had perished, as the last scion of the Dragon Lord lineage. King Aegon II had prepared an opulent retinue for Rhaegar, including a wet nurse, a learned physician, and guards. Thus, when they noticed the prince drifting deeper into slumber, occasionally contorting his features in distress, they entered to safeguard him. I did not utter anything in my sleep, did I? Rhaegar inquired cautiously. No. The only word I caught was dragon, Barristan replied. The people of the Seven Kingdoms had long recognized the Targaryens' obsession with dragons, making it unsurprising that they would often dream of them. Dreamers of dragons. Dreams of dragons may signify the morrow or the past. Seeing Rhaegar's complexion and demeanor satisfactory, Barristan and Jorah felt a sense of relief. After all, he was but a child in need of greater care. He would flourish with time. Jorah brought forth a cup of warm water for Rhaegar, who took a moment to compose himself and expressed his gratitude. He had initially intended to open a ring and peruse the Book of Dragons, but with Barristan and Jorah now in the room, he decided to postpone that endeavor. Following breakfast, the king's servants summoned Rhaegar. Occasionally, while attending to state matters, Aegon II would invite Rhaegar to observe, the gesture of a grandfather nurturing his grandson, preparing him for future stewardship of the realm. Rhaegar, though still quite young, would one day assume the role of the king's cupbearer. While the cupbearer may be considered a servant, their duties extend beyond merely pouring wine and serving water or tea. They may also perform other tasks, such as arranging seats and serving dishes. However, in noble households, the role of cupbearer often entails learning the intricacies of governance, fostering relationships, and even serving as a form of hostage, ensuring the family's legacy continues. The nobility of Westeros thrives within this intricate web of relationships. For instance, Queen Rhaenyra once served as her father's cupbearer, and Tywin himself had fulfilled the role for Aegon V. In the customs of Westeros, it is customary for the sons of nobility to serve as wine bearers, and occasionally, noble daughters partake in this role as well. Most nobles regard the selection of a cupbearer as a great honor, with the distinction of serving in the royal court being an even loftier accolade. King Aegon II has convened numerous meetings in response to the upheaval in the Westerlands. Prince Aerys, incensed by the king's prohibition against his journey to the west to visit his dear friend Tywin and Tywin's cousin, Lady Joanna, has chosen to abstain from the meetings in protest. Rhaegar sits quietly nearby, listening intently. The situation in the Westerlands appears to be tumultuous, with Tywin poised to achieve renown as the reigns of Castamere approach. In the year following the War of the Ninepenny Kings, Tywin returned to the Westerlands and immediately began organizing a covert force to collect debts and quell banditry, provoking the ire of the Red Lion and the Tarbeck alliance. Tensions escalated, yet Duke Tygit's intervention compelled a reconciliation between the Red Lion and the Golden Lion. The Lannisters and the Reynes orchestrated a clumsy truce, exchanging kidnapped hostages and beginning a tentative understanding. Duke Tygit commanded his son to release the Red Lion's brother-in-law, the head of House Tarbeck, while the Red Lion reciprocated by freeing several distant relatives of House Lannister. The Red Lion of House Reyne and the Golden Lion of House Lannister embraced one another, pledging fealty until the world's end. Of course, Tywin did not attend this reconciliation feast. Such oaths may only endure for a few months. By the year 261, the kingdom's spies have reported that the Tywin brothers are amassing troops and summoning their vassals. Presently, the Tywin brothers hold a distinct advantage, their vigor and resolve as solid as granite. Duke Mound spoke gravely, having had previous dealings with Tywin and being deeply impressed by the young man. Indeed, it is not merely the talents of the Tywin brothers that stand out. When considering familial legacy, the wealth of the Golden Lion far surpasses that of the Red Lion and Tarbeck. The Tarbecks boast 500 knights, yet most are inept and unfit for battle. Though the Red Lion has garnered honor on the battlefield, he commands only 3,000 to 4,000 troops. Should the Golden Lion truly unleash its fury, those mercenaries who depend on the Red Lion would not come to his aid. Furthermore, Lord Roger, temperamental and volatile, lacks true leadership. Sir Jaelor Hightower, hailing from the esteemed Hightower family, interjected. His lineage is among the noble houses capable of organizing 6,000 soldiers during the Dance of Dragons. Exemplifying the strength of a venerable family. We find ourselves in a time of turmoil. We cannot afford to lose the Lannisters as allies. Addressing the deficit of Bravo's Iron Bank necessitates their support. Lord Roger's audacity, should he overthrow the Lannisters, would surely result in him turning against us. Since Tywin seeks to decimate his foes, we must lend our support to his cause. Duke Tygett does not back his son. Providing aid in times of need is far more valuable than mere embellishment. I require someone experienced and trustworthy to convey goodwill. King Aegon II pondered, glancing at 2 treasonous decrees sealed with the mark of a dragon, intended for the Reynes and Tarbecks. While King Aegon II is not an unwavering sovereign, he finds backing in Duke Mound and Sir Jaelor, and he recalls the lessons of blood and fire. The debts owed to the Bravosi will eventually be settled. It would be prudent to ignite a fervor in Tywin's cause now. The Reyes family has consistently defied the king's commands. During the reign of his predecessor, they rejected mediation on 3 occasions and audaciously took the life of Lord Tywin's grandfather. Such rebellious souls can only be subdued through bloodshed to assert the majesty of the crown. It would be fitting to sever their heads and display them upon the spearheads throughout the 7 kingdoms, Duke Mon declared through gritted teeth, his dark hair framing a visage marked by cold resolve. Indeed, Prince Rhaegar harbored a desire to venture into the west and witness the unfolding events. However, his youth rendered him unfit for such endeavors, especially considering the Targaryen lineage had already suffered a significant decline in male heirs. Should anything befall Rhaegar or Prince Aerys, the Targaryen line might face extinction. Observing the faces of those around him, Rhaegar felt little affinity for House Baratheon. Furthermore, in an effort to solidify their alliance with the Lannisters, the Baratheons must also be dealt with. The Targaryens had invested years into Tywin, and now was the time for fervent support. If the king harbors doubts about others, I am willing to go, White Bull spoke solemnly. The task of conveying the king's decree from King's Landing to the west required someone astute and capable of embodying the king's will. With Duke Mon serving as the prime minister and Prince Aerys still young, it was clear that White Bull was the most suitable candidate. Moreover, as the captain of the King's Guard and a member of House Hightower, his stature and prestige placed him among the elite. King Jaehaerys too nodded thoughtfully. Permit me to express my apologies, Ser Jorah, for your arduous journey. Yet, the kingdom and this old man indeed require your loyalty. The Targaryens have dwindled in number, and Duke Mon must remain to safeguard King's Landing. Among the White Knights, you and Ser Barristan are my foremost favorites, however. Ser Barristan is too young and overly concerned with honor. You are the most fitting choice. White Bull accepted the blood-red decree, which would irrevocably declare the Reyes and Tarbeck families as traitors. Chapter 38, the Book of the Dragon King. The disputes in the West were thus defined, and the treason of House Baratheon was deemed unforgivable. The king dispatched Ser Jorah to lead an army, ostensibly to mediate, yet in reality to firmly align with Tywin, declaring the treason of House Baratheon and their kin, House Tarbeck. When necessary, 300 soldiers would assist Tywin in his campaign. Once the banner of the dragon unfurled, Tywin would find his efforts all the more seamless. The friendship between House Lannister and the bloodline of Aegon V had endured for 3 generations. In days of yore, the Golden Lion, Ser Jorah, had ardently supported Aegon V's ascension, and now, Tywin, the grandson of that lion, maintained a cordial relationship with Aerys, the grandson of Aegon V. This bond, steeped in history, was invaluable to the kingdom's fortunes. My brother-in-law, do you find me distorted in my views? Do you recall my youthful aspirations? Back then, I yearned to become the king's hand or a minister for my brother Duncan, never daring to dream of the throne itself. Now, how shall I confront that youthful self? Once bright as a sword and untainted, he now wanders alone, ensnared by the machinations of power. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over King Jaehaerys II's pale countenance, tears cascading down his cheeks. Father Aegon V, mother, brother Duncan, and Sir Duncan, who stood as both brother and father, have all departed. Now, it is but I who, like an old horse limping forward, drags the kingdom along. To the common folk, it seems as though the Targaryen line is on the brink of extinction. Rhaegar gently wiped away his grandfather's tears. For a great king, though beset by trials, continues to forge ahead. He lives a simple life, devoid of any peculiar hobbies. Seemingly born for the nation. Your Majesty, such thoughts must not linger. The 7 gods above watch over you, safeguarding you. You shall steer the nation forward as a great commander. We have quelled the Blackfire Rebellion, and my father-in-law and brother Duncan will take pride in our accomplishments. Duke of Mount hastily remarked, indeed, King Jaehaerys' health is frail, and governing such a vast realm is fraught with difficulty. The 7 gods above. I must exert myself to honor my father's legacy and uphold the glory of our ancestors. Jaehaerys too murmured, his gaze resting on Rhaegar, a child who embodies hope. He truly wishes to spend more years by the boy's side. Rhaegar somewhat comprehends his grandfather's sentiments. The current plight of House Targaryen is dire, regardless of who steps forward. The royal lineage is in decline. With scarce land and meager treasury, one can only strive for equilibrium. When the nobles are displeased, one must appease them. Rhaegar contemplated pulling forth a fireball from his dragon ring to extend his grandfather's life, though he realized the endeavor would be quite formidable. Lifespans are uncertain, ancient dragon lords. Despite their immense power and dominion over the seas, seldom lived extraordinarily long lives. It seems their longevity was not much different from that of ordinary great nobles. His ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, met his end due to a stroke. Among the 40 dragon lord families, none were the monstrous century-old entities. For the Targaryens, 70 years is considered a ripe old age. Child, a king must not possess any vulnerabilities known to others, otherwise you will be manipulated. And they shall not fear you but mock you instead. We require gold, and thus we are beholden to the Iron Bank of Bravos, fostering goodwill with House Lannister. We need grain, and we must also cultivate ties with House Tyrell. King Jaehaerys too rallied, regaining his royal facade as he pinched Rhaegar's small face. He is more suited to be a scholar or strategist, advising his brother Duncan, yet the 7 gods have decreed him a king, and he shall exert every effort until death itself. Rhaegar nodded, yet he lacked the formidable military might to support him. Were dragons or a regular army at his disposal, there would be no need for such hesitance, as the nobles exhibit duplicitous behavior, outwardly compliant yet inwardly defiant. Without dragons, House Targaryen lacks overwhelming superiority. Unable to command with absolute authority, instead becoming mere artisans of balance, perpetually mending the fabric of governance across generations. An exemplary king must embody both a lion and a fox. He must possess the strength of a lion and the cunning of a fox. To maintain power, we must conform to this truth. In this life, I have no prospect of becoming a fierce warrior. I govern solely through pen and paper. And you? I hope you shall become a great warrior and an even greater sovereign. King Jaehaerys too continued. Rhaegar nodded. He is neither a lion nor a fox. He will be a true dragon. With the template of the weirwood tree, he shall transcend his predecessors and restore the glory of the dragon lords. Rhaegar closed the door securely and sat upon his bed. He carefully checked once more. There were no traces of dragon eggs within the ring, yet some space remained. Perhaps within lay the proud purple dragon eggs of House Valyrian. As the light glimmered off the Rhaegar ring, he perused the tome nestled within with great delight. This collection of books originated from the most formidable dragon king known to the world, rendering it an invaluable treasure. The dragon kings sounded their horns, galloping across realms, not only ravaging the external world but also engaging in intricate power struggles within the Valyrian court and council. The House of Bellarus stood out among them. Setting aside the chaotic writings of the old dragon king, Rhaegar found himself most captivated by 2 or 3 volumes that detailed the power struggles of Valyria and its electoral procedures. The material of the books was remarkably unique. The pages as resilient as iron, impervious to the ravages of time. The history of the true dragons, particularly that of the Bellarus family, was chronicled in a tome that spoke of their illustrious lineage. Such arrogance was befitting of the chief dragon king of the Valyrian Council. Rhaegar examined the history of the Bellarus family, which recorded thousands of dragon births, including a proud moment when 110 magical dragons coexisted. The family had produced numerous great politicians, warriors, and heroes, leading the wave of Valyrian expansion. Proud and cunning, their influence stretched across Valyria. The Bellarus clan took pride in calling themselves the Purple Dragon Kings, for their ancestors had commanded the most magnificent and ferocious purple dragons known in Valyria. This was akin to the Targaryen family's reverence for the Black Dragon Valyrian. Rhaegar scrutinized the text repeatedly, noting that even the esteemed Bellarus family found it challenging to articulate the origins of dragons. Furthermore, Rhaegar currently had no dragons to speak of. Hatching one was a distant prospect. Strangely, even the family lacked practical knowledge on how to incubate dragon eggs, vaguely claiming it was a matter of bloodline and that dragons would simply emerge. In this age of waning magic, such a notion seemed overly simplistic. The autobiography of explorer Janina La Bellarus, Dragon Queen captivated Rhaegar profoundly, for it was a treasure unparalleled. Janina la Belloris was a remarkable female dragon queen of the Belloris family. Legend has it that she embarked on a 3-year adventure riding her dragon in Sithorios. This female dragon queen cherished adventure, combat, and exhilaration. She was born free and remained unmarried throughout her life. Her numerous exploits brought immense wealth and prestige to the Dragon King family, and despite her single status, she was a source of pride for the Purple Dragon lineage. As a daughter of the Belloris family, I shall forge achievements that far surpass those of my predecessors. Rhaegar read on intently, admiring this explorer dragon queen. I hail from the illustrious Belloris Dragon King family, having devoted my youth to the study of Dragon King texts. The family's expectations of me are immaculate. I must overcome every adversary, whether they be other Dragon Kings of Valyria or external foes. The Belloris family has meticulously preserved Encyclopedia of Dragons, Encyclopedia of Fire, Encyclopedia of War, and Encyclopedia of Craftsmanship. These texts encompass binding spells, magical horns, and the great crafts of Valyria. The Belloris family categorized the essence of Valyrian knowledge into 4 primary domains: dragons, fire magic, combat techniques, and the spirit of craftsmanship. Rhaegar's heart raced. He had never heard of such magnificent works from the Targaryen family. The lineage of the family is limited, and they have scarcely grasped the core Valyrian craftsmanship. The Targaryens, a lesser house in the mid to lower echelons, possess scant knowledge regarding the magical horn, binding spells, and bloodfire magic. Rhaegar eagerly continued his reading, hoping to find a detailed exposition on these 4 types of knowledge. Chapter 39, The 4 Warnings of King Baelor, in the Encyclopedia of Dragons, discusses dragons. The Encyclopedia of Fire delves into binding spells and fire, as well as blood magic. The Encyclopedia of War elucidates various warrior techniques, including the use of swords, spears, longbows, two-handed axes, maces, and an array of concealed weapons. Meanwhile, the Encyclopedia of Crafts explains Valyrian craftsmanship, renowned for grand engineering feats, black walls, great roads, and Valyrian steel, all celebrated in their own right. As Rhaegar perused the autobiography of Queen Janina, he found himself enveloped in the grand adventures recounted within. Queen Janina was a legendary figure, whose life spanned the vast realms of Essos, Sithorios, and even briefly circled Westeros. Each generation of Baelor's Dragon Kings possessed unique strengths, continuously evolving and adapting. Some excelled in blood magic, others in combat, and still others in courtly intrigue. Queen Janina, however, was unparalleled in her mastery of dragon riding and exploration. Her love for adventure surpassed all earthly affections and honors. My legacy is not merely in my southern explorations to the farthest reaches of Sithorios, where I beheld boundless rainforests, deserts, and mountains, but also in my safe return. I aspire, as a predecessor, to illuminate your path, ensuring that you continue the pride and legacy of our purple-clad Dragonlord family. In these pages, I shall impart to you not only the beauty and vastness of exploration and how to better command dragons, but also offer you warnings. Within this tome, you shall receive 4 warnings. Fortunate Baelor, we are the true dragons, destined to remain forever youthful, ever ablaze, and ever forward-moving. Upon reading this, Rhaegar felt a pang of nostalgia. The world had changed, and time had rendered everything ephemeral, reducing even the mighty Baelor to mere memory. My first warning is this: we are mortals, not true gods. The Dragon Lords appear to be ensnared by a certain curse due to their dominion over dragons. Though we suffer few ailments, our lifespans remain finite. We must exercise caution, vigilance, and cherish our lives. Some assert that dragons are born of nature, while others claim they are the result of unions between humans and beasts. There are even those who suggest dragons are hybrids of long-winged creatures and firebugs. Most interpretations revolve around the adventurous, and at times cruel, spirit of Valyria. At times, I ponder whether we are human or dragon. Among the 40 Dragonlord families, instances of horrific stillbirths have been recorded, children born without eyes, some even possessing wings and scales, who perish upon their arrival. Is it possible that our proximity to dragons has invoked a curse upon us? Regrettably, I have yet to discover a remedy. Rhaegar was instantly reminded of Arya's terrifying adventures and the tragic stillbirths of Queen Rhaenyra and Maegor. It seemed that such occurrences had indeed transpired in the era of the 40 Dragon Lords. A chill ran down his spine, realizing that this curse had existed long before. The origins of dragons remain shrouded in mystery, yet the curse looms ominously near. The habits of the dragons are as follows: they revel in flames and dread the cold. They cherish solitude yet fear the company of others. They embrace freedom while detesting shackles. They adore mountains and disdain marshlands. Dragons hold a profound love for the skies, enduring until death, for as they age, their ability to soar diminishes. We must allow dragons to roam freely in the mountains, the wild, or abandoned mines, or dwell in lofty towers, for it is imperative that dragons do not live in herds, which would lead to scarcity of sustenance and mutual hatred among them. Our connection with our companions is telepathic, and when necessary, we may sound the magical horn. Rhaegar nodded, acknowledging that the Targaryen family's methods of dragon rearing are indeed less refined compared to those of House Velaryon. One ought to heed the dragons rather than impose upon them. Yet such wisdom is often absent, along with the essence of true technique. Dragons raised in caverns grow smaller than the wild dragons of Dragonstone, and he suspects this to be a conspiracy of the Citadel. Shackles and confinement incite the dragon's wrath, causing them to shrink in size. Even on Dragonstone, there exist gluttonous wild dragons, like the fearsome Viserion, who pilfer dragon eggs and hatchlings, seemingly for the sake of maintaining balance. Dragons should exist in solitude and freedom, rather than under control. Moreover, the Targaryen family possesses a limited number of dragons, rendering them hesitant to allow them to roam far. A competent dragon rider should guide with the heart, not with brute force. From a young age, one must forge a mental bond with their dragon, deepening their connection. Our fates are intertwined, sharing joy and sorrow alike. Those who attempt to dominate dragons through violence, chains, and confinement are but crude mortals unworthy of being true dragon lords. The true dragon should enter into a pact with the magical beasts, mastering the art of binding spells in the magical horn. Certain lesser dragonlord families are indeed a disgrace to the dragonlords. Rhaegar felt offended upon reading this, for among the 40 dragonlord families, there exists a long chain of disdain. House Velaryon resides at the pinnacle, looking down upon all others. My second warning, we must remain vigilant of the beastly nature within dragons. Mastery over dragons is an art and a skill, not mere brute force or blind confidence. Failure to align oneself closely with a dragon could result in the creature's fury, leading to chaos and harm to its rider. We ought to establish a telepathic connection with the dragons. A bond of the heart far surpasses the harshness of brute domination. Perhaps in the era of King Jaehaerys, dragons were not yet scarce. Little did anyone foresee their subsequent rarity and the blind dominion over them. According to Rhaegar's knowledge, the Targaryen family's dragon-controlling techniques can only be deemed mediocre, relying on external means rather than heartfelt connection. History bears witness to dragon riders losing control of their dragons, leading to numerous calamities and alterations of fate, such as when a young dragon flies too low or when a mighty dragon becomes startled and unmanageable. If we follow the words of King Jaehaerys, it suggests that the contracts with dragons are limited, making flawless control exceedingly difficult. The most brutal era was during the Blood and Fire, when no one was adequately prepared, hastily conscripting anyone available. This was heralded as a great sowing, resulting in the demise of many wild dragon breeds. Then, Queen Jaehaera shared her insights on how to better control and guide dragons. The most valuable aspect is the entire process of forming a psychological contract. Rhaegar resolved to master binding spells and the magical horn, aspiring to restore the former glory of the dragonlords. The crude methods of his own family in dragon control, even without the chaos of the Blood and Fire, cannot serve as a sustainable policy, failing to truly unleash the potential of these war beasts. Rhaegar continued to read with fervent anticipation, eager to uncover the third and fourth warnings of the purple-robed Dragon King. These were the legacies bestowed by ancestors upon their descendants, and each piece of knowledge was of immeasurable value. My third warning asserts that beneath the vast ocean lurk formidable beings, rivaling even the mighty dragons, who harbor an intense hatred towards us. I once triumphed over a golden octopus with its many tentacles and eyes, which overturned ships and caused sailors to drown in great numbers. I also vanquished a blood-red sea serpent, colossal in size, capable of surpassing entire towns, with a maw wide enough to swallow mammoths whole. Yet, I sense that the most perilous sea monster has yet to reveal itself. It lies in wait at the ocean's depths, glistening with moisture, its eyes gleaming with malevolence, adorned with numerous spiny tentacles. This creature possesses intellect, unlike the brutish beasts of the wild. As I soared over the Essos Sea, it lurked beneath the surface, silently observing, contemplating an attack, yet refrained from striking. The sensation of being watched, of being loathed, is profoundly unsettling. I implore you, when you traverse the ocean, exercise utmost caution. Rhaegar felt a jolt of alarm. History foretold the emergence of such a sea monster. It seemed that the legends of these creatures date back to ancient times. My fourth warning may stem from the seemingly inconspicuous lands of Westeros. Upon reaching the north, I found the frigid weather caused the dragons to resist vehemently. Thus I did not venture further. The land lay frozen for miles, appearing boundless. Yet, according to ancient lore, within the ice exists a breed of wights, The dragon sphere also suggested that some malevolent presence dwells in these cold regions. King Baelor's warnings regarding Westeros were overlooked, as it appeared insignificant to the Dragon Lords, drawing no attention whatsoever. Upon finishing this tome, Rhaegar was stirred with emotion. To traverse the 3 continents was indeed an endeavor for heroes of great stature. The words within the book seemed to blaze like fire or radiate like sunlight, enveloping Rhaegar in warmth. The 4 warnings of the Dragon King outlined 4 distinct dangers: the curse of the Dragon Lords themselves, the inherent peril of dragons, the unknown evils lurking beneath the ocean, and the bitter winters of Westeros. Chapter 40. The rainy season of Castamere at the close of the year 261 of the Conquest. The power struggle in the Westerlands reached a fever pitch. The grand reconciliation and camaraderie had not endured until the end of time. Within a year, it had crumbled. Ser Tywin did not partake in the feast of the Red Lion. In his heart, only hatred, coldness, and iron resolve resided. The prosperous days of the Rhaegar Targaryen alliance had come to an end. Rhaegar sat in the council chamber, in the presence of King Aegon II. The chamber was graced with the king, Duke Mound, Prince Aerys, Rhaegar, and the White Knight Guard. A raven returned with news of the White Bull. Tywin Lannister had annihilated the Targaryen family and was now pursuing the remnants to the north, besieging Castamere. Rhaegar meticulously perused the letter from the White Bull, articulating each word clearly, leaving nothing unaddressed. His innate aptitude surpassed that of the ordinary, and with further training, those present had grown accustomed to Rhaegar's precociousness. The Rhaegar Targaryen alliance disintegrated even more swiftly than recorded in history, as Aegon II and Duke Mound listened intently. Your Majesty and Prime Minister, upon my arrival in Casterly Rock with 200 cavalry, I have completed discussions with Lord Tywin regarding matters in the west. Initially, Lord Tywin summoned 2 lords to Casterly Rock to bear responsibility for their actions. On behalf of Your Majesty, I summoned Count Roger and his brother-in-law to Casterly Rock for arbitration. Count Roger responded that only through arms could matters be resolved, and he renounced his oath of loyalty to the Lannister family. The Targaryens and the Tyrells are beyond redemption, and I have publicly declared a decree of treason. As I read on, I pondered that this was the last opportunity for the anti-Lannister alliance, yet both prominent families failed to seize it. Previous attempts at mediation by the Dragon Lords had proven futile, and the Red Lion disregarded the King's decree, having even slain Lord Tywin's grandfather. Moreover, it was evident to all that the Golden Lion and the Dragon Lord were in collusion, clearly biased in their support. White Bull initially supported Lord Tywin, asserting that the 2 lords should come to Casterly Rock with sincerity, as it was a matter of loyalty and order within the realm. Otherwise, they would be disregarding royal command. Upon witnessing the anti-Lannister alliance's resistance, White Bull publicly announced the decree of treason in Casterly Rock, and the Lannister vassals complied. Continuing to read, I found that the traitors faced the irrevocable consequences of their actions. With the decree of treason, Lord Tywin's military prowess was formidable. He led 500 knights, 3,000 infantry, and crossbowmen, eventually gathering a total of 9,000 troops. I joined forces with Lord Tywin and obliterated House Targaryen. The Red Lion, gravely wounded, retreated in disarray to Casterly Rock. My army has now besieged Casterly Rock, bolstered by an additional 9,000 soldiers. The Reyes family has fled underground, and the Red Lion is undoubtedly doomed. As I read the words inscribed in the letter, I could almost sense the blood, tears, and aura of slaughter. Even from a distance, it felt as though it were unfolding before my eyes. The news of House Targaryen's annihilation and the Red Lion's flight visibly stirred the faces of those present. Both King Jaehaerys II and Duke Mound understood Lord Tywin's capability and resolve, yet they were taken aback by his ruthless and relentless nature. This man is indeed formidable. Only Prince Aerys maintained his leisurely demeanor, a stark contrast to the others. I was astonished by the number of Lannister guards, despite his father's objections. Tywin had summoned 3,500 soldiers. The guards of King's Landing and Old Town are renowned, well-trained forces. In contrast, the Golden Cloaks of King's Landing total less than 4,000, comprised largely of inept soldiers, rendering the Dragon Lord's military strength rather fragile. One minor detail deserves emphasis. Lord Tywin is exceedingly cold-hearted, as unyielding as iron, a temperament not befitting his years. From him, I perceive the shadow of his grandfather, Lord Gerald. Currently, nearly all members of House Targaryen have met their end, including Count Valen Targaryen and his sons, along with cousins, in-laws. And even those bearing the blue and silver 7-star emblem have been executed. The Lannister forces displayed their brutality by impaling heads upon pikes, ravaging Targaryen Hall, where Lady Targaryen and her son, Rodrian, whom Tywin loathed the most, have been buried beneath the rubble. Targaryen Hall has been reduced to ashes by Lord Tywin's wrath. Within the council chamber, a chill breeze seemed to sweep through, leaving everyone with a shiver, as if icy fingers caressed their spines. Sir Tywin, known for his ruthless nature, had not anticipated such a multitude of challenges. King Jaehaerys II and Duke Mound exchanged glances at Iris. Despite their camaraderie, they both concurred that, in comparison to Tywin, Iris was somewhat lacking in capability. The prince possessed neither remarkable martial skills nor exceptional political acumen. Casterly Rock stood adorned with a medley of fluttering banners, the predominant hue being a sea of red. The Lannister soldiers, clad in resplendent red robes, splendid armor, and lion-headed helmets, had already erected their encampments, encircling Casterly Rock. It was the wealth of resources that sustained the army. Occasionally, miners could be seen moving about. The vassals of House Lannister eagerly joined the siege. Having witnessed the downfall of House Tarbeck, and with the king's appointed White Knight, Ser Bronn, leading the charge, their enthusiasm was palpable. The siege of Casterly Rock had reached an inevitable conclusion, with the outer fortress now utterly demolished. Though the exterior appeared as an unremarkable small castle, its true essence lay within the extensive network of mines. The main entrance to the mines was narrow, making it difficult for conventional assaults to succeed, and the sturdy oak and iron gates remained impervious. However, for Tywin, these obstacles posed no significant challenge. With an ample number of miners and thorough preparations, the Taze family adopted a defensive strategy, retreating entirely into the caverns, merely prolonging their fate by a few days. Recognizing that a direct assault would be futile, Tywin resolved to employ a strategy of flooding. He first blocked the mine entrances, instructing the miners to use pickaxes, axes, and torches to excavate countless tons of stone and earth to conceal the mine's entrance. Once this was accomplished, he devoted several more days to diverting the nearby stream towards the closest mine entry. The sounds of horses, men, and drums had now diminished, leaving only the relentless flow of the stream as it surged into the caverns. Lannister soldiers stood elevated, encircling Tywin and Ser Jorah Hightower, akin to stars revolving around the moon. Many vassals gazed at Tywin, their eyes reflecting more trepidation than gratitude. Yet, politics, much like fire and water, demonstrated that fear is also a form of power. The blue waters surged over the gray stones, seeping into the mine, transforming the subterranean realm of Casterly Rock into a swamp. Red battle cloaks, black armor, pale blue rivers, gray rocks, and soil intermingled. Tywin savored the soothing sound of the flowing water, which resonated with exquisite beauty. He reminisced about those days of humiliation and disdain, now mere memories. A man must continuously seek victory. Today, the lion felt truly satisfied. Sir Tywin, the waters have entered the mines. The Reyes family has no escape, declared Ser Bronn. The historically rich House Reyes had become a dead lion. Bronn, observing Tywin, contemplated the shifting tides of power. The Westerlands had embarked upon a rapid path toward centralization, and under strict governance, the strength of House Lannister had only grown. Thank you, my lord. Your friendship will be forever cherished by House Lannister. Tywin clapped his hands, and a collection of gold and silver jewels was presented, gemstone rings, pearl necklaces, and a golden badge bearing the sigil of House Tarbeck, some of which were stained with blood. Sarah Jane recalled the gemstone rings and the familiar pearl necklace. These were items stripped from the corpses of House Tarbeck. Notably, the gemstone ring seemed to have been severed from the finger of the Tarbeck Countess' son-in-law by a Lannister soldier. Yet, Sarah Jane, being a man of understanding, chose not to elaborate. The knights of King S. Landing were beaming with joy, now convinced that Ser Tywin was the best of nobles. The bloodied money mattered little to them, as they were unafraid of curses. Ser Jane, I have a brother who has also joined in the rebellion. I hope you will knight him, he requested. The old bull readily agreed. Castamere had been utterly submerged. A cold glint flickered in Tywin's eyes. The Lannisters had once been humiliated by Rhaegar Tarbeck, but today he had reclaimed that debt. The Westerlands had submitted, and the mountains and rivers knew his name. The rainy season of Castamere had commenced, for the Lannisters believed in repaying their debts. Chapter 41. Rhaegar's legal bride within the council chamber of King's Landing. The atmosphere occasionally grew somber. For individuals occupied the room, each embodying distinct appearances and ages. These four were powerful figures of Westeros, rulers of the present and future. Duke Munder was a burly man with black hair and eyes, sporting a thick beard, while the aging King Jaehaerys II possessed long hair and large violet eyes, fragile and wan. There was also Prince Aerys, the first heir to the Iron Throne, charming yet capricious, alongside his silver-haired son, Prince Rhaegar, who bore indigo eyes. The silver hair and violet eyes were hallmarks of the Valyrian dragon lords, with violet hues being the most common among them. As King Jaehaerys pondered, Duke Munder seemed lost in thought as well. According to the timeline stated in the letter from Old Bull Jane Hightower, The Reyes family had been completely eradicated by this moment. The Westerlands were united in purpose, and the strength of House Lannister would soon be revitalized. The foundation laid by Jane's Golden Lion was already formidable. With the Reyes obliterated, no second-tier lords remained to impede their progress. Rhaegar observed the king and Duke Munder, sensing a mix of joy and concern within them. The joy stemmed from Tywin's amicable relations with Aerys and Stephen, as the Lion's strength would bolster the alliance of dragon, lion, and stag in this generation. The concern, however, arose from Aerys' seeming lack of generosity and his somewhat mediocre nature, while Tywin was a formidable force, raising fears of potential disputes in the future. With a weak ruler and strong vassals, only the seven gods could foresee what lay ahead. Tywin is quite the strategist, Prince Aerys remarked. He appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, which was soon to turn against him. Ser Tywin is not only your vassal but also your friend. Furthermore, you ought to show respect and courtesy to the heir of the Westerlands, Duke Munder interjected suddenly. Remove your lecherous gaze from Joanna. Should there be a next time? I shall send you to reside in a virgin's abode. The stern voice of Jaehaerys too thundered. As the crown prince, do you truly believe your conduct is befitting? Your disloyalty to your wife and brothers is akin to that of a foolish goose, leaping about aimlessly. At your age, Tywin has already decisively quelled insurrections. Yet your gaze forever fixated on the skirts, perfumes, and smiles of women. Do you think they love you for who you are, or for the crown, power, and throne you possess? The king's voice grew increasingly severe. Prince Aerys' handsome visage flushed crimson, akin to a fresh liver, as though his heart and lungs had been pierced by another's hand. He harbored the thought, yet none would dare criticize him thus. I, Prince Aerys stammered, his face aflame, but he could not muster the courage to retort loudly. The scene was undeniably awkward. Before his uncle and father, both mentors and figures of authority, he could only acquiesce. Rhaegar felt a sense of secret satisfaction, though he refrained from laughter. Being of tender age, he yearned to deliver a resounding slap to Aerys on behalf of his mother. The fact that Ser Tywin was Aerys' friend and Lady Joanna was Rhaegar's close companion rendered the situation all the more deplorable. Moreover, Joanna's father had perished on the steps of the Eyrie, having laid down his life for the realm. Why provoke such ire? Prince Aerys' escapades in King's Landing were already the subject of much gossip. In the prince's presence, one could never escape the company of those who posed and preened, longing for courtly glory, most of whom were young maidens. And the prince himself seemed to relish their attention. Duke Manderley, recognizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, understood it was time to intervene, especially in the presence of children, and thus chose his words with care. He rose and chuckled. I believe it is time to shift our focus. Let us share some delightful news. Stephen is soon to become a father, and I can hardly contain my excitement. I hope for a robust boy, though a girl would be welcome as well. Indeed, Rhaegar, this news pertains to you as well, Jaehaerys too remarked, a smile gracing his countenance. Should the child be a daughter, she would almost certainly be considered Rhaegar's lawful bride. Marriages among heirs to the Iron Throne are rarely voluntary. Although a betrothal may seem premature, Rhaegar's choices for a bride remain limited as he matures. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, the blood of dragons seldom mingles outside its own lineage, adhering to the ancestral customs of Valyria. In days gone by, a princess of House Targaryen bore a daughter, Aemma Arryn, with House Arryn, who later returned to wed into House Targaryen, giving birth to Rhaenyra. Such is the nature of marriage in Westeros. Born into an age of noble houses, autonomy in unions is scarce. The Targaryens largely follow a few historical edicts, the ancient Valyrian bloodline, internal kinship, and if all else fails, the daughters of other prominent noble families. Internal kinship is preferred, and if not feasible, then the blood of outsiders. Though Rhaegar is still young, the selection of brides suitable for the young prince is hardly expansive. Indeed, father, he replied, currently, the only fitting candidates for Rhaegar seem to be from the Martell family of Dorne. The prince is also a close friend of Rhaella, and among them is the young lady, Elia Martell, who is slightly older than Rhaegar but also possesses the blood of dragons. It is certain that the girl possesses the essence of Dorne. Should Lady Stephen give birth to a girl, she would naturally be well matched with Rhaegar, given their similar ages. Prince Aerys interjected, wrinkling his nose at the mention of Dorne. Even though Dorne has integrated into the realm, many still harbor biases against its people. Upon hearing the girl's name, Rhaegar's heart raced. The fickle should mock me. I have wronged many. He found himself at a loss, uncertain how to approach the situation, as their rapport may not be harmonious. Considering friendship, emotions, reality, and the concentration of dragon blood, any girl from House Targaryen would undoubtedly take precedence. The Martell girl may be slightly older, yet she also carries dragon blood within her veins. Rhaegar pondered whether the queen's offspring would merely be a hammer-wielding Robert. He chuckled at the elder's remarks, feeling no anxiety in his heart, for this was the predetermined narrative. However, he had altered parts of history, leaving him to wonder whether history would continue to change. Suddenly, Rhaegar recalled a legendary ancestor, Aegon IV, the Unworthy, known for fathering numerous children, often attributed to his desires. Yet, Rhaegar speculated that there might be a deeper story behind it. He resolved to revisit the autobiography of the Blood Raven, as the Duke likely had profound insights about his father. To say Aegon IV was indiscriminate in his pursuits would be an understatement. He indeed courted countless women, even contracting venereal diseases. Conversely, he had a penchant for selecting those of unique bloodlines, seeking women from various regions and lineages across the known world. The Blackwood family worshipped the old gods, while Demon Blackfyre possessed pure dragon blood and even mingled with the courtesans of Braavos, as well as the impoverished Valyrian nobility of Lys. It seemed he had engaged with women from every corner of the known world, leaving one to question whether he was truly foolish or playing a grander game. In the year 262 of the conquest, peace appeared to reign. That year, a momentous piece of news emerged. Lady Stephen had given birth to a pair of healthy twins, both with dark hair and eyes, a brother and sister. The boy was named Robert, and the girl was named Roberta. Chapter 42. The Prophesied Prince at the dawn of the year 262. Tidings from Wind's Rest brought joy to all. Lady Stephen had delivered twins. Like Rhaegar, these children would emerge as the next generation of influential figures. Had the wheels of destiny begun to turn? Robert Baratheon, Brandon Stark, followed by Eddard Stark, the siblings Cersei and Jaime Lannister, and the Tully sisters. I shall alter the trajectory of history. The age shall belong to me, Rhaegar contemplated. Once these individuals mature, the tale would commence. To seize the initiative is to reshape history. Could Roberta Baratheon be my little bride? Yet, as events unfold, history has already begun to change. Soon, the hammer-wielding Robert may very well become my brother-in-law. Rhaegar mused about how much this girl from House Baratheon would transform him. This was the butterfly effect initiated by Rhaegar, sparking curiosity. The intentions of King Jaehaerys and Duke Morn were no jest. The Dragon Lords place immense importance on dragon blood. Grandmother Roberta is a princess of the dragon lineage, and the girl is closely related to the dragon family. Coupled with the unique ties to the royal family and the Baelish family, her position is virtually assured. The Grand Alliance of Dragons, Lions, and Deer originated from the adventures of Aegon V and the Tall Duncan. Grandfather Tywin Lannister supported Aegon V's ascent to the throne with gold, and the friendship between the two flourished like a tempest, deeply influencing the pulse of today's era. Rhaegar pondered this and felt a sense of resignation. He could not escape the inertia of history. In the current age of noble houses, people are exceedingly concerned with family, honor, legacy, and appearance. Particularly, the marriages of great noble heirs are strictly confined within their circles. Only those of the highest kinship are allowed to wed, and even those deemed unattractive find no suitor. With the example of Prince Duncan, Rhaegar felt even less freedom in his marital choices, especially since he currently stands as the sole heir. The royal family can hardly endure further upheaval, and particularly in matters of marriage, any semblance of autonomy would only incite the wrath of the great lords. On a brighter note, the great lords of the Stormlands, the Westerlands, and Dorne are renowned for producing handsome and beautiful individuals, thanks to advanced genetic engineering. Young Robert was strikingly handsome, the ideal of many a young girl's dreams. Had he had a sister, she would undoubtedly have been equally remarkable. In the past, Lady Jocelyn of House Baratheon, standing at 5 feet 11 inches, was celebrated as a national beauty, with raven black hair cascading down to her waist and long, elegant legs. Eventually, she married the heir to the Iron Throne. When the adults sent messages via ravens to greet at Storm's End, Rhaegar's primary concern remained an ancient tome, the autobiography of Blood Raven at the Brindled River. This weathered book, steeped in historical significance, always evoked in Rhaegar the visage of Blood Raven himself, serious, stern, yet tinged with melancholy. Blood Raven embodies contradiction. He oscillates between darkness and light, at times fiery and at others icy. Born of noble blood yet a bastard, he is ruthless yet stabilizes the realm, employing dark methods to pursue the light. He is a warrior, a sorcerer, and a statesman, a truly paradoxical figure. Even his deep affection for his sister, Sharera, takes on a bitter hue. After acquiring the Dragon Lord's ring, Rhaegar brought the book to his chamber. He perused its pages, but could only comprehend the first half. He lacked the means to unlock the latter portion. The memories, philosophies of governance, and martial teachings of Blood Raven enriched him greatly, yet the most enigmatic sections remained sealed. Perhaps the Duke had inscribed some form of spell within the text. Upon closer examination, Rhaegar indeed discerned traces of Aegon IV. Although Aegon IV has long departed, he seems to linger in the hearts of many, albeit infamously. The world regards him as neither a good father nor a good lover. His father indulged in excess. Entrapped by passion, unable to extricate himself. He was so passionate, yet so fickle, his affections as fleeting as the wind. Aside from his inherent nature, I have always felt that my father was also tormented or inspired by a certain prophecy. On one occasion, during a drunken stupor, he confided in me that he believed the prince foretold in the prophecy would emerge from his own lineage, and that one of his descendants would inevitably fulfill this prophecy. He regarded Demon as possessing the greater warrior's spirit, asserting that the offspring of Demon and Blackfire would be more likely to bring this prophecy to fruition, leading to chaos, bloodshed, and war. Moreover, Demon's mother was Princess Dina, her veins coursing with dragon blood, which rendered her no less formidable than his legitimate son, Daeron. Daeron was not a born warrior. His mother's frail constitution would not have allowed her to bear him 3 dragons. In fact, Daeron was arranged to marry a woman from Dorne, and their children bore the distinct characteristics of Dorne, lacking any trace of Targaryen blood. Brynden Rivers recounted this with a tone of indignation that Rhaegar could readily perceive. In terms of paternal responsibility, Aegon IV certainly fell short. He reveled in his own passions yet shirked the burden of his children's reputations. He even spread rumors about his wife's infidelity, purely out of spite for his son Daeron's inheritance. Rhaegar was deeply shaken. Could Aegon IV truly have such a calculating mindset behind his rampant promiscuity? Furthermore, Aegon IV's belief had always been that after his death, even amidst the greatest turmoil, he would not fear the chaos that would ensue from the multitude of offspring he left behind. He was a man willing to part with 3 dragon eggs merely for the sake of indulging in women. The Targaryen family's obsession with dragon dreams and prophecies was well known to him. Thus, Rhaegar continued to read on. I believe the notion of the prince in the prophecy is largely nonsensical, a fabrication by my father to mask his own romantic inclinations and desires. His words were a blend of truth and falsehood. Perhaps he was superstitious about the prophecy, but his love for women was far more fervent. Nevertheless, the Targaryen family, while legendary, was also steeped in superstition. It is widely acknowledged that the Targaryens are prone to producing either geniuses or lunatics. They are captivated by prophecies and dragon dreams, often to their lifelong detriment. For the sake of their dragon dreams, they are capable of unspeakable acts. My unfortunate nephew, Aegon, has already turned to dust. As far as I know, aside from dragon dreams, the Targaryens are most fixated on 3 prophecies: the prince foretold, the Song of Ice and Fire, and the 3-headed dragon. The Song of Ice and Fire encompasses the dualities of hatred and love, suffering and joy, harsh winters and delightful summers, evil and righteousness. The notion of the 3-headed dragon suggests the existence of 3 sovereign members. Initially, those 3 heads were Aegon the Conqueror and his 2 wives, Rhaenys and Visenya. Yet, the meaning has become increasingly elusive over time. Is it still the Prince of Prophecy? A tremor ran through Rhaegar's heart, particularly as this prophecy had haunted the dragon lords for many years. The prince is to be born in a land of salt and smoke, heralded by a weeping star. Rhaegar's grandfather believed in this prophecy, for the forest which had foretold that the union of Aerys and Rhaella would yield the prophesied prince, prompting him to order the marriage of Rhaegar's parents. Eventually, Rhaegar himself became enamored with this prophecy, initially believing it referred to him, interpreting the great fire in the Hall of Summer as smoke and the tears of the people as salt. Later, he came to think it referred to his son Aegon, and became captivated by the notion of the 3-headed dragon, only to ultimately fall short. It turned out that his distant ancestor, Aegon IV, had also once believed in this prophecy. Only this particular method of fulfilling prophecies possesses a certain eccentricity. Aegon IV transformed into a sower in King's Landing. Engaged in relationships with various women across the known world, his lovers transcending the narrow seas. In Braavos, he was a socialite known as the Black Pearl. In King's Landing, he had illicit affairs with Princess Diana. In the Riverlands, he mingled with the Bracken and Blackwood families. He even managed to woo the Witch of Lys, resulting in the birth of Shireen. Perhaps Aegon IV believed that the more dragon-blooded individuals there were in the world, the greater the likelihood of the prophecy's fulfillment. This line of thought seemed plausible, did it not? Rhaegar pondered. Prince Aerys himself later succumbed to a madness regarding prophecies, partly due to the dwindling population of dragon lords and partly due to the inability to realize the prophecy of the 3-headed dragon. He sensed that the world appeared to be ensnared in a predestined path, as the Red Priest had claimed. The Prince of Prophecy had been spoken of for over 5 millennia. How could he easily accept that he was indeed the prophesied prince? Moreover, there were now numerous dragon-blooded individuals. Perhaps each held such a beautiful dream. Rhaegar grasped the essence of this prophecy, yet he would not place unwavering faith in it. After all, a prophecy is merely a prophecy. Excessive obsession would only lead to contrary outcomes. Closing the memoir of the Blood Raven, Rhaegar murmured to himself, "I do not place my faith in prophecies. The false Silver Prince believes in prophecies, but the true Silver Prince shall forge history." Chapter 43, I am a true dragon. Also fire. Rhaegar opened the bronze dragon ring, various flames slowly floating before him. The black fish flame had been thoroughly assimilated by Rhaegar, and he began to contemplate the other flames. Some time had passed, and he felt ready to embrace the cleansing of fire once more. The more flames he absorbed, the more he might awaken the blood of fire within him. However, his physical vessel must expand gradually. Rhaegar continued to refine his skills under the tutelage of Barristan and Ser Jorah, mastering swordplay and spear techniques, beginning to reach a proficient level. In his small chamber, a veritable paradise of colors unfolded before Rhaegar. He had shielded his abode and prepared himself. These flames were the fire of life, the eternal flame. Various brilliant lights blossomed before Rhaegar. The flames were not scorching, but rather radiated a gentle warmth that induced a sense of drowsiness, reminiscent of the soft afternoon sun. Gray mammoths thundered across the plains, lush green wheat swayed vibrantly, black sea serpents coiled and undulated. The golden three-headed statue remained impassive, yellow sandworms bore grotesque visages, and the Sithorio's long-winged dragon appeared fearsome. The azure spring water shimmered like precious gems, while the subterranean bloodworms loomed ominous and terrifying. The flames were so wondrous that Rhaegar found it difficult to enumerate them all. It was said that the Sea King of Braavos possessed a menagerie of beasts and exotic creatures. Yet Rhaegar felt that what lay before him surpassed even the treasures of the Braavosi ruler. These flames were all the spoils of the Valyrian dragon lord Balerion, whose ancient power far exceeded that of Braavos, with treasures more splendid and vivid. Braavos, in truth, was but a descendant of the slaves looked down upon by the dragon lords. One might say that the Balerian family, in their global pillaging and plundering, bore a hint of moral ambiguity. However, the nefarious deeds belong to the Bellerys family, and they have no bearing on me, Rhaegar. The embers are resplendent, resembling tangible items that have been scaled down and printed into existence. Each ember is vivid and lifelike, faintly reminiscent of their former splendor. Alas, although these embers flicker, they lack vitality, becoming mere puppets devoid of life. While each ember is roughly the size of a fist, there exists a variation in their dimensions. The larger the ember, the greater the life energy it once possessed. The most colossal among them are the black sea serpent ember and the golden three-headed idol, towering above the rest. It is you. Upon seeing the azure spring ember, a cluster of sapphire droplets coalescing into flame, beautiful and transparent, it evokes thoughts of hope and beauty. The water remains still, perhaps awaiting its flow. Among these embers, the azure ember is the smallest, yet it pulsates with the essence of flowing spring water and vitality. The spring bubbles forth, cascading endlessly. Rhaegar gently touches the azure ember, and with a resounding pop, it begins to shatter, merging slowly into Rhaegar's being. In his indigo eyes, the azure glow begins to flicker. Thus commences the immersion in fire. The flames are not brutal and savage. Instead, they radiate warmth. The flames flow gently like a stream, saturating Rhaegar's entire being with the essence of the spring's soothing waters. The flames flow, imbued with the tenderness of water, the measure of its gentleness. This spring water originates from a remote tributary of the boundless Lorne River, a place of azure solitude. It was not until the Loinans discovered its marvel that the town began to flourish. Rhaegar feels, as the flames envelop him, the blood within his veins gradually warming, devoid of pain, yet becoming more refined and solid. His silver hair begins to be enveloped by the azure flames, resembling a sprite amidst the fire. Rhaegar seems to once again behold the true dragon, amidst the swirling flames, where various pillars of fire ascend. The silver dragon locks eyes with him, its scales shimmering like pure silver. The dragon's golden eyes resemble molten lava pits. It opens its mouth, and Rhaegar finds himself bathed in flames, ignited by a torrent of intense fire. Rhaegar feels himself transforming into a dragon, soaring through the air, opening his maw to unleash a mighty conflagration. The winds of freedom are with me. The great dragon bellows, its voice echoing across the land. Rhaegar senses himself morphing into a blazing inferno, engulfed in flames. This fire is an all-consuming blaze, an eternal flame that devours all in its path. This flame shall seize the life of other entities, and I alone shall govern it. I am the true dragon. I am the flame. Rhaegar awakens from the immersive experience of the ember, invigorated and refreshed. He observes the changes on the panel. The bloodline of fire has awakened. Bloodline of fire. You have awakened the bloodline of fire. Congratulations on the day of magic's demise. This achievement is particularly remarkable. You may now refer to yourself as the true Dragon King. Should you awaken the great dragon, perhaps the bloodline of fire shall surge even more fiercely. Bloodline of fire, intermediate. At your age, this is sufficient to stand proudly among the Dragon King lineage. You will gain a slight resistance to fire, enabling you to withstand worldly ailments and briefly endure flames. Continue to progress, and perhaps you will forge blood and fire magic. Although the dragon has yet to be awakened, there are undeniable advantages to this situation. With the bloodline of fire coursing through him, the potential to rouse the dragon is heightened, and there lies an opportunity to delve into the mysteries of binding spells and magical horns. Rhaegar examined his own body. It felt splendid, his senses acutely attuned, and now endowed with an additional resistance to fire, truly a remarkable gift. A true Dragon King should be impervious to ailments. While the Targaryen family currently enjoys immunity to certain diseases, they find themselves helpless against the scourge of plague. Gradually, they shed their divine fade, and Rhaegar surmised that this decline was likely linked to the slumber of the fire bloodline and the waning of magic. The dragon lineage represents one threshold, while the fire bloodline signifies another. As magic slowly fades, the Targaryen Dragon Kings become increasingly ignorant of its workings. They nurture dragons yet fail to awaken the fire bloodline, their resistance to disease beginning to wane. Many have succumbed to sickness, swept away by the plague. Fortunate indeed, you have experienced a baptism of fire, with the spark originating from the precious, ageless spring of the Loinans. Immersed in its waters, one is granted longevity and immunity to toxins. Rhaegar's eyes widened, his gaze steely and resolute. What a splendid day this is, for the utility of this spark is boundless. A surge of joy filled Rhaegar's heart. How delightful it is to discover further benefits. Not only does he gain longevity, but also an enhanced resistance to poison, which may serve him well against the Lyseni. Yet, he pondered whether he could channel this flame to benefit his grandfather as well. Elated, Rhaegar reflected on the abundance of gifts bestowed by the Valyrian family. It is unfortunate that he cannot meet the purple-robed Dragon King. Otherwise, he would surely make a proper bow. Drifting through life, he returned still a youth. Rhaegar Targaryen identity, the last of the Dragonkin. Intermediate of the fire bloodline talents. Knightly aptitude, a natural warrior. Sword and lyre, a harmonious blend of strength and beauty, knowledge, combat, and artistry. Slumbering dragon, the dragon yet to awaken. Dreamer of dragons, the true blood of dragons. Prophetic visions, charisma, an endearing dragon boy. A precocious soul achievements. Game of power, a minor player. Warrior, a fledgling fighter. Fortunate one, a lucky Targaryen. Dreamer of dragons, explorer, a young adventurer. Divine blade, the silent sound. Inheritor of the blade techniques from Lyseni shadows. Emergence of the divine sword, inherited from the watered dance of bravos. Passed down from the fearless Valyrian. Collection, the Dragon King's ring of Rhaegar Targaryen. In an old town, across the sea, within a secret chamber of the scholarly city. Tall and twisted glass candles, one green and three black, flickered back to life after having seemingly extinguished, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. The attending scholar rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. Yet, he indeed witnessed the glass candle flicker once more, before extinguishing again. Finally convinced, the scholar hurried from the room to summon his companions. The glass candle it truly burned for a moment. He stammered, his complexion pale. It's impossible. At the forefront, a gaunt, silver-haired scholar immersed himself in contemplation, pondering how, in an era where magic has yet to surge, anyone could possibly awaken a candle. Might there have been a transformation within King's Landing? Or could it be that somewhere in the world, dragons are hatching? The emaciated scholar stroked his chin thoughtfully, resolved to gather a few individuals to disseminate information throughout Essos, as some might be even more averse to the resurrection of the dragons than we are. Chapter 44. The dragon-slaying brotherhood is Rhaegar bathed in fire, consuming the embers. On the other side of the world lay Lys, the garden of perfumes. The climate in Lys was temperate, the soil rich, adorned with palm trees and fruit-laden vegetation, a sanctuary for dragon lords in ancient times. Yet now, it was infamous for its bed slaves and poisons. The garden of perfumes had once been the private estate of House Rhaegar, but that was merely a memory now. The power struggles in free cities such as Lys were as brutal as those in Westeros, with many governors meeting untimely ends. Among Rhaegar's maternal ancestors was the illustrious Lysandra, the first and only governor of Lys who, like the sun's setting, extinguished the ambitions of subsequent governors for tyranny. Rumors circulated that the faceless men of Bravos had assassinated Lysandra, for they despised the existence of rival powers in Essos. Within a secret chamber of the garden, devoid of male and female bed slaves, a group of masked individuals gathered, their faces concealed. However, Their hair color and accents revealed their origins from various city-states. The Lyseni bore striking blue eyes, platinum curls, and smooth, fair skin, delicate in stature and unfit for labor, thriving as slave owners. In contrast, the Myrish resembled the Lyseni, with dark hair and eyes and olive-toned skin. The most flamboyant among them were the Tyroshi, their hair of vivid green, adorned with hats. Tyroshi favored bright colors, their hair and beards vividly displayed. Of course, there were also guests with Bravosi accents and others from diverse backgrounds. The sole commonality among these masked figures was the emblem they wore on their chests. The dragon is dead. A banner hung upon the chamber walls, depicting a golden-armored warrior, his hair and beard wild, piercing a black dragon with a spear, as blood poured from the dragon's eye sockets, saturating the ground. The dragon slayer triumphed over the vile beast, proclaiming, "By my blood of blood, by my iron of iron, united we slay dragons." The assembly echoed this chant with fervor. The news from the citadel must have reached all ears. The glass candle flickered a few times before extinguishing once more, indicating that someone was attempting to revive magic. Perhaps the dragon spawn of King's Landing had embarked on some frenzied experiment once again. The leading figure, adorned with a silver mask and a silver robe, possessed striking hair and spoke in a dialect reminiscent of Lys. Yet, none of the guests could ascertain his true origin, for his accent was Lyseni, his hair Tyroshi, and his attire distinctly foreign. A disconcerting revelation emerged. The Lyseni harbored a disdain for dragons, and even more so for those arrogant enough to claim the title of Dragon Lord. The Tyroshi shared this sentiment, as did the Bravosi. They united under a singular purpose, to eradicate the dragons and forge a world devoid of their presence. In the era of dragon rampancy, bloodshed had plagued Essos. The kingdom of the three daughters once engaged in numerous battles against the Targaryen dragon kings, even going so far as to slay several of their kin. Yet, this matter seems rather trivial. To summon us over such a minor issue is absurd. In the days of the dragon kings, we were not intimidated by their dragons. And what reason have we to feel threatened now? We possess crossbows and assassins. With dragons now completely vanished, there is no need for such anxiety. Perhaps it is merely a fabrication from the citadel, for those scholars have produced countless falsehoods. The emissary from Mill replied coldly. Let it be known that during the Battle of the Shouting Sea, it was our admiral from Lys who commanded the slaughter of the dragons. You mill folk are but adept at wielding crossbows, like flies lurking in the shadows. The Lysian emissary scoffed derisively. Curse you, Lysian hound. I wonder if your mother is as skilled as those bedslaves in the perfumed garden, attending to my every comfort, the mill emissary retorted with fury. The atmosphere quickly deteriorated. What began as a gathering of the dragon-slaying brotherhood devolved into a cacophony of insults exchanged among the representatives of Lys, Tyrosh, and Mill. Amidst the fray, the kingdom of the three daughters suffered significant losses, and as the dragons dwindled, they fell into infighting, harboring mutual animosity to this day. Silence! Silence! Commanded the silver-robed emissary, striking the table and producing a crossbow bolt. This bolt, having bathed in dragoness blood, belonged to Prince Jacaerys, heir to the Iron Throne, the son of Queen Rhaenyra. It was first the young dragon Vhagar that was struck in the eye and plunged into the sea, followed by the prince who leaped from the dragon, clutching a shard of wreckage, only to be pierced through the neck by the very bolt. Per boy, per dragon. The silver-masked guest brandished the bolt as if showcasing a magnificent trophy. Everyone recalled the harrowing scenes, the sea ablaze with conflict, waters tumultuous. The prince clinging to the smoking remnants of a ship, blood flowing like a stream, as both he and the dragon met their reckless demise. Let us not forget the purpose that unites us, the extermination of the dragons and, in turn, the eradication of their vile lineage. We must remain vigilant against the resurgence of dragonkind that threatens to obliterate all we hold dear. Why should those with dragons be elevated above us? With these words, the silver-masked guest silenced the assembly. Yet, despite this, we must not act hastily based on rumors from the citadel, the Lysian emissary muttered. Moreover, your direction is misguided. Our primary objective was dragon slaying, and with the dragons long gone, what terror does the Iron Throne hold? Indeed, without dragons, the Dragon Kings pose no threat. Just a few years ago, Aegon V perished in flames. We need not seek trouble, the mill representative agreed. However, now that the bloodline of the Dragon Kings is at its most diminished, with but a tear from Lys, we could utterly extinguish their kind. The Dragon Kings are neither warriors nor great strategists. If action is to be taken, now is the optimal moment, perhaps even more so than during the blood-soaked revelry. The silver-robed guest gazed at the arrowhead, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. The Dragon King's lineage is sparse. The time to act is now. My lord, I fear you have lost your senses. We shall not hastily act upon a mere misjudgment from a bachelor-esque gaze, should we err in our actions. The Dragon King would unleash a tempest of warfare, reigniting the flames of conflict. The others were taken aback, recognizing the madness of the plan and the great risks it entailed. As long as the Targaryen bloodline of dragons is extinguished, the resurgence of the Dragon of Chaos will be permanently averted. Yet the silver-cloaked individual remained unsatisfied, continuing to rally his compatriots. There is no need for such alarm. Your scheme is fraught with improbability. The dragon lineage is scattered across the globe. Eliminating the Targaryens will not eradicate the other dragon species. The Dragon of Chaos has lain dormant for a century, and our brotherhood need not be excessively concerned. The emissaries from Braavos remained the most composed, for their strength was unparalleled. Now is the opportune moment to act. Once the dragonkin begin to procreate and the tide of magic rises, the dragons could swiftly re-emerge. The silver-cloaked figure adopted a resolute stance, yet struggled to persuade the other members. The free city-states remained too disjointed, rife with internal discord. Power is not inherited, and there exists no dynastic monarchy. The Sea King of Braavos, the Governor of Pintos, and the Governor of Lys are all elected successors, which only exacerbates internal strife. The Dragon King's lineage no longer possesses the strength of dragons, while the Brotherhood's members busied themselves with internal power struggles rather than confronting the Dragon King. Many members believe the dragons to be extinct, thus deeming the Brotherhood's mission complete. I propose we maintain our composure and refrain from emulating the schemers of the city. Should a Dragon of Chaos truly appear, we could employ the faceless men to take action. The Braavosi emissaries scoffed, proud and defiant. What does the Sea King have to fear? Indeed, the hearts of the Targaryens still hold sway. If we were to eliminate them, regardless of who struck the blow, the realm of Westeros would unleash its fury upon us. We need only to stoke the flames of discord. The Dragon King has always been inherently mad. By inciting their downfall, we can let them lose the support of the populace and bring about their own demise. Ultimately, none are willing to take action against King's Landing, resulting in a discontented dispersal. The silver-cloaked man surveyed the gathering with a smirk rather than anger. Yet, there remains no incentive. A Targaryen devoid of dragons is perceived as a minor threat. Their former glory has faded. Yet, the opportunity before us is splendid. The Dragon King's family consists of merely 6 or 7 members, feeble and vulnerable. A few assassins and some poison could very well lead to success. Alas, this assembly of inebriated revelers, indulging in luxury, fine wine, and alluring beauty, has dulled their resolve. Go ahead and stir the pot. If today passes without action and tomorrow brings no effort, once the Dragon of Chaos reawakens, your demise will be swifter than anyone else's. Since you are all unwilling to act, what fear do I have in standing alone? Chapter 45. The Confession of Prince Illyris in the year 263 of the Conquest. A pervasive joy enveloped the city of King's Landing. Peace reigned across the lands, suggesting that a lasting tranquility was within reach. Since the fires of the Stepstone Isles were extinguished, the remaining 9 penny kings languished on the opposite shore of the sea, preoccupied with their own survival. Their aspirations of conquering Westeros diminished, while the Iron Throne remained as steadfast as a rock. The only cause for concern lies in the dwindling numbers of the Dragonkin. An unfortunate circumstance. The bloodline of the Dragon Kings has been significantly weakened over the years. The situation regarding the Iron Throne continues to be one of direct lineage, passed down through 3 generations. However, Prince Aerys, Princess Rhaella is still quite young, and optimistically, she may yet bear more heirs for the dragon lineage. King Aegon II, despite his frail constitution, continues to steer the affairs of the realm. In the year 262 of the Conquest, the king fell gravely ill but unexpectedly recovered. All members of the dragon kind visited the king, particularly Prince Rhaegar, who, despite his youth, exhibited a remarkable maturity and filial piety, contributing to the king's gradual recovery. Even the learned scholars speculated that it might be divine intervention, inspired by the prince's sincere heart. The title of Fortunate One surrounding Prince Rhaegar spread far and wide. He was said to be a prodigy born in the Hall of Summer, whose luck had even invigorated Duke Mound and King Aegon II. They conveniently overlooked Ser Jane, whose father, the Golden Lion, Duke Jorah, was suspected of patricide, a fitting retribution that the prince could not amend. There were even simple folk journeying from distant lands seeking out Prince Rhaegar for blessings of fertility or healing. Fortunately, these individuals were met with resistance from the Gold Cloaks, who dispersed them from King's Landing or redirected them to the church, thus restoring some semblance of peace at the Red Keep. Rhaegar found himself in a bemused state, realizing that the waters of the Fountain of Youth should be sparingly used, lest he be mistaken for a charlatan in the future. At present, 2 sensational pieces of news circulated in King's Landing, one concerning Prince Aerys and the other regarding Lord Tywin, the Master of Coin. The king had granted special permission for Lord Tywin to wed his cousin, Lady Joanna, in the great September of Baelor, an honor indeed rare and heralding a grand celebration. Westeros required a diversion from the mourning in the Hall of Summer, and such a magnificent wedding feast was the optimal solution. Coupled with the wealth of House Lannister and the royal family's staunch support, this nuptial would undoubtedly eclipse the wedding of the Crown Prince. Consequently, lords and ladies from across Westeros flocked to King's Landing, including numerous spectators from across the Narrow Sea. A year prior, Lord Tywin had come to King's Landing to infuse the small council with youthful vigor. Though still in his prime, he was vigorous, resolute, and decisive in his actions, earning widespread acclaim. Prince Aerys wished to recommend a close friend for the position of Prime Minister, yet the proud old stag, Duke Mound, was reluctant to relinquish his seat. The old stag would prefer to yield voluntarily rather than be usurped. Moreover, in terms of experience, esteem, and connection to the royal family, Lord Tywin paled in comparison to Duke Mound. However, since Duke Mound frequently visited Storm's Inn to see his grandchildren, King Aegon too looked favorably upon Lord Tywin as well. Yet, speaking of Prince Aerys, this year has proven to be particularly unlucky for him, as a perpetual look of disappointment marred his countenance. Outside the Red Keep, numerous heads impaled on long spears, both male and female of varying ages, had been displayed for passers-by to see. Those in the know understood that many of the deceased were the prince's lowly sycophants and mistresses, as well as stable hands, who had surrounded Prince Aerys, leading him into a web of desire, disloyalty, and extravagance. This was the wrath of the Dragon King. When the old king's fury ignited, it would surely lead to rivers of blood. Rhaegar mused that their early demise might be a blessing. Otherwise, when his father succumbed to madness, they would all perish as well. Rhaegar had no time to mourn for those sycophants and purveyors of rumor, for his father, Prince Aerys, was currently enduring humiliation in King's Landing. As Rhaegar gazed upon the faces of the Red Keep's attendants and servants, each wore a countenance of serenity and contentment, far removed from the smoke and flames of war. However, the peculiar glances cast toward Rhaegar hinted at a curiosity. Could this prince bring fortune? Standing atop the lofty heights of the Red Keep, the wind tousled his silver hair, carrying with it the refreshing humidity of the sea. Rhaegar observed Prince Aerys making his way through the streets of King's Landing, clad in the most unadorned of garments. Having discarded the opulent regalia and jeweled crown of his royal status, and now walking barefoot towards the great September of Baelor. The prince had first embarked on a 5-day fast, followed by a penitent procession through the capital en route to the Sept, where he intended to pray alongside the High Septon. Despite his humble appearance, the prince's distinctive silver hair and handsome visage attracted many onlookers along the way. Flanking Prince Aerys were Ser Tywin and Ser Stephen, sworn friends bound by an oath of life and death. Numerous white knights and members of the Kingsguard stood vigil beside the prince, safeguarding him amidst the chaos of King's Landing that had arisen from Ser Tywin's wedding festivities. Making security paramount, the wandering swordsman, Ser Jorah, stood silently beside Rhaegar, struggling to find words to express the awkwardness of discussing such disgrace in the presence of a son. Ser Balistan had also been dispatched by Rhaegar to accompany Aerys. Despite their quarrels, there remained hope that the prince would bear fruit for House Targaryen. Friend, there is no need for sorrow. Perhaps this experience will foster maturity in the prince, Ser Jorah remarked to Rhaegar. Historically, benevolence often leads to the downfall of sons. He continued, aware of the numerous wayward progeny of the Sea King and Braavos. Let us hope so, Master Jorah, Rhaegar replied, his face a mask of indifference. His heart untroubled, even exhilarated. He had long grown weary of the sycophants surrounding Aerys, which had led the prince to infidelity in marriage and disloyalty to his father. Where, I wonder, is Lord Lucerys of House Valyrian in this tumult? Rhaegar inquired, his memory of this particular flatterer still vivid. Given the gifts he had received, it was a matter of concern. Lord Lucerys had only attended gatherings sporadically. Upon realizing that the prince's lower-class acquaintances were becoming increasingly brazen and avaricious, he had hastily feigned illness and retreated to Driftmark. Consequently, the king refrained from imposing severe punishment, merely assigning Lord Lucerys to toil at the shipyards for 3 months. Ser Jorah informed him. Truly a sea snake, slippery and elusive, Rhaegar chuckled, recognizing the man's adeptness at navigating shifting tides. The troubles besetting Prince Aerys were entirely of his own making. During King Jaehaerys' grave illness, he had presumed his ascension was imminent and had acted with reckless abandon. The origins of this predicament were, to some extent, intertwined with Rhaegar's own actions. He had ignited the spark that altered the course of history, allowing the aged king to survive. As Rhaegar matured, he would soon embark on expeditions to uncover the secrets of hatching dragon eggs. The realm must remain stable while he ventured forth. Prince Aerys, with his volatile temperament and narrow-mindedness, fancied himself wise. Yet he lacked the steadiness of a king who preserves the legacy. His grandfather was far more reliable. Suddenly, King Jaehaerys II fell gravely ill, casting the realm of King's Landing into turmoil, where rumors danced wildly. The king had suffered from poor health since childhood and had little affinity for weapons. Whispers of funeral preparations began to circulate among the populace. Courtiers and mistresses flocked around the crown prince, Aegon, gloating and expressing their delight, believing that prosperous days were imminent, often voicing their disdain for the king. However, when Jaehaerys II miraculously recovered from the brink of death, the sycophants surrounding Prince Aegon were left utterly disillusioned, as they had anticipated rewards following the king's demise, leading to further discontent among them. For the crown prince, the Iron Throne had seemed within his grasp, only to slip further away again, and in a moment of confusion, he too uttered some foolish remarks. What tormented Prince Aegon further was the knowledge that these foolish words had reached the ears of the king. Upon learning that his son had wished for his early demise, Jaehaerys II was consumed by rage. Soon, under the directives of the king and Duke of Monty, a wave of bloodshed swept through King's Landing. Tell your sycophants, mistresses, and jesters that this is King's Landing, not a stage for fools or a brothel. This time, I will sever their tongues. Next time, it shall be their heads. This was said to be the king's proclamation upon his awakening, as Jaehaerys, his face flushed with fury, shattered a crystal goblet upon Aegon's head, causing blood to flow profusely, a rare display of the king's wrath. Subsequently, Duke Monty secretly summoned 200 seasoned veterans from Dragonstone to assist the Gold Cloaks in a meticulous sweep of King's Landing. While Jaehaerys could forgive his son, being his only heir, he would show no mercy to the sycophants, jackals, false friends, and mistresses that surrounded him, those who spread malicious rumors, along with the courtiers and gossipy mistresses, faced severe punishment. The gravest offenders were charged with cursing the king and treason, meeting their end under the executioner's blade, blood saturating the ground. Those with lesser transgressions were met with slaps, whipping, or tongue removal. Prince Aegon found himself overwhelmed by the tumultuous turn of events, his spirit crushed, and he lost interest in attending balls and feasts. He ceased to associate with his former false friends, and due to Jaehaerys' bloody retribution, none dared to provoke him further. Many of his former companions had already met a grim fate. As observed by Rhaegar, the king was becoming increasingly frantic and anxious. Attempting to portray himself as a devoted husband and son, he prepared to vow loyalty to his wife and respect for his father, pledging to remain faithful and avoid entanglements with women outside of marriage. Rhaegar watched as the prince walked solemnly, his devout demeanor shocking all. A flicker of colorless flame rose from Rhaegar's fingertips, only to slowly dissipate. Let us hope this serves as a lesson, my father. Chapter 46. The Four Sisters of King's Landing. In the year 263 of the conquest, an impending golden wedding brought a lively atmosphere to King's Landing. Various lords sent their representatives, with some even attending in person. People often claim that this wedding will rival the golden nuptials of Duke Rhaegar Baratheon and Queen Alysanne. However, the wedding of Duke Rhaegar and Queen Alysanne occurred at a time when the nation had just emerged from the brutal grasp of Maegor, leaving it in a state of disarray far worse than today. Now, with the marriage of the esteemed Lord Tywin, the Lannister family, already wealthier than nations, seeks to showcase the unbreakable bond between the dragon, lion, and stag, making opulence almost inevitable. The only imperfection lies in the absence of the dragon's tribute. The Red Keep, a bastion of power, masculinity, and conflict, today exudes a softer ambience, infused with scents of perfume and the gleam of jewels. Prince Rhaegar finds the Red Keep still somewhat cramped, with its labyrinthine passages below, rumored to be outshone by the Golden Palace of the Targaryens. In the gardens of the Red Keep, Rhaegar observes the guests surrounding the groom-to-be, Lord Tywin, engaged in jovial conversation. King Aegon II and his queen, as well as the Duke and Duchess of Mound, serve as representatives of a bygone era. Meanwhile, Sir Stephen, Prince Aerys, and Lord Tywin's spouses embody the brotherhood of the dragon, lion, and stag. Princess Dorne, friend to Princess Rhaella and Joanna, has also journeyed from Dorne. Young Prince Rhaegar serves as a temporary attendant. The twins, Rhaebetta and Robert, are cradled by their respective wet nurses, both of whom struggle with the children's considerable size and appetite. The Baratheon lineage is famed for its robust stature and its warrior's boisterous nature. Although Lady Cassandra initially hesitated to bring them, the Duke of Mound insisted that strong lineage is vital, and he yearned for the company of the striking and vigorous twins. Rhaegar feels a sense of discomfort at the absence of the groom's father, who remains sour due to his son's wedding festivities in King's Landing. Lord Tygett, likely enchanted by the charms of the wet nurse, has chosen to remain aloof, allowing Tywin to manage affairs with ease. Following his disenfranchisement, He has taken to a life of leisure. Prince Aerys, though somewhat dispirited, has become markedly more subdued, no longer daring to cast lascivious glances. Rhaegar does not expect a transformation in Aerys' character. He merely hopes for a more grounded demeanor. As Rhaegar peruses his status panel, he discovers an additional title. Born of the Hall of Summer, Lady Luck favors you. Rhaegar, for the fortunate, often emerge victorious. This enigmatic fortune is both profound and precious. His achievements have also accumulated, consumed the Firestarter, a treasure of the realm, and devoured the River Lord, the Blackfish, as well as the ageless waters of the holy spring of the Loinans. The harbinger of fate, the woods continuously present multiple paths, and the choices you make forge new histories. Titles, though mere reflections of status, represent a rare honor. Rhaegar feels an incessant need to affirm his presence. As a new title appears, hinting at an impending array of accolades that might soon leave him bewildered. The garden of the Red Keep bursts with blossoms, their fragrances intertwining, while the beauty of women surpasses that of the flowers. Rhaegar muses that men are tasked with conquering the world, while women need only conquer the hearts of men. The ladies are adorned in exquisitely splendid attire, complemented by an array of gemstone and golden accessories, with motifs of stags, red dragons, and golden lions prominently displayed. The burgundy, silver, green, and yellow gowns shimmer with a radiant glow. Miss Joanna, with her silvery curls and emerald eyes, possesses a graceful figure, and it is said that the Royal Treasury smiles solely for her. Meanwhile, Princess Layla, with her silver hair and violet eyes, exudes the regal and dazzling essence of the Valyrian Dragon Kings. Princess Elise of Dorne, with her olive skin, dark eyes, and raven hair, appears slender and delicate. Yet she is significantly older than her two companions, being a mother of several children. Lady Cassandra, voluptuous and with striking green eyes, has bestowed upon the Baratheon lineage the gift of blue-eyed offspring. Each beauty is like a flower, unique in her own right. Princess Elise and Miss Joanna, having once served as companions to Princess Layla, share a profound bond, while Lady Cassandra, though of lesser lineage, has now joined the Baratheon family as a sister-in-law. Rumors have dubbed them the Four Sisters of King's Landing, for exquisite roses. These four young ladies, born into privilege, share ties with Rhaegar's mother and represent the great houses of Lannister, Martell, Targaryen, and Baratheon, symbolizing the enduring camaraderie of the dragon, lion, stag, and spear. Rhaegar, suddenly curious, mused upon the Iron Islands and the North, which traditionally abstain from such courtly intrigues. The Trout family is barely noticed, while the Mountain Eagle family remains reclusive. Perhaps a member of House Tyrell could rival them, yet the Duke and Duchess of Tyrell, having been spurned by the Dragon King and subsequently united, now find themselves in an awkward position, reluctant to face the Dragon Lords. Rhaegar gazed at Lady Joanna, beautiful and gentle, with a hint of fragility, pondering how her future offspring might be affected by her delicate nature. "Come, little adult, come see your little sister," and the young warrior, Lady Cassandra, beckoned to Rhaegar. He approached, observing the young girl, a fawn from Storm's End. Rebecca, with her fair complexion, raven black hair, and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, was both lovely and endearing. The little girl noticed Rhaegar and smiled at him. "I truly believe you devoured candles and books while carrying him, making this child overly mature," Lady Cassandra remarked to Princess Layla. "Not at all. This child is a well-behaved darling. He neither cries nor fusses. He simply channels his fervor into swordplay and studies. Sir Barristan and Master Caesar both proclaim him a born warrior. He adores the library in the Red Keep and the training grounds," Princess Layla replied with a smile. "Look at how faded these two children are," Lady Cassandra remarked to Princess Layla. Upon hearing this, Princess Elise and Lady Joanna exchanged uneasy glances. Though they form a sisterhood, it seems the crown of queenship is singular. The crown of love and beauty may last but a day, while that of a queen endures a lifetime. Princess Elise's eldest daughter is frail and lacks opportunities for outings. Given the Baratheon bloodline, their prospects appear dim. Rhaegar paid no heed to the women's musings, his gaze solely fixed on the enchanting fawn, who appeared quiet and charming. At that moment, young Robert suddenly felt hunger pangs and began to wail at the nurse. The little girl reached out her hand, seemingly intent on pinching Robert's cheek. "Do not act thus, my dear little one. The fawn is more fierce than her brother," Sir Stephen remarked with a chuckle. Rhaegar felt a chill, observing that the seemingly innocent girl was, in reality, a tempestuous sister. Lord Tywin had already contemplated what gifts he might receive, yet the Lannisters, being exceedingly wealthy, would find ordinary presents unworthy of their interest, Sir Stephen noted. Lord Tywin smiled but offered no reply. It was Princess Dorne who had specifically mentioned it. Surely the knight yearned for a Valyrian steel sword. Although such a desire was lofty, it was likely unattainable, Tywin responded, lamenting the loss of Bright Roar, an unbearable sorrow for the lion. Wealth and gold was abundant. Yet acquiring a Valyrian greatsword remained a formidable challenge. Rhaegar noticed that both Tywin and King Aegon II's expressions turned somewhat grim at the mention of Valyrian steel. Currently, only a handful of Valyrian steel weapons existed, and since the Lannister family's greatsword, Brightror, was lost during an expedition, the Lions had offered a fortune to reclaim it. But alas, even the most destitute lords would not part with their ancestral treasures. The Targaryens also felt the sting when Valyrian steel was brought up. Blackfyre had vanished without a trace, and the Dark Sisters had been taken by the Blood Raven. Presently, the Targaryens possessed only long weapons, possibly the Shadow Blade in Rhaegar's hand. Observing the forlorn expressions of Tywin and Aegon II, Rhaegar understood that Westeros, with its noble houses, greatly revered martial prowess. To possess a Valyrian greatsword was indeed a mark of honor, yet such swords were exceedingly rare. The Lannisters had once expended a sum sufficient to sustain an army for the sake of acquiring a greatsword. I still require a sword, Rhaegar mused. Blackfyre symbolizes royal authority. The Dark Sisters represent warriors. I need a sword that solely represents me. To procure a Valyrian sword, one might venture to Essos, the ruins of Valyria, or rely on my Dragonlord's ring. In Westeros, such treasures were scarce unless one resorted to plunder. Let us speak of something else. You men are ever so fond of discussing steeds, lances, and combat. Let us turn our attention to the matters of children, Princess Dorne suggested. Indeed. We have resolved to wait until the children grow older so that they may unite in marriage, Lady Cassandra added with a smile. Her beautiful blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean. That will not do. The children of House Martell are older than ours. How cunning of you, people of Dorne, Duke Monty quipped. Breaking his usual solemnity, laughter erupted, flowing like a river through the garden, the delicate voices of women harmonizing with the bright, steely tones of men. Flowers bloomed, and youth thrived, untouched by the corrupting influence of power. Rhaegar gazed upon their joyful faces, wishing that time could preserve this moment forever. Chapter 47, The Golden Wedding. Year 263 of the Conquest. As Rhaegar beheld the sun ascend above the castle, illuminating the city and the sea, its warm rays shimmered like gold, casting a festive ambience throughout the realm. The casino, brothels, inns, and stables thrived with business, and merchants lamented the desire for more grand weddings of highborns, spurring Rhaegar to grow up quickly, for such occasions would surely be magnificent. When weddings intertwine with gold, the world anticipates unparalleled opulence and splendor. Gold can catalyze a transformation of the soul, rendering the wealthy haughty and the impoverished fierce. The citizens of King's Landing and the visiting lords praised the grandeur of Ser Tywin's wedding, deeming it a golden affair. The magnificent ceremony was set to take place at noon in the Great September of Baelor, with the evening banquet moving to the throne room. 800 guests were invited, with 66 exquisite dishes, and performers including singers, actors, and jesters eager to entertain the newlyweds. Rhaegar sensed the gold burning fervently, transforming the grand wedding into mere extravagance. The Iron Throne had invested significantly, yet this was a temporary measure, as the Lannisters were still expected to repay the king. Rhaegar felt the most poignant sorrow stemmed from the absence of both fathers. The bride's father had perished on the battlefield, while the groom's father remained ensconced in indulgence. This sentiment of loss was shared by many present. King Aegon II had graciously permitted Ser Tywin to partake in breakfast in the Queen's ballroom, despite the refusal of the knight's father to attend. Nonetheless, warmth would be extended to Ser Tywin doubly. In the Queen's ballroom, a heady mix of power, wealth, perfume, and flowers flowed through the air, intoxicating all who entered. Beneath the gentle melodies of flutes and harps, the fool entertained the guests. Only those who wielded power were deemed worthy to dine in the ballroom. The attendees were all lords and knights. Laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a convivial atmosphere. King Aegon II had arranged for Aerys to welcome the male guests, while Princess Rhaella, accompanied by her two new aides, Princess Dorne and Lady Cassanna, attended to the ladies. They celebrated the newlyweds and welcomed distant guests. The Guardians of the East, Duke Jon Arryn and his wife. The Arryns were indeed rare visitors, as they were as conservative as the Vale folk, modest and obstinate. The most distinguished attendees included the Targaryens of the Iron Throne, the Baratheons of Storm's End, the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, the Arryns of the Vale, the Princess of Dorne herself, and Sir Brynden Blackfish, the Duke's brother. Notably absent were the Stark Wolves of the North and the Tyrell Roses of the South. The Northerners were regarded as savages by the people of King's Landing and had always held disdain for courtly games. Although the Tyrells had considered attending, they ultimately felt it would not befit their dignity and graciously declined. Only Duke Hoster, perhaps feeling that attending to support the younger generation would be unseemly, opted not to appear. The Trout were perpetually proud yet mediocre in skill, although they resided not far from King's Landing. The Tully family rarely penetrated the inner circles of the capital. Rhaegar observed that this breakfast gathering had never boasted such a multitude. Today, it was brimming with guests. He scanned the ballroom, noting that it was predominantly filled with great lords and their progeny. The king and queen, along with the Duke and Duchess of Mont. The Duke and Duchess of the Vale, among others, sat in the high seats alongside the groom and bride, with Rhaegar and his companions following behind. Rhaegar took note of Jon Arryn, the Duke, who, despite having crossed into his 40s, retained a striking appearance. The Duke possessed golden hair, blue eyes, and a prominent hawkish nose, complete with charming dimples when he smiled. His wife, Lady Lisa Arryn, a cousin of the Duke, shared the same golden hair and blue eyes, albeit with a few years less in age. She was the Duke's second wife, and their affection for one another was palpable. However, she had yet to bear him an heir, a fact that weighed heavily upon them. It was impossible for Jon not to feel a sense of urgency, especially as King Jaehaerys was younger than him and already had grandchildren. Lady Lisa often wore an expression of melancholy, particularly when in the presence of Rhaegar and the other children. Jon Arryn was indeed a man of honor and virtue, having refrained from chasing after paramours despite the absence of progeny. Such a character stood in stark contrast to many other great lords. Rhaegar pondered that fate, much like a musical string, had placed the Duke in a valley of despair. The Arryn lineage had faced several near extinctions, and the Duke likely approached this with a measured acceptance. In Westeros, it was not uncommon for noble families to engage in close-kin marriages. Although instances like the Targaryen family were rare. Good children, how delightful it is to see you. May you flourish and grow like the majestic eagles of the mountains. Lady Lisa exclaimed as she embraced Rhaegar and his sister Baelor, presenting each with a silver necklace adorned with a falcon. She also gifted the soon-to-be wedded couple a similar token. The breakfast spread was lavish, featuring milk, golden sweet wine, spring water, fried fish, smoked chicken, fatty goose, citrus fruits, and buttered milk cake, among other delicacies. Yet, Rhaegar found little enthusiasm for the feast. His true interest lay in the gifts. Only the most exquisite and valuable would suffice in his eyes. As Rhaegar was aware, Ser Tywin had already received numerous presents, including a magnificent golden lion from the Lords of the Westerlands, symbolizing the eternal life of the lion. Tywin's two brothers had sent him ornate saddles and a red silk military tent. Although Duke Tyrell had not yet arrived, he had dispatched a messenger with a golden rose adorned with exquisite red gemstones. Princess Dorne had sent a gemstone ring to Ser Tywin, featuring a lifelike lion. Tywin graciously accepted each gift, preparing to reciprocate in kind. However, the atmosphere reached its zenith with the heartfelt embraces and gifts exchanged among the sworn brothers. Ser Stephen presented Tywin with a finely crafted wooden sculpture from Storm's End, depicting 3 young knights riding through the forest. The artisan's skill evident in the detailed likenesses of the 3 men in their youth. Prince Aerys gifted Tywin a sword with a lioness head, sheathed in gilded peach wood and wrapped in red lacquered sharkskin. The blade gleamed like the youthful visage of a handsome lad, pristine in its brilliance. "My good brother, let this sword serve to mend your sorrow over the loss of Brightroar," Prince Aerys declared. Tywin was moved, and the 3 sworn brothers embraced tightly, while the women shed tears for their heartfelt camaraderie. Rhaegar gazed at the 3 individuals before him, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Blood of my blood, iron of my iron. They had once been brethren, bound by a shared bond, until the relentless passage of time ensnared them in the web of love. The emotional fabric of men can often be so fragile. Applause erupted in the hall as King Aegon II clapped his hands, prompting the assembly to follow suit, as if a well-trained army rallying to honor their sovereign. The atmosphere surged from one crescendo to another as the guests proceeded to the great September of Baelor, where the golden wedding was set to commence. The High Septon, adorned with a crystal crown that refracted a myriad of colors, had become nameless and faceless. Rhaegar felt an urge to touch this crystalline diadem. Surely, the High Septon possessed considerable wealth. It was rumored that, in times of financial straits, the royal family would occasionally negotiate with the High Septon. Heavenly Father, Holy Mother, they basked in the incense of earthly devotion, exalted above, while the newlyweds stood below, akin to a pair of wall figures. Ser Tywin and Lady Joanna were clad in resplendent attire, their garments embellished with golden roaring lions. Both donned ancestral hues of gold and crimson, exuding grandeur and joy. Lady Joanna's ensemble was further adorned with golden roses, symbolizing feminine purity. Rhaegar's gaze drifted towards his father, Prince Aerys, standing in the crowd, his expression laden with complexity. Aerys, unwilling to remain in obscurity, yearned to disrupt the wedding. Yet, having sworn his loyalty, he could not so swiftly betray it. Tywin's 2 brothers scattered golden rose petals, cascading down like a golden rain. Suddenly, The crowd erupted into merriment. For within the golden petals lay actual pieces of gold. The golden wedding had officially begun. Under the celestial downpour of golden petals, the Tywin couple exchanged vows, received blessings, and made promises as the sacred hymns resounded. Rhaegar noted the Lannister golden lion banners prominently displayed within the sept, today showcasing a pair of lions. A majestic lion and a gentle lioness gazing affectionately at one another. To express his reverence for the king, Tywin had adorned the venue with numerous banners of the dragon, symmetrically arranged alongside the golden lions. The dazzling crimson and the radiant golden lions complemented each other beautifully, as Rhaegar observed the young couples, all golden-haired and blue-eyed, youthful and resplendent. The newlyweds were as sharp as razors and as luminous as a crescent moon. All the guests were dressed in ostentatious finery, celebrated for their lavishness, intricacy, and opulence. Moreover, Rhaegar noticed some attendees hailing from across the sea: bravos, tyrosh, pintos, lists. No one wished to forego the opportunity to befriend the golden child of the Iron Throne, the heir of House Lannister, while also seizing a chance to glimpse the true nature of the Iron Throne. Today, Rhaegar himself presented as a noble of King's Landing. Adorned in a splendid garment, he wore a black velvet coat, embellished with rubies and diamonds fashioned into the likeness of three-headed dragons, radiant and shimmering, a testament to the blood and fire they represented. Rhaegar had no desire for such extravagance, yet the great lords reveled in competition, believing that only magnificence could instill awe across the realm, for the populace harbored deep-seated grievances regarding social hierarchies. Furthermore, the old king had assigned him a special task for the day. Seated in the front row, Rhaegar observed as the queen fastened a bridal cloak around Lady Joanna, while Ser Tywin received the groom's cloak from King Aegon II and draped it over the bride. Rhaegar beheld Tywin sharing a tender kiss with his bride, the girl he had cherished since adolescence, the embodiment of his affection, one body, one soul, one spirit. The applause surged like a tidal wave, resounding time and again. Women in the audience began to shed tears, overwhelmed by a happiness that incited envy. Today, his brother basked in glory, yet their mother was absent to witness it. Since her passing, their father had grown indifferent to their lives. Tywin's younger brother, Tygad, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, his demeanor tinged with melancholy, prompting Kevin to swiftly silence him. Rhaegar cast a glance at the golden-haired youth, recognizing that although Tywin's father was the Laughing Lion, he had nonetheless bequeathed a few loyal brothers to him. Tywin's siblings pledged their fealty to him, preferring to exist in the shadow of their illustrious elder, loyal yet resigned. In noble families, the more, the merrier. The eldest serves as lord, while the second and third may assume roles as counselors or knight commanders, often dispatched for advantageous marriages, always finding their place. The downside of many is the potential for discord, yet it is far preferable to the dire fate of extinction. Speaking of lineage, Rhaegar noticed the Duchess of Aelin discreetly wiping away her tears, lost in her own thoughts. If noble women bore few children, they would inevitably become the subject of much gossip. The Duke of Aelin remained stoic. Presently, the dragon lineage lacked heirs. Strategies must be devised, Rhaegar contemplated. It seemed their father, Aerys, had become incapable, unable to ascend the walls. After a while, Master Sisar stealthily approached Rhaegar, presenting him with a note. The sparrow has been ensnared. Rhaegar maintained his composure, glancing at the note's contents before destroying it. Gold and darkness, to safeguard peace, violence had regrettably become necessary. He observed the throng, voices boiling like water in a kettle, bubbling incessantly. Yet, the ceremony was merely a formality. As the wedding drew to a close, anticipation for the evening's ball began to mount. Tywin's two brothers donned lion-headed helmets, clad in armor with flowing red and white capes, escorting the newlyweds away alongside the white knights clad in scaled armor. King Jaehaerys II and his queen led the procession, with Rhaegar walking beside the aged monarch. They were kings, also assuming the role of the newlyweds' elders. Following them were the Duke and Duchess of Montbelition, the Duke and Duchess of Jon Aelin, Prince Aerys and his consort, and Princess Dorne, who linked arms with Blackfish, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Finally, Sir Stephen and his lady trailed behind. Rhaegar observed the crowd outside, a sea of jubilant faces as commoners called out the names of the bride and groom, alongside the king's name. Some, spotting the golden boy Rhaegar, attempted to approach him for a stroke of fortune, only to be swiftly escorted away by the guards. The populace exhibited a spectrum of expressions, their attire mostly humble, with few possessing muscle, their cheeks lacking fullness. Water can both buoy and capsize a boat. They are sometimes kind, yet can easily descend into chaos, provided their hunger is satisfied. The supplies from King's Landing must be ample, otherwise, the masses would descend into frenzy. I must satiate this city, reliance on the Lannisters and Tyrells alone will not suffice. The people cherish peace, yet they revel in the commotion. The greater reason lies in the Lannister family's indulgence in confections, cakes, smoked meats, bread, and roasted chicken, which the crowd ardently adored. Satiated, they found the energy to cheer. Rhaegar held the hands of the royal couple, perceiving that Aegon exerted himself for Tywin's celebration. The golden robes formed an outer barrier against the crowd, while the inner circle comprised 200 Baratheon soldiers and 200 Lannister soldiers, all commanded by Ser Kevan. The White Knights circled around the king. Lord Tywin and his lady descended the steps alongside the royal couple to receive congratulations, after which they retreated to the Lannister estate to continue the festivities later in the evening. As night fell, with revelries in the new chamber, Sir Stephen approached Prince Aerys and inquired softly, "Will you join us, Aerys?" Rhaegar mused to himself about the pervasive stench of such customs. Upon hearing this, he turned back to see his father Aerys' eyes darting about, and his mother, Princess Rhaella, her violet eyes ignited with anger, resented that her companion had been turned into a harlot. Ultimately, King Aegon and his queen also turned to fix their gaze upon their son. Aerys decisively replied, "No. I have had too much wine. It will give me a headache." "Very well, I shall mingle a bit," Sir Stephen remarked, patting Aerys on the shoulder. The throne room was ablaze with light, torches ignited, and the air was perfumed with enticing aromas that intoxicated the senses. Tonight, there would be roasted meats, fresh bread, and an abundance of fine wine. Rhaegar found the fare at King's Landing acceptable, yet he felt that excessive indulgence in such food could be quite overwhelming. He pondered the need for a dedicated small kitchen. As guests poured into the throne room, their faces radiated smiles. In their eyes, he discerned envy, jealousy, and longing. Tables were also set up in the castle courtyard, although the food and drink there were considerably inferior. Rhaegar observed the throng advancing toward him, a flowing river of silk, satin, velvet, and jeweled pendants mingled with the scents of roses and various perfumes. Musicians crowded the sidelines, a cacophony of drummers, flutists, violinists, horn players, harpists, and bagpipers fervently performing. Rhaegar perceived the throne room as a moving feast. Lords and ladies, brimming with pride, announced their names and titles to the heralds as they hurried to partake in this nocturnal banquet. This golden wedding feast was an affair of honor. The wine attendants, clad in royal attire, escorted guests to their seats. Rhaegar sat before the king, with his father, Prince Aerys, and his cousin, Sir Stephen, serving as chief heralds, facilitating their interaction with the realm's lords and wealthy merchants. "Rhaegar, shortly you shall perform," King Aegon II said with a smile to his grandson. "Of course," Rhaegar confidently replied. His status instilled a sense of assurance. He had been tempered by countless trials, and his rank, nobility, and lineage endowed him with confidence. "Raise your cups. First, to my beloved wife, though I must be cautious not to drink too much tonight." Sir Tywin raised the golden wine cup gifted by the king, its dragon eye adorned with rubies, priceless beyond measure. He toasted to his wife, Joanna. "Long live King Aegon II." Gratitude for the union of Ser Tywin and Lady Joanna reverberated throughout the grand hall, where a wave of cheers surged with each passing moment. Goblets were raised, producing a melodious clink as thousands of vessels collided. Intoxication was not from the wine, but from the spirit of the gathering. Prince Rhaegar also lifted his cup, savoring a sip of milk. "Speaking of banquets, nothing could rival the grandeur of a royal wedding. Next, I have a modest gift for the Ser." Suddenly, King Jaehaerys II rose, and the hall fell into a reverent silence. "Let Prince Rhaegar perform a tune for the happiness of Ser Tywin and Miss Joanna," he proclaimed, gesturing toward his grandson. Although young, Rhaegar appeared more mature than his peers, perhaps by 2 or 3 years. The spark of potential within him was undeniable. No wonder it was the dragon lords who labored tirelessly to pave the way for their offspring. Applause erupted from the guests, and Ser Tywin was visibly moved. Chapter 49. The name of the Silver Prince. Amidst the cacophony of clinking goblets, King Jaehaerys II infused the occasion with an even greater honor. Guests paused their revelry, their eyes drawn away from the golden wine. Prince Rhaegar stood, facing the assembly. His silver hair shimmered, and though his visage retained a childlike innocence, it only heightened his striking beauty. With a confident gaze, he seemed to channel a silvery flame. Rhaegar yearned for a shorter hairstyle, yet was not permitted to cut his hair too short at his tender age. Thus, he allowed his silver locks to grow long. Though he preferred the practicality of a tousled shortcut, the dragon lords were renowned for their beauty, and Rhaegar, inheriting the legacy of Baelor the Blessed and the fiery bloodline, would only grow more handsome and robust. "When I'm mature, I shall bring even greater merriment to the world." All guests turned their attention to the prince, marveling at the natural grace of a true dragon. Rhaegar appeared as a boy of 6 or 7, towering over his peers with remarkable stature. Nobility enjoyed superior nourishment, and their development often surpassed that of commoners. Yet Rhaegar was particularly eager to grow. Whispers circulated among the guests, cautioning the old king. By the time the prince reached 10, he might be sowing seeds of affection far and wide. Noble families often wed early, with Ser Tywin's marriage at 19 considered late, raising concerns about young ladies drawn to the prince's allure or status. King Wylis had wed Queen Rhaella at the tender age of 12, while the lovely Queen Alysanne had been just 19. Prince Rhaegar offered a courteous bow to the assembly, flashing a captivating smile. The young performer, surrounded by lords and wealthy merchants, was a loyal subject of the Dragon Lords, reliant upon them for governance. Such was the essence of power, genuine emotion, and performance, all interwoven. Your Majesty, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Ser Tywin and Lady Joanna hastily replied, returning the gesture. Music and martial prowess, unless in the arena of a tournament, were honors bestowed upon noble offspring to perform for guests. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Consider it a child's plaything, remarked King Jaehaerys II. Should Rhaegar falter in his performance, do not mock him. He intended to present a gift to Ser Tywin, while also showcasing the prince's harp-playing skills before the assembly, akin to the ostentation of those boastful elder gentlemen. This was a moment of great honor for the subjects. Ser Tywin and Lady Joanna were taken aback. The lords and ladies present recognized that after this performance, Ser Tywin would undoubtedly feel deeply appreciative. With Prince Rhaegar performing in front of such a multitude in the throne room, it was an unparalleled honor. King Jaehaerys' intentions were clear. He aimed to bind Tywin thoroughly to the Dragon King's chariot. However, despite the king's well-laid plans, the prince's skills still needed to be assessed. You never mentioned the prince would perform, remarked Duke Monty, a hint of displeasure in his heart. This young cub of House Lannister seemed overly favored. If there was to be a performance, it certainly ought to take place at our estate as well. King Jaehaerys chuckled, and immediately, Lady Monty tugged at her husband's sleeve. Rhaegar stepped to the forefront as the attendants brought forth the harp, preparing for the prince. It was a magnificent ancient harp adorned with silver strings, crafted from rare wood, and intricately sculpted with the image of a three-headed dragon, fierce and imposing. Rhaegar, unfazed, plucked the strings, allowing a melodious sound to flow forth. Bloodlines, martial prowess, influence, wealth, nobility, power, these forces and their foundations instilled him with a profound confidence, elevating him above the crowd. All the musicians ceased their activities. They served the royal elite, not fools. They understood that even if the prince's playing faltered, the honor bestowed upon Ser Tywin would be fully embraced. This was about prestige, publicly granting warmth and glory to Ser Tywin. Yet, regarding the prince's artistry, they remained skeptical. Rhaegar caressed the harp. His innate talent, combined with the tree of life's blessing, rendered his harp playing exquisitely refined. He felt a deep connection with the instrument, believing it to be the most exquisite of all. His silver hair shimmered, and upon his black velvet attire, the dragon's body, crafted from crystals and diamonds, with ruby eyes, seemed almost alive. As the prince played the silver-stringed harp amidst the flickering flames, he truly resembled a silver dragon. The enchanting melody flowed, and the performer himself was even more captivating. Rhaegar's focus was unwavering, his technique both refined and effortless, as if everything was perfectly within his grasp. Many noble women cast envious glances at Lady Cassena, realizing that the prince was likely to be the future son-in-law of House Targaryen. Their resentment was futile. The choices of the great noble families were severely limited. Prince Aegon arrived, graceful and poised. The audience became entranced, the air filled with joy, delight, and happiness, as if witnessing flowers blooming or birds singing. The sorrows of the Summerhall were but a memory. Rhaegar contemplated bringing laughter and prosperity to the world. The past was now distant, and he would forge a new history. The notes captivated everyone. Even the musicians found themselves entranced. They had initially thought the king was merely setting the stage, elevating his grandson, yet Prince Rhaegar truly possessed remarkable talent. Upon finishing his performance, Rhaegar offered a modest bow to the audience. He was not arrogant. Everything was executed with graceful ease. There is no denying that Rhaegar is not only the true Prince of Dragons, but also the master of the Dragon King's precious ring, awakening the bloodline of fire, which serves as his greatest trump card. The applause surged like a tidal wave, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. The clapping resembled a colossal deluge, capable of inundating the very walls of the city. Rhaegar's family members wore expressions of pride, for the prince had delivered a splendid performance, bestowing new glory upon Ser Tywin. Parents often take pride in showcasing their children, a sentiment that rings true. Prince Aerys clapped his hands, dispelling the bitterness of the wedding festivities that could not be marred. This was Rhaegar's gift. Though the young dragon was still in his infancy, he had already begun to shine and reveal his potential. The gratitude for the prince's gift was immense, as it was indeed a treasure beyond measure. Ser Tywin and his wife approached. The knight's broad palm lifting Rhaegar into the air as he exclaimed, "This is our Silver Prince. Our Silver Prince. Silver Prince Rhaegar." Tywin's sworn brothers, Aerys, Stephen, and their families also came forth, embracing one another in reverence. Princess Dorne, serving as Joanna's companion, took to the stage to acknowledge the moment. The name Silver Prince evoked memories of a bygone acquaintance for Rhaegar. Loyalty is loyalty, yet it carries a certain shocking peculiarity. The true Prince of Dragons. Men and women alike seem to have been trained for this moment, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. The prince, already of noble birth, was further adorned by the harp and music, enhancing his enchanting aura. Legend spoke of Rhaegar's fondness for blades and arms, as though he were a born warrior. Yet, one could not have anticipated his extraordinary musical prowess. The name Silver Prince reverberated throughout the throne room. "Call me Silver Prince," Rhaegar mused, absorbing the applause and cheers. Fate had thrust him into this position, and he was to decide his remaining destiny. "I am a true dragon, and I am fire. I am the true Prince of Dragons, and I am the Silver Prince." Title: Silver Prince. As multitudes chant your name, may you bring happiness, peace, and prosperity to the world. A legend shall be woven by you. Title: Born in the Hall of Midsummer, Fortunate Rhaegar, the Silver Prince. All understood that this feast had been immensely successful. The songs and the banquet were delightful, symbolizing the union of King's Landing and Casterly Rock, showcasing the wealth and unyielding strength of the alliance of the Stag, the Lion, and the Dragon King. Ser Tywin would undoubtedly mobilize gold to solidify the Dragon King's reign. The lords across the realm would rally behind the governance of the Dragon King. "Prince, what is the name of this melody?" one lord boldly inquired of Rhaegar. "Let it be called the Knight of the Red Keep," Rhaegar replied. Chapter 50. The Ratcatcher of King's Landing. The city undergoes renewal, heralding a new day. The citizens of King's Landing remain enthralled by the grand wedding, still yearning for the delights of the Lannisters and Targaryens, cakes, cured meats, and sweets. Glory and joy have already become yesterday's memories, as Rhaegar must now confront the blood-red vortex. The sudden illness of his grandfather, Aegon II, has become a topic of hushed whispers, with many claiming he struggles to catch his breath. When Aegon II was gravely wounded, a servant of the Red Keep met his untimely demise in a fitting manner. He was the son of a lesser lord, unwed and childless, passing away without a soul to mourn him. It was said he had been secretly gambling in a flea-ridden den, watching vicious fights. Rumor has it that he choked to death on water, and his body was swiftly disposed of. Rhaegar harbored suspicions. This could not merely be a coincidence, but perhaps a manifestation of some insidious poison, an unknown force at play. Jaehaerys too had always been in frail health, and a minor dose of poison would likely go unnoticed. The infamous Tears of Lys were renowned. If there existed a poison more potent than them, it would not be surprising. The Dragon King had garnered numerous friendships, yet had also offended many. Long ago, his ancestor Balon had suffered a sudden ailment akin to a tempest. Prince Baelor had once complained of a sharp pain in his side during a hunt, and upon returning to King's Landing, his condition deteriorated rapidly, leaving him bedridden in the Prime Minister's chambers due to excruciating agony. 5 days later, Balon succumbed to a ruptured abdomen. His death left a significant rift within the kingdom, ultimately inciting the Dance of Dragons. Without the spark of fire, would I not also dread the Tears of Lys or the Stranglers? Rhaegar mused, a flicker of flame coursing through his palm. Had it not been for the absence of the eternal flame, his grandfather would have already perished. In a secret chamber of the Red Keep, Caesar presented a slight, gray-haired youth before Rhaegar. This diminutive figure hailed from humble beginnings, yet Caesar had fashioned him into the toy maker that the prince desired. Rhaegar did not distrust Balistan, but the White Knight placed too much value on honor. In this regard, he was less adept than Caesar. After delivering the young man, Caesar stood silently to the side, no longer speaking. He had accepted Rhaegar's command. Perhaps those born into power were forever entwined with schemes and flames. In Braavos, Caesar had also encountered the Sea Princes, some of whom, if they acted out of line, would be expelled from the city. The young man retained a look of tension and exhilaration. Commoners in the royal palace often felt as if they were engulfed in a world of opulence. Life in King's Landing, whether within the Red Keep or the Flea Bottom, represented two entirely different realms. Some were born within the confines of the Red Keep, while others emerged from the depths of the Flea Bottom. Rhaegar scrutinized the young man, a rat-catcher from Flea Bottom named Roken. He was slender, quick in his movements, an agile and skilled young rat-catcher, yet he could not shed the humble, earthy essence that clung to him. When Caesar had disguised himself to gather intelligence in Flea Bottom, it was only Roken who provided the most comprehensive and meticulous information, even speculating on the identity of visitors. "I heard Caesar say you did not choose a gold dragon, but rather the chance to meet me? Rhaegar inquired, toying with a gold dragon in his hand. Indeed, my prince, Roken exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. This was a prince, and he was well aware of how he quaked before those clad in gold robes. Why? Rhaegar pressed. I seek an opportunity, a chance to rise above my station. You know, my prince, for us impoverished souls to elevate ourselves, we require a ladder. The moment Master Caesar appeared before me, I knew the ladder had arrived. Roken's face flushed, and he stumbled over his words. Rhaegar observed Roken with keen interest, a rat-catcher from the Flea Bottom, skilled and familiar with the terrain of King's Landing. Even those engaged in petty thievery had their uses. Not to mention, this lad was indeed quite sharp. Zysa nodded slightly, a gesture that served as a form of commendation for Roken. I have been closely monitoring the situation in King's Landing, and the young man, who speaks with a bravo's accent and possesses considerable skill, is most likely the prince's swordsmanship instructor. Coupled with your inquiry about that individual, the rotund man, who often gambles in the flea pit, has divulged numerous tales concerning the Red Keep with his incessant chatter. The moment you spoke, I discerned that Master Zysa hailed from the Red Keep. Roken elucidated the matter. Rhaegar regarded Roken, as the rat-catcher had provided valuable clues. He then reminded Roken to focus on the pertinent details regarding the rotund man, known by the moniker of the Sudden Death Servant. Very well, my prince, Roken continued. The rotund man harbored no particular passions. He was indifferent to women and boys alike. Lacking in handsomeness, he drew no romantic interest from the fairer sex. His utmost obsession was gambling, a fervor that eclipsed even his own existence. Dog racing, toothy duels, dice games, these were his delights. Unfortunately, he was invariably destined to lose, accumulating debts over the years that brought him perilously close to bankruptcy and despair. The proprietor of the Flea Pit Casino would send him reminders for repayment, such as the heads of dead pigeons or putrid pigs' trotters. The rotund man was on the verge of insanity when, quite unexpectedly, he settled his debts at the gambling den. We found it peculiar, suspecting that perhaps his deceased sister-in-law had shown a flicker of conscience and sent him some money. During that period, he resumed his gambling, though there was an air of melancholy surrounding him, and soon after, he met his own demise. Roken, though slight of stature, conveyed the intelligence with striking authenticity. Rhaegar sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air, yet the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive, causing discomfort. The rotund man's corpse had already turned to ash, leaving him truly unencumbered. The question lingered. Who was this individual? Those lurking in the shadows were as frigid as a winter's gale. Could it be Larys, Meryn, or perhaps a Braavosi? Their actions were shrouded in secrecy and malice. Even Rhaegar, with his sharp intuition, felt that the poisoner's opportunity was exceedingly fortuitous. A large-scale poisoning would draw attention, while the key figures would seamlessly alter the course of history. Striking at Baelor was calculated. Given the precarious nature of the royal succession, tensions between the firstborn and second son had rendered the kingdom devoid of a legitimate and sagacious heir, hastening the bloody dance of dragons as the succession crisis was on the verge of erupting. Targeting Jaehaerys II meant depriving the realm of a wise monarch. Jaehaerys II had been mending relations between the Targaryens and other lords, bolstering the dragon's influence, while reconciling with the great nobles offended by his father. Meanwhile, Prince Aemond, fickle and impatient, would not make for an ideal ruler. How can you be so certain? Rhaegar inquired, intrigued by Roken. I hail from the Flea Pit. I have acquaintances in brothels, casinos, arenas, butcher shops, fish markets, and budget inns. My prince, vying for the title of the foremost rat-catcher in King's Landing. I believe I too have a chance at claiming the throne of the top rat-catcher. I am skilled, swift in my endeavors, and my physique allows me to navigate swiftly through rooms and tunnels, moving silently. Those gambling dens, brothels, and even the highborn require my services. They perceive Roken as a simpleton, yet Roken listens more than he speaks, waiting for the opportune moment. Roken responded with utmost respect. Rhaegar gazed at Roken, recognizing the need for an information broker, one whose loyalty was unwavering. Though unassuming, Roken possessed a profound understanding of intelligence and could be of great utility. I require such an individual, Rhaegar contemplated. He needed eyes and ears, spies, to monitor the movements in King's Landing, especially as he prepared to explore other realms. Distrustful of the masses in King's Landing, Rhaegar understood the perilous power they wielded. Throughout history, mobs had emerged, tranquil as still waters yet capable of surging with the ferocity of fire. Rhaegar harbored deeper intentions regarding Roken. Currently, the secrets of the Red Keep's subterranean passages were known only to the three of them. To explore the hidden tunnels, a rat-catcher was the ideal role. Within the web of the Red Keep's passages lay a corpse, that of Roken's predecessor, Cheese, who had been hired by Prince Daemon to assassinate the son of Aegon II. only to meet his demise in those very tunnels. Speak of your strengths, Roken, Rhaegar commanded, placing a golden dragon upon the table. Yes, your highness, Roken replied. I hail from humble beginnings, a flaw and a virtue alike. I can mingle with whores, butchers, and gamblers. Moreover, I possess self-awareness. I enjoy gambling but do not lose everything. I relish drinking but do not succumb to inebriation. I savor conversation yet guard my secrets. I am fond of women but do not share them with my work. Roken spoke with a glimmer in his eyes, as if a golden path lay before him. I seek an opportunity to ascend. Kneeling firmly, Roken declared, I am willing to serve the prince. Excellent, Rhaegar responded. A smile gracing his face as he approached and patted Roken on the shoulder. You are an astute individual, and I appreciate conversing with the clever. I am a prince. You are a rat catcher. Our identities differ, yet our professions bear no hierarchy of worth. Modern commoners far surpass the old noble houses in approachability, a quality that possesses its own charm. I am but a rat catcher, yet the prince regards me with such favor. I shall dedicate all my efforts to you until my dying breath, Roken vowed. It is said that the prince is known as the lucky one. I shall forever be grateful for your patronage. Roken felt overwhelmed, as though gold illuminated his heart, marking this day as his new beginning. Chapter 51. The invitation from Duke Aelin. After bidding farewell to the rat-catcher Roken, Chissa returned. Rhaegar poured a cup of hot water for Chissa. Master Chissa, do you feel I have matured too quickly? I have even learned the cold machinations of politicians, plotting and performing. Chissa regarded Rhaegar without hesitation. A good man does not necessarily make a good king. I wish for you to be a good man, a noble king, a valiant warrior. Although these aspirations are formidable, I shall do all in my power to assist you. After sipping his hot water, Chissa continued. King Jaehaerys II's kindness in providing me a meal has been repaid with my teaching you the dance of water. I do not serve the Targaryen dynasty like a white knight. We are friends, and I believe you will become a great and courageous prince. The greatest peril facing the Targaryens today lies in their scant numbers and weakened strength. Yet, with the assistance of Zysa, Balistan, and Roken, and relying upon the Dragon King's noble ring, what is there to fear? Entrusted with the endeavors of a defeated army, I am commanded amidst perilous circumstances. Rhaegar nodded slightly, as if flames ignited within his chest. I shall not betray your trust. I will forge a grand legacy. I shall be the true dragon, and I shall embody the flame. Beyond the royal confines, various banners fluttered in the wind. The golden lion, the azure eagle, the crowned stag, the three-headed dragon leading the charge. Alongside the banners of lesser noble families, the hunt commenced, although financial constraints prevented the arrival of Duke Jon. Lord Tywin prepared a tournament and a naval display for the wedding festivities. Nonetheless, the hunt was an essential affair. The knights moved about, resembling shimmering silverfish. The young knights raised their banners, their faces adorned with expressions of pride and determination. Helmets shaped like lion heads, eagle heads, stag antlers, and dragon visages galloped forth alongside their bearers, eager to uncover splendid treasures within the royal woods. Wolves would suffice, wild boars would be even better. But should a stag be encountered, it would be a divine blessing from the seven gods. The stag, noble as a king, is a favored quarry among the nobility. Though extravagant, it showcases their status and worth. At the suggestion of Sir Stephen, several prominent families eagerly joined the hunt. The eldest knight was Duke Jon Arryn, followed by Sir Tywin, Sir Stephen, and Prince Aerys. Rhaegar longed to partake in such exploits but was dissuaded due to his tender age, which posed certain risks. Should he encounter a great boar or a ferocious bear, it would be truly terrifying. Thus, Rhaegar remained within the outermost encampment of the royal woods, confined with the ladies. The women engaged in cheerful banter, though Rhaegar found their chatter to be somewhat bothersome. Only Lady Arryn, perhaps older than the younger women and burdened by her own troubles, appeared perpetually melancholic. Even as the wife of a great lord, her world seemed confined to a circle filled with children and family. Robert had already fallen asleep, leaving only little Roberta cradled in Lady Joanna's arms, the doe-eyed girl possessing captivating blue eyes, a picture of innocence. Could our silver prince grace us with a melody? Lady Cassandra inquired, noticing Rhaegar's harp. Rhaegar wished to decline. His thoughts were consumed by the hunt, eager to test his prowess rather than engage in a display of talent. This could be arranged, but should Rhaegar perform, you must offer a golden dragon as tribute, Princess Riella jested. What of it? I have prepared a gift from Lady Cassandra, Princess Elia proclaimed, producing a golden brooch resembling the martel sigil of the spear piercing the sun. The alluring gold invigorated Rhaegar's spirit anew. You might indeed contribute on behalf of Lady Cassandra. After all, the Targaryens are twins, and financial pressures abound. I envy you. You are blessed with twins, Lady Joanna remarked. Rhaegar then retrieved his harp and began to play. though he has now embraced a more martial disposition, preferring the clamor of blades and guns to the melodies of literature. His musical prowess continues to flourish, for he is indeed a hexagonal warrior. As Rhaegar strummed the harp, the music flowed like a crystalline spring, a gentle brook, enchanting and melodious. The sounds of spring resonated with Rhaegar's performance, gradually enveloping everyone in a tranquil reverie. How delightful it is that this child shall one day become a knight of love and beauty. He possesses an understanding of weaponry and a gift for music. Unlike the men of our family, who are solely devoted to hunting and combat, Lady Cassandra remarked with a smile. Rhaegar understood her implication. It was a long-standing tradition for the Baratheon lineage to produce such brutish warriors, enamored with the thrill of the hunt, lance duels, and carnal pleasures. Yet, Duke Mount and Sir Stephen were exceptions. The Duke had wed a princess, and Sir Stephen was a knight of pure heart. It is perplexing that Robert, too, seems to be reverting to the ancestral ways as he matures. Rhaegar mused, for Lady Cassandra's words rang true. Her precious son Robert would grow to excel in hunting, combat, and courtship, mastering each with ease. Lady Cassandra must remember to bring more golden dragons next time, lest she find herself without the means to enjoy the prince's recital. Princess Dorne chuckled, prompting the other ladies to join in laughter. What matter is it? I could leave my little darling here for a while. Lady Cassandra declared with a hearty smile, gesturing towards her young daughter. There are indeed many children here. I ought to bring my Elia and Oberon along as well. Princess Alice chimed in, her laughter exuding a warmth and carefree spirit reminiscent of Dorne. Within the tent, Rhaegar felt the laughter wafting outward, save for the cloud of gloom that seemed to linger on the countenance of Lady Aelin. As the conversation grew lively, Lady Leuna's expression darkened, as if ensnared by some somber recollection. On this day of hunting, only the Duke and Duchess of Aelin were of advanced years, and the Duke had no progeny of his own. The succession had largely stabilized with the sons of his brother. I longed to have a child of my own. Be it a boy or girl, I would cherish them, Lady Leuna lamented, at times wishing her husband would bring home an illegitimate child to bear her name. A notion that perhaps held merit. The Duke of Aelin stood tall in honor, yet lamentably, he lacked an heir to inherit his estate. My lady, by the seven, you shall have your own child, Queen Rhaela comforted, embracing Lady Aelin, and a sense of calm descended upon all. Yet, she herself felt a twinge of guilt. Lady Aelin was of an age where conceiving a child seemed increasingly unlikely. Rhaegar observed Lady Leuna, deep in thought. The Duke of Aelin was indeed capable of fatherhood, albeit with diminished quality. Had he not been poisoned, he could have lived well into his 80s, his vitality intact. The absence of children may be attributed to the lady's Fryleo constitution. Perhaps the spark of life shall ignite once more? Sir Stephen yet lives. And if the Duke of Aelin were to have his own child, the plan for an adopted heir would become exceedingly challenging. It is said that none cherish an adopted child more than a biological one, and thus the valley would cease to serve as a vital link. As the grass remains verdant, so too should humanity thrive. A person is akin to a flame. Only when the fire burns brightly does one possess a robust vitality. However, with Lyanna's frail constitution, the extent to which the fire can assist her remains uncertain. Moments later, the sounds of galloping horses, the clash of armor, the laughter of men, the aroma of food, and the mingling scents of blood and wine surged forth. Rhaegar heard Sir Stephen's call. Today, Duke Eileen was indeed the fortunate hunter of the day, having personally felled a wild boar. They had hunted rabbits, doves, wolves, and wild chickens. But it was Duke Eileen who triumphed by spearing a mid-sized boar, securing the foremost prize. This heralded good fortune. The Duke would be blessed with a fine child, as vigorous as a falcon in the skies, and as robust as a wild boar on the ground. Prince Iris burst into hearty laughter. In front of the grassland, the chef began to prepare the wild boar, offering a grand feast to all. Though the meat was somewhat tough, it was nonetheless a substantial dish. Thank you for your auspicious words, Your Highness. Should it not come to fruition, I may have to bring Prince Rhaegar back to Eagle's Nest City as my squire. Duke Eileen made a rare jest. Chapter 52, The Rising Sun and Setting Moon. In the year 266 of the conquest, peace reigned supreme. How to describe King S Landing in these recent years? It has been a time of prolific births. The noble lords and vassals regard procreation after marriage as paramount. Offspring are invaluable human resources, and as long as they are not too uncouth, even the less capable can be utilized for alliances. Princess Rhaella bore 2 healthy male infants, named Aegon and Duncan in honor of their great-grandfather and granduncle, respectively. Iris thought his penance had taken effect, thus dispelling any lingering thoughts of indulgence and infidelity. After all, the divine presence looms large, and breaking an oath is a grave matter. Lady Joanna gave birth to a pair of golden twins, who were named Jaime and Cersei by Lord Tywin. Lady Lu Yuna Eileen also delivered a healthy boy in King's Landing, whom Duke Eileen named Rhaegar Eileen. Previously skeptical of the supernatural, Duke Eileen now began to perceive a certain fortune surrounding young Rhaegar. Following Lu Yuna's delivery, Duke Eileen did not permit his wife to return to Eagle's Nest City, but instead arranged for royal care, temporarily residing in the Red Keep. The high altitude of Eagle's Nest City was not conducive to the child's growth. A more pressing issue lay in the fact that a successor had already been established. Any alteration in the line of succession could spell turmoil in the Vale, and if not handled delicately, it would inevitably lead to bloodshed and strife. Even the noble and obstinate John Eileen understood the dynamics of power struggles. With a new heir in place, the previous heir and the investors orbiting around him might exhibit extreme sentiments, a common occurrence in such matters. He needed to manage these chaotic flames before the child matured. In the past 2 or 3 years, a significant event was the visit of the North's guardian, Duke Rhaegar, to King's Landing. Although the northern barbarians were generally disliked, Duke Rhaegar was nonetheless a lord of a substantial domain, and the northern lords seldom ventured south. Rhaegar also met the Wolf King. Duke Rhaegar possessed a gaunt visage, gray eyes, a long face, and dark brown hair, embodying the quintessential appearance of the Wolf clan. The dream of Duke Rhaegar's descent to the south was not merely instigated by others. Rhaegar sensed that the Duke himself seemed to be captivated by the bustling splendor of King's Landing. He did not entirely adhere to House Stark's strategy of remaining dormant in the north, refraining from deep involvement in the ancient path southward. Instead, he yearned to expand his influence in the southern realms. For King Aegon II, everything appeared splendid, his descendants were numerous, and the realm thrived. However, those who hoped for change were eager for the marriage of his grandson, Rhaegar. Under the leadership of Duke Manderly and the support of Ser Tywin, a harmonious governance emerged, blending the old with the new. The citizens of King's Landing jested that only 2 individuals in the small council truly held authority, while the others were merely there to partake in the feasting and echo sentiments. The future prime minister was a foregone conclusion. King Aegon II regarded Prince Aemon with a sense of melancholy, as he lacked a fitting position and had managed to secure a role for his son as the Minister of Naval Affairs. The only troubling aspect was the increasingly insistent demands for repayment from the Iron Bank. Yet, Ser Tywin had already pledged support from the Westerlands to assist with the debt, alleviating concerns. In the courtyard of the Red Keep, a silver-haired youth wielded a thrusting sword and a wooden shield, practicing with a swordsman. Aemon, nimble and agile, found himself in a precarious position. However, Rhaegar's movements were swifter and more graceful, his thrusting sword akin to a venomous serpent, gradually pressing against Aemon's throat. I concede, Rhaegar. Your speed has markedly improved since yesterday. It won't be long before you must seek out a more formidable opponent. Aemon discarded his longsword, chuckling. Valinor smiled warmly at Aemon, acknowledging Rhaegar's growing strength. As the sun rose and set, Rhaegar devoted these past years to training, sparring, and learning. His skills in swordsmanship, spear techniques, and archery progressed steadily, advancing at an astonishing pace. To enhance his archery, King Aegon II sent for Ser Brynden Tully, who was eager to accept the summons, hoping to mend his relationship with his brother. On the battlefield, Rhaegar would be a sharp blade, a wildfire, and a fearsome dragon, instilling dread in his foes while illuminating the path for his allies. Prince, you are truly extraordinary. I have never encountered a noble like you, who so ardently embraces the forging of will and the honing of martial prowess, nor one who possesses such boundless vitality and stamina. It seems the sounds of swords and spears bring you joy, Ser Brynden remarked. To be wealthy yet humble, to be affluent yet aware of the need for discipline. Such qualities are indeed rare among youths, Rhaegar replied. As time flowed on, he appeared ever more handsome and physically robust. Ser Brynden nodded, recognizing that this child was born into a lineage of heroes and legends, where dragon lords were both ambitious and astute. Rhaegar set aside his thrusting sword, preparing to take a moment's respite before commencing archery. Suddenly, Ser Brynden smiled at him. Prince, your little bride has come to see you. By the edge of the training ground stood 2 familiar figures, Roberta and Robert. Upon seeing Roberta, Rhaegar felt a tinge of shyness. The frequent visits from his childhood companion had become a source of playful teasing from Aemon and the others. Roberta possessed the quintessential dark hair of House Baratheon, her skin pale and translucent, while her eyes mirrored the clarity of blue seas akin to her mother, Lady Cassandra. She stood tall for her age, strikingly so among her peers. Dressed in a charming dress, she resembled a delightful doll. However, she paled in comparison to Rhaegar, who had grown as tall and robust as an 11 or 12-year-old, capable of both eating and fighting with vigor. The two of them, standing side by side, exhibited a notable height disparity. Roberta approached, with her ever-adoring shadow, Robert, trailing behind. Robert's small face bore a look of resignation. He preferred the embrace of the beautiful handmaidens in King's Landing or attending tournaments and hunts. Sister, if it weren't for your frequent beatings, I would truly believe you to be a graceful lady, Robert could not help but remark. The smile on the fawn-like Roberta vanished instantly as she seized Robert's ear, causing him to emit a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You ought to learn to keep that big mouth of yours shut. If you continue to annoy me, I shall send you to tend to our brother Stannis. Robert fell silent at once. He had always relished the excitement of gatherings, music, and competitions. The prospect of caring for Stannis would likely drive him to madness within moments of confinement. This perhaps elucidated why, despite Roberta's beauty, she was perceived as a demon in her brother's eyes. Oh, Rhaegar brother, what has happened to your splendid silver hair? Why is it so short? Roberta inquired. I prefer short hair. It feels much fresher, Rhaegar replied, favoring his neatly trimmed silver locks for their ease of maintenance. Indeed, it looks quite well and spirited. Could you play the harp for us? It is a request from a distant guest, as well as from your adorable cousin, Roberta suggested. Robert rolled his eyes, questioning whether this was indeed his sister who enjoyed thrashing him, stealing his food, and pestering the trainers to learn combat. You do not appreciate the delicate arts. You relish in physical confrontations. Very well, Rhaegar laughed. It seems my harp playing has transformed into a scheduled exhibition of talents, with everyone eager to witness my skills. The attendants brought forth the harp, and Rhaegar began to play, filling the air with joyous melodies that tugged at the heartstrings. He glanced at the fearless Barristan, the blackfish Brynden Tully, the wandering swordsman Syrio, and the unseen rat-catcher, Rook, as his dream team continued to grow stronger. The treasure-seeking expedition was set to embark, having answered the Duke of Arryn's call to journey to the Vale. Chapter 53. The Blessing of the Falcon God in the Red Keep, during the night's revelry. The guests glowed with merriment, basking in the warmth of spring. Rhaegar mused that everyone had cause for celebration. They rejoiced in the arrival of Sir Stephen and his lady, who brought Roberta and Robert to King's Landing to visit their grandfather, Duke Mervyn. They celebrated the birth of twins, Jaehaerys and Cersei, to Lady Tywin, and the arrival of Duke Jon Arryn from Seaguard to visit Lady Lisa and their child, Rhaenal. They also celebrated Princess Rhaella for adding new members to the royal family, Aegon and Prince Duncan. Rhaegar sat beside King Aegon II, watching as delectable dishes were served one after another. Lemon cake, roasted sea fish, grilled steak, bison paired with roasted onions, honey-glazed chicken, rose cake, creamy mushroom soup, and so forth. Of course, the piece de resistance was roasted fowl, this time a swan. Rhaegar had grown weary of roasted swan. The lords favored grand birds such as peacocks, swans, and geese as the main dish, yet the flavor could only be described as barely palatable. The golden wine flowed, and witnessing the multitude in attendance, King Aegon II was enraptured. The Targaryen lineage thrived, a boon for the family. Observing his two younger brothers, though not as robust as Rhaegar, they possessed the makings of warriors. In the future, they would surely assist their elder brother in fortifying the realm, Rhaegar mused. He gazed at his brothers, silver-haired and violet-eyed, the embodiment of a fruitful union, splendid for both warfare and diplomacy. A father-son duo on the battlefield, if nurtured properly. They would become his steadfast allies. The primogeniture system in Westeros was indeed a source of distress for younger sons. The younger brothers were bound to obey their elder, much like subjects to a king. Most second sons lived in the shadow of their elder siblings, finding it difficult to surpass them. Prince Aerys was proud. Having emerged from the shadows, he found solace in the domestic life of raising children. Rhaegar sensed that his father Aerys differed from his grandfather Aegon II and his great-grandfather, the commoner King Aegon V. Instead, he appeared to be cut from the same cloth as the ineffectual Aegon IV, similarly shackled by lust, flattery, and pride. However, having learned from King Aegon II's lessons, and with the arrival of new family members, he had settled down considerably. Long live King Aegon II. Today, we toast to the king's sagacious rule, declared Duke Aelinor, raising his goblet in celebration. With the smooth birth of the heir, Duke Aelinor found his burdens lightened and his heart filled with joy. A healthy, robust male infant, the future of House Arryn. King Aegon II continued the policy of reconciliation, easing relations with the great lords, and was regarded as a wise ruler, adept in navigating the currents of power. Rhaegar sensed the sin of iron and blood upon Duke Aelinor. The Duke had forcefully altered the line of succession and had used iron-fisted methods to suppress numerous rebels. After all, he had controlled the Vale for decades, and even the smallest disturbances were quelled. Cheers. Cheers. The clinking of goblets resonated with sweet sounds of joy and happiness. Rhaegar, you are still too young. Were you a bit older, you could serve as my cupbearer, King Aegon II said with a smile. Rhaegar, though still a child, was wise and astute, destined for the legacy of House Targaryen. Unfortunately, he was but 9 years old. A cupbearer at the ages of 9 or 10 was still the norm. The role of cupbearer is rather dull. I would prefer to practice swordplay with Ser Barristan and Chiron, or perhaps take a stroll outside, Rhaegar replied earnestly. Exploration was crucial, vital for the strength of dragons. Rhaegar yearned not to be confined to the role of cupbearer. He had more significant pursuits ahead, to delve into the unknown and nurture great dragons. The king's arrangements can be set aside for now, for I have long since invited Prince Rhaegar to explore the Vale, Duke Jon Arryn remarked with a smile. Despite being considerably older than the king, he retained a hearty laugh and a robust physique. Aerie is cold and perilous. It would be far better to visit our stronghold of Wind's Breath, where Rhaegar can enjoy the company of his siblings, Sir Stephen added. In the Vale, under the auspices of the Moonlight Falcon, everyone will attend to Prince Rhaegar's needs. Moreover, we shall reside together at Moongate Castle, where we often spend our winters, nestled at the foot of the mountains of the Giant's Lance, ensuring a comfortable environment. Duke Jon Arryn responded. The protection of the Vale will surely safeguard the prince. Very well. As the elder, Duke Arryn may take Rhaegar to the Vale for a visit. King Aegon too perceived Rhaegar's desire for a change of scenery. After all, being confined in King's Landing could be quite tedious. With a retinue as splendid as Rhaegar's, he felt at ease. Ser Barristan, Ser Jorah, and Ser Brandon were all exceptional warriors. King Aegon too consented, and Duke Jon raised his goblet in salute to the king. Prince Rhaegar will accompany me as we embark from King's Landing by ship. The tides are just right. Otherwise, with the impending storm, travel will become arduous, Duke Jon stated. Then I would trouble you, Duke Jon, to look after our Rhaegar. However, he has always been a good boy and is unlikely to suffer from seasickness, Queen Rhaella remarked, her attention primarily on her eldest son, despite having 2 additional children. Do not worry, mother, I am the fortunate Rhaegar, he replied with a smile. Laughter erupted amongst them, for Duke Jon was known for his prudence, and his guidance ensured a firm grasp of winds and tides. The Vale can be likened to a steadfast mountain, while storms may rage at sea. Highlands stand resolute on land, Sir Tywin interjected. Each realm possesses its own fortuitous circumstances, yet the Vale, Dorne, the North, and the Iron Islands excel particularly in geographical advantages. Even without aggressive pursuits, their isolation offers considerable security. During the Great Spring Plague that swept through the 7 kingdoms, the Vale's mountainous barriers and closed maritime routes afforded them a fortunate escape. The mountains and seas are gifts from the divine, albeit sweet burdens, Duke Jon said with a wry smile. Rhaegar understood that Duke Jon's words referenced the mountain clans of the Moonlight Mountains. Though impoverished, they were fierce and untamed, using the forests as their shield against the rule of Aerie, attacking travelers indiscriminately. Several of the Arryn dukes had fallen to the hands of these wild men, their enmity deep and mutual. Should Rhaegar venture forth to seek out nettles and traces of sheep thieves, he would likely need to subdue a portion of the mountain clans, uprooting their strongholds. These brigands, organized into a militia, ought to be eradicated entirely. The North harbors wildlings and mountain clans, while the Vale is not without its own highland clans, as well as those detestable pirates, Prince Aerys remarked. Laughter filled the room, and the conversation did not continue further. Prince Aerys possessed a visionary spirit. If matters were truly so easily resolved, peace would have long since been established in the realm. Prince Aerys conversed with Duke Ricard, expressing his desire to extend the Great Wall an additional 500 miles northward, thereby acquiring more territory. At that moment, King Jaehaerys' face flushed crimson, filled with embarrassment at the folly of his progeny, drawing the ridicule of others. The grand feast concluded splendidly, and Rhaegar was set to embark on a journey to the Vale alongside Duke Aelinor. The guests departed joyously, each returning to their own affairs. After all, the visit of Duke Aelinor was a rare occasion, necessitating time to cherish his wife and children. Before setting off, Rhaegar required additional preparations. It was you, the golden 3-headed eagle. As he activated the Dragon King's ring, Rhaegar's attention was drawn to the cluster of golden sparks, wherein the statue of the 3-headed eagle stood prominently. The 3-headed eagle soared majestically, poised to break free from all constraints and ascend the heavens. Crafted from gold, the eagle's form was both resplendent and awe-inspiring. Had the statue remained intact, it would have been worth a fortune. Alas, this 3-headed eagle had been reduced to ashes. How splendid it would have been if the gold had persisted. I would have struck it rich, Rhaegar mused. The 3 eagle heads formed a triangular shape, each corresponding to a distinct direction. Furthermore, the heads varied in size. One was that of a fledgling, another of a mature eagle, and the last of an aged and dying one. Rhaegar gently traced his fingers over the golden eagle sparks, which began to permeate his being. The golden eagle's fire surged wildly, far surpassing the intensity of the previous two immersions. Rhaegar endured the experience, bolstered by his earlier encounters with the fire. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, he hazily perceived a group of savages reverently worshipping the statue of the golden three-headed eagle, day after day, year after year. Until the Dragon Kings discovered this tribe, obliterating it and presenting the golden eagle statue to House Valyrian. Fire Devourer, you have absorbed the fire essence of the golden three-headed eagle. You shall receive the eagle's blessing. The eagle is concerned with the past, present, and future, always mindful of potential dangers. The eagle's eye is remarkably keen, ever vigilant to ensure your safety, even in slumber. Rhaegar's heart swelled with joy. What began as an absorption of fire essence had unexpectedly yielded a delightful surprise. He found his senses heightened once more, his vision, olfactory perception, hearing, and memory further enhanced. Most notably, it was the eagle's blessing that bestowed upon him a sixth sense of foresight. It seemed to center around Rhaegar, alerting him to dangers within a radius of several dozen meters. Whether asleep or awake, the eagle's sight would monitor the safety of his surroundings, rousing him if necessary. Rhaegar felt as though a three-headed eagle circled above him, scouting for potential threats. Even in its nascent stage, this blessing was extraordinarily potent, should he continue his training. The eagle's vision would surely extend further and deeper, as he prepared to venture into battle, where swords and spears knew no mercy. The timely arrival of the eagle's guidance was invaluable. Chapter 54. This formation is invincible. A long fleet departed from King's Landing, heading northward. The fleet's banner displayed a celestial blue background adorned with a white crescent moon and a falcon, the emblem of House Aelinor. The prow of each vessel bore the likeness of the crescent moon and falcon. The journey from Seagull Town to Eagle's Nest would be relatively straightforward. Yet traversing the mountain roads still posed considerable peril. The mountain path is narrow and rugged, the mountainous climate unpredictable, and there exists the peril of landslides and falling rocks, compounded by the presence of those unruly individuals who resist the rule of the crown. Rhaegar accompanied Duke Jon Arryn aboard the flagship, the largest and most stable vessel. The sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, though the ship had been meticulously arranged with elegance. "Come, Prince, behold my guardian of the gorge," Duke Jon Arryn proclaimed proudly, as if the ship were akin to his daughter, honorable, loyal, and dependable. The colors of blue and white intertwined, reflecting the boundless beauty of the distant sky and the nearby sea, yet also embodying the terror of tumultuous waves. Rhaegar boarded the vessel first, followed by Barristan, Brynden, and Ser Hoster, along with several attendants of Ser Brynden, who carried supplies and bows. Although Ser Brynden maintained a strained relationship with his elder brother, he hailed from a prominent noble house and was recognized as a formidable warrior, attracting followers. Rhaegar harbored a disdain for the Red Keep's attendants, feeling that they were overly infiltrated, with many eyes and ears in the court. "I require my own people," Rhaegar mused. This journey presented an opportunity. He needed to cultivate a loyal and formidable retinue devoted to him. Rhaegar did not carry his Valyrian steel sword, as it was too conspicuous and not yet the time for it to be revealed. Instead, he bore a dragonbone longbow, expansive yet lightweight and powerful, a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. Upon boarding, the attendants presented Rhaegar and the others with sumptuous blue cloaks, as the winds aboard the ship were brisk. Rhaegar observed many knights adorned in blue cloaks, members of Duke Arryn's guard. Their armor bore the sigil of the crescent moon and falcon, and their helmets were shaped like eagles. The knights appeared well-armored and robust. The valley's overall strength may have been only slightly inferior to the southern and western realms, yet its ability to defend itself surpassed both major houses, allowing it to remain self-sufficient. Many of the Blue Knights hailed from the Arryn family branches, which, though impoverished and diminished, were fiercely loyal to the Duke, serving as natural soldiers. The captain of the guard was Ser Mad Arryn. Rhaegar contemplated the advantage of having numbers on his side. The Arryn family had proliferated numerous branches throughout the valley. In contrast, the Targaryens had not been so fortunate. Their opportunities for branching out had been inexplicably thwarted. For instance, Prince Aemon perished on the battlefield, and Prince Baelor died suddenly, preventing the formation of any significant divisions within their line. Then came the Blood Dragon's chaotic dance, which decimated their once thriving lineage, leaving only a few remaining dragons. Furthermore, the recent Blackfyre rebellion had not only survived but also turned the Blackfyres into bitter enemies of the Targaryens. Had the Targaryens been able to recruit a death squad akin to that of Duke Arryn in King's Landing, their fate might have been different. Ultimately, the Targaryen lineage had not managed to extend many branches, perhaps due to fate or perhaps due to human error. The Blue Knights first greeted Duke Jon Arryn, followed by salutations to Prince Rhaegar and his entourage, with great respect for the renowned Barristan Selmy, noted as a celebrated warrior in his own right. as was said of Ser Hoster, Duke Aaron's brother. The knights of the valley gazed upon the dragonbone longbow presented by the attendants with expressions of envy. The bow, dark as night, was as resilient as steel, yet remarkably light and elastic. The dragonbone bow boasts a range that surpasses that of an ordinary wooden bow, and its value is universally acknowledged. It is the bow of every knight's dreams, cherished as deeply as a lover's yearning for their beloved. Apart from the Valyrian steel longsword, this is truly the finest weapon one could possess. Behold the prince's bow, my friends, it is indeed of considerable worth, Sir Brynden remarked to his squire. The knights exchanged glances, initially believing the bow to belong to Sir Brynden, only to discover it was the property of Prince Rhaegar, which struck them as rather extravagant. These noble youths appeared resplendent, yet did they truly merit such a magnificent longbow? Mounted upon swift steeds, how many beasts could they fell? How many foes could they vanquish? And how much acclaim could they earn with this bow in hand? The Blue Knights felt a tinge of envy. Fortune favored them with fair weather. No tempestuous winds besieged their journey, and the vessel moved steadily and swiftly. Rhaegar stood aboard the ship, unfazed by the motion, as the skilled boatman navigated expertly. And he himself was not prone to seasickness. Duke John did not take pleasure in courtesans, nor in the clamor of gambling houses, nor in the raucousness of merchants. The fleet of House Aaron lacked any form of amusement or merriment. He held a deep reverence for honor, perhaps to a fault. For while many lords indulged in gambling and the company of women, the folk of the Vale were typically more austere. With little to occupy their time, the knights of the Vale were eager to engage in friendly contests aboard the ship. As they neared Seagull Town, the spirit of competition ignited among them. Sir Matt, the leader of the Blue Knights Guard, saluted Duke Aaron and Prince Rhaegar, suggesting that with the calm seas, the children might enjoy a few rounds of sparring. Why not? Duke John exclaimed, laughing heartily. Since resolving the issue of succession, he had become much more amenable. Rhaegar observed the knights with a stirring anticipation. Blessed by the falcon god and years of rigorous training, could he prove himself invincible in the fray? Upon hearing these words, half of the Vale Knights shed their eagle breastplates and blue cloaks, revealing an array of colorful garments beneath. They cast aside their long swords and took up training weapons, pairing off to prepare for combat. Others remained in armor, yet began to place wagers on the outcomes of the skirmishes. Some staked silver stags, while others offered rare spices. The training weapons wielded by the guards were less swords and more akin to heavy iron plates. These blunt implements, with rounded tips, were designed to avoid causing injury. Will you, Sir Ballystan, Sir Brynden, and Master Caesar, join in the fun? A somewhat reckless young knight with golden hair inquired. Although impulsive, he refrained from inviting the prince into the contest. You all may play, Ballystan replied, yearning for the fray himself, yet aware that he was the only white knight present and preferred to remain at his post. Sir Brynden felt a twitch of eagerness but ultimately shook his head. Only Caesar the swordsman seemed keen to partake. I shall join, Rhaegar suddenly declared with a smile. Duke John glanced at the prince, noting his tall, slender form, still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, the prince's prowess in combat had long been the talk of King's Landing. At such a tender age, he has already arranged for 3 mentors, including even the esteemed Bravos coach. Should the prince participate as well? This seems rather inappropriate. The prince is a figure of great importance, and our games may prove too rough for one so young. The knights expressed some hesitation. After all, he is a prince. And even with a blunt weapon, injury would be regrettable. Matt, choose a suitable candidate so as not to harm Prince Rhaegar. Duke John pointed to the head of the knights, Sir Matt. He too was intrigued and wished to observe the young lad's prowess, though not a born warrior. As a great lord, one must possess martial skills. Sir Matt Aaron nodded. It was indeed a true contest of swords with the prince, ensuring the prince secures victory while discreetly conceding, a skill in itself. Jeff Aaron, you shall accompany the prince for some practice, Sir Matt declared. Jeff Aaron, possessing moderate combat skill, hailed from a merchant family, and his cunning nature would surely allow the prince to bask in victory. Sir Jeff, with his golden locks and striking blue eyes, was robust and vigorous. Wait a moment, since this is a contest, how can we proceed without stakes? Duke John retrieved a blue eagle gemstone brooch from his pocket. I wager on Prince Rhaegar's triumph. Others echoed their bets, including Lord Ballystan, as they expressed their confidence in Rhaegar. After all, having accompanied him for an extended period, they recognized that the lad seemed a natural warrior, perpetually energetic and indefatigable. Viewed through the lens of an ordinary child, Sir Jeff would undoubtedly face a dismal defeat. Well, I shall wager on my own victory, Rhaegar proclaimed, gesturing to his dragabone longbow. This longbow shall serve as my stake. Rhaegar chuckled, his silver hair gleaming, and his smile was devilishly charming. The Blue Knights began to feel thirst for wealth. The Dragabone longbow was indeed worthy of being a family heirloom. And they were astonished by the prince's audacious wager. Alas, Jeff had received a hint and decided to let the prince win. "Prince, you are still young. You may use lighter weapons," suggested Jeff Aaron. "No need." Rhaegar shook his head and grasped a standard heavy, blunted sword. The attendants brought forth a small bucket of red dye, and the tip of the sword was dipped into the dye, marking the commencement of the duel. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices surging like ocean waves. Blue Knights, Duke John, attendants, the Rhaegar Guard, and idle crew members all gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere on the deck. The contest was not solely about the disparity in age, but also about the prince delivering an exhilarating performance for all. On the deck, there were no shields, no fierce steeds, only warriors wielding their long swords in a game of courage. The heavy, blunted sword danced in Rhaegar's hands, the red dye vividly apparent on its tip. The rules of the game dictated that the more areas struck, the more red was visible, signifying the victor. Rhaegar slashed and thrust, employing feints, all required skill. Jeff Aaron twirled his sword, advancing with the intention of leaving a favorable impression on the prince. "Commence," declared Duke John. And thus Rhaegar and Jeff Aaron began their duel. Jeff Aaron's expression gradually grew serious. The script was not unfolding as anticipated. Initially, he had intended to allow Prince Rhaegar to win without revealing any traces, but it now appeared that Rhaegar's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Rhaegar lunged, swiftly retreating, only to advance again with sudden ferocity. He wielded his long sword with a precision that was as sharp and brilliant as the blade itself, executing his moves with both speed and steadiness. The blade, devoid of an edge, came to life, slithering like a venomous serpent, targeting Jeff Aaron's vulnerable points, his groin, heart, even his throat. Jeff Aaron, in turn, wielded his own blade, repeatedly attempting to strike, yet achieving naught. It seemed as if Rhaegar possessed an uncanny foresight, anticipating every assault, often countering with a preemptive strike. It was truly uncanny. Sweat began to pour from Jeff Aaron, and it became evident that in terms of endurance, he could hardly match Prince Rhaegar. He made a desperate retreat, perpetually lagging a step behind the prince. Was he truly just a child? Jeff Aaron pondered. Could such a natural-born warrior truly exist? "Come down, Jeff. Have you been drained dry by the ladies of King S Landing?" Laughter erupted from the Blue Knights, growing louder by the moment. Jeff Aaron's countenance darkened further. Did these ruffians not realize that the prince was indeed as formidable as a dragon? Rhaegar was brimming with vitality, far beyond that of an ordinary child. With a steely resolve, Jeff Aaron swung his longsword with all his might. Convinced that this time the prince would be unable to withstand his blow, he planned to feign a slip, colliding against the prince's sword hilt, providing himself a dignified excuse to concede. Continuing the bout would likely result in a more humiliating defeat. However, Rhaegar did not yield. Their blades clashed with tremendous force. Jeff Aaron exerted every ounce of strength, feeling his muscles tense to the brink of rupture. Yet Rhaegar remained calm, effortlessly redirecting the strike. Jeff Aaron stumbled back, questioning if this young man was even human. "Be careful, my lord." Rhaegar smiled faintly, lowering his stance to absorb the momentum before launching forward with a strike even more forceful than Jeff's. This was the fire of a true dragon. Rhaegar's blade struck down upon Jeff Aaron's sword, and as he spun violently, a crimson hue stained the knight's throat. Beads of sweat dripped from Jeff's brow. Had the edge of his sword been sharp, he might have met his demise. The laughter of the Blue Knights faded. It became clear that Rhaegar was indeed a natural-born warrior. The Blue Knights were discerning. Even Jeff Aaron had resorted to true fire. Yet the prince seemed to navigate the fray with an unconfined ease. "Come down, Sir Jeff, while you have not tarnished our Blue Knights." "You are indeed no match for the prince," Sir Matt intoned solemnly, without reproach. Jeff Aaron did not relent, nor did he possess the standing to show leniency to the prince. "Who else?" Rhaegar exclaimed, tossing his hair back with a hearty laugh. His smile was radiant, eliciting waves of applause from the onlookers. Could such a warrior truly exist? Rhaegar realized that the blessing of the Eagle God was remarkably potent on the battlefield. Within a 10-meter radius, he could sense the sources of danger, allowing him to counter threats with remarkable foresight. If the bloodline of fire continues to be awakened, such achievements would be even more formidable. Of course, this is also closely linked to Rhaegar's physical prowess. Without vitality, endurance, and recuperative abilities, one cannot react swiftly. Even with the blessings of the Eagle God, it would be too late to defend oneself. "And who else?" "I shall bestow the longbow upon the victor," Rhaegar declared, raising the unsharpened sword high. The Blue Knights gritted their teeth, and upon seeing that Duke John did not intervene, the brave souls began to advance once more. This is but a child. Could he truly possess such uncanny prowess? The stakes are a dragonbone longbow, a treasure of immense worth, especially in the absence of Valyrian steel. The sword danced wildly, Rhaegar's blade weaving left and right, akin to a nimble wildcat or a raging inferno. His techniques varied greatly. Gentle as water in one moment and tempestuous as fire in the next. Several blue knights entered the fray, only to be vanquished one after another. Crimson spots marred their armor on their throats, hearts, and backs, rendering them utterly beleaguered. Some unsharpened heavy swords were knocked to the ground, deeply embedded in the deck. Rhaegar planted the unsharpened sword firmly in the earth and gazed at the blue knights. Rhaegar, resplendent in valor, was drenched in sweat, his silver hair even more striking. Even though Ser Mat did not join the fray for the sake of his pride, Rhaegar's singular defeat of 6 blue knights was already a legendary display of courage. One man, one sword. This formation is invincible. I see the shadow of our ancestors in him. Duke Jon murmured. Ser Mat nodded in agreement. They recalled that man. The true dragon of House Targaryen, Aegon the Conqueror. Though he never unified Dorne, people still regarded him as the mightiest warrior. Perhaps the closest to the legendary hero in Westeros. Chapter 55, The Merchant Power of Seagull Town. The city lay just ahead, this beautiful, enchanting, and petite gem of a valley, Seagull Town. Seagull Town is one of the 5 great cities of King's Landing, situated southeast of the Eyrie, south of Stonehenge. Incomparable in size to White Harbor in the north, yet smaller than the other 3 great cities, Lannisport, King's Landing, and Old Town. Rhaegar beheld the white walls of Seagull Town, gleaming like snow, and the blue and white crescent falcon banners fluttering high, mirroring the azure sky. Truly, a splendid and vibrant city, though it bore a hint of dockside fishiness. It was far more pleasant than the stench of King's Landing. King's Landing, with its vast population, reeked overwhelmingly. Originally a military port, it had grown increasingly larger. Rhaegar had mingled seamlessly with the Vale Knights, and the Blue Knights regarded him as a radiant, handsome, and charming true dragon. In the age of noble houses, the actions of the great nobles toward the common folk astonished many. Rhaegar was not one to put on airs. It was simply his nature, unpretentious and genuine. After all, his affinity for the common people was undeniable. The knights in blue cloaks found Rhaegar to possess a warrior's charisma. The prince was vigorous and skilled in combat, his demeanor gentle yet not sinister, gracious and accommodating. He tolerated the crude jests of the Blue Knights, treating them as brothers in arms, unlike some noble scions who were pretentious and affected. Rhaegar and the Blue Knights frequently engaged in duels. Although the prince had never been defeated, he had bestowed upon the Blue Knights numerous gifts. However, the majority of the Blue Knights from the Vale were landowners, not impoverished peasants. At the docks of Seagull Town, Rhaegar beheld a throng of people, their faces illuminated with smiles. This joy stemmed not only from the return of Duke Jon, but also from the presence of Prince Rhaegar, the second heir to the Iron Throne. Despite his youth, tales of the true dragon had circulated widely, and many wished to catch a glimpse of his splendor. The citizens of Seagull Town were eager to welcome the true dragon's arrival, an event of great significance. As the ships began to dock, Rhaegar's view became increasingly clear. On the pier, he noticed the representatives of the 3 great houses of Seagull Town, the Grafson family, the Shet family, and the Eyrie family, along with clergy, all standing on the first and second tiers. Many affluent merchants, despite their opulent attire, found themselves relegated to the 3rd tier. The common farmers, servants, and dockworkers occupied even lower rungs on the social ladder. Rhaegar had already discerned that a considerable number of wealthy merchants resided in Seagull Town, holding a significant presence. This situation was also influenced by the geography of the Vale, which was bordered by mountains and sea, remaining relatively insular with limited connections to other regions. The difficult overland routes from the southwest and north led to an emphasis on trade via the eastern sea routes, which supplied the Vale. Consequently, the power of the Vale's wealthy merchants had grown increasingly formidable, establishing a flourishing presence in Seagull Town. Look, my odious relative from Seagull Town has arrived. He resembles a merchant more than a knight, Duke Jon remarked to the captain of his guard. Many nobles, despite their fallen fortunes, retained a sense of pride, while numerous merchants possessed wealth yet lacked social standing. One sought esteem, while the other craved substance. Noticing Duke Jon's discontent, Rhaegar too observed the corpulent, extravagantly dressed leader of the Eyrie family, who appeared more merchant than knight. The Eyrie family had adopted a pragmatic approach, marrying into wealthy merchant families to secure prosperity. Yet they faced disdain from other impoverished branches of their own lineage, who deemed such unions crass. Our venerable Eyrie family could never stoop to marry the daughter of a common merchant. We would rather starve than tarnish our legacy, they would scoff. Each individual lived according to their own principles, and the Eyrie family of Seagull Town had certainly navigated their path wisely. Count Marco Graf's son, the youthful and vigorous overseer of Seagull Town, Sir Oshit, and Sir Roland Airy, all similarly golden-haired and blue-eyed, yet the latter was notably portly, a testament to his indulgence. Bishop Peter, a kind-hearted man, and the customs officer of Seagull Town were also present. Duke John introduced Rhaegar to these prominent figures at a leisurely pace, as they were significant members of Seagull Town's elite, requiring detailed introductions along with their offspring and families. Following them were lesser nobles, eventually leading to the merchants. And these gentlemen of Seagull Town, the affluent merchants, I trust you have sensed their enthusiasm, Prince Rhaegar, Duke John stated, his tone lacking warmth. For he held little regard for these merchants. He had heard many tales of fallen nobles marrying into merchant families for financial gain, an affront to their heritage. Yet, Duke John found himself powerless in the face of such realities. Survival necessitated compromise. Though Duke John harbored concerns, he found himself powerless to halt the deterioration of the situation. The merchants of Seagull Town wore expressions brimming with joy and smiles. While wealth is indeed formidable, it also requires the protection of power. What could be more advantageous than garnering the goodwill of a prince? For the future, even a journey to King's Landing would be shielded by such favor. The merchants of Seagull Town eagerly waved their arms towards Prince Rhaegar, performing gestures of respect. Although Rhaegar was still youthful, he was strikingly handsome, with silver hair and indigo eyes, reminiscent of the legendary dragon lords from tales of yore. The sole disappointment was that the prince's hair was too short, lacking the flowing length one might expect. Rhaegar observed the merchants of Seagull Town, their faces ablaze with enthusiasm, clad in vibrant garments, imbued with the aromas of various spices. The local handicrafts and tailoring were equally renowned, and they also exported valley spices, fruits, large pumpkins, and perfumes. Additionally, it served as a haven, providing a respite on the journey to Bravos in the north. Proximity to the free trade city-state influenced many, as their hairstyles and attire mirrored those of the free traders. As Rhaegar gazed upon the faces of the merchants, he noted their expressions filled with desire, longing, and fervor. Most were robust and well-dressed, while many minor nobles appeared shabby, their faces pale, indicative of poor nourishment. The valley was severely fragmented. Although the land was fertile, it was small in size, leaving many noble estates precariously balanced. Unlike the bountiful lands of the Reach or the wealth hidden within the Westerland's gold mines, Seagull Town, representing a burgeoning class of merchants engaged in import and export, was thriving. Rhaegar recognized that the ebb and flow of fortune was becoming increasingly clear, yet the valley's unique dynamics accelerated these changes. The merchants and citizens of Seagull Town were the new bourgeoisie, ambitious and vigorous, poised to swiftly transition their commercial enterprises into political ventures. The profits from commercial speculation were substantial, yet those from political maneuvering were boundless. Rhaegar contemplated that this might be the overarching tide of history. The third tier of affluent merchants and citizens in Seagull Town was gradually rising, soon to assert themselves in the game of power. Moreover, in numerous cities of the free trade city-state, bankers and merchants held sway, a reality that could not fail to invigorate the merchants of Seagull Town. A coalition of interests was slowly taking shape, as these merchants, minor nobles, and citizens united. Even many second-tier lords would likely align with them, collectively propelling the tide. Even in the absence of Littlefinger, there remained the influence of established powers. Rhaegar mused that he too should seize this burgeoning force. Perhaps this was a form of strategic interception. After a simple greeting, the assembly followed Count Glaffson to the banquet hall, where the Count had already prepared a lavish feast to welcome Duke John and Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar observed the merchants in high spirits, foreseeing that this visit to Seagull Town would yield numerous gifts. Money is indeed a good thing, and in light of the merchants' generous offerings, Rhaegar felt inclined to extend his friendliness towards them. Accompanying Duke John towards the banquet hall, other attendees surrounded the prince and duke like stars encircling the moon. The merchants were enraptured by the prince's warm smile, as if the winter frost were melting beneath the gentle spring breeze, utterly captivated by his charm. Even though they are wealthy, their social standing cannot be swiftly elevated. They still find themselves bowing to the nobility. The affluent merchants have eagerly prepared an array of gifts for Prince Rhaegar: fragrant oils, fine garments, exotic spices, dried fruits, and exquisite crafts. One merchant, struck by inspiration, suggested that given Prince Rhaegar's robust development, he might require certain services. However, Duke John, who abhors such base dealings, quickly extinguished any thoughts of sending a few Lyseni courtesans to Rhaegar. Moreover, should the old king discover such a thing, it would surely spell doom. Chapter 56. Rhaegar's guard on this night in Seagull Town, laughter, revelry, and song would intertwine. The banquet hall of Count Margrafson was modestly sized, adorned predominantly with opulent marble, and the dining tables were graced with blue-black marble. Rhaegar found himself entranced by the intoxicating allure of Seagull Town, where the decadence, taste, and insatiable greed for wealth permeated every soul. He understood Duke John's discontent with the town's atmosphere, as the cult of materialism was spearheaded by merchants rather than lords or knights. Money, like a ravenous beast, was assaulting the old order of the Vale. The Aelin family of Seagull Town had been the first to embrace this new era. The banquet was overwhelmed with guests. The hall was brimming with attendees, including the lords of Seagull Town, Rhaegar and his entourage, Duke John and his guards, the clergy, and various lesser lords. The hall had no more room, compelling many wealthy merchants to dine in the courtyard. Except for a handful of prominent merchants, most affluent individuals could not squeeze into the hall. Yet the honor of dining alongside the Duke and Prince was a delight they relished wholeheartedly. Despite their riches, merchants remained beneath the nobility and status. Even the most destitute noble might find a place in the hall, while wealthy merchants were relegated to the benches. Count Margrafson had prepared a sumptuous feast within the banquet hall. The pumpkins, barley, and wheat from the Vale were of exceptional quality, and the fruits were remarkably sweet. Singers and jesters began performing, adding merriment to the occasion. Prince Rhaegar and Duke Aelin occupied the highest seats, followed by the three lords of Seagull Town. The representatives of the clergy and Rhaegar's retinue, including the White Knight Barristan, Brynden Tully, and the Bravo swordsman, Zeiss. This table formed the heart of the banquet, embodying both kinship and honor. Rhaegar beheld an abundance of delightful fare, exquisite seafood, succulent roasted chicken, sweet corn, peas, pumpkin pie, rose cake, dried apricots, and bison steaks overflowing before him. As the feast commenced, cups clinked, laughter echoed, and music and dance shattered the atmosphere. Of course, the toasting segment proved to be the most elaborate. Duke John spoke first, followed by Prince Rhaegar and other representatives. After Count Margrafson concluded his remarks, the banquet transformed into a free-flowing celebration. Guests roamed about, imbibing freely, akin to schools of fish. With so many eager celebrants approaching him, Rhaegar abstained from alcohol, instead quenching his thirst with ample apple juice. Nobles, affluent merchants, and knights took turns to celebrate the arrival of Prince Rhaegar and Duke John. They extended their blessings to the distant Lady Lyanna of Winterfell and the heir to House Rhaenys, wishing for their health, as well as for the well-being of the King and Queen of King's Landing and the Crown Prince and his consort. They also conveyed their hopes for the Crown Prince Aerys and his wife, who had welcomed 2 new princes, ensuring the continuation of House Targaryen's bloodline. The merchants, with their eyes set on Prince Rhaegar, found Duke John to be as obstinate as a boulder, exhibiting an attitude towards them akin to that of his impoverished relatives. The influence of Seagull Town was insufficient to penetrate the defenses of Eagle's Nest. However, Prince Rhaegar appeared to be a more approachable prospect for alliances. The Crown Prince Aerys, known for his indulgence in women and balls, likely shared similar inclinations, making Rhaegar a promising candidate for camaraderie. According to the primogeniture laws, despite the close birth intervals between Rhaegar and his brothers, their statuses diverged significantly. The younger sons were fated to dwell in the shadows of their elder brother, considered mere disposable assets of the family. The voice of the eldest brother carried far more weight than that of his younger siblings. Rhaegar responded to all with a warm smile, recognizing that all guests were important, and he sought to cultivate the influence of the merchant class from Seagull Town. The young maidens were captivated by his charming demeanor. The silver-haired, tall prince embodied the ideal romantic partner, yet they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between their stations. For a merchant's daughter to marry a widowed nobleman was already a significant elevation, let alone a crown prince. Rhaegar perceived that the merchants of Seagull Town had bestowed upon him an abundance of gifts, including spices, fragrances, exquisite handicrafts, and fine garments, along with numerous golden tributes inscribed with the names and trades of the gift givers. As the revelry reached a euphoric peak, a bold merchant dared to challenge the established decorum. He approached Rhaegar and inquired whether a clever young squire might be of service to the prince. He boasted of his son, who was not only astute but also skilled in combat, particularly with a spear. Should the prince not find him objectionable, the merchant was willing to offer his son as a servant. Rhaegar regarded the blushing merchant with a hint of admiration for his audacity. The merchants from Seagull Town were evidently eager to ascend the social ladder. Corrupted by ambition, they were unable to breach the gates of Eagle's Nest. Yet upon witnessing Rhaegar's lack of disdain for them, they shifted their focus. Ridiculous. Your son is coarse and reckless. His mind is solid as the marble you favor. Another merchant interjected. My daughter, however, is quite clever and would serve the prince admirably as a handmaiden. If the prince does not mind, I have a daughter to offer. I too have a son. A chorus of voices clamored, as merchants, driven by profit, dared to risk displeasure from Duke John. Eventually, even many down-and-out nobles began to offer their services. Enough, enough. Is this a circus? Must everyone clamor to join? Duke John's displeasure was evident as he sought to quell the incessant chatter, which resembled the incessant chirping of sparrows. The great lords seldom esteemed merchants, viewing them merely as slightly wealthier commoners. Duke John even perceived these merchants as an affront to the prince. "Gentlemen, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am not in need of attendance. Our party arrived from King's Landing in haste, and our numbers are indeed limited. Perhaps we might consider sending our children to serve as guards for the prince." The astute merchant has contemplated an alternative perspective. The formal attendants of the crown prince are privileges reserved for the offspring of noble families, while the notion of close friends holding such positions is utterly unthinkable. Even the roles of prince's guards and servants are considered prestigious. Alyris's confidants, Tywin and Stephen, are scions of great lords, even King Aegon V. Had it not been for his lowly place in the line of succession, would not have mingled with commoners like the tall Duncan. Duke John glanced at Prince Rhaegar, who was evidently famished, pondering that guards and servants need not be the progeny of merchants. Nobility would serve much better. Observing the sycophants around him, Duke John scoffed. "Do you believe serving the prince is merely a matter of flattery? Prince Rhaegar is a true warrior. The battlefield is ever-changing and requires not the presence of excessive obsequiousness." Duke John mused that a warrior's vassals must also be prepared to engage in fierce combat. The wealthy merchants exchanged glances, initially harboring aspirations of climbing the social ladder. Though Prince Rhaegar was striking and handsome, he was still young. They had assumed that the role of a guard would consist of mere showmanship, not the prospect of wielding weapons. Was Duke John attempting to intimidate them? Rhaegar smiled, his countenance warm as a spring breeze, devoid of the brutality befitting a warrior. Duke John Arryn continued, "I understand your skepticism, but Prince Rhaegar has already bested 6 of my guards aboard the ship. The prince requires capable warriors, not mere idle companions. His protectors ought to be forged of true steel, not mere mud." All guests were taken aback. Had anyone else uttered such words, they might have been dismissed as flattery. However, Duke John's words carried the weight of his esteemed reputation. A nobleman like him, akin to a glorious eagle, would not speak falsely. Not even a wild woman had he dallied with. The assembly turned their gazes to Prince Rhaegar, now imbued with a measure of respect. The Targaryens were a legendary family of warriors, and Rhaegar bore the blood of conquerors within him. He could not help but admire Duke John's unwavering integrity. Observing these merchants aligning themselves with him, Rhaegar felt no need to exert undue pressure, instead opting to remind them of the challenges that lay ahead. After all, he held them in disdain but did not obstruct their aspirations for advancement. Upon hearing Prince Rhaegar and Duke John's admonitions, the merchants reconsidered. Fortune often favors the bold. Was it not merely the sacrifice of a son? This was a matter that could elevate their family status. Why not take the plunge? Moreover, with Rhaegar surrounded by numerous guards, their safety would be reasonably assured. "I wish to enroll. I will sign up my son. I too wish to enroll." The enthusiasm among the merchants was palpable, and Rhaegar felt deeply honored. Yet, the battlefield is merciless, and one must ponder carefully. Rhaegar raised his hand, addressing the crowd. "Today as guards are tomorrow as comrades in arms. I select those who do not indulge in drunkenness, debauchery, or gambling, and who do not oppress the common folk. Those who violate this will be expelled from the ranks," Rhaegar declared loudly. In the medieval era, soldiers and bandits were often intertwined. Yet a king must govern with a singular authority, ensuring that a horde of arrogant warriors does not emerge. Rhaegar did not wish to allow his moral compass to devolve into that of the medieval nobility. What a compassionate prince he is, Duke John mused. A king indeed requires iron and blood, but he must also attend to the welfare of his people. The wealthy gentlemen, undeterred, saw a splendid opportunity before them. Igniting their fervor, Duke John contemplated that it was better to embrace than to block. With the prince's guard taking shape, he decided to bestow Sir Geoff Arryn upon Rhaegar. Much to the latter's elation, the vibrant world of King's Landing was infinitely more appealing than the confines of the Eyrie. Ultimately, many knights of the Vale and bishops began to advocate for Duke John, as everyone had relatives and friends hoping to secure a path to prominence for themselves. Rhaegar instructed Ser Wester Valerion and Ser Brynden Hightower to sift through the candidates. Yet despite the abundance of choices, he remained troubled. Chapter 57. A Toast with Golden Cups. In the training grounds of House Greyjoy, a wooden platform was erected, upon which Rhaegar, Valerion, and Hightower stood alongside Duke John and Sir Geoff Arryn, facing the audience below. The 3 great lords of Seagull Town, bishops, and representatives of wealthy merchants clustered behind them. A sea of young men stood in formation on the training field. Rhaegar donned a silver brocade adorned with crystal dragons, a testament to the prowess of the Seagull Town tailor. Positioned at the center of the throng, Rhaegar radiated a brilliance akin to the proud sun. This was but a child's play. True warfare was not so frivolous. It was a realm of slaughter, sorrow, and ruin, shrouded in darkness. Even if Prince Rhaegar triumphed over the knights, at his tender age, he was more enamored with the pursuit of fashionable honor, extravagant attire, and the fleeting charms of spring maidens. The battlefield was no place for levity. Duke John observed Rhaegar, reflecting that this was merely a royal child's game. Duke John had shed the image of a kindly mentor, donning instead the icy demeanor of the Aries lord, garbed in blue and white, with a crescent moon falcon gem adorning his chest. Nearby, many dignitaries and affluent merchants from Seagull Town rallied, their enthusiasm palpable, many of whom were the parents of the guards. The Bishop of Seagull Town, equally animated, had hastily enlisted a boy, born of a cousin, into the ranks. According to Rhaegar, it was highly likely that the boy was the product of the bishop's infidelity. While the seven were indeed glorious, the clergy were far from devout. As a local power, Sir Jeff provided Rhaegar with significant intelligence. Rhaegar observed the guards below, as Wester, Valyrian, Hightower, and Sir Jeff meticulously filtered through the data overnight. Coupled with the morning's physical assessments, disease screenings, self-sufficiency evaluations, and age verifications, they selected 100 guards after rigorous scrutiny. Rhaegar had little tolerance for the indolent. He required neither the ailing nor those who had settled into their ways, nor did he want gamblers, drunks, or seasoned courtesans. There would be no grooms, cooks, or camp followers. Everything was to be self-sufficient. Your standards are indeed stringent, my prince, Sir Brynden quipped. At this rate, the golden-robed are bound to be disbanded. The trio of Brynden, Valyrian, and Hightower had toiled through the night, and the morning's evaluations confirmed their exhaustion. Our efforts today must prevent the emergence of a second golden-robed. Rhaegar mused, while Duke John quickly realized that Rhaegar's expectations far surpassed his own. From the selection of personnel to the inspection of the troops, everything was executed with remarkable precision. It was unexpected that the renowned Golden Cloak had gained such fame that even the people of Hudgian had heard of it. Rhaegar smiled in response to Brynden. Sir Brynden possessed discernment and commendable martial skills. Had it not been for his strained relationship with his elder brother, Duke Horst, he would not have chosen to associate with Rhaegar. The infamous incompetence of the Golden Cloak had indeed become well known across the Seven Kingdoms, indulging in idleness, gambling, and debauchery. Though perhaps they were not as adept in warfare, they were certainly no match for the old garrison of Lannisport. This garrison, while limited in strength, could not completely suppress Cain's Landing. The Golden Cloak had become somewhat disreputable, and perhaps it would be wiser to start anew. Rhaegar gazed at his youthful guards, varying in age, complexion, and background, ranging from 11 to 15 years old. Yet, with rigorous training, this army would be unlike any other. This is my ironclad legion, my legend, which shall commence at this very moment. Rhaegar resolved to name this guard unit the Eagle Corps, with its banner mirroring the black and red dragon standard of House Targaryen. A black eagle against a black background, symmetrical with the black and red dragon. Today, the Eagle Corps. Tomorrow, the Eagle Legion. The Eagle Legion has officially set sail. Rhaegar assessed the numbers, noting the diverse origins of these guards. Among them were the powerful and influential of the Vale, such as Duke John and various knights, lords from Seagull Town, and sons of lesser lords from the valley, alongside the offspring of wealthy merchants. There were also some noble scions fallen on hard times, seeking their fortune, and even a few exceptionally talented children of farmers and craftsmen. Aside from those deemed unworthy or with elder siblings too advanced in age, most were promising firstborns. For the noble lords, the opportunity to stand beside a prince far outweighed the inherent dangers, especially considering that risk was ever present, even within House Lannister. It took the demise of 2 or 3 heirs before Tywin's father ascended to prominence as the third son. Rhaegar observed the guards' muscles, skin, and teeth, noting their robust health, distinct from that of peasant children. Such was the harshness of this era. They were fundamentally individuals of power, status, and education. Quality in troops was paramount. This was indeed an elite force. Rhaegar looked upon these young men with great joy. From nothing, I shall begin to command my own army. Clearing his throat, he addressed them, Gentlemen, today marks the establishment of our modest guard unit. I will outline a few rules. First, obedience to command is paramount. You are to obey me, as well as Sir Stan, Sir Brynden, Master Sissar, and Sir Jeff. Second, care for your comrades. Discrimination or bullying will not be tolerated. Third, show compassion to the common folk. Do not bully the innocent or harass women. Fourth, rewards and punishments will be clear and recorded. As Rhaegar spoke, attention gripped the hearts of the assembly. This was not a mere game. The regulations were even stricter than those of a regular army. Truly a Targaryen. One might ponder whether this coin bears the mark of greatness. Duke John reflected on this, lamenting the scarcity of those who, despite their privilege, show compassion for the populace. as they often regard their fortunes as divine gifts rather than a responsibility to the land and its people. In the Grand Assembly, Balistan, Blynden, Sessa, and Jeff Allen stood resplendent, embodying the essence of true nobility. Each of these guardians hailed from distinct backgrounds, yet Rhaegar aspired to forge them into indomitable steel, a task he deemed worthy of immense effort, for only a singular flame could ignite greater fires. Silence enveloped the crowd as Prince Rhaegar's voice rang out, resolute as tempered steel, with none daring to contest his words. Should the prince's assertions hold true, indeed, a legion of iron would arise. Bring forth the wine, Rhaegar commanded, and the servants, having overheard, hurried to serve each guardian a goblet of golden wine from Seagull Town. Rhaegar and his companions, including Sessa and Balistan, raised their gilded chalices adorned with soaring eagles gliding amidst the clouds. The golden goblets, with their lifelike eagles and sapphire eyes, had been gifted by Sir Alan of Seagull Town. On this day, Rhaegar would soar as an eagle in flight, inscribing his own legacy. With heartfelt gratitude, he acknowledged each of those who willingly pledged their allegiance to protect him, without the command of the Iron Throne. As Rhaegar raised his cup in thanks, the youthful guardians, their cheeks flushed, mirrored his gesture, drinking deeply from the cup of honor. The noble women and maidens, witnessing this spectacle, felt themselves enraptured. Prince Rhaegar was indeed the prince of their dreams, handsome, regal, and imposing. Though the guardians were inexperienced, they seemed infused with boundless glory in that moment. A promising future lay before them. The first cup was drained, followed swiftly by the second. They continued to drink. The wine, though light as water, rendered them pleasantly intoxicated. Dear friends, we have a third cup, but its manner of consumption shall differ. I shall first toast to you all, Rhaegar declared, unsheathing a bright long sword, its blade formidable and unyielding. He descended from the platform, his countenance stern and devoid of mirth. The assembly exchanged puzzled glances, curious about this novel approach to the third cup. Duke John's eyes widened as he observed the prince advancing towards the guardians. I shall place the goblets upon the sword's edge, to toast my brothers, Rhaegar instructed the servants, who, momentarily taken aback by the dazzling blade, found themselves in disarray. Allow me, Sessa interjected, stepping down to seize the wine bottle. As Rhaegar passed by, the guardians placed their goblets upon the sword's edge, their fingers trembling, while Sessa filled each cup. With the radiant blade, Rhaegar offered the exquisite wine to each guardian. Drink from this cup. The first golden-haired, blue-eyed guardian, gazing at the gleaming edge, felt his legs quiver, his throat constricting in trepidation. He feared the prince might inadvertently harm him. Yet, as a noble scion accustomed to the ways of arms, he deftly retrieved his goblet from the sword's tip, as if fleeing for his life. First cup, second cup, third cup. Rhaegar traversed among each guardian, repeating this ritual. The training grounds fell into complete silence, all eyes fixed upon Rhaegar as he enacted this solemn toast. This Dragon Clan member is difficult to categorize as either mad or astute. Rhaegar raised his arm, offered a toast, and sheathed his sword, repeating the motion 100 times. This too served as a formidable display of might. His goblet remained steady, a testament to the prince's extraordinary stamina and strength. Upon completing the toast, Rhaegar drained the contents of his golden chalice. Returning to the platform, he surveyed the guards, most of whom appeared shaken, feigning composure, their faces alternating between pallor and flush. Esteemed guests, having partaken of this wine, we are now sworn brothers. Today, I share this golden cup with you in revelry. However, should anyone falter on the battlefield, bully comrades, or oppress the common folk, I shall wield my sword without mercy. Should one breach this vow, let it be as this. Rhaegar's words were as unyielding as iron, and with a swift motion, he cleaved a shield in two with his long sword. The audience's gazes converged, filled with trepidation, fear, admiration, and awe. Duke John was profoundly shaken. Though the young dragon was small, it already exuded the spirit of a beast capable of taking down cattle. The Rhaegar Eagle Legion is officially activated. Chapter 58. The Dragon Prince Rhaegar departed from Seagull Town with his contingent, while the others followed Duke John toward Eagle's Nest City. Duke John, disinterested in leisurely pursuits, did not take Rhaegar to other lordly cities for inspection, causing Rhaegar to feel akin to a solitary mountain eagle. However, he had pressing duties to attend to. Once completed, he could leisurely explore the valley, the Moonlight Mountain Range, Nettle, the wild dragon that steals sheep. Perhaps they have all perished, yet I hope some useful clues remain. The Moonlight Mountain Range stood like a fortress, guarding the essence of the valley. The crescent falcon banner and the black and red dragon standard fluttered in the wind along the valley roads, while villagers and minor lords made way for this procession, bowing in respect. Traversing fields of wheat, Passing wildflowers, grasslands, and villages, Rhaegar and Duke Jon arrived at Moongate Fortress, situated at the foot of Giant Spear Mountain. The fortress was encircled by a moat, housing guard quarters and a square tower. Nearby were the Dangerous Rock Fortress, Snow Mountain Fortress, and Long Sky Fortress, leading to Eagle's Nest City. In a narrower sense, Eagle's Nest City may be small, but in a broader context, it possesses 5 layers of protective barriers, making it a formidable stronghold. This is our Eagle's Nest City. In terms of liveliness and prosperity, it pales in comparison to other cities. However, when it comes to peril and grandeur, Eagle's Nest City is unparalleled. It is nearly impregnable. Duke Jon proudly gestured towards the towering hills, where a glimmering white light could be seen at a great height, stretching towards the horizon, revealing a hazy white tower. That is Eagle's Nest City, majestically soaring alongside the eagles. Rhaegar smiled, refraining from contradicting Duke Jon. Indeed, Eagle's Nest City is not easily accessible by human means. The Targaryen family also relied upon dragons to conquer it. The city, steep and treacherous, cannot accommodate many. Each winter, the Arryn family would retreat to Moongate Fortress, taking residence in this summer palace, with the heir serving as its guardian. Outside the moat of Moongate Fortress, a golden-haired youth approached with a group to welcome Duke Jon and Prince Rhaegar. The boy had golden hair, blue eyes, and a hooked nose, appearing slightly older than Rhaegar. "Welcome home, uncle. Your arrival is most welcome, Prince Rhaegar." The golden-haired youth with azure eyes bears a subtle melancholy, yet it does not diminish his striking handsomeness. Rhaegar recognizes the lad as Albert Arryn, the son of the Duke Jon Arryn's brother, the first heir to the Vale and the guardian of the Moongate. However, with the birth of the Duke's own son, young Albert finds himself in an awkward predicament, as his position as guardian of the Moongate hangs by a thread, rendering him a beleaguered heir in precarious circumstances. "You have performed admirably." The Duke Jon Arryn smiles amiably, yet Albert grows increasingly anxious. Rhaegar observes the two, sensing that a profound rift has formed between them, fueled by the shifting tides of power. The Duke has ruthlessly purged several of Albert's more unruly supporters. And even in his naivety, Albert understands the implications. In the realm of power, one matures swiftly. The knights in the surrounding Vale maintain their cold demeanor, their loyalty sworn solely to the Duke. To the city, the Duke commands, and the drums resonate, prompting the throng to surge toward the Moongate. Among them are Rhaegar's guards, for such spirited revelry is a rarity at the Moongate. The weather has yet to fully warm, providing an opportune moment for training the guards and facilitating the exploration of the luminous Moon Mountains. With such a multitude of people, the need for training becomes a burden to the Moongate. After considerable reflection, Rhaegar requests a temporary encampment from Duke Arryn, not far from the Moongate. Beneath the shadow of the Giant's Lance, Rhaegar and his guards commence the construction of a provisional barracks. The black and red banners of the dragon flutter, depicting a dragon and a hawk in symmetrical splendor as the warriors labor fervently. The Vale abounds with timber, and Rhaegar's guards are a formidable cadre: spruce, pine, and the Black Cliffs provide excellent materials. The guards represent Rhaegar's foundational assets, alleviating his concerns regarding military pay. This is one of the advantages of recruiting noble science. They inherently possess certain resources. The drawback, however, lies in their deep familial ties, rendering them not entirely independent. Yet, attracting a few angel investors proves beneficial. And he need not dwell on the rest. Many guards dispatch letters to their kin in Seagull Town, requesting tents, marble, swords, quality armor, and provisions to be transported. Rhaegar oversees the building of the encampment, erecting simple shelters and enclosing them with fences. Next, they cultivate the land, locate water sources, and construct training grounds, stables, and kitchens. Rhaegar assigns tasks based on the guard skills, maximizing their utility. Food merchants manage logistics, while the offspring of builders oversee infrastructure. Those disinherited sons, robust and capable, are integrated into the assault teams. Rhaegar personally engages in every aspect, sharing meals and quarters with his guards, who quickly transform into his steadfast companions, enduring hardships alongside him. Together, they undertake infrastructure development, with several instructors guiding their training. In their leisure, Rhaegar joins these guards for hawking, relishing their vibrant camaraderie. With bowstring taut and galloping like a dragon amidst the pastoral beauty of the Vale, Rhaegar finds himself gradually forgetting his original mission. Duke Jon occasionally inspected the camp of Prince Rhaegar and observed that the prince's entourage was not merely indulging in childish games, but was genuinely coalescing into a militarized force. Prince Rhaegar organized a simple tug-of-war competition for his guards, who stood eagerly on either side of a white line, striving to pull their opponents across. The guards engaged in weightlifting, tug-of-war, javelin throwing, and sword fighting, their strength accumulating day by day, yet Rhaegar remained reticent about disclosing their ultimate destination. Duke John summoned Rhaegar into his chambers, inquiring, "Are you preparing to wage war against the mountain clans?" His tone gradually grew serious. The valley was currently tranquil. Yet the powder keg lay within the Moon Mountains clans. Duke John understood that there was little in the valley to entice Rhaegar. The only possible allure was the legend of Nettles and the wild dragons pilfering sheep. Recruiting men and training soldiers was indeed aimed at confronting the mountain clans. This was a premeditated war. Indeed, Rhaegar nodded. Duke John inhaled sharply, casting an angry glance at Barristan, Ser Jorah, and Brynden, exclaiming, "The prince has lost his mind. And you have all followed suit. War is no child's play. Those mountain savages are fierce, barbaric, and difficult to eradicate. The prince is still quite young." Barristan, Ser Jorah, and Brynden fell into silence, as Rhaegar had gradually persuaded them. Both Brynden and Barristan craved honor while also bearing the responsibility of protecting the prince. And Ser Jorah was both a mentor and friend to Rhaegar. Bloodthirsty bands have taken to the battlefield at the tender age of 11. And Lord Tywin's brother did the same. Why should I not? Rhaegar asserted. The Fire Priestess and the Nettles may not even reside in the Moon Mountains, and besides, given her humble origins, what could Nettles possibly possess that warrants such risk? Duke John advised. If there truly lies treasure hidden within the Moon Mountains, I shall regret it immensely. Rhaegar replied, resolute in his intent to seek dragons once the flowers bloomed and the mountain paths were clear. Chapter 59. Into the mountains in the year 267 of the conquest, within the Vale, the Eyrie, and Moonstone Castle, the weather gradually warmed. Soon, Rhaegar would be able to revel in the splendors of the Eyrie. Yet, his heart was not set on scaling its heights. The call to war had already sounded. In this campaign, even if Rhaegar did not annihilate the wildlings, he must return with Dragonbone. He mused that the shepherd girl Nettles might possess no wealth. Yet Dragonbone held considerable value. The sheep thief was likely long gone. The only lingering hope might be the bequest from Prince Daemon. But the prince had ventured to engage in a fateful duel with Aemond. Who could say what he left for Nettles? The Eagle's Guards had also anticipated the objectives concerning the wildlings of the Moon Mountains, strategizing for mountain warfare and guerrilla tactics. Moonstone Castle was now rent asunder by bickering. Rhaegar and his guards grew stronger by the day, and the guards were choosing war, yearning for honor as fervently as they craved love. Rhaegar established a military camp exclusively, forbidding women from entering, as the guards honed their wills and bodies daily. War was a bloody rehearsal, and rehearsals were bloodless wars. The prince treats war as a game, and you all indulge his folly. You abandon the honor of knighthood like jesters, Duke John exclaimed, his face flushed with anger, rebuking Rhaegar and his entourage. He resembled an enraged eagle, commanding an authority that none dared to challenge. Apart from John, the disparity in status and experience between him and the others was stark. Rhaegar regarded John, uncertain whether to deem him prudent or simply seasoned. Rhaegar perceived the strategy for the Vale to be overly cautious, while the Moon Mountains shielded the Vale. They also constrained it, as evidenced by their ongoing struggles against the mountain clans. In contrast, many of the mountain clans in the north had already become vassals of House Stark, a situation potentially influenced by ethnic lineage. As the Vale was inhabited by the Undol people, while the Free Folk descended from the First Men, a lineage that predominantly characterized the north. The White Knight, Ser Balon. The Blackfish, Ser Brynden, the Swordsman, Ser Jorah, and others refrained from dissent, aware that their authority paled in comparison to Jon's. They harbored confidence in Rhaegar's martial prowess, bolstered by the presence of 4 knights as a form of assurance. Moreover, warriors have an insatiable thirst for honor. The Moon Mountains had fostered the mountain clans, who had long stood between the Vale and the outside world, committing acts of pillage and violence that had incited the ire of most nobles. Even Brynden had lost kin to the Free Folk's hands. Regardless, your plans cannot progress without my decree. Without my command, you cannot pass through the Bloodgate. The Free Folk are a populace ready for war. Should they unite, they could muster at least 3,000 warriors, fierce and undeterred, even lacking proper armor. Your retinue, Prince? Has there been any who has tasted blood? Your forces appear as a mere droplet in the ocean. Should peril befall the prince, I would find it impossible to justify my inaction to the Iron Throne. Jon's stance was resolute. Though Rhaegar had 2 brothers, they could not rival Jon, and he could not permit Rhaegar to take risks. Upon hearing the decree for the Bloodgate, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Jon's unwavering position left no room for further discussion. Under the night sky at Moongate Castle, the air was filled with the scents of fine wine, delectable food, and the aroma of roasted meat. Rhaegar summoned Jorah, Brynden, and Ser Jeff, fervently urging them to ply Jon with drink. Jon appeared to succumb to the revelry, and soon, everyone was inebriated. As the night deepened, Rhaegar stealthily entered Jon's chambers. The knight in the blue cloak at the entrance, upon recognizing Rhaegar, refrained from obstructing him, as the captain of the guard was absent. Rhaegar crept into the room, recalling the location of the Crescent Falcon seal, and successfully found it. Observing Jon, who was now thoroughly intoxicated and dazed, Rhaegar proclaimed, "In the name of the Duke of Eagle's Nest, protector of the Vale, I command you to permit Prince Rhaegar and his retinue to pass." He took the wax seal and pressed it onto the parchment, marking it with the Crescent Falcon. Gazing at this decree, Rhaegar understood that with this document, he could surreptitiously enter the mountains through the Blood Gate. Jon, indeed, was a cunning individual. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar quietly exited the room. With the objective secured, he declared to the anxious figures of Yura, Brynden, and others waiting in the courtyard, "We must depart from Moongate Castle at once. Let us strike camp immediately." Yura, Brynden, and Ser Balon nodded in agreement, having witnessed Rhaegar's determination. They had no choice but to follow the prince. A few individuals, their hearts aflame with fervor, resolved that since war was inevitable, they would embrace it. Rhaegar beckoned, leading Balistan and others to swiftly depart from Moongate Castle, making their way to the military camp. Duke Jon observed their departing figures from the window, his gaze laden with complexity. Sir Matt Allen, the captain of the guard, appeared silently beside Duke Jon, watching as Rhaegar and his companions hastily exited the castle. "My lord Jon, why did you not prevent Prince Rhaegar from using the seal? Even now, we could still intervene," inquired Sir Matt Allen. "This is the utmost support I can extend to Prince Rhaegar. To fully endorse him would be to forsake the Iron Throne," lamented Duke Jon. "Though Rhaegar is considerably younger than Albert, he undeniably possesses the blood of a conqueror. Our Albert, in contrast, is much older than the prince yet lacks any remarkable talent." Sir Matt fell silent, for he too belonged to House Allen, albeit far down the line of succession. The chaotic inheritance within this valley was beyond his purview to discuss. "Go and tally our forces and ensure that Jeff Allen remains in constant communication with us. It was his cunning that earned him a place among us," Jon instructed. "Prince Rhaegar may venture into the moonlit mountains, but he must not stray beyond our control. Even the exalted House Allen has resorted to cunning strategies in the past. Ades Allen once sent a double into battle while he circled behind. War seems perpetually entwined with deception. In another corner of Moongate Castle, Albert, the second heir of the valley and its guardian, lay restless, plagued by insomnia and anxiety. He gazed at the silhouette of Rhaegar embarking on his journey, envious of the prince's vigor, akin to an eagle soaring high, beloved by all. "Damn this fate. How is it that my uncle, at nearly 50, still has an heir? Ever since that child was born, my own winter has descended. Those honeyed words, the women and merchant lords who once fluttered around me, calling me Albert, the young eagle king, the lucky darling, now they have all scattered. My lord, you are precariously perched, like snow that will melt under the sun's warmth. Reports from King's Landing indicate that the heir Rhaegal is thriving, growing stronger by the day. Duke Jon has left numerous guards for the child in King's Landing. Before long, your guardianship will be a thing of the past," whispered a shadowy figure. "My uncle has been a duke for decades. How can I possibly contend with him? Once Rhaegal matures, I shall serve him faithfully," Albert replied, his expression one of distress, gritting his teeth. The sycophants around him had dwindled, and those ambitious investors had been purged by his uncle. Many matters hinge upon opportunity. Once the right moment arises, not only can you become the heir, but you may also rule the valley ahead of time. With Prince Rhaegar now en route to the moonlit mountains, does this not present a perfect opportunity?" The shadowy figure continued. Albert's demeanor grew increasingly anxious. No. Are you suggesting I betray the prince, betray my uncle? That is unacceptable. We are of House Allen. Should this scheme come to light, I would be branded a kinslayer, and the prince's demise would lead to my execution at the hands of the Iron Throne. They perish at the hands of wildlings. What concern is that of yours? The voice from the shadow once again echoed, seemingly attempting to sway Albert. Chapter 60. The Flames of War in the Mingwe Mountains. Brothers, let us embark. Our destination is the Mingwe Mountains. Rhaegar raised his longsword, leading the charge. Onward. The soldiers of the Eagle Guard gathered their weapons and equipment, setting forth together. After exiting the Bloodgate, the group took a moment to rest before continuing their journey. Aware that encountering the mountain clans would lead to a fierce battle, necessitating the preservation of their strength, Rhaegar observed the snow-capped peaks, noting the treacherous terrain, akin to endless waves crashing upon the shore. The most perilous aspect was the rocky path, which varied in width, at its narrowest allowing passage for only a few. The mountain trail resembled a razor's edge, like the flickering tongue of an unknown venomous serpent. The Mingwe Mountains safeguarded the Eileen family, yet simultaneously obstructed the roads. The prince should not be overly optimistic. Although the mountain clans were dispersed, they occasionally collaborated. Many of our soldiers have yet to taste battle, remarked Brynden Tully, his fiery red hair a hallmark of his house, reminiscent of the golden locks of the Lannisters, the raven tresses of the Baratheons, and the silver hair of the Targaryens, all symbols of their resilient lineage. Brynden was unconcerned about minor skirmishes, but apprehensive about the possibility of the barbarians uniting. Sir Brynden, there is no need for alarm. To my knowledge, there has not been a coalition of the mountain clans in over a decade. They typically engage in solitary combat, Sir Jeff Eileen stated, possessing a relative understanding of the Mingwei Mountains as a man of the valley. Rhaegar gazed upon the vast mountains, an expanse devoid of human presence, and resolved to adhere to the original plan. The sense of fresh grass and dust wafted through the air, and the youthful faces of the soldiers resembled tender green wheat. Observing those inexperienced visages, Rhaegar knew that the best protection for his troops was to lead them to victory. This is my battalion, my iron fist. The strategy had been meticulously crafted, akin to the art of fishing. He intended to dispatch 2 or 3 small squads to enter the mountains first. Upon sighting the mountain clan savages, they would abandon their goods and flee. Once the savages were lured into pursuit, the remaining forces could encircle them and strike decisively. The Highland clans were notoriously impoverished, their weaponry and equipment of poor quality, surviving through plunder. However, these tribes were exceedingly cunning. They preferred not to engage in direct confrontation, only mobilizing for small-scale gains. Master Zysa, Sir Brynden, Sir Jeff, I appreciate your hard work. Rhaegar addressed Zysa and Brynden. Each of the 3 men accompanied by 1 or 2 novices would take turns acting as bait, their packs filled with fashionable garments and delicate trinkets from Seagull Town, all of which were highly coveted by the savages. Zysa and Brynden, both valiant warriors, were confident in their ability to serve as bait. Only Jeff Eileen seemed somewhat hesitant, struggling to maintain composure. Yet, the blood of Valley warriors still flowed within him, enabling him to persevere. Rhaegar led Balistan and several hundred men, concealed among the low hills and poplar groves, observing as Zysa's figure vanished into the depths of the mountains. Rhaegar's emotions surged. This was his first venture into warfare, a challenging endeavor of mountain combat. Though the fledgling dragon was unrefined compared to the elder dragon's voice, Rhaegar's heart surged with tumult, akin to water gradually reaching a boil. Yet, the beauty of hope stood in stark contrast to the harshness of reality. Both factions of West Sayre and Brynden returned empty-handed, having ventured forth only to find disappointment. Ultimately, they witnessed Jeff Allen's pallid countenance as he, like a tempest, swept down the mountain path with his retinue. The men were indeed wild folk, seemingly of the scorching tribe. Stuttering, Jeff Allen attempted to speak, while another attendant struggled to articulate a single word. The mountain clan was notoriously ruthless, sparing no survivors beyond the suitable aged women. Sir Jeff, rein in your emotions. How many were there? Inquired Sir Brynden. I could not discern clearly, perhaps 2 or 3, or maybe 5 or 6. Their exact appearance eludes me, yet I distinctly observed their silhouettes emerging from the thicket. Thankfully, the wild folk noticed the items we abandoned, which spared us from their pursuit, Jeff Allen admitted, a tinge of embarrassment in his voice. The others exchanged glances, and Sir Jeff could only conclude that a fool's fortune had favored him. Do you still recall the precise location? Rhaegar asked. Jeff nodded, taking a moment to steady himself. Shall we send word to the Duke, requesting that Lord John dispatch the Canyon Knights to join us in our sweep of the mountains, suggested Sir Balistan. The more troops we have, the more likely they will vanish. The mountain clan should be tempted by our modest force of over 100, Rhaegar stated solemnly. Noticing Sir Jeff's unease, some thoughts remained unvoiced. Surely, Duke John had his eyes on the matter and would send aid. Rhaegar mused. The time for blood and fire was nigh. Nevertheless, the Eagle Guard stood resolute as iron. Even those who might waver did not reveal their hesitation. The sky was a brilliant blue, only the wind howled. The path was arduous, fraught with difficulty, as the troops struggled onward along the mountain trail. Rhaegar beheld the wind eroding the ridges, saw the eagles soaring against the vast sky, and observed the wild grasses and flowers, names forgotten. They had traveled for a considerable time, and Rhaegar pondered whether the mountain clans had foreseen their approach and fled for their lives. Suddenly, the path widened, flanked by dark, dense woods that seemed to shroud the heavens. At that moment, Rhaegar was startled by a shrill, piercing wail. He saw the mountain clan charging forth from the forest. The indigenous people bore sun-kissed skin and were lean yet nimble, resembling the sharp edge of a blade. As for their armaments, they were indeed a hodgepodge. Ill-fitting armor and an array of weapons, broken swords, shattered guns, spiked clubs, hammers, and even makeshift pitchforks, scythes, and wooden spears. Their steeds were diminutive, akin to goats, known to traverse the rugged terrain with agility. Among them, Rhaegar spotted the leader, slender yet agile, wielding a longsword with remarkable skill. Clad in the pelt of a shadow lynx, One ear had been seared by flames, leaving behind charred skin, fissures, and dark blemishes, creating a fearsome visage. What awaited you above was the scorching tribe's Timmy. With a resounding call from the one-eared Timmy, the wild men surged forth. Long live the valley! A reckless soul shouted, prompting the rest of the soldiers to echo the cry, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Long live Prince Rhaegar! Long live Seagull Town! Rhaegar pondered that the moment to test the metal of true steel had arrived. Grasping a long spear, he advanced with Sir Bolliston closely behind, ready to confront the enemy. Rhaegar charged forward on horseback, sweeping his spear with ferocity. Hot, crimson blood splattered forth as he pierced a wild man's chest and withdrew his weapon, extinguishing the fiery essence of a mountain clan life. It seemed to Rhaegar that he could hear the whisper of death approaching, yet the carnage was now unavoidable. The flame of civilization, it appeared, must be safeguarded through bloodshed. As Rhaegar brandished his spear, he trampled onward, the only threat being the swift arrows that flew like tempestuous winds. However, Rhaegar and his comrades, clad in heavy armor and well-nourished, withstood the onslaught. The protection of the eagle god enveloped him, creating an arc of safety around his being, allowing him to evade the dangers that loomed nearby unnoticed. He deftly sidestepped axes and arrows, the fire of life ignited within him. He was a dragon of the battlefield, a nightmare for his foes. Brothers, charge with me. Rhaegar gradually melded into the fray, thrusting, stabbing, and piercing with his spear, the most effective weapon in this battle. Blood flowed from myriad wounds, fingers, throats, faces, arms, hearts, and even entrails mingled with torn pieces of clothing. The wild men fell as though they were decaying timber, mere flesh and bone bleeding like wood. The guards, intoxicated by the sin of blood, succumbed to frenzy, their first encounter with the Crimson Tide igniting a primal reaction. Many began to acclimate to the rhythm of battle, learning to adapt in the chaos, with Rhaegar, Zysa, Bolliston, and Brynden serving as exemplary mentors. The wild men's formation faltered amidst their wails, retreating slowly yet resolutely. Rhaegar noted, with surprise, that their numbers surpassed his expectations. Chapter 61. The Battle of the Valley Road. The Moonlight Mountains, the Valley Road, now lay drenched in blood, sweat, tears, and flames. Rhaegar detected the pungent scent of blood saturating the air, transforming the world into a battlefield. Prolonged exposure to flowing blood turned it dark and thick. In the wild woods, he observed the mountain clans abandoning their fallen comrades, hastily retreating. They scattered throughout the forest, forming an unstable circle that encircled Rhaegar's forces. The indigenous people barricaded the ends of the road with large logs and rocks. The valley road was only fortified by these stones and timber. Should Rhaegar charge into the forest, his steeds would find it difficult to maneuver. Observing the throngs of heads, Rhaegar noted the mountain clans riding diminutive, on horses that seemed on the verge of collapse, yet they traversed the mountain paths as if they were flat terrain. Rhaegar led his troops to victory, albeit a fleeting one. Well done, children. Such is the nature of the battlefield. Do not fear, for the more one fears, the swifter one meets death. Sir Brynden, radiant with vigor, rallied the Eagle Guard while skillfully wielding his longbow in pursuit of the fleeing indigenous tribesmen. Baron Bollistan's gaze grew stern. Damn it. This was not merely a single tribe, but a coalition of many. How could this be? Jeff Island's complexion turned pale. He should have intercepted the prince. The mountain clan was notorious in these moonlight mountains, with several dukes of Island having perished here. Only Zysa remained composed, for the Braavosians feared neither tempest nor turmoil. Surrender. I know there are nobles among you. If you yield, the fiery Tamai guarantees your survival. Tamai called out from the depths of the vast woodlands. Surrender quickly, or the Blackyear tribe's Zik will sever your ears, and the Stone Gull tribe's Dav will turn you into meat paste. Not to mention Umar of the Moon People, and Mel of the Milksnake tribe. The leaders of the mountain clan began to voice their concerns, their words resonating like tremors in the air. They were afraid. Perhaps they were merely stalling for time. 100 against 800, each side held its advantages. My forces were well equipped, with robust warriors, yet most had never tasted battle. The mountain clan, while lacking in weaponry, boasted a larger and more feral population. The most troubling uncertainty was how many from the mountain clan would join the fray. If reinforcements arrived, it would spell trouble. Rhaegar surveyed the wild men's formation, estimating their numbers to be around 800. The wild men's united advance was no mere coincidence. The mountain clan was known for its infighting, each member eager to voice their opinions, regardless of the issue's magnitude. They would quarrel incessantly. Save for their mountain raids, they seldom gathered together, let alone posed a genuine threat to Island Vale. Form ranks, commanded Sir Bolliston, with Sir Brynden directing the troops. Horse archers and crossbowmen took positions at the center, while shield-bearers raised their long shields on the outer flanks, standing alongside the pikemen. As they formed their ranks, they began to retreat. The Eagle Company established a rudimentary formation, making it difficult for the Mountain Clan to break through. Observing Rhaegar's forces coalesce, the Mountain Clan sent out provocateurs. A burly savage stepped forward, pounding his chest. "Cowards of the Vale, come forth. Draw my dragonbone bow." Rhaegar shouted, and with the bow in hand, arrows flew like the wind, striking the provocateur's throat with deadly precision. A spray of blood erupted, vibrant and crimson. "Long live Rhaegar! Long live the Vale!" Cheers erupted, resonating like a wave, invigorating the morale of the troops. Sir Brynden also took up his bow, unleashing arrows into the woods. Though the distance was great, the arrows struck the ground with alarming force, startling the barbaric foe. The wild men, witnessing the armored formation glinting in the sunlight, felt a chill run down their spines. The Eagle Brigade is adorned in various armors: black scaled armor, white plate armor, bronze ring mail, and blue and white patterned gear. Even the mere presence of their armor forms an unyielding river of steel, a formidable barrier. Rhaegar surveyed the Eagle Brigade. It undoubtedly represented an elite force, with a high degree of armor coverage and nearly all members having undergone martial training. Furthermore, they boasted the trump cards of Zysa, Balistan, and Brynden, while Jeff Ellen barely counted as half a card. The Highland Clan's forces and Rhaegar's troops formed two circles. One side tentatively advanced while the other adopted an aggressive defense. Rhaegar and Brynden raised their longbows, loosing arrows with ease. Balistan stood beside them, wielding a spear and raising his shield as the prince's last line of defense, prepared to sacrifice his life for honor. Should the prince perish, he would not survive either. The dragonbone bow was undeniably extraordinary, as it struck terror wherever it went. Rhaegar loosed several arrows in quick succession, each one finding its mark. Brynden, undeterred, matched his prowess. Although his longbow lacked the strength of the dragonbone bow, his accuracy was commendable. "Having an archer of your caliber is indeed a stroke of fortune," Rhaegar remarked. "The prince's marksmanship is unparalleled. His stamina is truly remarkable," Brynden mused. "Sir Balistan, Sir Brynden, I entrust the prince's protection to you," Zysa declared, drawing his long sword and leading the spear-wielding soldiers into battle. "Fight fiercely. Slay that silver-haired boy," Timmy roared vehemently. "No, my lord Redhand. There are nobles among this band. We should trade rather than kill outright," Diff interjected, his massive frame resembling a rock, yet his mind was astute. "I cannot afford such concerns. Nor can I heed the old Eagle Chieftain. Every moment we linger here is fraught with peril. If we eliminate these foes and seize their weapons and armor, we will have time to contend with the Valley people. But now, we must resolve this conflict before reinforcements arrive." Timmy's heart ached. Countless valiant warriors had fallen during this siege. If they failed to acquire these armaments, it would be a grave misfortune. The other tribesmen ceased their descent, agreeing that prolonging the conflict would be troublesome. The Highland clans were suited for raiding, but ill-prepared for prolonged engagements or sieges. A tempestuous storm urged them to strike swiftly and depart. The two circles clashed, as the Highland clans charged from the woods on their diminutive steeds. Accepting a disastrous defeat was not an option. They had no choice but to press on. Rhaegar discerned the indigenous people. They were mostly frail and diminutive, gaunt and tattered, with only a few among the tribe possessing any flesh, likely the noble chieftains. Their long swords and spears were rusted or chipped, all of inferior quality. The only weapons of true lethality were the short bows crafted by the Highland clans themselves, still capable of inflicting harm at close range. The long shield wall, interspersed with cavalry, advanced slowly, hindered by the timber and stone barricades. "Loose arrows," Timmy shouted, as waves of arrows descended, striking fiercely against the long shields. The clan of the mountain, empowered by a rain of arrows, surged once more toward the shield wall. Behind them, stones were hurled with a cacophony of sounds, while they chanted their rallying cries, cautiously advancing forward. "Prince Rhaegar, might I suggest you dismount?" Sir Brynden remarked, noting how the prince's silver hair stood out starkly, drawing the relentless barrage of arrows toward him. Lord Balan remained silent, merely raising his shield in defense of the prince. "Sir Brynden, witness my prowess against these brigands," Rhaegar declared, raising his Valyrian longbow, galloping from side to side on horseback. Amidst the storm of arrows, he seemed to grasp the intricacies of the art of the blood crow, executing each shot with precision, stability, and grace, as his longbow and steed traversed the battlefield. As the arrows rained down upon Rhaegar, he deftly maneuvered, sensing impending danger, exhausting himself in the process. Yet, the members of the King's Guard stood resolute. They were well aware of the legends surrounding the Mountain Clan, who bore an intense hatred for the people of the Vale, infamous for their gruesome acts. They would rather perish than fall into the hands of such savages. The chaos of war tempered the ranks, forging them into true warriors. By nurturing these young men, They would cultivate a force akin to the elite raven's teeth. Rhaegar observed his soldiers, who had endured immense suffering. This battle had taken an unexpected turn, as the Mountain Clan had united against them. For now, they could only await the arrival of Duke Jon. The Wild Clans charged time and again, failing to breach the shield formation, but leaving behind a trail of corpses. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, as horses whinnied in despair and men cried out in agony. The guards, once gripped by terror, sorrow, and fervor, now bore a mask of numbness. Rhaegar felt a twinge of anxiety. He possessed the spark of leadership, yet his guards were mere mortals. The Wild Clans abandoned their dead, and the bodies of men and horses multiplied, pressing in on the shield wall. Blood stained the ground, transforming it into a mire. Perhaps only the grass would revel in the scent of carnage. "My lord, you wield the Valyrian bow. I have pressing matters to attend to," Rhaegar declared, tossing the longbow to Brynden before dismounting. With a resounding thud, Rhaegar positioned himself at the center of the throng, sounding the war drums, their echoes reverberating through the air. The beats were strong and relentless, as Rhaegar struck the drum, akin to a tidal wave crashing forth. The sound of the war drums urged the men to exert their utmost strength. He lost himself in the rhythm, the sound melding with the essence of blood and fire. "Soldiers, break your pikes. Use your mace, your hammer, your broken weapons to crush the heads of these savages." Rhaegar's mind ignited with inspiration, his voice rising above the fray. His silver hair plastered to his scalp, sweat mingling with the scent of blood, yet he fought on undaunted. Rhaegar commanded the men to shatter their pikes, mercilessly pounding the skulls of the wildlings in the crimson tide. He raised his arms and struck time and again. Most wildlings were unarmored, lacking even suitable helmets, and those who charged on horseback were often bludgeoned to death. Blood dripped incessantly, as the battlefield transformed into a macabre paradise of gore. Even with Rhaegar's enduring stamina, fatigue began to creep in. The sound of horns blared once more, and the blue and white crescent moon banners fluttered in the breeze, as the Knights of the Vale, cloaked in blue, charged from the rear, ruthlessly trampling the wildling forces. Chapter 62, The Blood-Soaked Dragon's Lair. Glory to Highgarden. Long live Eagle's Nest. Long live House Targaryen. The wildlings, the knights have arrived. The support from the Vale Knights, led by Duke Jon, has come. Rhaegar witnessed the cavalry of the Arryns rallying their battle cries, brandishing their flails, longswords, lances, blunt axes, and maces, surging into the Highland clan like a tempest. The Vale Knights maneuvered around the massive boulders and timber obstacles at the forefront, plunging into the ranks of the Highland clan to rescue the prince and the Eagle's guards. The mountain path was treacherous and unpredictable, yet, thankfully, the outcome had not yet turned dire. The blue and white cavalry wove through the battlefield, carving it into their own nightmare for the Highland clan. The Vale Knights ignited the battlefield with fervor, resting while the wildlings emitted anguished cries, mercilessly reaped like wheat. Rhaegar observed that the battlefield was awash with hues of blue, white, red, silver, and black. The blue and white crescent falcon banners, the crescent falcon insignia, azure capes, silver and black armor, and the crimson blood flowed abundantly. Today, Rhaegar beheld the full might of the Arryn cavalry. Their reputation was indeed well-deserved. The Vale Knights were renowned throughout the ages. Rhaegar exhaled a sigh of relief. With the Vale Knights entering as reinforcements, the tide of battle had clearly turned. Duke Jon, leading the knights, had delivered the decisive blow. The conflict had dragged on for too long. The resolve and stamina of the Highland clan and the Eagle's forces had reached their limit. The Highland clan's relentless assaults had drained the strength and spirit of the Eagles, though Rhaegar was of the blood of fire. The strain of continuously drawing his dragabone longbow and evading the wildling arrows and falling rocks had taken a significant toll on his energy. Brynden, Sessa, and Balistan were equally exhausted. Rhaegar was still holding strong, but the other Eagle members were merely hanging on by a thread. Without the spark of determination, Rhaegar would have long since succumbed. The essence of the battlefield boiled down to who could laugh last. Faster, stronger, fiercer. The soldiers of the Eagle Guard, fighting amidst the blood-soaked ground, felt a surge of exhilaration as reinforcements arrived, instantly altering the course of the battle. Long live Prince Rhaegar. Long live Duke Jon. We have survived, the Eagles roared in excitement. They seized their weapons and charged forward. The Highland clan, which had intended to consolidate their encirclement, now found themselves in disarray. The blood flower bloomed, tearing apart the wildling circle. Rhaegar led the Eagles outward, while the Vale Knights fiercely assaulted the wildling forces, their combined might blossoming at the center, leaving the Highland clan in disarray. The battlefield transformed into a one-sided slaughter, as the Vale Knights and the Eagles savagely engaged in combat. This battle would leave the Highland clan devoid of strength for decades to come. All had discarded their longbows, and the Eagles wielded their shields, short spears, and longswords as they charged forward. Rhaegar galloped through the blood-soaked mire, treading upon the bodies of wildlings and ponies, his longsword dancing in a chaotic frenzy. Stan, Brynden, Jeff, and Sessa followed closely behind Rhaegar. The battlefield was both bloody and merciless, with death treating all with equal indifference. Rhaegar, hailing from a lineage of formidable warriors, traversed through flesh, bone, and muck with relentless fervor. The Knights of Aelin Valley united with Rhaegar's Eagle Guards, and the battlefield was utterly subdued, with only a few notable adversaries apprehended. Aside from a handful who sought to escape, this campaign marked an unequivocal triumph for Rhaegar. "My prince, you appear startled," exclaimed Duke Jon as he dismounted his steed and approached Rhaegar. The Duke removed his eagle-shaped helmet, which featured wings on either side and a visor that left a narrow slit for sight. The golden helmet was adorned with a layer of blue, embellished with a circlet of crystals and diamonds, while atop it perched an angry winged falcon, soaring majestically, its sapphire eyes opulent and commanding. Duke Jon's resplendent armor caught Rhaegar's eye. It was enveloped from head to toe in heavy steel, with copper plates shielding the joints, all painted in hues of blue and white. On his shoulders, additional soaring falcons secured a sky-blue cloak. Rhaegar perceived a blend of trepidation and fear in Duke Jon's expression, for the battlefield was ever-changing. He had not anticipated the participation of 800 or 900 wildlings in such a concerted effort. Should misfortune befall Rhaegar, the valley would undoubtedly face dire straits. "Duke, your timing is impeccable," Rhaegar remarked, for he could not chastise the Duke for arriving late. Had it not been for the protection of the Eagle God and his foresight of the battlefield's perils, he might have found himself pierced by arrows or crushed by debris. The battlefield was a realm of chaos, where blades and guns showed no mercy. Arrows, stones, pitfalls, and torrents of mud mingled with tainted waters, leading to the inexplicable demise of several of Aelin's knights. "Congratulations, my prince. You have achieved a magnificent victory," Duke Jon declared, his admiration evident. "You led from the front. You possessed the spirit of a knight." Duke Jon's expression was complex, a mixture of fear and astonishment. Undoubtedly, the primary architects of this victory were Rhaegar and his Eagle Guards. Throughout history, the valorous first to charge into battle have been lauded. They were reckless yet steadfast, waiting for the reserves to charge. Rhaegar felt a trace of apprehension. The war had erupted with alarming swiftness and ferocity, rendering prediction futile. The most terrifying aspect was the possibility of treachery lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, victory, albeit flawed, was still victory, and the fruits of their success were substantial. Rhaegar surveyed the scene, all warriors gazing upon him. Eagle Guards, Valley denizens, Brynden Tully, and Baelistan, each bearing expressions of respect. They stood firm against the onslaught of wildlings. Resilient as rock, enduring until this moment. The prince's remarkable victory was a source of immense honor. A general should lead his soldiers to triumph. Victory can overshadow all dissenting voices. Youth and recklessness become inconsequential in the face of success. As long as Rhaegar continued to prevail, the soldiers would remain steadfastly loyal. "Victory to Rhaegar." Duke Jon raised Rhaegar's hand aloft, calling out triumphantly. The handsome youth was now smeared with blood and dust, his silver hair carrying the scent of battle, his visage and armor stained with the remnants of conflict. "Long live Prince Rhaegar! Long live Prince Rhaegar! Fortunate Rhaegar!" The soldiers unsheathed their swords, their voices resonating across the battlefield, and in that moment, Rhaegar felt as though he were crowned king. Rhaegar is a Targaryen giant, a magnificent true dragon. The battlefield is steadily being cleared, and the quartermasters begin to report remarkable victories. Umar of the Moonmen has perished. The leaders of the Stone Crow, Black Earth, and Milk Snake clans have fled with a handful of wildlings. The chief of the Scorchers, Timmy, has been captured alive. Over 800 corpses litter the scene. "My brothers have fallen." Rhaegar notes the losses among the Eagle Guards. 3 of his protectors have been slain by stray arrows or weapons, and one unfortunate guard has met a tragic fate, falling from his horse and breaking his neck. Though the casualty ratio is minimal, Rhaegar is still engulfed in sorrow. "Warriors have died for my cause." He removes his sky-blue cloak and drapes it over the body of the fallen guard. Stan, Wissa, and Sir Brynden also offer their cloaks to him. Rhaegar's face reflects compassion. Those valiant warriors, akin to tender grass, will forever remain evergreen. The battlefield is merciless, and it is all the more imperative to show mercy to the soldiers. "I wish to challenge you, child of the Dragon Lord," the one-eared Timmy suddenly proclaims, straining every muscle. His voice is coarse, as soldiers hold their spears to his neck, awaiting but a command from the prince. "I demand to face you," Timmy declares. With 900 wildlings nearly decimated, he knows he cannot return to his tribe. Rhaegar gazes at Timmy, who has lost an ear but possesses a madness that is twice that of an ordinary man. Timmy's skin is dark and rough, draped in a tattered, shadowy puma cloak. Though he bears no wounds, he is utterly exhausted. You lack the standing to negotiate with me, Rhaegar replies. If you defeat me, you may do with me as you will. If I prevail, you grant me my life. Timmy asserts. I seek to journey to the sacred land of the Fire Priestess. Rhaegar steps closer, observing the wildling chief's face pressed into the mud. Very well, but my long sword is nicked. Provide me with a worthy blade. Timmy grits his teeth. Give him a sword. Prince, allow me. I am the White Knight, Balistan inquires. Rhaegar waves him off, signaling him to withdraw. Timmy draws the sword, lunging with a strike from an incredibly deceptive angle. The long sword is steady, precise, and fierce, akin to a venomous serpent striking swiftly across the vast plains. Timmy, as a red hand, possesses the caliber of a top-tier warrior. Yet, he is at his limit, while Rhaegar still draws strength from the flames within. Rhaegar parries fiercely. His blade is faster and more ferocious than Timmy's. With a wild swing, he retaliates, causing Timmy's palm to ache as his sword is knocked from his grip, falling into the mud. You have won, lad. Timmy's face turns ashen. He is devoid of attachments. The path to the dragon's lair has been opened. Rhaegar has acquired the key through blood and fire. Chapter 63. The Flame Dragon's lair. Rhaegar stands alongside Duke Jon in the forefront. Amidst blood and fire, Rhaegar garners even greater respect. Some of this respect stems from his lineage and crown, while other respect arises from his prowess in combat and courage. Knights cherish the sounds of blades and weapons far more than the flicker of candlelight and the pages of books. In the knightly realm of Westeros, a king must be a formidable warrior to earn substantial respect. Blades and weapons are indeed a form of truth. Rhaegar felt there was no recourse. There would always be those who preferred a king to be a lion, capable of instilling fear in all. The Knights of the Vale no longer resisted the youthful exuberance of Jon, Duke of Winterfell, as they galloped through the fields, for Prince Rhaegar displayed resilience, valor, compassion, and grandeur before them. Rhaegar was, indeed, a knight by nature. My prince, we must wait a moment. 200 cavalry are on their way to aid us, Jon remarked to Rhaegar. 400 iron steeds already constitute a considerable force. Rhaegar concurred, noting that should they venture into the mountains to purge the lands of House Targaryen, additional manpower would be requisite. He gestured to Wyss, Balistan, and others, signaling for the falconers to rest and resupply. Time is of the essence. The mountain tribes, having been thoroughly intimidated, are ripe for a decisive strike. Should they regain their composure, laying an ambush in the Moonlight Mountains would prove exceedingly challenging. Are there dragons? Rhaegar inquired. Tammy shook his head. No dragons, nor fire priestesses, but the traditions endure. We shall still undergo the trial by fire. Rhaegar believed that the ruthless oppression by House Targaryen against other tribes was warranted, albeit excessively harsh, leading to a self-destructive inclination. The demise of the dragons seemed plausible to Rhaegar. The foothills of the Moonlight Mountains were rocky, high, and desolate, with snow-capped peaks. It was indeed too barren a land. The wildlings were malnourished. How could they sustain an ancient dragon for so many years? Furthermore, the decline of magic had diminished the lifespan of the dragons. As dragons age, they grow larger yet slower, preferring lethargy and slumber, making flight increasingly difficult. If the sheep stealers were still alive, House Targaryen would have been utterly devoured. Tammy appeared distressed, burdened by thoughts that were both excessive and shallow, leading to the collapse of the war and devastating losses among the clans. What Tammy had not anticipated was Rhaegar as a variable. Had Rhaegar not withstood the onslaught, lacking the robust physique and willpower, or had misfortune caused him to fall from his steed, Tammy would have achieved a flawless victory. Amidst the hail of arrows, Rhaegar emerged unscathed. Tammy would have swallowed the Falcon Company, acquiring superior equipment and weapons, and subsequently had the opportunity to obliterate Jon's forces. Rhaegar observed the combat style of the Vale Knights. Aside from their slightly superior armor and extensive battle experience, they bore no distinction from other armies. The disparity lay in economic status and population. The West, South, and Vale possessed greater numbers and superior gear. The Northmen, however, eschewed such notions, believing true men engage in hard-fought battles. Rhaegar also noted the scarcity of longbowmen. Knights favored broadswords and polearms over longbows, a preference shared by the majority. Few, like the Blood Raven, organized specialized longbow units. The Blood Raven's affinity for the longbow only deepened the animosity towards him, as he represented darkness, coldness, and cunning, much like the weapon itself. As Rhaegar gazed upon the Vale Knights, he contemplated the need to assemble a diverse battalion, masters of longbows and polearms alike. Ultimately, it centered on the individuals. They required rigorous training, and the finest equipment would be the dragonbone bows, followed by the greatwood, fishbeam, yew longbows, and the excellent Esso's beasthorn bows. My prince, I have some inquiries for Tammy. Jon Duke declared, his brow furrowed, as if haunted by a grim tale. Rhaegar stepped back a few paces, leaving only Duke Jon and several of his loyal knights. The war had arrived with alarming swiftness and departed just as rapidly, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The remaining knights had joined the ranks engaged in controlling prisoners, counting the dead, and looting valuables. However, the Mountain Clan was lamentably impoverished, and these wretched souls possessed little of value. Rhaegar wisely distanced himself, aware that Duke Jon was likely to inquire about certain matters. Should any disgraceful incident have occurred, it would severely tarnish Duke Jon's reputation. It was best to maintain a safe distance during such an awkward moment. From afar, Rhaegar observed Duke Jon's complexion growing increasingly grim, as if shrouded in ominous clouds. There was a traitor within Moondor Castle, and of considerable rank. The remaining knights from the Vale surged forth, their equipment inferior, lacking the elite status of Duke Jon's vanguard, clad in mere light armor or even half armor. Sever their heads, and upon our return, coat them in pitch and display them. Duke Jon commanded coldly. The remaining wildlings were to be bound with ropes. The Five Fingers Peninsula required enhanced coastal defenses, and these wildlings could not be wasted. Save the corpse of the fallen leader for me, Rhaegar interjected, his mind racing with thoughts. Amidst the scent of blood, the troops set sail once more. Rhaegar noted Duke Jon's exceedingly dark expression. The words of Timmy had struck a profound blow, akin to a falcon battered by a tempest. The group journeyed northward, with Timmy bound to a lean horse leading the way. Rhaegar and his companions soared higher, traversing a rugged, ever-changing mountain path, surrounded by rocks, wild trees, and earth. The sky was adorned with drifting clouds, while the land below remained desolate and archaic. Only the Mountain Clan seemed capable of relishing such an existence. The wildling tribe, stricken with fear, was caught unawares. After some distance, Rhaegar and his party stumbled upon a ravaged encampment, nestled deep within the mountains, difficult to detect. The fleeing wildlings had abandoned their tribe in a desperate bid for survival, lacking even a sentinel to guard them. Even if Rhaegar and his men did not ravage the site, other tribes would surely come to pillage the scorched remnants, seizing the opportunity. Following Timmy's guidance, Rhaegar spotted a hidden cave atop a majestic hill, its entrance scattered with bones. At last, Rhaegar felt a surge of excitement and joy. As he approached the entrance of the concealed cave, he could sense an intense heat emanating, making it nearly impossible to draw near. The temperature raised suspicions that a dragon might still dwell within. The cave's entrance had been excavated into a vast pit, overflowing with fuel that burned fiercely, seemingly never extinguished. The wall of flames was approximately 2 meters wide, completely sealing the entrance. The wildlings had fed this inferno with timber, charcoal, coal, and some form of animal oil, ensuring the fire blazed continuously. Little one, do you not seek to venture into the sacred grounds? Step inside. This is the last ember of the fire priestess. Timmy suddenly chuckled. The flames, once exhaled by the great dragon before its demise, had been preserved by the wildlings until now. They had sworn fealty to the fire, even to the point of burning their fingers and ears in its honor. Rhaegar cast a glance at the wild flames and addressed Balistan, requesting a few beams of timber, soaked in water. Balistan and his companions promptly provided him with thick, water-immersed logs, remnants of the wild man's dwelling. My prince, there is no need for haste. Should we not allow the soldiers to assist? Balistan inquired, to which Sir Brynden nodded in agreement. The wall of fire was thick and searing, proving difficult to contend with in the short term, with beads of sweat cascading down. Rhaegar shook his head and directly thrust the timber into the flames. The sparks erupted with a furious crackle, some even igniting in his hair. Timmy's smile gradually faded as he observed Rhaegar, unscathed, relentlessly pounding the sacred fire with the massive wood. The bloodline of fire could withstand high temperatures for a brief period. With fervor, Rhaegar wielded the log before the cave, causing the fiery barrier to tremble increasingly. The sparks flew, the heat was intense, yet it did not deter his advance. Amidst the swirling smoke, he sent the sparks and charcoal flying. You are the king of fire. You fear not the flames, for they submit to your will. You are the king of fire. Timmy suddenly cried out, his face alight with humility and fervor. Balistan, Brynden, and Zysa exchanged glances, realizing that the prince had acquired some traits of the Dragon King. They stepped forward to assist, and soon a contingent of soldiers arrived with water, extinguishing the searing wall of fire and obliterating the sacred blaze. Rhaegar, impatient, surged into the cave until he beheld the immense dragon skeleton. The fearsome bones lay deep within the cavern, with hollow eye sockets, a colossal framework that spoke of past grandeur. Chapter 64. The silver dragon egg. The dragon's lair was dim and expansive, further protected by the fierce flames at its entrance, rendering it inhospitable to all. The cave was filled with an array of bones, a testament to the dragon's prodigious appetite. Most of these remains were sheep bones, interspersed with those of small ponies and even shadowy bobcats, alongside the carcasses of unknown beasts. The sheep thief consumed only sheep, whereas the glutton had feasted on the remains of its kin and dragon eggs. Rhaegar tread upon the shattered bones, advancing further. Zysa, Balistan, Brynden, and others followed closely behind, while Jeff Eileen had been summoned by Duke John, leaving them unaware of the conversation. Zysa and the others held torches aloft, scanning the surroundings like vigilant hawks. Guarding the prince, Rhaegar noticed the crude, primitive murals adorning the cave walls, depicting wild men bearing gifts to pay homage to the fire priestess and the mighty dragon. The wild men offered gifts and food to the fire priestess, who commanded the giant dragon to spew flames to test the courage of the children. "I have seen it," Rhaegar exclaimed. "The towering mountains stand majestically, as if from a dream. The silver dragon must surely appear." He journeyed through the mountains and seas, having endured bloody battles. And today, his wish was fulfilled. The black dragon skeleton gradually filled Rhaegar's vision, evoking the grandeur of the dragon soaring through the azure sky. Yet, within those hollow eye sockets, the vibrant flames had long since extinguished. "I have found the mountains of my dreams. When shall the dragons soar again?" Rhaegar pondered. Among all the dragons, the most colossal are Valyrian and the two magnificent purple dragons from the Valyrian lineage that Rhaegar glimpsed within his dreams. These formidable creatures possessed the capacity to devour an entire wild bull or woolly mammoth, exhibiting a size that is both impressive and fearsome. Rhaegar surmised that perhaps it was the environment and lineage that influenced the dragon's dimensions. The dragons of House Targaryen in later generations never surpassed the Black Dread, and those within the dragon pits often appeared smaller than the wild dragons. However, during the time of Valyria, towering spires existed that provided roosts for dragons. And many dragon lord families even allowed their dragons to roam freely atop mountains or in abandoned castles, summoning them in times of war. The Valyrian family even wielded fire magic, which, if applied to dragons, would undoubtedly prove effective. As for the Black Dread, it could only be attributed to an extraordinary gift. The dragon skeleton before them, while not as immense, was still capable of consuming horses. Nevertheless, in its current state, it likely represented the limits of a sheep stealer. Dragons continue to grow until the brink of death, at which point they become sluggish, heavy, and increasingly fond of slumber. Beside the dragon's skeletal remains lay the diminutive bones of a woman, belonging to a corpse of nettles. Adjacent to the woman's remains, there was something else, Sir Brynden remarked. Rhaegar and his companions approached. The woman's skeleton appeared to have been smeared with some oily substance by the Mountain Clan, still intact. At the corpse's side, her right hand tightly grasped a corner of a black and red sleeve, which was inscribed with writing. The black and red sleeve belonged to a man. Faint traces of a black backdrop adorned with red dragon motifs, emblematic of House Targaryen. It was a remnant left by Prince Daemon. Sir Brynden brushed off the dust, and the faint lettering became discernible. However, he dared not inspect it closely and handed it to the prince. By lineage, Prince Daemon was Rhaegar's direct ancestor. In those days, the whispers surrounding Nettles and Prince Daemon altered the tides of battle, even leading to the loss of 2 dragon riders for the Blacks, hastening the downfall of the Black Queen. Despite later accolades sung by the world about this love, claiming that Prince Daemon and Nettles retreated to the Moon Mountains. For the royal family, the tale of Daemon and Nettles was steeped in bitterness and discomfort. Prince Daemon betrayed his legitimate wife for a baseborn daughter. Nettles was the daughter of a harlot, both unattractive and coarse. One stood high above, while the other was as lowly as dirt. Rhaegar took the black and red sleeve. I stood too high, loved too fiercely, and hated too recklessly. I foolishly endeavored to love each rose, only to fall without warning. In the end, I love you. Rhaegar silently contemplated this phrase. Prince Daemon was indeed a romantic. He was prone to infatuation, yet at times, he cared for inexplicable matters. Presently, the Targaryen bloodline consists almost entirely of Prince Daemon's descendants. For Rhaegar, this was a true ancestral connection. Prince Daemon had traversed the lives of many women. According to Targaryen tradition, he was both a great man and a monster. He possessed considerable charm, yet was equally cruel and profoundly passionate. He had known many women, Lady of House Royce, the White Worm, Lena from House Valyrian, Queen Rhaenys, and finally the Shepherdess Nettles. Speaking of which, Rhaegar felt that this pair might be more fitting in the end. Both were reckless and lived by their own rules. Yet, life had its own course. Daemon was not a mere wanderer, but the commander of the Shadows, a prince of House Targaryen, and father to 2 princes with the queen. If he were to survive, he would struggle to face the queen's emotional turmoil. Prince Daemon had allowed the dragon rider of Nettles to depart from the city of the Weeping Women. and they exchanged not a single word as he journeyed alone to Harrenhal, awaiting Aemon's arrival. Thus, the river and sea lay between them, and lovers parted for eternity. Before the decisive battle at the Lake of the Gods, Rhaegar suspected that Daemon no longer wished to live. He seemed wearied by his wife, Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra was fierce, quick to anger, and ruthless. Perhaps Daemon could no longer endure her madness. He had elevated her to the throne, yet it only ushered in greater violence, bloodshed, and fervor for the realm. Rhaegar discreetly tucked away his sleeves. Where was the dragon egg? He began to search alongside the others near the dragonbone. In the end, the torches extinguished. Within the cave, beneath the skeleton of nettles, Rhaegar finally discovered a glimmer of silver, and as the crowd drew back, it revealed itself to be a silver dragon egg. The egg shimmered with silver, symbolizing mystery and nobility, adorned with vibrant golden waves and whirlpools. As the angle shifted, the faint light of the cave flickered, and with a gentle caress of his fingers, the egg radiated a metallic sheen. Rhaegar seized the silver dragon egg, feeling incredibly fortunate that it had not yet turned to stone. This dragon egg remained invaluable, particularly as it had not fossilized. It resembled a luxurious artifact, akin to fine porcelain, glazed ceramics, or glass, yet it was considerably heavier. Moreover, as a piece of craftsmanship, it could be deemed the most precious of all. An active dragon egg could easily be exchanged for a small army. Had Prince Daemon truly gifted Nettles a dragon egg? Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, according to the Targaryen tradition, a dragon egg could be placed in the cradle of every newborn. Rhaegar toyed with the dragon egg and remarked that it embodied royalty. There were many thoughts Rhaegar left unspoken, as he had his predictions. Daemon's gift of the dragon egg was not without precedent. Years passed, when his mistress, Lady Whiteworm, was with child, he had bestowed upon her a dragon egg, only to have it reclaimed by his brother, King Viserys. Tragically, Lady Whiteworm miscarried on her return journey to Lys, which incited discord between the prince and the king. Nettles likely was not pregnant. Daemon had offered this dragon egg as a token of love. Once, Daemon had taken a dragon egg for power, and now he possessed the means to gift one to his beloved. Rhaegar gazed at the lamb thief, the skeleton of Nettles, the dragonbone, and the dragon egg. Let Nettles rest here. Her burial in this place seemed more fitting. However, with the dragonbone and the silver dragon egg, this venture had proven worthwhile. Rhaegar examined the dragon egg closely. It appeared still alive, pulsating with vitality. Chapter 65. The Pact of Dragons. Rhaegar beheld the resplendent dragon egg, its silver light shimmering as if it were a star, magnificent and wondrous. Even when showcased as a collection of exquisite artifacts, dragon eggs possess an undeniable allure, with silvery, golden, white, and green specimens radiating unparalleled beauty. However, the exorbitant value of these dragon eggs deters any fervent obsession. They are more likely to incite jealousy and attract thieves. In the future, I shall possess the largest collection of dragon eggs in the world, and I could establish an underground hall dedicated to them, mused Rhaegar. He summoned Chissa and whispered a few words into his ear. Chissa departed the cave, only to return swiftly with 2 small vials of blood, one from the unfortunate chieftain and the other from a siren. These chieftains of the mountain clans could barely be deemed kings. It remained uncertain whether this blood would prove beneficial. Rhaegar seized the vials, allowing the blood to drip onto the dragon egg, yet it elicited no reaction. He then let his own blood fall upon the egg, to the same effect, no response whatsoever. Neither the blood of a king nor the essence of his own fiery lineage could awaken the dragon egg. Was it yearning for royal blood? Rhaegar pondered. But kings were not scarce. Rumor had it that a new pirate king had emerged in the narrow sea and the stone steppe islands. Perhaps he should slit their throats to test the efficacy of their blood? Regardless of whether in Essos or Tyrosh, Rhaegar was resolute in awakening the dragon. Moreover, he likely possessed the purest dragon king's blood in existence. How could it be so challenging to awaken the fire within? Disappointment filled Rhaegar's heart as he recognized the formidable difficulty of hatching the egg at this time. Just as he began to feel a sense of regret, he suddenly noticed his panel flickering once more. Achievement: Awaken the Dragon Pact, the covenant of fire and fire. The Dragon King possesses the bloodline of fire, and the magical dragon embodies the essence of fire. The human Dragon Pact, with fire as the medium and blood as the proof. When the companion emerges from the shell, you shall share glory and loyalty, honor and dreams, fervor and courage. The magical dragon is fire, and the Targaryen blood flows with flames, thus granting the ability to command the magical dragon. Rhaegar stood in awe as he sensed the subtle spark of life stirring within the silver egg. It was the fire of life. The magical dragon merely slumbered, for this was a living dragon egg, though the magical dragon had yet to awaken. Rhaegar and the hatchling had already forged the Dragon Pact, enhancing their affinity immeasurably, while elevating Rhaegar's fiery lineage. Collection: Silver Dragon Egg. This extraordinary egg originates from the ancient Valyrian city-state. Careful nurturing of the dragon egg promises a bright future. Elated, Rhaegar recognized that the rarity and value of the dragon egg were once again on the rise. The trials of travel, warfare, and sacrifice had rendered the acquisition of this precious dragon egg worthwhile. Upon reading this information, Rhaegar realized that the silver dragon egg was not a product of subsequent dragon breeds on Dragonstone, but rather a relic brought from ancient Valyria. For so long, it had remained neglected, presumed a dead egg, cast aside by all. These ancient Valyrian dragon eggs, transported to Dragonstone, possess a significantly lower hatching success rate compared to the eggs of second and third generation dragons, yet their strength far surpasses that of the younger eggs. Once hatched, these Valyrian dragons would grow larger and more formidable, just as Miracis and Rhaegar had done. As for Valyrian, it was born in Old Valyria, a veritable living fossil. Throughout history, since its arrival in Westeros, the dragons of House Targaryen have dwindled in size and combat prowess with each generation. If this Valyrian silver dragon were to hatch, it would undoubtedly be colossal and formidable, possibly even surpassing the Black Dread, Valyrian. Rhaegar caressed the dragon egg, his heart brimming with joy. The silver egg was incredibly precious, a relic from Old Valyria, akin to those from Meereen and Rhaegar, and it was indeed a living dragon egg. An epiphany struck Rhaegar. Could this egg be the one that Daemon had once gifted to the young white worm, only to be intercepted by his brother? Later, with Daemon's elevated status, he had presented the dragon egg to Nettles. If this were true, it would explain King Viserys' furious outburst. A rare Valyrian dragon egg bestowed upon a common brothel wench was indeed a grave insult to the Dragon King. Though dragon bones were scarce, the Targaryen family possessed many. It was only the dragon eggs, particularly those that had not turned to stone and could ignite the spark of life, that were truly invaluable. Rhaegar carefully wrapped the dragon egg and led his companions through a thorough exploration of the cave, uncovering some unexpected treasures. At the back of the cave lay scattered coins, silver pieces, jewelry, crystals, red coral, agate, and other precious items, alongside some tattered garments long since decayed. After assessing the haul, Rhaegar realized the worth was considerable. The Shraiken tribe had amassed wealth through years of plunder, much of which had been carelessly discarded by the Fire Priestess. However, these riches were far removed from Nettles, who had seemingly tossed them aside in the cave. Legend had it that Nettles had little interest in such glittering trinkets. She always appeared ragged and rejected adornment. The mountain folk were indeed impoverished, yet their faith remained unwavering. They had offered all their plundered possessions to the Fire Priestess. In Rhaegar's heart, a newfound joy blossomed. Dragon eggs, dragon bones, soldiers, and a significant fortune were now within his grasp. Without wealth, it was impossible to invigorate an army or maintain an intelligence network. Fortune must favor the bold, just as horses thrive on night grass. My friend, the greatest treasure is you. You must not disappoint me, Rhaegar said as he patted the silver dragon egg, leading his entourage out of the cave. They buried Nettles' body and prepared to take the stolen sheep, dragon bones, and treasures with them. The Shraiken tribe was engulfed in flames, and the Knights of the Vale, along with the Eagle Guards, had been ordered by Duke Jon to annihilate the tribe, seizing all the wealth and provisions left behind, leaving nothing but desolation. The Eagle Guards and Knights of the Vale formed two lines, stretching densely from the cave entrance to the Shraiken village. The blue and white crescent falcon banners and the black field red dragon flags fluttered in the wind. Under the gleaming sun, the morale was high. The sharpness of the spears, swords, and armor glimmered like crystal-clear streams, and Rhaegar observed the soldiers' smiles, as pristine as a razor's edge. Leading his men to victory was the sole mission of a commander, to love one's soldiers as one's own children, whether with strictness or kindness, with violence or gentleness, was merely a backdrop to that singular purpose. The soldiers beheld Prince Rhaegar and his entourage emerge from the cavern, basking in the glory of their hard-won achievements. Victorious Rhaegar, the breaker of spears, they shouted in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. Years prior, Prince Baelor had earned the title of the Spear Breaker, and now the soldiers lauded Rhaegar with the same honor, recognizing him as a warrior of equal merit. Duke Jon rode forth from the village, approaching Rhaegar. My prince, I bring you a modest gift from the Eyrie. The Duke unsheathed his sword and presented it to Rhaegar. This blade, though not forged from the rare Valyrian steel, was exquisite and sharp, its hilt adorned with the head of a falcon, and its guard shaped like outstretched wings, with sapphires gleaming in the eyes of the falcon. It was a cherished possession of Duke Jon. Thank you, my Duke. However, I cannot claim this victory alone. It belongs to me, to you, to Ser Balistan, to Master Caesar, to Ser Brynden, to Ser Mat, to Ser Joff, and to all my brothers. Rhaegar accepted the longsword, bowing respectfully to the Duke, and then raised his hand, turning to face the crowd. The applause erupted once more, echoing like thunder. The soldiers raised their weapons and began to cheer. Long live the Eyrie! Long live King's Landing! Long live the Eyrie! Long live King's Landing! Victorious Rhaegar! Victorious Jon! The breaker of spears, Rhaegar! Amidst the fervent calls of the crowd, Rhaegar found himself somewhat entranced. In this world, various truths existed, with power being one of them. There would always be those who sought to disrupt peace and stability, necessitating the presence of blades and guns. Rhaegar gazed upon the soldiers, resolved to wield both sword and pen. He opened his life tree template, recognizing new transformations. The ranks of warriors should be categorized into low, medium, and high, with additional tiers above them. The highest echelon represented the foremost warriors of Westeros. Rhaegar Targaryen, identity, the last of the dragon kind, a highborn of the blood of fire. Allied with the magical dragons, deepening the blood of fire. Titles: born of Summerhall, fortunate Rhaegar, the Silver Prince. Victorious, for leading the King's Guard to an indomitable triumph in the Battle of the Valley Road. Sweet victory eclipses all praise. A true dragon fears not the battlefield. Breaker of spears, for leading soldiers to shatter long spears in the fierce battle against the wildlings. Qualifications: knightly prowess, a heart of valor and artistry, a dormant dragon. A dreamer of dragons. Charisma, an endearing dragon, a precocious one, the triumphant general. The fire of the young dragon has been unleashed, victorious in every battle. You shall become a true commander. Achievements: devourer of the flame, fate alterer, awakened of the Dragon's Pact. Game of Thrones, player. Commander, a novice leader. Warrior, a mid to high tier warrior, fortunate one, the fortunate Targaryen, dragon dreamer, explorer. Divine blade, the sound of silence, the legacy of the shadowy blade of Rhaegar. Divine sword, newly emerged, inherited from the water dance of Bravos and from the fearless Bolly stand. Divine archer, precision and distance, inherited from Brynden River. Collection: The Dragon King's Ring of Rhaegar Targaryen, the Silver Dragon Egg of Valyria. Chapter 66, The Friendship of Eagles and Dragons. In the valley. The war has come to a complete end. The army shines like the stars, with morale soaring high and spirits exuberant. Rhaegar departed in secrecy, but now returns laden with glory. He rides alongside Duke Jon, traversing the valley's grand avenue, sweeping past the scenic Moonlight Mountain Road, with others trailing behind them. The might of the Mountain Clan has utterly diminished, and none dare to obstruct their path. Sir Jeff finds this entirely normal. Prince Rhaegar's prowess in battle evokes memories of the reckless youths from the Blood Dragon's dance era in the Riverlands. The sole distinction is that Prince Rhaegar's status is far more esteemed and radiant. Amidst the fluttering banners, a triumphant melody resounds. At the center of the army lies a massive black dragon skeleton. On the flat ground, soldiers have placed rolling timbers beneath it, compelling wildling captives and horses to haul the dragon's remains forward. The exertion required to drag the dragon's frame down the mountain is immense, yet fortunately, the skeleton is as resilient as steel and surprisingly light, making it feasible to move. This feat also showcases the formidable skills of Prince Rhaegar and Duke Jon, who have obliterated the sacred lands of the Burning Men. The Battle of the Valley's Grand Avenue resulted in a resounding victory, with the Prince and Duke decimating the allied forces of the Burning Men and inflicting substantial casualties upon the wildlings. The Mountain Clan, having been thoroughly intimidated by Rhaegar and his companions, has been left in fear, and this single battle is sufficient to usher in an enduring peace. As for the news of the Silver Dragon Egg, Rhaegar has chosen to conceal it. Currently, only he, Cersei, Baelish, and Brynden are privy to this secret. The army soon spots the emergence of fortifications, stretching in waves along the undulating terrain. The Blood Gate has finally been reached. Departing from the battlefield of Moonlight Mountain, leaving behind the stench of blood, Rhaegar now finds leisure to admire this grand gateway. Gray is the predominant hue, with gray watchtowers, gray stone bridges, and battlements. Only the blue and white crescent falcon banner of House Targaryen flies high, adding a vibrant touch to the drabness. The mountain path narrows, permitting only 4 riders to ride side by side. Numerous battlements are constructed along the perilous cliffs on either side, with 2 watchtowers looming above. And in between lies a curved, gray stone archbridge. One man may stand against 1,000. This crucial point controls the spine of the realm and dictates the fate of many. Duke Jon, filled with pride, introduces Rhaegar, recounting how countless armies have attempted to assault the Vale of Arryn, only to meet their demise at this very spot, perishing at the Bloodgate. Rhaegar reflects deeply, noting that if the Bloodgate were to close, enemies would find it impossible to invade the Vale. The Bloodgate is the throat of the valley, yet remains impenetrable. A mere 500 soldiers would suffice to withstand an army of thousands. After the loss of dragons, the Lord's geographic advantages become increasingly apparent. The notion of easily overrunning strongholds such as Castle Black, Eagle's Nest, and Windwhisper Fortress seems almost unrealistic. Not to mention the north, the Iron Islands, and Dorne. These remote regions face their own formidable adversaries in climate. The north endures harsh winters. Dorne is besieged by scorching sun and yellow sands, while the Iron Islands contend with howling sea winds. A knightly leader gallops forth from the Bloodgate, clad in striking gray armor, with a cerulean cloak that instills a sense of security. Welcome to the Duke of Eagle's Nest, Jon Arryn, the Guardian of the Vale, and the victorious champion of the Battle of the Vale, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. We pay tribute to your remarkable triumph in safeguarding the peace of the valley as you pass through the Bloodgate. Duke Jon gestures to the knights, signaling the main force to commence their passage through the shadows of the gate. The only challenge appears to be the dragon carcass, which required considerable effort to be moved. Rhaegar muses that it would be splendid if a dragon were present, allowing them to soar directly to Eagle's Nest. Alas, without a dragon, the treacherous Moonlight Mountains remain a formidable barrier. Rhaegar calls for Ser Wester and whispers a few words to him. Duke Jon, I have a gift for you, Rhaegar announces, a mysterious smile gracing his features, leaving Duke Jon curious about the nature of the prince's offering. Rhaegar notes the absence of Ser Matt Arryn from the ranks, likely having received Duke Jon's orders to hasten back to Moonlight Castle. The matter of information leakage, even without Rhaegar's input, would compel Duke Jon to take action. Departing from the somber Bloodgate, a breathtaking panorama unfolds before them: verdant fields, azure skies, and snow-capped peaks. Rhaegar contemplates how exhilarating it would be to survey the land from a dragon's back. The mountains, while isolating the Vale, also serve to protect it, ensuring the inhabitants are well-fed and secure. Rhaegar observes that although the valley is encircled by towering mountains, its interior boasts fertile black soil, gentle rivers, and countless tranquil lakes, creating a serene and harmonious environment where the people thrive in happiness. Perhaps this very contentment accounts for the modest ambition of the valley's denizens. Agriculture and maritime trade serve as the twin pillars of their economy. As the path widens, the troops advance into the plains, and Duke Jon commands an increase in their pace. The standard-bearer races ahead, the silver lance adorned with the blue and white crescent moon falcon and the red dragon on a black field. Their grand procession undeniably captures attention. Aside from Prince Rhaegar and Duke Jon, the opulent knightly retinue and the formidable dragon skeleton instill awe, alongside the various enslaved mountain tribes. Farmers, traders, and minor nobles respectfully yield the path, casting lingering glances at the extraordinary company. This large gathering has roused the slumbering villages and awakened the beautiful orchards. The striking young man with silver hair must be the Dragon Prince. One can only admire Duke Jon's splendid armor and cape, a testament to yet another resounding victory. How youthful he is. If the Dragon Prince were to don silver armor, his allure would surely be magnified. At Moonlight Castle, the drawbridge descends, and Ser Matt awaits. Though Albert Arryn is conspicuously absent, Rhaegar refrains from inquiring further and rides into the city. Poor Albert, he too prefers not to delve into such matters. Following the banquet at Moonlight Castle tonight, Rhaegar will return to the military camp. Duke Jon and Rhaegar part ways at the castle, with Duke Jon resolutely and unambiguously bidding farewell. After a considerable interval, Duke Jon re-enters Rhaegar's chamber for a confidential discussion. The wildlings are not driven by mere whim. Duke Jon spoke plainly, a lingering scent of blood surrounding him. He had connections with mad merchants and wildlings, who would collude to divide the profits. Such is the nature of merchants, valuing gain over life. Unfortunately, my nephew has also fallen under the sway of these individuals. As long as the wildlings hunt us down, Albert will promptly assume the role of guardian. As for my child, with the wealth of the Vale, Rhaenel will not survive long, be it through poison or an assassin. There are plenty across the narrow sea. Our demise would be as natural as that of many a Duke of Arryn. That is not your fault, my lord, Rhaegar reassured. Before power, even fathers and brothers may turn against one another, let alone nephews. According to the course of history, he too would be at odds with his father, Aerys. In his teenage years, he was prone to dreams, reminiscent of the crownless king who, riding a small dragon, dared to challenge the merciless Maegor, only to meet a gruesome end. The struggle for the throne is exceedingly bloody. All the great lords are ensnared in its grasp. Even if it lacks the luster of the Iron Throne, a lord's seed is sufficient to drive one to madness. In the north, the old wolf, Cregan Stark, once raised an army to imprison his uncle and his 3 sons. Later, during the Year of the Widow, 5 widows of House Stark vied for their children's inheritance, earning the moniker of the Motherwolves of Winterfell. In the Westerlands, the Golden Lion, Joffrey, was shrouded in the shadow of fratricide. In the Vale, the first to yield to the Dragon King, Lord Ronald Arryn, was subsequently cast down the moon door by his own brother. The issue of inheritance has kept the Vale in turmoil for decades, as exemplified by Lady Ginny, the Maiden of the Vale. Albert did not send a warning. Yet those around him were even more anxious. He failed to maintain control over his men. One of Albert's stewards, hailing from the opposite shore of the narrow sea and having served Albert and his father, was now more impatient than ever. Once their dreams became reality, they would possess secrets and could coerce Albert into surrendering the wealth of the Vale. Duke John gritted his teeth. 20 lives had already been lost at Moondoor Castle, and Seagull Town was now pursuing the remaining factions. All would be hanged. Duke John declared this as a statement of intent. With the prince attacked, himself assaulted, and these individuals plotting against Rhaegal, the Duke's wrath would surely spill blood. Before the Iron Throne could make its discovery, he resolved to act first. Rhaegar discerned Duke John's meaning, to eradicate all those around his nephew while sparing Albert alone. Presently, Albert had neither wife nor child, rendering him little more than flesh upon Duke John's chopping block. I do not wish to bear the stigma of fratricide. Albert's associates had already met their end at my hand. He would be exiled across the narrow sea. Should he dare to return to Westeros, anyone would be free to slay him. Duke John's face contorted in anguish. Both Albert and his father had once been his heirs, and decades of anticipation had been dashed by the birth of John's son. Although Albert did not directly partake in this, his weakness and inability to control his subordinates had become a significant issue. Across the narrow sea, those individuals indeed exhibited audacity. Rhaegar mused. The lands of the three daughters and even Bravos were largely ruled by merchants and bankers, their ambitions vast and their motives driven solely by profit. Rather than confront the Dragon King directly, they preferred to employ schemes to extract the greatest gains. Regarding the tragic fate of Duke John's family, Rhaegar found himself at a loss for words. The allure of power can easily ensnare one's soul. He harbored a deep-seated resentment for Albert, yet his animosity was even more directed towards those treacherous individuals lurking in the shadows. These formidable beasts lay in wait across the narrow sea, perpetually eyeing the Targaryens with malevolence. I shall hatch dragons and subsequently dismantle their insidious plots and arrogance. Albert Aaron's exile to the narrow sea served to preserve Duke John's dignity. Had the matter escalated to public knowledge, the scandal of regicide would have unfolded, resulting in harsh condemnation of Albert's folly and further vilification of Duke John's cruelty. With the birth of his legitimate son, he would swiftly eliminate any potential rivals. Albert Arryn had been lauded since childhood, basking in the fleeting dreams and illusions of the young eagles, the heirs of the Vale, and the fortunate ones of the Vale, all intoxicating him with their fancies. He had ascended too high and too young, leaving him battered and bruised. Duke John, who managed to live into his 70s or 80s, would find further waiting an unbearable torment. However, Rhaegar contemplated that he too bore some responsibility in this debacle, had it not been for his own butterfly effect. Albert's claim to inheritance would have remained unshaken. Duke John could rest assured that Albert would safely reach the opposite shore of the narrow sea. What transpired thereafter would be left to the hands of fate. Rhaegar exhaled, conceding this face-saving gesture to Duke John for the time being. Should Albert meet an untimely demise across the sea, he could not be held accountable. For now, I shall not contemplate a second heir. I merely wish for Rhaenys health. Duke John remarked. The exile of his nephew had rejuvenated him, for he must pave the way for his son, with Prince Rhaegar being a crucial part of that plan. The next heir to the Vale would be the child of Duke John's sister. He would nurture them, yet would not indulge their ambitions. Nor would he arrange for them to be at the moon door. The two shared a profound understanding, and thus, the matter was settled. Rhaegar would not disclose Albert's involvement with the wildlings, nor would he execute Albert in the Vale, as Duke John supported Rhaegar's training and expansion of the Kingsguard. Recruiting from the Vale without Duke John's approval would prove exceedingly difficult. He had held power in the Arryn Vale for decades, establishing a remarkably firm grip on authority. Such is the nature of politics. We compromise and concede to one another. The stronger we become, the more our enemies tremble. Let them cower in fear. This is the camaraderie of eagles and dragons. Rhaegar gazed out at the vast sky and drifting clouds, his spirit stirred. One traverses the green mountains and remains youthful, for the scenery here is unparalleled. Chapter 67. The Purple Dragon Egg and the Purple Dragon Nest in the Dead of Night, beside Moondoor Castle. Within the camp of the Kingsguard, Duke John commanded the steward of Moondoor Castle to prepare a lavish feast for the returning soldiers. Roasted lamb, roasted beef, fruits, fruit tea, lemon cake, and roasted goose were laid out for the warriors to indulge in. After the banquet concluded, Rhaegar, accompanied by Barristan and others along with their guards, returned to the military encampment. A colossal dragon bone stood prominently in the center of the camp, serving as a striking centerpiece. The soldier's morale soared. It is only through iron and fire that one can forge true steel. Victory alone can instill courage within the hearts of warriors. These young men lacked not in training, but rather in the fervor that would temper them into steel. They also represent the first investors gathered by Rhaegar, the Seagull Town Group. The Eagle Guard, though comprising some noble scions and affluent merchants, currently lacks the means to sustain a standing army, with the majority of knights and lords being summoned only in times of war. Without wealth or status, how can one aspire to be a knight? These individuals constitute my iron fist, my sharp sword, and my seeds. Rhaegar felt a surge of joy within him. It is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Each warrior must undergo rigorous training. Once the dragon hatches, opposing forces will inevitably rise from the depths. Lismere and even Bravos have harbored deep-seated malice toward dragons. Rhaegar requires such a force, whether to sweep away the dissenters in King's Landing or to eradicate the pirates of the Stepstones, the wildlings of the Moonshadow Mountains, and eventually to confront the Sea Kings of Bravos, Lismere, and other free trading cities. The resurgence of the Dragon King's glory is a matter of urgency. A grand city like King's Landing, with a population of 400,000 to 500,000, can only muster 3,000 to 4,000 gold cloaks, which is indeed absurd. While King's Landing boasts a populous size, its planning and design resemble a sprawling pancake, lacking in organization. With the tacit approval of Duke John and the investment from the wealthy merchants of Seagull Town, the Eagle Guard will undoubtedly expand further. As Rhaegar watched the soldiers return to their respective tents, he signaled for those around him to rest, sharing meals, living quarters, and training. It will not be long before this group transforms into Rhaegar's sharp sword. Rhaegar's tent was centrally located in the camp, adjacent to those of Balliasar and Sir Brynden. In the humble confines of the tent, Rhaegar wiped the Dragon King's rings several times. The environment was quite rudimentary, lacking the velvet bedding of King's Landing, the presence of serving maids, or the sycophants that typically surrounded him. Yet, Rhaegar felt a sense of comfort in this military encampment, here, devoid of constraints. He was the sole king. He did not long for the foul aromas of King's Landing. Perhaps he merely missed his family. Rhaegar recalled an old saying, "I would rather reign in a remote and impoverished land than be subservient in King's Landing." Having emerged stronger from the Battle of the Valley Road, Rhaegar was curious about what treasures the Dragon King's ring might yield this time. With eager anticipation, he activated the ring once more. The devouring of the sparks could wait. For now, his primary concern was to continue expanding the ring's space. Under the dim light, the flickering sparks dispelled the darkness, and the space within the ring expanded once more. A captivating purple light revealed a dragon egg that suddenly appeared before Rhaegar. It was a purple dragon egg. Rhaegar's eyes widened. The egg, a deep shade of purple, radiated with a crystalline glow. And it was truly beautiful, enchanting and pure in its hue. Purple is the color of nobility and splendor. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, no trace of a purple dragon has ever been found. The Targaryen family boasted black, gold, blue, bronze, silver, and red dragons, but a purple dragon had never been recorded. Rhaegar's sole knowledge of the purple dragon was that it originated from the Valyrian family, seemingly the only house capable of taming them. Other Dragonlord families either dared not or could not do so. Rhaegar, filled with exuberance, grasped the violet dragon egg, bringing it close, feeling as if his very blood ignited, rendering him stronger and braver. As Rhaegar's fingers danced around the egg, it radiated a metallic sheen, with purple spots shifting and transforming gradually. What could this be? He noticed that the place where the violet dragon egg rested was accompanied by a circular stone dragon nest. This stone nest also emitted a striking purple glow. Towering at about half the height of an adult man, it tapered from a broad top to a narrow base, resembling an oversized chalice. Upon closer inspection, Rhaegar discerned that the nest was crafted from a massive block of black stone, seemingly melted into form by dragon fire. Yet, the myriad of purple gemstones, crystals, and emeralds adorning the nest obscured its true essence, casting an enchanting glow that cloaked all other light. Serpentine purple dragons coiled around the nest, as if preparing to unleash a binding spell. The black stone, akin to obsidian, felt remarkably solid and heavy, exuding a gentle warmth. Rhaegar found this entirely plausible. The ancient Valyria Dragon King not only commanded the magical dragons, but also pioneered advanced technologies such as the Black Wall roads. The Bellerus family's Book of Artifices likely contained accounts of such arcane methods, though he had yet to lay eyes on that tome. Intricately carved upon the violet nest were depictions of the purple dragons and traces of flames, showcasing dragons soaring in the heavens, vivid and lifelike. A testament to the Bellerus family's aspirations to conquer both land and sea. Although it might be the smallest dragon nest in existence, its opulence and artistry were unparalleled. Gazing at the multitude of purple gemstones, Rhaegar felt a surge of fortune. Indeed, the Bellerus family was affluent. However, he suspected the nest served purposes beyond mere aesthetics. As he gently caressed the stone nest, he discovered that it could accommodate 5 dragon eggs simultaneously, with each egg nestled in its own pit. Within the nest, the base of each incubation pit was adorned with a large red gemstone, as beautiful as a pebble. Yet, Rhaegar noted that these red gems appeared to have lost their vitality, their hue dulled and lackluster. On one of the red gemstones, he found inscribed an ancient Valyrian script. Could it be that these rubies sealed the essence of fire magic? Rhaegar pondered. At that moment, the life tree template illuminated once more. Explorer, congratulations on discovering the magnificent relic of the Bellerus family, the Heart of Fire dragon nest. Great dragons cherish flame and fervor. This artifact will facilitate egg incubation, yielding exceptional offspring. Explorer, congratulations on uncovering the Heart of Fire gemstone. The Heart of Fire has slumbered for ages, yearning for the embrace of flame. Rhaegar meticulously explored the violet dragon nest, marveling at this grand and sophisticated masterpiece. In terms of craftsmanship, it was far beyond the capabilities of the Targaryens, mere amateurs by comparison. Initially, he ignited a small flame, which the gemstone absorbed entirely without any change. A thought struck him. Perhaps the flame should not be confined to natural fire alone, for the fire of life was also fire. According to the principles of the Bellerus family, all species are driven by flames. The essence of plants, animals, rivers, and human life is but a spark of fire. Among them, the life force of the Dragon Kings burns the brightest, enabling them to wield fire and command the dragons. Speaking of flames, is it necessary to invoke the bloodline of the Dragon Kings? Rhaegar pondered, realizing that, at present, only his bloodline possessed sufficient potency. The fire within other beings was feeble and insignificant. Ordinary bloodlines could not activate the gemstone, yet the Dragon Kings, with their fiery bloodlines, should surely appeal to the Heart of Flame gemstone. Clenching his jaw, Rhaegar allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the Heart of Flame. After soaking in the blood, the gemstone remained unresponsive. Could it be a deception? Rhaegar mused as he pressed his finger against it once more, only to find his fingertip firmly adhered to the crimson gem. He felt the life force within him, the essence of fire, ebbing away, while the Heart of Flame finally emitted a glimmer of light, radiating an intense heat. The gemstone's searing warmth was so wild that Rhaegar found it almost unbearable. This was truly terrifying. Hastily wrapping his finger, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noting his excessively pale complexion. He felt a debilitating weakness, as if he had bled too much, more exhausting than a battle on the field. Rhaegar cast a wary glance at the purple dragon nest, still feeling a twinge of fear. It was as if he had been electrocuted, nearly drained of vitality. It would be best to keep a distance from such a thing. The Bellerus family not only excelled in fire magic, but also had considerable knowledge of blood magic. Rhaegar perceived the purple dragon nest as a catalyst for accelerating the hatching of dragons. The Heart of Flame gemstone was crafted from the concentrated heat of the Dragon Kings, initially absorbing fiery warmth before transferring it to the dragon eggs. The 14 peaks of fire were not lacking in flames. In times of crisis, the Dragon Kings could even sacrifice their own life sparks to nourish the gemstone. It must not be wasted. Rhaegar quickly placed his silver dragon egg into the dragon pit, allowing it to absorb more warmth. As for the purple dragon egg, it would have to wait its turn. Rhaegar gazed expectantly at the silver egg. Although it had yet to respond, he was confident it would eventually hatch under his care. Dragons adored flames, heat, and the scent of sulfur and smoke. In Valyria, there were 14 peaks of fire, and Dragonstone Island barely met the conditions for hatching magical dragons. Rhaegar admired the beautiful dragon nest and resolved to visit Dragonstone Island's Dragon Mountain when the opportunity arose. As far as he knew, only Dragonstone Island provided the volcanic environment suitable for hatching dragon eggs. Chapter 68. A Letter from the Sovereign. Request for continued reading. The following day, when Balistan encountered Rhaegar, he was taken aback. The prince appeared haggard and pale, though undeniably striking. He seemed to be suffering from exhaustion. "My prince, is everything well?" Balistan inquired. "Thank you for your concern, my lord, but I am fine," Rhaegar replied, shaking his head. He was not indulging in wine or pleasure, but had encountered the arcane arts of blood and fire. In the camp, there were no women, nor even a female creature in sight. Rhaegar comprehends his own matters well, yet he feels utterly drained after being devoured by the Heart of Flame-esque dragon lair, which consumed some fragments of life. Fortunately, Rhaegar has absorbed a considerable amount of residual life essence from the Valyrian lineage. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Life is akin to fire, fragile and easily extinguished by hardship. Many renowned warriors meet their demise swiftly because they unleash their flames fervently on the battlefield, where the dynamics shift rapidly amidst the bloodshed and violence, leading to a severe depletion of their innate vitality. Presently, Rhaegar merely feels fatigued, with no significant depletion of his essence. The Heart of Flame, as an egg-hatching accelerator, is indeed formidable. He resolves to visit Dragonstone Island when time permits, allowing the dragon lair to absorb some natural warmth. He fears that relying solely on his own resources to sustain the dragon lair may lead to his own exhaustion. Rhaegar reflects upon the zenith of old Valyria, where the 14 Flames stood as a colossal volcanic chain, capable of nurturing thousands of dragons and flourishing civilizations. It is not surprising that the Valyrian family harnessed the volcanic heat to create the Heart of Flame's dragon lair. The purple dragon lairs, highly coveted within the Valyrian family, are reserved for heirs alone. Although Dragonstone Island was also born from volcanic eruptions, it can only be regarded as a diminished version of the 14 Flames, with a single volcano perhaps capable of nurturing only dozens of dragons. It is likely that the Valyrians once perceived Dragonstone Island merely as a forward outpost. As Rhaegar observes the rapid increase in his collection of treasures, his spirits lift considerably. He continues to gather and refine flames, striving for the early hatching of dragon eggs. However, with the second purple dragon egg, despite pricking his finger to activate the blood bond, he has yet to establish the human Dragon Pact. It appears that ancient traditions persist. A dragon lord seemingly can forge a partnership with only one dragon. In most instances, a dragon lord is thoroughly exhausted managing a single dragon, leaving no room for divided attention. The notion of an extraordinary dragon lord commanding 4 or 5 dragons is utterly terrifying. Moreover, dragons are notably proud, intelligent, and imbued with formidable magic, occasionally exhibiting fierce and untamable behavior. Their loyalty to dragon lords is not absolute, equating to a form of inherent disloyalty. Typically, a dragon rider possesses but one dragon, and only after the former master's demise may a dragon choose a new one. Throughout the history of House Targaryen, there have been numerous instances where dragons could not be controlled, leading to disastrous outcomes when attempting to dominate enraged or young dragons, posing significant risks. Especially during the tumultuous and brutal period of the Blood Dragon's frenzy, the factions of Black and Green exhausted the dragon stock and youngling dragons, utilizing them as cannon fodder, severely weakening House Targaryen. Such a scenario would have been inconceivable during the old Valyrian era, where a peak Valyrian dragon lord could command 300 adult dragons rather than depleting all vitality for mere gain. Rhaegar believes that part of the issue lies in the Targaryen dragon lord's inability to wield binding spells, let alone magical horns, relying solely on their bloodline and sheer willpower to endure. In the past, the Targaryens' ranking was lamentably low, rendering them unable to access the core technologies of Valyria. The Hightower family. The Hightowers have played a significant role in the Targaryen legacy, being one of the key contributors to the demise of dragons. The Black faction has the Valyrians, while the Green faction is supported by the Hightowers. As Rhaegar recalled the Hightower family's pivotal role behind the Green faction, he recognized their mysterious and ancient nature, as well as their substantial involvement in the Dance of Dragons, having evaded the reckoning that befell the Black faction. He found himself yearning to crush that tall tower to uncover the true intentions of the Hightower family. Although Rhaegar appeared slightly worn, it did not hinder his overarching plans, prompting him to continue his inspections throughout the military camp. Within the camp, he trained alongside the soldiers, engaging in drills and reorganizations, spears, shield axes, polearms, swords, archery, and construction. Though days passed, the sounds of blades and weapons brought a sense of reassurance. Rhaegar resolved to elevate his forces to a certain standard before contemplating the next phase of his strategy. He intended to first visit the various Lords of the Vale, followed by a journey to Dragonstone to harness the warmth of the dragon lairs, perhaps also to observe the situation across the narrow sea. The structure of the Kingsguard was still relatively rudimentary, with Rhaegar as the commander, Ser Balistan serving as the nominal master-at-arms, Ser Brynden overseeing equestrian and archery training, while the martial law officer, Ser Jane, took on the role of swordsmanship instructor and Rhaegar's personal steward. Ser Geoffrey Allen was appointed as the quartermaster. The White Knights, led by Balistan, primarily focused on Rhaegar's protection, and although the time dedicated to training soldiers was brief, Brynden and Jane managed the overall operations. Despite the core team being small, the Kingsguard had begun to take shape. Rhaegar felt that he had assembled a dream team of several exceptional individuals, rivaling even those of the Goldcloaks in skill. Balistan and Brynden were legendary knights, while Master Jane possessed remarkable expertise. Although Ser Geoffrey's combat skills did not match those of the others, he excelled in logistics and possessed a keen merchant's mind. Ser Geoffrey was increasingly occupied handling the aftermath of fallen soldiers, delivering funds and letters pinned by the prince, and Rhaegar planned to visit the families of the deceased in due time. The Kingsguard gained renown after the Battle of the Vale Road, prompting many noble families to express interest in sending their sons to join. Even if they did not accompany the prince to secure a position, becoming an accomplished knight would bring honor to their families. Such solicitations, however, left Ser Geoffrey in a state of distress. He sought those who were exceptional, resilient, kind-hearted, and skilled in battle. This was not a monastery for wayward youths, nor a refuge for the inept. Regardless of lineage, all candidates must meet the standards. Rhaegar observed Ser Geoffrey's furrowed brow as he faced the pressures of noble families, finding it challenging to decline their requests. Ultimately, it was Duke Jon who intervened, assuming the role of the antagonist in refusal. Rhaegar mused that perhaps the most underutilized talent was Ser Brynden, while Ser Balistan, having joined the White Knights for the sake of honor, naturally embraced humility. Master Jane, a wanderer of the world, felt a kinship with Rhaegar. Only Ser Brynden had a tumultuous relationship with his brother, Duke Hoster, which led him to depart from the Riverlands. Ser Blynden demonstrates a profound compassion for soldiers, exhibiting both courage and wisdom. Such individuals are rare gems. However, the Duke of Horst finds it intolerable. The decline of the Hajian region over recent years is not without cause. The family has long been devoid of capable hands and has suffered from discord among brothers. The temper of old fish is peculiar, and Rhaegar also finds it quite strange. Their offspring are equally unimpressive. On this day, Rhaegar was gathered around a bonfire with the Eagle Guard, slicing lamb to eat when Westa hurriedly approached him. "My prince, your letter." Rhaegar glanced at the envelope, which bore the seal of King's Landing, from his grandfather, King Jaehaerys. Another letter came from his informant, the rat-catcher, Roken. The old king's letter undoubtedly contained a wealth of affection, a testament to the bond between grandparent and grandchild. Although a young prince has emerged as the heir and eldest grandson, Rhaegar remains the focus of considerable attention. King Jaehaerys expressed satisfaction with Rhaegar's performance in the Battle of the Valley Road, acknowledging that an exceptional warrior bolsters the authority of the Iron Throne and can earn the respect of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the old king also reprimanded Rhaegar for acting independently in danger. The prince, still quite young and surrounded by peril, must ensure complete military preparedness. He praised Duke Jon for his timely support and Ser Balistan and others for their loyalty, while sternly admonishing them for indulging the prince's reckless behavior, which delayed the flow of vital information. Apart from his grandfather's missive, Rhaegar perused Roken's letter. The sentiments of the populace, regardless of their origins, hold significance. Currently, there is little stirring in King's Landing, and Roken feels honored to bask in the prince's glory, taking pride in serving him. The victory at the Battle of the Valley Road was resounding and decisive, establishing the prince's reputation as a victor and a spearbreaker. His name has spread throughout King's Landing, and most citizens are filled with pride, believing him to be on par with the conqueror, the spearbreaker, and King Jaehaerys, only younger, more handsome, and less tainted by Dornish influence. Yet, a small faction of dissenters has emerged, claiming he is overly fierce and aggressive, reminiscent of the violent Prince Demon, the warlike Prince Daeron, and the cruel Maegor. They suggest that he was born of flames and will embrace violence more passionately than the Dragon Prince, spreading chaos and bloodshed while fueling rumors. Additionally, emissaries from the Iron Bank have been pressing for debts in King's Landing, seemingly keen on gathering intelligence about him, even disguising themselves to peddle information. Meanwhile, representatives from various free cities are quietly collecting data concerning the prince. I shall exert every effort to trace the source of these rumors while closely monitoring the movements of the emissaries from the free cities and the Iron Bank. Rhaegar carefully tucked away Roken's letter. Those unscrupulous merchants of Lys and Myr, lacking a passion for battle, are frail yet enamored with poisons, daggers, and crossbows. The free cities and the rumor-mongers within King's Landing will always possess greater insight into him than others. Rhaegar set aside the correspondence, pondering how they might confront him, as they did with his ancestor Balon. Let us then engage in this contest. You have incited the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Chapter 69. Lady of Solitude and the Rune Crown. In the year 268 of the conquest, the valley was graced by the gentle caress of the wind, carrying the fragrant essence of wheat, blossoms, and sunlight. A lengthy procession of knights advanced slowly along the valley road, their destination the City of Runes. This city lay to the north of Seagull Town, along the shores of the narrow sea. Rhaegar urged his standard-bearer to gallop ahead, the banner billowing majestically like a painting. At the forefront of the grand entourage was Rhaegar, closely followed by the valiant Ser Bally's and Ser Brynden. The knights donned gleaming armor, their spirits soaring high. Though many were youthful and inexperienced, they had begun to endure the trials of the elements. Among the ranks was a wild man, May, who fervently swore allegiance to the prince, who was known as the Lord of Fire. Duke John regarded this man as mad, yet in an effort to demonstrate fairness, he ordered the severance of May's sword-wielding right hand, thus attempting to subdue the wildness within him. To everyone's astonishment, he survived, and the Duke concluded that the seven gods had not deemed it his time, thus allowing him to join Rhaegar's company. The Eagle Guard had expanded to 300 members. Apart from the lords of the valley and the wealthy merchants of Seagull Town, several promising young men from noble families also joined their ranks. Rhaegar's entourage bore two distinct banners, one, the traditional black and red dragon flag of House Targaryen, and the other, a design conceived by Rhaegar featuring a symmetrical motif of the red dragon and the golden eagle upon a black background. As the banners fluttered, the people of the valley recognized the arrival of Prince Rhaegar and his striking, robust guardians who resembled hawks in their prowess. Most captivating of all was the dragon prince himself, Rhaegar, with his silver hair secured by a simple steel circlet, clad in black scale armor as he rode forth. Farmers, merchants, and minor nobles looked up in awe, eager to witness the smile and grace of the Silver Prince. How many years have passed? I still recall the tales told by my grandmother of King Jaehaerys and the benevolent queen as they traversed the valley, remarked an elder farmer. Royal progressions were not merely a privilege of nobility. They strengthened the bond between the royal family and the common folk. After all, compared to the cold, unyielding Iron Throne, they preferred the warmth of seeing a true dragon face to face. During the time of the Blood Dragon's rampage, many in the Riverlands were eager to fight for the queen, as they fondly remembered the youthful journeys of Queen Rhaenyra. Of course, how many of the populace the queen remembered was a matter for another day. Commoners, nobles, and knights alike offered fruits, grains, and meats to the Rhaegar's procession, a demonstration of their admiration for the prince and the dragon lords. Some fervent admirers even implored Prince Rhaegar to bestow blessings upon them, oblivious to how the title of Fortunate seemed to multiply for him. These enthusiastic individuals were promptly intercepted by Ballistan. Naturally, Rhaegar prohibited the acceptance of certain special offerings, such as beautiful maids or daughters. However, should his own guards seek to arrange marriages, Rhaegar was more than willing to facilitate the matchmaking, provided the consent of the soldiers' parents was obtained. This grand procession was beyond the means of ordinary nobles to host, and wherever Rhaegar's party passed, they found themselves welcomed within the larger castles of House Aaron's vassals. At times, he would find himself residing in the homes of minor nobles, knights, or even common folk. However, the latter often lacked the means to accommodate such a considerable entourage, leading to many nights spent under the open sky. Yet, Rhaegar bore no grievances, nor did the soldiers. He left behind honor and legends for the nobles and a modest fee for the commoners. A strikingly handsome, approachable, and charismatic Targaryen. Rhaegar's journey through the Vale was nearing its conclusion. After visiting the various lords of the Vale, he would proceed to Dragonstone, aiming to awaken the dragon's nest. The final destination in the Vale was Runestone, the ancestral seat of House Royce. Apart from House Aaron, two noble houses left a lasting impression on Rhaegar, House Corbray and House Royce. The Royces, known as the Kings of Bronze, held a significant influence among the vassals of House Aaron. Although the Corbrays had seen better days, their storied history and the legendary Valyrian steel sword, Lady Forlorn, still commanded respect. In the Vale, only these three families maintained a matrimonial connection with the Dragon Lords, a bittersweet honor. Upon seeing Prince Rhaegar's company, Count Royce's face lit up with joy. The arrival of a true dragon was a matter of pride. Additionally, Count Royce had sent his heir, Aemon, to the Night's Watch. Aemon was tall, strong, and a quintessential warrior. During his travels, Rhaegar had taken note of the prince's preferences. Skilled in combat, yet not enamored with tournaments, he cherished travel without the desire for extravagance, mirroring his ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror. Rhaegar had no particular demands regarding food, drink, or lodging, only that the meals be clean and accommodations hygienic. He relished barley and meat dishes, roasted goose, and steak, but was averse to overly spiced flavors. Another of Rhaegar's passions was antiquities and treasures. It was said he delighted in admiring ancient relics and heirlooms, especially those belonging to noble families. In Hearth's he gazed repeatedly at Lady Forlorn, the Corbray family sword. Count Royce welcomed Rhaegar into Runestone, where the prince observed the count walking proudly ahead, introducing him to the city and the history of House Royce. Once esteemed as kings of bronze, the Royces had fallen to the Eagle Knights. In truth, House Royce had endured a bitter union with Rhaegar's ancestor, Prince Daemon, which had proven ill-fated. As Rhaegar surveyed Runestone, he sensed a distinct aura setting it apart from other Vale cities, an antiquity and charm that felt more profound. House Royce was among the rare nobility of ancient bloodlines, having once ruled. Rhaegar also noted the banners. The sigil of Runestone was particularly striking, featuring a pile of pebbles between two lines of runes on an orange field. He pondered secretly whether these runes still held any power. Regardless of external opinions, the Royce family remained fervently superstitious regarding their bronze armor. They were a significant house, effortlessly accommodating Rhaegar and his modest company of over 300. After indulging in exquisite wine and delicacies, Count Royce became quite inebriated, his spirits soaring. He took Rhaegar on a tour of the bronze corridor, which housed numerous bronze armors, each adorned with identical protective runes etched into their surfaces. This was the moment Rhaegar had long anticipated. The adventure had commenced, and he was eager to discover any intriguing aspects along the way. As Rhaegar gazed upon the bronze armors, they exuded a profound sense of history, as if they had been inscribed from the annals of time itself. And the runes imparted an ancient aura to the armors. The oldest among them was a relic that had been passed down for millennia, which Count Royce held in high regard. However, it appeared to have been of little use, as Rhaegar had heard tales that these armors had failed to protect the members of House Royce from harm. "Your Grace, may I touch these armors up close?" Rhaegar inquired. "Of course, my prince," Count Royce replied. Rhaegar approached the armors, meticulously observing and gently caressing them. He had the urge to wield a sword and test the enchantments of these armors. As he examined them further, he noted that the runes were brief and peculiar. Perhaps they were merely faint symbols, their effects shrouded in mystery. "As you can see, our House Royce once possessed 3 treasures. One was the bronze armor, another was our family's Valyrian steel sword, Sorrow, and there is yet another," Count Royce proclaimed. "Another?" Rhaegar was aware of Sorrow, which had vanished during the Dance of Dragons in King's Landing. House Royce had been searching for it ever since, to no avail. The loss of Valyrian steel swords was a shared plight, as the Targaryens, too, lamented the absence of their 2 swords, Blackfire and Dark Sister. In a certain sense, this reflected the waning of royal power. Count Royce, a warrior of the valley, seemed sincere about the existence of the other treasure. He mysteriously led Rhaegar to the end of the corridor, where a small ornate box was hidden within the hollow wall. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled upon discovering a crown, indeed, a valuable artifact. He wondered how House Royce had preserved it until now. The ancient bronze crown was also engraved with the same runes. It bore no embellishments of gold or jewels, relying solely on the runes for decoration. Despite its simplicity, it emanated an aura of mystique. Rhaegar examined the crown, sensing it was on the verge of developing a patina, and he cautiously caressed its surface. Suddenly, Rhaegar noticed a transformation in his life tree template. "Explorer, congratulations on encountering the magnificent creation of the ancients. Your life flame is vigorous enough to ignite the shield rune." The runes before him sprang to life, continuously rearranging and coalescing into a bronze shield that stood tall before him. Rhaegar felt the shield gradually merging with his being, ready to protect him when danger arose. The runic armor and crown of House Royce were indeed useful, yet their descendants had lost the ability to harness such power. Achievement: Rune Conjurer, awakened fire bloodline, summon and utilize runes. Another magnificent discovery had been made. The valley had proven not to be a fruitless venture. There exists a prior achievement, acquired from Lady Silence. Achievement: the Path of Precision, bestowed by Lady Silence as the Sword of Slaughter, enhancing attack accuracy. Rhaegar remains fondly nostalgic of Lady Silence. Indeed, the Valyrian steel sword is extraordinary, sharp and luminous, yet lighter than its counterparts, making combat feel almost enchanted. Alas, the downfall of the Dragon Kings has rendered me envious of others' Valyrian steel swords. Had it not been for the decline of the dragon lineage and the absence of the Dark Fire and the Dark Sisters. Furthermore, Lady Silence did not allow Rhaegar to indulge in her time without reason, as Leonor from House Cabre was also entangled. Rhaegar's thoughts drifted to the Stark family's Crown of Winter, a creation of bronze adorned with 9 obsidian spikes, shaped like a longsword. The crown bore runes. Yet regrettably, after the submission of the king, it was surrendered to the conqueror Aegon, and its whereabouts remain unknown. It might have even been melted down. Rhaegar felt the vitality coursing through his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. The blessing of the Falcon God was palpable. The bronze shield could effectively ward off close combat injuries, while the Well of Eternal Youth preserved vigor, fending off toxins and diseases, a true Targaryen mutant. A dragon king of true fire. Perhaps, the time had come to return to Dragonstone to hatch dragon eggs. Chapter 70, The Dance of Dragons in the Cool Morning Light. Rhaegar's fleet arrived at Dragonstone, braving the chill. This outpost, the farthest edge of Valyria, marked the birthplace of the Targaryen dynasty. Dragonstone. The fief of the heir to the Iron Throne has garnered little attention since the extinction of dragons. Rhaegar found Dragonstone unmistakably recognizable from the sea. The smoking volcano served as its most prominent symbol. In the air, he seemed to detect a briny scent. The haze mingled with sulfur enveloped the surroundings. A flavor unfamiliar to men, yet one that dragons presumably relish. It was said that Conqueror Aegon was similarly enamored by that scent when King S Landing was merely a quaint fishing village, isolated and desolate upon the sea. Dragonstone was encircled by tempestuous waters, overshadowed by the looming volcano, as if it overshadowed all else. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of dragons, Dragonstone appeared to have entered a slumber of its own. Rhaegar disembarked with his troops, greeted by a landscape of desolation and barrenness. The outer islands were rugged and stony, sparsely populated. The steward of Dragonstone arrived with a handful of minor nobles to welcome the prince, but their numbers were scant. The resident scholar had passed some time ago, and no successor had yet been appointed, as the crown prince seldom visited this place. Thus, the island had faded from collective concern. Lacking dragons, the small isle returned to its impoverished and diminutive essence, revealing few glimmers of splendor. The land was limited, making the gathering of armies a challenge. Fortunately, the fishermen still managed to catch fish, and the docks remained home to warships and merchant vessels, barely sustaining the status of Dragonstone. Rhaegar arrived covertly. Aside from the steward and the minor nobles of the island, the families of Saitiga and Valyrian remained unaware of his presence. The prince commanded the battle flags to be stowed. His striking silver hair was shrouded beneath a hood as his party began to disembark, while Dragonstone still lingered in slumber. The remnants of Valyria were starkly evident. Even without Rhaegar's conscious gaze, they caught his eye. Countless gargoyles adorned the castle, the majority of its design intricately linked to dragons. The stone drum tower serves as the main fortress of Dragonstone, enduring storms. The ancient walls reverberate with a thunderous echo, thus earning its name. The prison cells within the dungeons beneath the fortress are characterized by oppressive heat and humidity, and it is rumored that the passages and concealed ladders extend all the way to the heart of Dragon Mountain. An arched stone bridge spans the air, connecting the stone drum tower to the dungeon tower. However, Rhaegar did not linger here. He had more favorable pursuits ahead. Accompanied by Barristan and Selmy, he ventured toward the eastern side of Dragon Mountain. The steward had already located the most advantageous guide, as per the prince's instructions, to explore the mountain. Rhaegar had envisioned a more strategic location, the lair of the Greedy One, nestled on the southern slope of Dragon Mountain. During the Dance of Dragons, 6 dragons once nested in the smoking caverns of Dragon Mountain. The fiercest and most brutal among them, the Greedy One, resided in the most optimal and elevated environment. This wild dragon was notorious for its ferocity, reigning as the tyrant of Dragonstone, feeding on the corpses of its kin, and even venturing into their nests to consume dragon eggs and fledglings. Born rebellious, no dragon dared to tame it. Although the guide remained tight-lipped, he was visibly taken aback upon seeing the prince. The people of Dragonstone revered the Targaryens as deities. Rhaegar contemplated that. As the foundation of House Targaryen, the fishermen and sailors of Dragonstone were indeed the most reliable. As Rhaegar approached Dragon Mountain, the heat and the scent of sulfur intensified. The rugged paths were treacherous, making the descent both laborious and excruciating. Dragon Mountain remained active, with pale and gray steam continuously billowing from the volcanic crater. As Rhaegar neared the lair of the Greedy One, the oppressive heat and sulfuric aroma became nearly overwhelming. "We have arrived, my prince." The guide gestured toward the distant, dark cave, utterly drained of energy to proceed further. The searing heat, smoke, and sulfuric stench combined created an environment that was exceedingly challenging to navigate. "My prince, this place is far too perilous. We should take our leave," Barristan could not restrain himself from suggesting. "My lord, I merely wish to take a look," Rhaegar replied, disregarding Barristan's counsel and stepping boldly into the inky darkness of the cave. Rhaegar also requested 2 vials of blood from Selmy. The 2 new victims were unfortunate pirate kings from the Stepstones, with the Fleet King being one of them. The efficacy of their blood remained uncertain. The pirates, notorious for their ruthless battles over beautiful boys or girls, demanded that passers-by offer up captivating youths to sell in the brothels of Lys or pay a hefty sum of gold. Rhaegar had given orders to Loras. Within the Flea's Nest, it was relatively easy to locate such assassins, as the clientele's requests were bizarre yet not particularly difficult to fulfill. The narrow seas were teeming with pirate kings, and they had a penchant for brutal combat. Under the lure of generous rewards, brave souls would inevitably emerge. The air grew increasingly sweltering and thin, making each breath feel like a flame igniting within the lungs. Barristan and Selmy could only halt midway within the cave. Watching as the prince ventured deeper, as the air they inhaled became increasingly unbearable. Rhaegar ventured into the innermost depths of the Devourer's cave, where only fragments of dragon bones remained, devoid of any trace of the Devourer itself. The ancient dragon had rampaged across the eastern slope of Dragonstone, only to vanish without a trace. One might say the Devourer had lived a life of indulgence, spawning numerous dragon eggs and feasting on dragon flesh, all while evading the chaotic fury of the blood dragon, which none dared to provoke. Within the cavern, Rhaegar set down the Heart of Flame dragon nest, and upon entering Dragonstone, the Heart of Flame gem began to warm gradually. Inside the Devourer's lair, the Heart of Flame blazed a vivid crimson, beads of sweat trickling down Rhaegar's form. He retrieved a purple dragon nest, placing 2 dragon eggs within it. Savor the flames. This may very well be the most suitable place for your hatching, he mused. Rhaegar gazed intently at the Heart of Flame and the 2 dragon eggs, contemplating blood, fire, and life. Will you hatch? He pondered, feeling as though the flames and searing heat were a hammer intent on tearing him apart. Sweat coursed down his chest and thighs. Yet, having consumed numerous fire seeds, his body remained resilient, braving the Heart of Flame's fiery brilliance. However, the dragon eggs remained silent, and the purple nest began to glow red, as if freshly forged iron was being shaped. What is happening? Rhaegar exclaimed in disbelief. The ritual had progressed to this point. Where were the dragons? He could not bear to watch as the 2 eggs and the nest faced destruction, so he approached, unable to resist. He reached out to touch the nest, only to encounter an unbearable heat. Suddenly, flames erupted from the gem, engulfing the nest, the eggs, and Rhaegar himself. The inferno roared to life, and Rhaegar felt a sense of helplessness. Surely, I did not come here to incinerate dragon eggs. These flames, stay away from me. He wished to shout, but his voice was consumed by the fiery serpents that enveloped him. The flames ascended, flickering with orange and red wings. Sweat poured down his cheeks in torrents. His ornate garments ignited fiercely, along with his lustrous silver hair. Crimson fire lions, golden serpents, azure unicorns, fish, foxes, wolves, soaring birds, looming trees, and monstrous entities danced before his eyes, each more beautiful and bizarre than the last. Ultimately, the flames coalesced into a 3-headed dragon, urging him to advance bravely. Rhaegar even witnessed the cave walls melting away, transforming the area surrounding the nest into a molten sea, as flames reached a temperature capable of incinerating stone. A large fragment of black cliff crumbled, revealing a black-red dragon egg within, perhaps one that the Devourer had pilfered, still harboring remnants of its unconsumed bounty. Yet, Rhaegar lacked the strength to rise. The flames battered and ravaged him, testing his endurance. Where is the Fountain of Youth? Where is the Eagle God? Where is the bronze shield? Someone, save me. Rhaegar felt disoriented, recalling the fire seeds. The Fountain of Youth continued to flow. The Eagle God stared at him with wide eyes, and the bronze shield guarded his life from all sides. However, nothing transpired. The fire seeds and divine sparks had vanished, leaving him to endure his torment alone. Flames and searing heat engulfed Rhaegar, the fierce blaze scorching him. If I were a true dragon, the offspring of dragons, the father of dragons, the sovereign of dragons, I must endure. The towering inferno raged on like an unrelenting tide, and Rhaegar found himself akin to a small vessel amidst the vast ocean, clinging tightly to the dragon's nest, reluctant to retreat. The dragon eggs began to shatter, akin to hen's eggs, and 1 or 2 small creatures tumbled forth. At last, the flames subsided, and in a dazed state, Rhaegar discovered himself entirely bare. His splendid garments reduced to tatters, not a single strand of silver hair remaining. Fortunately, his person remained unscathed. Tentatively, he checked beneath him. Thankfully, all was well. 3 small dragons accompanied Rhaegar, one perched on his left shoulder, another on his right, and a third swirling above his head. The dragon eggs, as precious as gemstones, and the hatchlings themselves were priceless treasures. I must safeguard you, my beloved. The black and red dragon, sleek and glossy, with scarlet stripes interspersed among its ebony scales, stood upon Rhaegar's left shoulder, its eyes glowing a vivid crimson. The deep purple dragon, adorned with sharp claws, a regal crown, and scales as lustrous as copper foil, possessed purple irises. The silver dragon hovered above Rhaegar, while the other 2 attempted to displace their kin, yet seemed no match for it. The silver dragon, larger in stature, boasted resplendent silver scales, golden-hued wing membranes, and golden pupils. It exuded an air of imperial solitude, reveling in its elevated perch. These 3 dragons were nothing short of magnificent. The trio exhaled wisps of white smoke, unleashing their roars. For the first time in over a century, the dragon kin united in a harmonious chorus, their voices reverberating across the heavens. Chapter 71. The year of the Red Comet. Deep within the lair of the Devourer, a scene unfolded, a naked man and 3 small dragons. The sight was somewhat comical, as Rhaegar leaped forth, entirely nude and bald, reminiscent of his great-grandfather, Aegon. Rhaegar circled the dragons, for they had come into being because of him. Title: The Unburned, Father of Dragons. Charm: Friend of Dragons, having once emerged from the flames alongside a magical dragon. All magical dragons will sense your goodwill, reducing hostility. Rhaegar perceived this ability as formidable, akin to an enchanting trait, likely beneficial for a dragon rider's duels. However, most dragon eggs remained under the control of their respective families, rendering this somewhat superfluous. The purple one shall be named Bellerys, in honor of the great dragon lords of Valyria. The purple dragon seemed to comprehend, bouncing a few times upon Rhaegar's left shoulder. The Bellerys family bestowed upon Rhaegar considerable wealth and treasures, marking him as the legitimate heir of the Bellerys lineage, the purple dragon thus named to carry forth its legacy. The black one may be called the Fortunate or Balerion. However, Rhaegar felt the name Fortunate lacked gravitas, preferring Balerion instead. This dragon egg could indeed be considered a miraculous survival, having escaped the jaws of the Devourer, a stroke of immense fortune. The Fortunate Balerion. The Devourer, in its time, consumed numerous dragons and dragon eggs. Judging by the market value of dragon eggs and hatchlings, this creature likely feasted on a fortune in gold throughout its lifetime. Regarding the gluttonous dragon, one wonders where this ancient beast has perished, a cunning and ferocious wild dragon. It is said that the blood dragon has long wreaked havoc in the East Slope after its frenzied rampage, yet the dragon bones remain elusive. Undoubtedly, my bloodline's most formidable silver dragon has begun to exhibit restlessness, frolicking atop Rhaegar's head. This delightful little dragon, in a bond of allegiance with Rhaegar, is indeed a spirited creature. Well, little one, you are quite tempestuous. You are like an emperor, singular and domineering. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Silver Emperor. Rhaegar cradled the silver dragon in his palm, its wing membranes a pale gold, its eyes shimmering with golden hues, and its horns seemingly gilded. The term emperor, or imperator, denotes a title more exalted than that of a king, one not yet resonating across the two continents. However, the silver dragon shall ascend to the role of emperor, vanquishing all titles such as the Horse King, Grand Duke, Prince, Consul, and Sea King. The silver emperor is inherently noble, with a voice and stature surpassing its two companions. It delights in perching upon Rhaegar's head, asserting its dominance over its kin, occasionally seeking to provoke the other two little dragons. In times past, the family possessed a silver behemoth named Miracis, but the moniker carried ill fortune, as it met its demise at the hands of a scorpion crossbow in Dorne. Unlike the temperamental, proud, and combative golden-horned silver dragon, Miracis exhibited a gentler disposition. Now, each of the three little dragons has been bestowed with a name. Leaping and bounding joyously, their diminutive roars, though faint, shall inevitably swell into mighty torrents. The roars of the dragon kin are poised to once again reverberate throughout the world. Identity: Blood of Fire, advanced. You have awakened the magical dragons, heralding the resurgence of the Dragon King's glory. Achievement: Dragon Pact. The Silver Companion has hatched, and you shall share in glory and loyalty, honor and dreams, fervor and courage. Achievement: Bloodfire Chain. Through blood and flame, you have awakened 3 magical dragons, bound by the ties of bloodfire. Some bonds are forged through ink and parchment, others are born of blood and flame. Rhaegar extended his finger, flames dancing along it, the hue shifting freely between black, blue, and gold. The fire he commanded was more potent and vigorous than ever before. Observing these dragonlings, akin to playful kittens, Rhaegar resolved to provide them with sustenance. He conjured flames, and the 3 little dragons did not resist. Rather, they reveled in the warmth, akin to being gently kneaded like a cat. Yet, Rhaegar mused that, in similar circumstances, dragons felt lighter than cats or dogs, for their bones were both sturdy and lightweight, complemented by their grand wings. However, these 3 dragons, having been fortified by the fiery dragon nest, felt considerably heftier, larger than ordinary dragons. Rhaegar deemed himself fortunate. Attended by 3 dragons, or perhaps it was his duty to serve them well. Within Rhaegar's flame lay the essence of the Fountain of Youth, the blessings of the Eagle God, and the Shield of Bronze, as the little ones voraciously absorbed the fire. Notably, the Silver Emperor seemed to indulge more than its brethren, its silvery scales gleaming resplendently. Rhaegar made certain to nurture each of the 3 dragons, promptly enhancing their vitality and safety. Perhaps in the future, Rhaegar will only command a Silver Emperor, yet among the 3 dragons, there exists a profound bond forged in fire and blood, which may give rise to a tactic of overwhelming force. Valyrian and Baelor follow the Silver Emperor like devoted acolytes. Rhaegar has acquired 3 young dragons, yet his grand achievements are born from toil and tribulation. The rise and fall of empires is a relentless cycle, and throughout history, the restoration of greatness has proven to be the most arduous endeavor. Young dragons inevitably mature into mighty beasts, and this transformative journey is fraught with challenges. Once the Dragon of Magic is resurrected, it will surely capture the attention of both continents. Rhaegar increasingly feels that his family's choices of year were indeed sagacious. The Targaryens fled from Essos to the remote Dragonstone, distancing themselves from the tumult of the eastern continent, allowing for subtle growth while preserving the essence of the Dragon Kings. Valyria, once a realm of martial excess, despite its iron grip, bore the brunt of popular discontent, akin to a powder keg. Following Valyria's cataclysm, the world entered a bloody century, while the Targaryen Dragon Kings, hidden upon their modest isle, thrived unobtrusively. Their distance from the powder keg rendered them the safest of all. The Targaryen family later swept across Westeros with their 3 dragons, perpetuating the legacy of the Dragon Kings. In Lys and Tyrosh, some Dragon Kings managed to survive, yet soon they and their dragons met their demise. Lys, Tyrosh, and the dragons share a history of blood feuds. One Dragon King even proclaimed himself Emperor of Valyria, leading an army of 30,000, only to vanish into the ruins of Valyria. The most prominent figure of that era was the eldest daughter of Valyria, Valanis, who, in her fervor to resurrect the former empire, flitted about like a pig in a whirlwind, ultimately being defeated by a coalition of powerful factions. Rhaegar senses that the 3 dragons will be exceedingly amiable towards him, for the bond of the Dragon Pact has already entwined him with the Silver Emperor. The other 2 dragons will pursue him and the Silver Emperor. After a while, Rhaegar gently caressed the young dragon, which then obediently frolicked in a corner of the cave. The cavern now seemed somewhat habitable, as the Heart of Fire Dragon's lair continued to absorb flames and smoke. The air within the cave would likely improve shortly. Before Rhaegar could reach the cave's entrance, he heard the voices of Barristan and Ser Jorah approaching through the tunnel. After the Heart of Fire had feasted, the cave's atmosphere became more breathable. "I am fine. Please fetch me an ensemble of clothing to place in the corridor, preferably with a hood. You need not enter for now. Additionally, I require a complete set of accommodations, as I shall be residing in this cave tonight," Rhaegar called out from within. Upon hearing that the prince was unharmed, the 2 men felt a significant relief. Barristan stood guard at the cave's mouth while Ser Jorah descended to arrange the necessary provisions. However, the conditions in this place, with its height and sulphurous scent, were not conducive to the prince's accustomed standards of lodging. Once Rhaegar had changed into his attire, the young dragon concealed itself within his ring, and the Heart of Fire, having quenched its thirst, continued to provide warmth. "My prince, what has happened to your hair and eyebrows?" Barristan exclaimed in astonishment. "It is nothing," Rhaegar replied, shaking his head. "What is that?" Ser Jorah suddenly interjected. The 3 stood atop a rise, gazing upward as the tail of the comet streaked across the morning sky, resembling a wound upon the violet-hued firmament. The Red Comet had appeared. Chapter 72, Tempestuous Seas. In the year 268 of the Conquest, a crimson comet hung ominously in the sky. The comet, entirely red, trailed a long tail that illuminated nearly half the heavens. The dragons were stirring once more, heralded by the arrival of the Red Comet. In King's Landing, it was dubbed the Jaehaerys Comet by the populace. In the free cities, merchants regarded the celestial phenomenon as a beacon of prosperity. In the north, grandmothers whispered of the birth of dragons. Yet, there were also dire warnings. The blood-crying comet foretold the imminent arrival of blood and fire. Rhaegar Targaryen stood upon the eastern slope of Dragonstone, gazing at the resplendent Red Comet. At that moment, he felt a curious kinship with monks. Both Balistan and Zysa stared in awe at the comet. Its strangeness was impossible to ignore. The weeping star stretched across the sky. Balistan and Zysa could not shake the feeling that their prince was peculiar. Since his emergence from the cave, he had lost both hair and eyebrows. Were they not familiar with him, they might have suspected he had delved into dark sorcery. Yet, given the cave's intense heat, even a Targaryen, born of fire, could lose his hair. As Rhaegar beheld the crimson comet, he sensed the tides of fate rising and falling, realizing that he would be the harbinger of this era. Had the celestial signs shifted in his favor? The fateful pendulum of destiny tolled, heralding the comet's premature arrival by several decades. However, with the comet's ascent, troubles loomed on the horizon. Rumors of dragon hatchlings would proliferate, fueled by the red-robed priests proclaiming prophecies of the dragon's resurgence. The warlocks of Qarth would feel the pulse of magic anew, discerning the reasons behind its revival. Should the news reach the Myrish, they might succumb to madness. For as all things slowly withered, the dragon seemed poised to rise once more. The reconciliation of the 3 daughters also remained a possibility. Though Westeros was still among the bastions of stability, the allure of dragons, priceless treasures, drew many daredevils. Rhaegar felt the fire and blood within him surge in tandem with the comet, honing his mastery over flames. He understood the necessity of safeguarding both himself and his dragon. He did not permit Balistan and Zysa to enter the cave. Instead, They erected a tent at the entrance of the Greed Eater's lair. Fortunately, the cave was sufficiently vast and deep, allowing the three of them to inhabit different spaces without interference. The Greed Eater had dwelled there for nearly a century, its size imposing. Having thrived during the dragon's most ferocious epoch, the cave was excavated extensively, and if not for the oppressive heat and the acrid scent of sulfur, it would be a rather pleasant abode. I feel ravenous. I could do with more charred meat, preferably beef or mutton, Rhaegar instructed. He seldom made demands regarding food. Yet his young dragon refused to consume raw flesh. The steward of Dragonstone, dutifully executing his orders, delivered sumptuous feasts to the prince daily, with roasted meats as the centerpiece. The young dragon, upon seeing the charred mutton, became exceedingly eager, capable of consuming several times its own weight in meat. Throughout history, it seems that aerial forces have always been the most extravagant. After feasting, they would attempt to clumsily take to the skies, endearingly awkward and charming. As Rhaegar gazed upon the three dragons nestled together, their scales still emanating warmth, the silver dragon curled up in the center, flanked by the violet and black dragons on either side. He contemplated the signing of the bond of the heart, yet the silver dragon was still too small. Perhaps he would have to wait until it grew larger before he could employ the binding spell with his companions. Suddenly, a tempest descended upon Dragonstone. The winds howled around the island, and the furious storm threatened to tear Dragonstone apart. The arrival of the tempest even overturned portions of the royal fleet, with merchant and fishing vessels sustaining countless damages. From the heights of Dragonmount, one could observe the raging sea, as Dragonstone appeared to be but a solitary vessel amid a boundless ocean, an unsinkable ship. The lair of the Greedy One was cleverly concealed, high and deep, offering refuge from the storm. Rhaegar approached the mouth of the cave, watching the torrential rainfall. Despite the deluge, no ships could anchor on the island, effectively cloaking Dragonstone from prying eyes. If news of the dragon's hatching were to spread, it would truly unleash chaos akin to the violent seas. When dawn broke the following day, Rhaegar discovered numerous pieces of driftwood floating upon the water, along with capsized vessels and even the carcasses of dead pigs and sheep. The dragon was about to rise, coinciding perfectly with the tempest's arrival, as if the heavens themselves were responding. The rain continued, albeit diminished significantly. Rhaegar remained in the cave for nearly half a month, seeking solace in the company of Valyrian, who delivered to him a collection of historical texts regarding Westeros and Essos. The young dragons began to grow slowly, their size, strength, and flames developing. Rhaegar kept the heart of fire dragon egg within the lair of the Greedy One, drawing fiercely from the volcano's heat and flames, the gems glowing a vivid red, seemingly saturated to the point of absorbing no more warmth. To his astonishment, Rhaegar noticed that the dragon egg began to radiate heat outward, causing the Greedy One's lair to once again fill with the acrid scent of sulfur and unbearable warmth. As the dreary weather began to clear, Rhaegar prepared the dragon egg and the young dragons to descend from the mountain. The bronze ring could only temporarily store small living creatures, and the duration could not be prolonged. The dragons were still too small. Rhaegar needed to find them a suitable haven. The young dragons loathed being confined to enclosed spaces, yet the heart of fire dragon egg could continuously emit warmth, allowing them to awkwardly gather in the lair, playing with their grand toys. While traversing the paths of Dragonstone, Rhaegar could still hear tales from the people about the Red Comet that brought tumultuous winds and waves to the island. Some proclaimed the Red Comet as a harbinger of good fortune for kings, while others viewed it as a portent of war. Yet the Red Comet had arrived, stirring waves within the hearts of the populace. At Dragonstone, within the Stone Drum Tower and the Round Hall, Rhaegar beheld the renowned large map table from the age of Aegon's conquest, now polished and gleaming after 3 centuries of history. The table, meticulously crafted in the shape of the continent of Westeros, showcases a myriad of bays and peninsulas. All the mountains, rivers, cities, forests, lakes, and fortresses are rendered with exquisite detail, embodying a sense of legend. Westeros is destined to be unified, a wish of Aegon, a realm, a homeland, and a monumental achievement. How splendid it would be to possess a map of Essos as well, Rhaegar pondered. The 2 continents lie in such proximity, and Essos incessantly presents challenges for the Targaryens. The Targaryen lineage has encountered conflicts with both the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters and Bravos, particularly with the former, where several dragon lords met their demise at their hands. Why did my ancestors opt to conquer Westeros instead of continuing their campaign in Essos? Rhaegar inquired. The conqueror, in his youth, traveled through Westeros and possessed a deeper understanding of its dynamics, Barristan replied. Another possibility is that Westeros was rife with chaos, with 2 or 3 kings often engaged in warfare during any given era, Ser Brynden remarked. Expanding in Essos on a grand scale proves to be exceedingly difficult, he continued. Rhaegar smiled quietly, contemplating another perspective. He believed that a significant factor lay in the balance of power. Aegon the Conqueror had discerned that establishing dominance in Essos was fraught with complexity. The Targaryen family, though formidable, was not the most powerful, and Essos was unwelcoming to the Dragon Lords. In Essos, city-states such as Volantis and Braavos posed formidable challenges, compounded by the deep-seated animosity from regions like Lys and Myr towards dragons. Indeed, Valyria had made too many enemies, its exploitation too severe. Once it fell from grace, the walls would crumble under collective disdain. Within all of Essos, it seemed that only Volantis held any affection for the glory of Valyria. Yet, the city was vast, and Aegon could scarcely lay claim to kingship over it. After the emergence of dragons, Rhaegar remained vigilant against those coveting power on the opposite shore of the narrow sea. The warlocks would lust after the vitality of dragons, while the merchants of Lys would fear their resurgence. As Rhaegar gazed at the vessels battling the tempest upon the sea, he wondered if adversaries across the narrow sea were also observing Dragonstone in the same manner. Chapter 73. The Thief of Lys in the Great Castle of Dragonstone. The Stone Drum housed the round hall. This expansive circular chamber featured 4 tall windows, offering views in all cardinal directions. The briny sea breeze swept through, imparting a chill to the room. At the map table, Rhaegar scrutinized the lines and contours of the map, as if he could behold all the rivers and mountains of Westeros within his gaze. Surrounding Rhaegar were Barristan and others, all considerably older than he. The company consisted entirely of seasoned individuals. According to a missive from King Aegon II, he had begun to select a few young companions, perhaps to infuse youthful vigor into the assembly. In the entire hall, there was but a single seat, which Rhaegar occupied, taking in everything laid out before him. Over 2 centuries ago, Aegon the Conqueror commanded an island, 3 dragons, and a handful of allies, yet he inspired fear across vast expanses. The brilliance of his ancestors seemed to linger vividly in the air. Rhaegar's gaze drifted to the open sea, where numerous ships flowed into the harbor of Dragonstone. Dragonstone Island has regained its lively and boisterous atmosphere, yet the number of spies within the fleet remains uncertain. With the emergence of the Red Comet, vessels from the free trade city-states have noticeably increased. They arrived with remarkable swiftness, observed Rhaegar as he gazed upon the diverse ships. Should the dragons rise again, Dragonstone will reclaim its former significance, necessitating comprehensive protection. Sir, have you noticed the influx of unusual guests to the island? Rhaegar inquired. Indeed, Sir Brynden replied with a nod. Your Highness, as per your instructions, we have established several sentry posts near Dragonstone and have tightened the management of the castle staff. Additionally, we have planted informants in the taverns, restaurants, and docks. It appears that some individuals are attempting to purchase information with silver and golden dragons, the steward of Dragonstone conveyed. However, our manpower is rather insufficient, as the island has seen a decline in visitors for some time, he added, expressing his difficulty. Rhaegar found this quite understandable. Dragonstone is small and isolated. Its significance had waned after the dragons were lost. Yet with their resurgence, Dragonstone will undoubtedly return to its former vibrancy. Currently, the island resembles a desolate outpost, lacking the warmth of visitors. The steward received Rhaegar with fervent hospitality upon his arrival. Rhaegar, in turn, did not neglect the steward. He recognized that the steward's heir possessed commendable skills as both a sailor and a warrior, and thus he was entrusted with the Eagle-S watch. Should there be a shortage of personnel, he could request assistance from the men under my command, who are youthful and less conspicuous. Sir Brynden, with his striking red hair, is rather attention-grabbing. Exercise caution, do not alarm the snakes, and remain vigilant regarding their origins, Rhaegar advised. Dragonstone is fortified at every corner, yet paradoxically, it is also vulnerable. Rhaegar felt compelled to surveil key areas surrounding the castle, Dragonstone, and the taverns, seeking to discern any signs of interest. I have brought 30 attendants who are eager to assist the prince when necessary, he asserted. Sir Loras Velaryon has successfully shifted allegiances. Tide Shadow Island lies in close proximity to Dragonstone, and the Velaryon family is known for possessing unique channels of information. Loras would soon arrive aboard a swift vessel. Loras realized that aligning with Prince Aegon offered limited prospects. It would be wiser to seek a new patron. In this era, ascending the ranks requires merely a smooth pivot. Excellent, my good sir. I indeed require a capable sea serpent, Rhaegar remarked, casting a glance at Loras. While he was obsequious, such individuals often seek fame and fortune. If they pledge loyalty to oneself, they can be of use. Loras, filled with trepidation, recognized that the Velaryon family had declined too rapidly to maintain any grandiose airs. A phoenix in distress is no better than a common hen. The days when the Velaryon family produced a plethora of naval ministers and admirals, overflowing with wealth, are long gone. Their territory is limited, and without navigators to bring prosperity, they will only continue to languish. Rhaegar was eager to observe who among them would be the most impatient. Simultaneously, he instructed his soldiers to remain vigilant. As regions such as Lys and Myr are notorious for their use of hidden weapons and poisons, as Rhaegar made his way to Dragonstone, Sir Brynden and Sir Jeff were orchestrating the broader strategy, with the steward of Dragonstone and the Valyrian family complying with their directives. With all arrangements in place, Rhaegar once again set forth to Dragonmount accompanied by several attendants. At the foot of the mountain, he had stationed guards to patrol temporarily. Above, the smoking caverns loomed, inhospitable to the common man, who could only wait for fortune to smile upon him. Yet, the disappearance of the dragons had rendered the dragon guards lethargic. Rhaegar had drawn some of his fresh forces for patrolling, but the vast expanse of the mountain could not be entirely secured. During his time on Dragonstone, Rhaegar had meticulously searched every cave and corner of Dragonmount. The once fortunate dragon eggs, akin to Vaggers, were nowhere to be found. Every nook lay barren. Only remnants of shattered bones remained for Rhaegar's contemplation. Nevertheless, the young dragons reveled in the sweltering caverns, shrouded in smoke and the sin of sulfur, scavenging and frolicking in each crevice. It was only when the little dragons grew weary from their playful antics and sought slumber that he would place them back in their lair, watching as their scales shimmered with an ethereal glow. As Rhaegar, Barristan, and Selmy descended from Dragonmount, the night was thick around them. Yet they heard the sounds of pursuit and quarrel. At the base of the mountain, a skirmish was unfolding. Under the flickering torchlight, Rhaegar observed two men clad in black slowly ensnared within the web of Joffrey Arryn's soldiers, golden-haired, fair-skinned, reminiscent of the Lyseni. The thieves stood no chance against the soldiers who flowed in like a tide, effectively surrounding them. Drop your weapons, Lyseni. Trespassing upon Dragonmount is an act of treason. Joffrey Arryn commanded, signaling his men to raise their crossbows, aiming at the two intruders. Rhaegar and Barristan approached, the encirclement tightening, leaving the Lyseni with no avenue of escape. One was a rugged middle-aged man, large in stature, while the other, a boy with silver hair and large eyes, appeared to be scarcely in his teens. My lord, Joffrey Arryn called out to Rhaegar. As per our plan, we have indeed uncovered several significant catches, though some have managed to flee. A contingent of 50 men cannot adequately secure Dragonmount. It is merely a gamble. Surrender and lay down your arms, Joffrey Arryn reiterated. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth, revealing a miniature crossbow that he brandished towards Rhaegar. Unbeknownst to him, Rhaegar's identity mattered little. Capturing the most valuable target amidst the crowd could grant him a chance at escape. Even if Rhaegar were the true Targaryen prince, the Lyseni had not hesitated to slay royals before. Prince, be wary. The arrow is poisoned. Joffrey and Brynden quickly positioned themselves before him. The Lyseni were hardly noble warriors or sailors. They were adept in the art of stealth and poison. The arrow flew like the wind, seemingly unstoppable. Yet Rhaegar swiftly seized a long shield from a nearby soldier, trusting in the protection of the eagle. The arrow struck the shield, each one thwarted by its defense. Though perilous as fire, Rhaegar managed to withstand 3 arrows. Join me in combat. Slay these men, Lisa. The middle-aged man bellowed, sensing the dire turn of events. The golden-haired youth, Lysantro, remained unperturbed, exhibiting no resistance, his demeanor indifferent. The eagle guards surged forward. Sir Jeff severed the hand of the middle-aged man who had drawn a crossbow and subsequently hung him up. The golden-haired youth complied moderately. Thus he was merely pressed to the ground. What is your name? Rhaegar inquired. The man remained silent. He had climbed too high and gazed too far, expending all his strength, leaving him incapable of evading the pursuit of the eagle guards. Who sent you? Rhaegar pressed on. The middle-aged man still refused to speak. Sir Jeff picked up a spear and began to prod him, blood oozing forth gradually, saturating the soil. I am Fastfinger Lysantro, and this is Lord Gantos. We are among the swiftest thieves in Lys. A wealthy merchant has commissioned us to observe Dragonstone Island for any anomalies, particularly on Dragonmount, to check for the hatching of young dragons. I too am here to try my luck, Lysantro stated. The expression of the middle-aged man, Gantos, twisted into a snarl. What the hell are you saying? You little bastard, have you forgotten that I sold you out of the circus? Without me, you would be a mere bed slave. You merely spent 3 silver coins to purchase me, while the wealth I have stolen for you amounts to dozens, if not hundreds, of times that. This is all business. We are even now. You still wish to sell me to the perfumed garden, don't you? You have sought others to discuss it in secret. You are clandestinely training a new Fastfinger. A cold glimmer flickered in Lysanthro's gaze. Gantos's countenance fell. Stealing on Dragonmount was a capital offense, and he was also implicated in the murder of a prince. Rhaegar regarded Lysantro. That name seemed to echo in his memory from long ago.